And with that, we will. All right. Let's see what
All
we can
right,
do.
so I am getting the I'm waiting for the
Yeah, the
video
link.
to
Understood.
up,
Understood.
and I will be giving you the link shortly.
Right.
While you're waiting for that,
Uh-huh.
Jay, there's a story that I want to be talking about. I'm sure we'll talk about it more as as we get official here. But I just want to know if I'm going to read this headline to you, and I just want to know if this is even legal, right? Ammo company demands customers check box saying they did not vote for Joe Biden in order to purchase rounds.
Oh, that's hilarious.
I think that that's legal only in the sense that a business has a right to ask a person anything before a person comes into an establishment. I mean, it's if anything, it's like
Just tell
just
them what they want to hear.
yeah, it's just stupid. I
You
mean,
get what you gotta get.
I mean, all they're going to do is alienate, any voters who did, and they're just going to, I guess, reinforce themselves to voters who did not. So it's their idea of some kind of ploy. But if things are becoming that, how would I say it, pronounced in terms of people in businesses where they're going to decide who they do business with, then that's just advantageous in the sense of drawing lines for what is probably the upcoming civil war. So that would be advantageous in that regard. It just makes things clearer. It just divides lines clearer than they were
Well,
before.
I want to read. I want to read a message from one of my high school friends from Facebook, a Facebook friend, and see if this answer to this makes any sense to you. If you did vote for Biden, that means you support HR 127, so you don't need ammo until it's passed and applied. Then you can go buy ammo or firearms.
Okay, and so put that into some context for us, please.
Well, I don't have. That's what I'm trying to. I guess he's already got the context in his mind. But what he's saying is, if you voted for Joe Biden, that means you supported HR 127, which I don't know what HR 127 is. I guess I got to look it up. But or firearms. I guess they have it in their mind that HR 127 must obviously be some kind of gun control act, and if you check the box saying that you did vote for Biden, well, that means if you're for gun control, that means you self-admittedly don't need to buy any ammo, and you just need to have it issued to you. That's what I'm getting out of it.
Yeah, obviously he's got some context in his mind that the rest of us don't understand unless we're following the firearms laws under a microscope, which I have not been doing. Certainly not recently. So yeah, just check into that and then relate that to us. Per your convenience tonight.
Well, it's definitely got to hurt one's business to be that selective because, money's money. Who cares what the person paying you, votes? I mean, you're going to wind up
if you look at some of the like one of the awful. Well, I'm not calling the book awful at all. I'm calling the book actually excellent. But a book that had some of the most awful scenarios that I read in it was the Marines of Munford Point, and these Marines was, I mean, just the funniest part of them. I mean, it covers World War II and Vietnam, but their biggest war was getting to boot camp from all across the nation. You know what I'm saying? At the one time, they only had the one boot camp in Parris Island, so they opened up a second boot camp on Munford Point on Camp Lejeune for the blacks. They didn't have MCRD San Diego yet. So these blacks were traveling all over the United States to get to North Carolina so they can go to Camp Lejeune to go to boot camp on Munford Point. And then the white ones were traveling from all over to South Carolina so they can get to boot camp in Parris Island. And so when these California Marines were waiting on a bus, like a bus dropped them off and they had to sit there and wait for another bus to pick them up and take them on eastward, they were hot, they were sweaty. Then they seen a billboard about cool, refreshing drinks, and one of them said, "You know what? I got some money. I'm gonna go get us all something to drink." So he ran over to that store. It was, I guess, it was, like a quarter of a mile away. But once you
I know
get
how
there,
this is going to end. I have a real bad feeling about how this story is going to end. But go on. Yes.
right. Once he got there, it said, "No niggers, Mexicans, or dogs."
Yes.
So they kicked him out the store. So he had to go back thirsty. Yeah.
Oh. Oh fuck. Yeah.
Well, that back then it's like they didn't care. They just like they don't want your money. They don't want your dirty nigger money. Get the fuck out of here. We don't need your fucking money. You know what I'm saying? But then that should let us know that if we open up businesses, as long as we do businesses within ourselves, with ourselves, within we have an economy.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Our economy.
Yes. In other words, a black enterprise-oriented commercial mission statement will probably render a sustainable economy within the community. The problem is things are not as they once were back in the days of freedmen. Maybe they're a bit worse. Maybe they're a bit better in terms of economic potential for something like that. It's certainly something that we're going to have to make it work anyway, only in the sense that, as I said, probably, more than likely, we're going to see a division of North America into various nation states, and most of them ethnically enclaved, or many of them ethnically enclaved. So that's going to happen somewhere, and in a fairly sizable geographic area. So it is something to take into account. So let me see now. I have to add the other. Let me get this. This doesn't seem to be. It's taking. Now, I'm wondering why the share link is so long. It's not normally that long. So let me just tend to that neurosis. And in the meantime, both of you continue, please. With what you were saying.
What I will say is, personally, my mindset is, let me not personalize this, since we're talking about something objective. What I will say is that it's very disadvantageous from a business perspective to just it's very disadvantageous to discriminate who buys your products. I mean, shit. Yeah. Personally, if you want to make money and you want to get gain, I would imagine that it wouldn't matter.
Thank you. I hear you. I agree. It just seems absurd. Okay. So let me try something again. You're going to hear some more echoing now. I'm just kind of testing something out that I think I already had, which was the shorter link, which I prefer for obvious reasons. But okay, let's get back to.
Personally,
so I know everything's working. A shout out to Spartan No Negative, by the way, who's with us. I haven't read what he said yet, but please continue yourself, James.
So I have something very interesting that I've granted, I caught onto this a little bit late, but I found it very interesting because of the effect that it has on the human species as a whole. This is called Hell on Fire, Raging Bush Inferno at Batagai Depression. Now, this is some kind of tundra that seems to be like...
sounds like it's in Eurasia somewhere, like Russia?
Russia.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, Siberia. Actually, I do not.
If you want to talk about that later when you find it, that's fine. You can recover that. I have every confidence. In the meantime, both of you are welcome to just shout out in terms of some trivia to take us to the top of the hour.
Yes, trivia. Damn.
Well, I can bring something up that is not trivial, but nonetheless, Derek, I want you to address this, of course, more in depth as you can during the opening hour somewhat to reassure people as far as they can be reassured. There's a terrible situation involving your family and your extended family. Could you explain to people what has happened? At least put that into perspective. You did not know the victim personally, but still, this is horrible. And I will, of course, send my condolences later after transmission. But tell us a little bit about this relation of yours, please.
Well, this cousin of mine is actually, my cousin's daughter, and I actually never met this daughter yet, and unfortunately, she was killed before I could meet her. Her brother. Well, the uncle, the one that, my cousin that I stay in contact with, is still up in Gary, Indiana. But our roots come from Dixon Mills, Alabama, down south. And this is his sister's daughter that lives in Louisville, Kentucky. And the article here about her says, Louisville Metro Police Department Chief. 13-year-old girl dies after shooting Friday in Southwest Jefferson County. And like I said, even though I haven't met her personally, the very fact that I'm reading this article and she's my cousin really, hits home. I mean, literally it hits home because it's my cousin. But, it's just so sad to read. And then, my her uncle, who I speak to on a somewhat regular basis, since we've been living down south here, her uncle and my son used to make music together. We were going to put out an album together at one time. But here's the article. Louisville, Kentucky. A 13-year-old girl is dead after shooting Friday in a Southwest Jefferson County. The shooting was reported around 4:30 p.m. on the 3200 block of Elaine Drive off Cane Run Road in St. Denis neighborhood, according to the Louisville Metro Police Department. Police Chief Erica Shields said during a news conference Friday evening that officers were notified about an individual wounded in a shooting earlier in the afternoon. When the officers arrived, they found the 13-year-old girl had been shot. Officers attempted life-saving measures before the girl was taken to the hospital, Shields said. The girl later succumbed to her injuries. Shields said preliminary information indicates the gunman and the girl knew each other. The police chief said this shooting does not appear to be a random, and detectives have a solid lead in the investigation. The teen's death is just the latest in a string of children who have been killed or injured by gun violence. It's heartbreaking. We just have too many children getting shot, and it's heartbreaking, and we have to rein it in, Shields said. We have got to get these guns off the street. According to Shields, the problem is not unique to Louisville. More children have fallen victim to gun violence across the country. Shields believes the pandemic is partly to blame. The schools aren't open. The Boys and Girls Clubs aren't open. It's just an abundance of downtime you throw into the proliferation of illegal weapons.
Proliferation. Well, I would like to continue this after the top of the hour, because I believe it's something that is more of an in-depth situation that needs expression. One thing that puzzles me, however, and this is not, you know me, I'm not in any way, shape, or form pro-gun in the sense of the gun cultists. I mean, obviously, I've always been for reasonable gun control. But when the police said that the gunman apparently knew her, okay, that throws gun control out the window. This is not a gun control issue at that point. This is somebody knew her. Getting the guns off the streets has nothing to do with this situation now. The question now is, who is this individual that knew her? What kind of people was she associating with that led to this? This is something not to blame her, not to blame the victim, but obviously, there's people who we associate with from school or from other areas that turn out to be dysfunctional or even psychotic people. This can happen to anyone. So she's not to be held responsible for this, But what I mean is, where did she meet this person? Was this someone from school? Was this someone from the street? All of this is just thrown out the window. The article didn't go anywhere near that. Instead, they brought up this generic gun control subject, which is in and of itself highly irresponsible. That doesn't make any sense, because all that does is...
That's what politicians and police chiefs do. I mean, if you read a shooting in Chicago, that's what you're gonna. That's a quote that you're gonna get from either a police commander or a politician. We need to get these guns off the street.
Well, you know. But by the way, I don't even understand why you're disambiguating between the police commander or a police of high status or high rank and a politician. It's the same thing. I mean, a police chief or a police person in a higher level of rank is just a politician in paramilitary uniform. So it doesn't even need disambiguation. But I understand why you're doing it. I mean, we all do this kind of, but yeah, it's a political stance, but it doesn't make any sense. And then what happens is all the reactionaries, the right-wing reactionaries, the radicalized gun cultist right, will automatically jump on that, and you're off to the races. It doesn't go anywhere from there. You're back into Civil War territory, the culture wars territory. So what we need is, obviously you cannot do this now, but what we would hope for is obviously her family, her immediate family, is going to be in grief. They're going to be bereaved. They're going to be in mourning. However, at some point in the near future, if you could do some investigation into this, find out more about what happened, we would appreciate hearing about that. And obviously there are certain issues where family secrets should be kept secret. There's nothing we need to know that you feel might be invasive of their privacy, but you understand what we're saying. We would all be curious as to, just in terms of general community awareness, what has happened. Okay, we're not getting any of that from this article, which is very strange to me, very puzzling, very bizarre. It's actually sinister. That nothing was said about, the gunman, the gun person. Who is this person? So what I'm going to do is, we have a few minutes to the top of the hour. Yeah, Jameson, could you reflect a little bit on this? Did you also get that feeling, or?
Yeah, I get the feeling if it's if they're not talking about the gunman is either not a person of color or the person is a cop. One or the other. Yeah,
something strange like that. Yeah, that's bizarre. It's whatever is going on.
Just trying to sweep everything under the rug to try to quiet.
Right. So in other words, if they could say that it was gang violence, if it was another black person, they would have just said gang violence.
Normally, normally they would have. They would have said, this gang and that gang were shooting at each other, and this person was caught in the crossfire, and then it would have made sense to degree to say, we've got to get the guns off the street. Of course, it would have made more sense to say we've got to do something about gang violence, which would have been more specific and far more practical to degree. But you get my point. There's something here that just stinks. There's something that just stinks.
Reeks of a cover-up.
Yeah. I am glad, of course, that you don't know this person, so you're not personally bereaved, of course, but we should all be bereaved by this, and certainly the family is in our prayers, and as I said, I'm going to provide some formal condolences later after transaction. But, okay, please, both of you gentlemen, we've got a few minutes to the top of the hour.
Even more bereaving is... all right, this is by ABC News. Derek Talley provided me this story. Police pepper spray a 9-year-old black girl. New video captures her distressed wait for EMTs. Rochester, New York.
Oh, God. Rochester, New York. That hits me just so, my father being born there, of course. It's that upstate, Oh, God. Anyhow, so go on. A
9-year-old black girl pepper sprayed by police pleaded, "Please don't do this to me. It burns." As she waited handcuffed in the backseat of a police cruiser for 16 minutes, according to new police body cam footage released Thursday. Why the hell is a 9-year-old girl handcuffed at all?
Yes. What is she doing in the back of a police car. What is she
What
doing?
is she doing in the back of a
I
police?
guess she was running away, and her parents said that she was a danger or something like that. So they took that opportunity to spray down that little child with pepper spray. But she was already handcuffed in the back of the vehicle. And see, that was in New York. In Chicago, a 9 and a 10-year-old were pepper sprayed. So it's this shit is that they're getting thrills out.
Weird, but what's weird about this is why would you put a 9-year-old child in handcuffs anyway? First off,
Yeah, that still doesn't. I mean, as Derek said, maybe she had been, maybe her parents had said something.
oh yeah, a 9-year-old
but
child is such a threat. You gotta put the fucking handcuffs. I mean, that 9-year-old child is gonna rip your fucking face off and beat the shit out of you and stomp you to death. Come on.
Yes,
Let's
no, I
be
hear you.
real.
I hear you. Okay, point well taken. Touche.
The city of Rochester.
Oh, hold on. We are at the top of the hour. I'm going to officially start the program, and then we can ultimately return to the Empire State and upstate New York and Rochester and all that that is entailed by that region. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, when we get up into that region of the world, it's west of Arkham. As far as I'm concerned, like the opening line of H.P. Lovecraft's, I forget even which short story that was. But one of his more famous ones where, some compass direction of Arkham, the hills rise wild. I mean, that's pretty much, we go towards the Appalachians or we go north towards upstate New York and we get that effect. So
it just gets dark.
Yes, yes.
That's literally Cthulhu territory.
Yes. So I do want to say that this is a specifically, how would I say it, crowded episode, and yet at the same time it's unusual, well, to a degree, in the sense that I am really, really unprepared for tonight. Anyone who's received my promotional banner knows that I was heavily involved with social obligations. And, of course, they got to the downright orgiastic through this weekend, which is, of course, this is a confluence of events. This is the confluence of Asian Lunar New Year, specifically some very poignantly specific days within Asian Lunar New Year that involve investment in family time, a real heavy investment in family time, and I was with the closest that I have to a family, which is by no means conventional, and at the same time, we are dealing with Valentine's Day, where there's an almost obligatory kind of indulgence in the carnal for the rest of us, even though the holiday was never intended.
Consumer Day.
Yeah, it was never intended for such.
Shit day.
Yeah, it was never intended for such. So I'll get a little bit later into the actual spirit of Valentine's Day, and I'll talk quite a bit about Asian Lunar New Year tonight in terms of forecasting, which is what a lot of people have been demanding. And as opposed to the cultural background, people want the forecasting, so I can understand that. And aside from that, I still have to look around on the net to find out what would be relevant. Probably going to focus a bit on the impeachment, and that will be inescapable. And aside from that, we have President's Day weekend, which is all too apropos concerning the impeachment. And with that, I will return to these two gentlemen, who I will be counting on to basically hold the stage. I am going to give a shout out at the present moment to a young lady I'm going to send a private message to, Rhiannon Farrell. I don't know exactly how to pronounce her name, but a shout out to Rhiannon Farrell, and I'll check her timeline later to see if I mispronounce that. And I take it she's listening because she acknowledged the promotional banner. So at any rate, to everyone else out there who is with us, let's take a look at the chat room before I go into my communications with her, and turn everything over basically to the two men who are with us tonight for a bit. I mean, I'll be here, but Daniel Arola says hi, H-I-G-H. He doesn't give a location, so he might be out and about and up to no good. God bless him. And Spartano Negative says, hello, brother, Wisconsin. Okay, as a separate word, Wiscon and sin. He might mean the state, or that he's sinning thereabouts, and he's definitely keeping the flame alive. All right. So now that I've acknowledged the two people who are with us to the moment, checking into the other live stream as well, then what I'm going to do, or rather, these are different links into the live stream that I'm checking up on. And so what I'll do is turn it over back again to the two gentlemen at large. And thank you, both of you, for being here. Before we get back to what Jameson was talking about, Derek, certainly there's some other things you might have run across, and we are running on Derek's call. The first thing I'd like to know, Derek, for the sake of practicality, is how long will you be with us tonight? What time do you have to get up tomorrow morning to work? And how long will you be with us? Even though I know we're riding on your call, we need to know how long you'll be with us so that I can call on you in case I need backup for something.
Okay, well, I have a doctor's appointment at 11:50, so it's about 2 hours before I usually leave for work. So I'll probably turn in about 2 hours earlier today instead of midnight, probably 10 something. But I'll have the phone all night, and if you need me, just call me.
Okay.
Tonight I'm going to sleep good, because last night I slept good, because the whole time I had cancer, I kept trying to get some edibles, and everybody was sending me edibles. And whenever I said none of the edibles was working, people felt sorry for me and gave me edibles, and nothing ever worked. Well, yesterday, a friend of mine, she's not even 20 years old yet. She goes, I'll take care of you. When the subject came up, I said, okay. So I followed her to this smoke shop, and it's not legal here in Tennessee. The whole marijuana thing, but this place had marijuana, and they had beer and they had liquor, and she goes there to buy her little puff bars, and they even have THC Fruity Pebbles. I don't even see how that's legal. There should be like a copy. It's called Fruity. It's THC Fruity Pebbles, and it's Delta 8. So I said, is Delta 8 the one to get you high? That Delta 9 was the one to get you high. They said, oh, yes, it worked. So I went ahead and bought these 2 little chocolate bars. Not bars, I mean little itty-bitty squares for $5 a piece. Well, eat just one, okay? And I said, okay, that nothing ever worked for me. So I got in the car and I immediately cracked open both of them and ate them both and drove home. And boy, I'm glad it took a while to kick in, because, it didn't hit me while I was driving. But boy, when I got home, and I'd say about 2 hours into it, I'm like, whoa, at first I said, I think I'm high, but I'm not sure if I'm high. I think it meant, then I said, well, you know what? I guess this stuff works a little bit, but then it just kept going and going and going. And then I had to text my friend and tell her, yes, I'm officially high. This shit works.
I'm congratulatory.
Hey, did you see any visuals, Derek?
Huh?
I mean, did you see any visuals? Like, what was the sensations like? I mean, come on, man. This is like give us a trip report.
Trip report. Oh shit! If I had to actually write out a trip report, it'd have so many miles on that motherfucker. Yeah, but I was just tripping. I was just roll. I couldn't keep a. And then once I told her that I was high, she called me on the phone, and it was kind of ruining my high, because I couldn't get her off the phone. You know what I'm saying? She's 20, and how a 20-year-old talks. You know what I'm saying? She's a kid, and I'm here talking to her, and she was, and for some reason it seemed like she was the adult, and it seemed like everything she was saying made perfect sense. She must have been high too, because I don't even remember what I was talking about. But all I do remember is whenever I tried to get off the phone, I ended up staying on the phone for another 15 minutes. It's like she just wouldn't let me go.
Jesus. You
know what I'm saying? And I said, she must be high too. So yeah. I don't know what it is, but I know where to go now. Now this is on the heels of us getting a notice from the DOT.
Right.
The DOT sent out. I told you guys. I reported that notice a couple of weeks ago, about a month ago.
Yeah.
Where they sent out the thing saying CBD usage is not an excuse for failing a drug test. So apparently, we've had too many truck drivers go to take a drug test, and then they fail, and then they say, oh, no big deal. It was just CBD, not marijuana, but not knowing that that's not going to cut it, and they end up losing their job or having to do some type of drug counseling in order to keep their job, So they sent out a thing saying CBD usage is not an excuse if you fail the drug test. So I'm gonna stay away from this stuff. But next time I have probably a couple of days off in a row or something, I'm gonna go back and try it again.
Delightful. Okay. So, but you're confident this isn't going to cost you your job, or how are you going to? You just they don't give surprise tests, or you're just going to lay off?
Yeah, they give tests, so I'm gonna have to stay away from it. Probably not go live on the air and admit that I've even done it, but it's too late for that.
I wouldn't worry about that. I wouldn't worry about that. That's that you can just say you were joking.
If they were to test me, I'm sure I get it out of my system fast. It ain't nothing I do on a regular basis. Plus, those were just 2 little itty bitty chocolate tabs. I mean, they were packed full of. I didn't even know what Delta 8 was. See, now I think the other problems I've had before is there was different deltas, like Delta 11, Delta 12, and just THC, Delta this and Delta that. I don't think any of it hit me the right way. And what's messed up is if I had any of that stuff in my system, I still would have failed, but it would have been the non-high THC. It's like, blowing your wad and still not getting anything out of it. But I'm gonna try that Delta 8. That's what did it to me, was Delta 8.
Okay. Well, thank you. Oh, so glad that he's found himself. And with that, of course, there must be some other adventures the both of you can share.
Well, I mean, given that usually Valentine's Day for me isn't a good day, I'm like all frustrated and angry and shit. But, I did have a revelation today, I realized I was tripping balls while I was walking around Manhattan. I was like, well, I don't really love anything at all anyway. I don't know anything about being a couple or anything. And, this voice in my head said, yes, you do. DXM.
Well, wait a second. Didn't you just, you were fairly public about cirrhosis of the liver. Aren't you concerned about this?
Oh, yeah, I am, but you know what? Fuck it. And I'll try to stop. Oh. If it seems like it's getting too bad, I probably will have to consider rehab or something. But,
right. Yes.
But other than that, I think I'm all right,
Okay. All right. That's good to know. And aside from that, thank you for sharing that with us. And aside from that, I take it then that your day has gone all right. It was much more.
Yeah. My leg's doing better. I'm able to walk around. Actually, even when I was limping, I was faster than most of the people walking down the sidewalk. That's pretty weird. Can you?
Actually, that's no surprise. I mean, you're energetic, so that's you've got high energy. So you would just, there are people. Usually, what happens is when somebody is disabled in one leg, they overcompensate with speed, and they usually hobble faster than most people can walk because that's just the way they accommodate their disability. So it's not surprising. That's the norm, really, for people who are kind of impacted in that manner. But aside from that, it's good that you share that what you're going through, So I do appreciate that. Now, both of you gentlemen could. Was there anything
I
else?
can return to I can return to this story.
Mhm.
We do, well, there is some trivia actually I could throw in. We are due for another snowstorm,
Yeah, that's
called
right. Real
In-CRYPT.
big snowstorm. Tell us about this. I mean, there was a horrible accident. I'm certain both of you gentlemen have heard about this in Texas, where hopefully, Crystal River could speak to us about it down there. And there's other people we know down there as well. But 106 cars or more.
Holy shit,
Yeah,
really?
yeah,
I gotta look that up,
well
man.
over 100 cars and 6 people dead at least, plus plenty of injuries. So I want both of you men to look this up because, of course, Derek can give us the traffic angle, and so can Jameson to a degree, but Derek being a professional driver.
Holy shit. At least six people are dead from a massive freeway pileup in Fort Worth, Texas, according to Fort Worth police. Over 100 vehicles were involved in a crash on the I-35, and multiple people were trapped in their cars, the fire department said. Oh my God, oh shit, dude. I'm looking at the pictures. The pictures look like, whoa, man. The pictures look like something you would see on like one of those gruesome websites.
Yeah, I was about to say, I'm sure that you can follow up and get more in-depth pictures from your sources. In the meantime, Derek, do
Oh,
you have any opinion on this as a professional driver? I'm going to go mute for several minutes because I was making tea and I have to basically take the tea strainer and bang it, so I don't need people hearing that. I'm going to go mute. I'll be back in a few minutes.
All right, go ahead. And so what I'll do is I'll look into this and then I'll give you my opinion on it. But this is from the Dallas Morning News. The sixth victim in the deadly Fort Worth pileup identified. Lawmakers seek investigations into whether roads were treated. The victim ranged from age 34 to 54, according to the Tarrant County Medical Examiner's Office. And this article was updated on February 13th, revised to include the identity of the sixth victim. The sixth victim killed in a Fort Worth crash involving more than 100 vehicles was identified Saturday, one day after lawmakers called for an investigation into whether the roads were properly treated for icy weather. Today's pileup was the most staggering of the crashes that dotted icicle roads across Dallas-Fort Worth. The crash north of downtown Fort Worth, which was reported just after 6 a.m., occurred in the southbound express lanes of Interstate 35 West. The wreckage stretched a half a mile between Northeast 28th Street and North Side Drive. Fort Worth police did not answer questions Friday about the conditions of the road at the time of the crash and said that they were still investigating. On Friday, State Representative Terry Connells, Democrat of Edinburgh, chairman of the Texas House Committee of Transportation, called for Texas Department of Transportation and the Texas Department of Public Safety to conduct an investigation into the crash. I have spoken to the state legislators from the region, and they expressed concerns that the roadway may not have been sufficiently pre-treated for icy weather prior to the event, Cannell said in a written statement. If this is true, regardless, it is the responsibility of a private entity to treat the North Tarrant Express. It's wholly unacceptable. So they use a private entity to treat their roads. Yeah, that is unacceptable because coming from Illinois, I can tell you myself, those guys work like almost like a military force, like it's its own branch, the DOT in Illinois. I mean, and they have so many chemicals. It's like they have like unlimited resources when it comes to this cold weather. So when they get word that it's about to freeze or it's about to get below 20 degrees, they actually have something like beet juice or something that comes from beets or radishes that they spray on before it ices over. And then once it ices over, it helps the road still have good traction and stay, clear until they can get over it with the ice. So they have things that they put on the road before it freezes. They have things they put on the road after it freezes, and it depending on whether there's just going to be frozen and no snow or frozen with snow, they have different chemicals, different types of salt. So if you live in Chicago, you have no idea how good you have it compared to the rest of, unless you've been over to Indiana. Because if you've gone to Indiana during any kind of significant snowstorm in Chicago, you could be on I-80 and driving in Chicago or in South Holland, there, the south suburbs of Chicago, be in Illinois, and the roads will be black. And as soon as you see a sign that says, "Welcome to Indiana," it looks like you're driving into a twilight zone because the road is white and all the snow is packed onto the road. I mean, it really is. And if the wind's blowing and if it's still a blizzard, it actually looks like you're driving into a vortex. I mean, because you're on the blacktop, and all of a sudden it says "Welcome to Indiana," and now everything's white. All of a sudden, Indiana don't salt shit. I mean, you go to Indiana, you see a reverse pileup when cars go up an exit, and the exit ices over, and all the cars are sliding backwards onto each other, and everybody's trying not to slide back on the Interstate 8. That's how bad Indiana is.
All right, so this recent pileup actually had a total of 133 cars.
Holy shit. Okay, I'm back now.
February 12th, 2021. This is oddly enough an Australian news source.
Okay.
How the fuck do they get it? Anyway, a Texas nurse described herself as being unbelievably blessed as she survived a 133 car pileup, crawling out of the trunk of her vehicle, and even reporting to work before getting checked for injuries.
Holy shit.
Rebecca Benson had been headed to work, noting the roads were initially dry by her North Texas home, which she left on Thursday morning. But when she got on Interstate 35 West, things took a turn for the worse. She would eventually be involved in the massive pileup just north of downtown Fort Worth that saw 6 dead. As soon as I hit the bridge, there was black ice. My car started to spin out a little, but nothing crazy. And so I was adjusted, Benson explained to ABC 13. But when I was coming around the corner, I see the cars in front of me, and I'm trying not to spin out and to figure out if I can stop. I mean, my foot was close to going through the floorboard as it could possibly be, and I realized there's no stopping. Rebecca Benson, a nurse from North Texas, survived the massive pileup and even went to work to do a half shift. So there was a Coca-Cola semi and a car hauler semi that kind of made this almost like a triangle. So I wanted the car there, and I prayed to God that I would be okay, and that's when I hit them. Benson said she tried to relax but couldn't help but continuously shake every time another car or semi slammed into the pile. I looked at my rearview mirror and could see all these cars heading towards me. So I think that was the scariest part, knowing that I survived this part now, but the chances of me getting completely smashed by all the cars and semis behind me, the nurse continued. Benson described the scene as bizarre, like a zombie movie. It wasn't until someone climbed over the car to get to people that she was able to climb her way out of the carnage. Benson said she tried to, I looked in my rearview mirror, and all I could see were these cars heading towards me. So I think that was the scariest part. All right, yeah. They seem to be repeating this for some reason.
Well, that sometimes happens in these narratives. What was it that before you returned to that, it sounded like Derek was talking about something else. Did he like cover a different subject other than this, or were you kind of giving your professional truck driver's opinion on how this might have taken place, Derek?
Oh, I just gave my opinion I made a comparison in the story because they said they were wondering if the roads were even clear during this time, and it turns out that they got to do an investigation to see if the roads were clear. Well, I just gave my experience of living in Illinois and how the roads were always clear in Illinois, but then as soon as you go across the state line to Indiana, it's a mess. Yeah, and then Jamo picked up the story from there. But yeah, I was just kind of giving my little comparison to Illinois and Indiana. Illinois and Indiana both have their own trucks do the cleanup. State employees, but it looks like Dallas uses a private entity. But now they have to investigate because they don't even know if this private company did what they were supposed to be doing on the interstate.
Okay, there you go. And so do go on, either one of you. I'm going to try and...
apparently the scene was almost too much for one rescue worker as they walked away from the destroyed vehicle. Wow, damn, the car looks like a fucking cube. It's like someone just took and smushed it and broke. What the? Yeah, there's no way a human being is walking out of some of these things alive. Well,
understood.
There'll be parts of them.
Yeah, it looks like what you're trying to say is it looked like it went through the compactor, the automobile compactor.
That ice, you know, if you're driving on the road, be on the lookout, especially now that we have this winter storm coming. I mean, damn. I'm glad I don't drive. I'm glad I don't drive. I can say that much. Yeah. Well,
so aside from that, you were saying there were some other disasters going on around the world, earthquake in Japan, etc. If you could provide some details.
Yeah. There was an earthquake in Japan, and there was also some explosion, some gas explosion in some country in the Middle East that I was able to get on YouTube. Other than that, let me see what else I can pull up. I mean, forgive me. It's not that like I'm like not prepared.
Understood. Like, no worries. While he's doing that, Derek, why don't you come up with some of the things that you were speaking of earlier? You could, of course, explain to people some of what has happened in context of that extended relative of yours dying, or something, whatever you feel comfortable with.
Okay. Yes, I have to talk to her uncle. Her uncle being the brother of the mom of the little girl that died. So I still have to talk to him, and maybe I could, you know, if he has anything he could shed light on, I could probably, you know, bring him on eventually. I really, besides what's written in the article, I really haven't spoken to any other family members about it or anything. So yeah, it's just sad.
So I do have an alarming article. Virus, this is from the Associated Press. Virus may never go away, but could change into a mild annoyance. What if COVID-19 never goes away? Experts say it's likely some version of the disease will linger for years, but what it will look like in the future is less clear. Will the coronavirus, which has already killed more than 2 million people worldwide, eventually be eliminated by a global vaccination campaign like smallpox? Will dangerous new variants evade vaccines? Or will the virus stick around for a long time, transforming into a mild annoyance like the common cold? Eventually, the virus known as SARS-CoV-2 will become yet another animal in the zoo, joining the many other infectious diseases that humanity has learned to live with, predicted Dr. T. Jacob John, who studies viruses and was at the helm of India's efforts to tackle polio and HIV/AIDS. But no one knows for sure. The virus is evolving rapidly, and new variants are popping up in different countries. The risk of these new variants was underscored when Novavax Incorporated found that the company's vaccine did not work as well against mutated versions circulating in Britain and South Africa. The more the virus spreads, expert says, the more likely it is that a new variant will become capable of eluding current tests, treatments, and vaccines. For now, scientists agree on the immediate priority: vaccinate as many people as quickly as possible. The next step is less certain and depends largely on the strength of the immunity offered by vaccines and natural infections and how long it lasts. So basically, it seems like this is going to be here for a while, folks.
Yes, and well, not only that, but the variants. Of course, it's still important to get the vaccinations. Honestly, I will speak to that just briefly later in transition. Mostly people are not interested in that, and again, it's not a popular subject. Particularly the people listening to YouTube. We have too many people who are simply brainwashed into the anti-vaccine stance, which, by the way, is shared by many of the people who come onto my program. That includes Peter Moon and Crystal River, and other people who come onto my program are vocally anti-vaccine. But anyhow, I'm sorry. Go on.
If I had a chance to get the vaccine, I would take it.
Thank you. Yes, same here.
I would still wear a fucking mask, because I'm aware that, just because you have a vaccine doesn't mean you want to, walking around in a colony of people who have that virus.
Yes. The vaccine will not necessarily protect you 100%, so you do want to maintain mask wearing, even if you've been vaccinated. And besides that, it prevents you from spreading it onto others. Even if you're immune to the vaccine from that point forward, you will be spreading it to others unless you take action to prevent such. So thank you to Selena Khan, who's taken tonight's image, which is in thumbnail of live stream. Yes, that is myself. The hands are that of my father-in-law, my surrogate son's husband. And aside from that, we will let me check into the message that Selena Khan sent.
I just got an update,
Please.
Douglas.
Yeah.
A note from my boss. I just got a text from my boss.
Oh shit.
And this is what he says: going to keep guys off the road tomorrow unless for some reason it completely changes between tonight and the morning. Plan on staying home.
I thought you were gonna tell me you got a communique from your boss saying, "Yeah, I listened to Douglas Dietrich." And I'm like, "You just lost your job, you fucking pothead. Yeah, I never realized what a sleazy druggie you were. But I always suspected." Yeah, and oh shit, I was saying, oh God, here it comes. And that this life-changing moment.
I'm expecting the same thing, honestly.
So we have the availability of Derek Talley throughout the night. He's not doing anything tomorrow other than popping various munchies. So he'll spend tomorrow in basically. I'm sorry. What is that?
He says, yeah, I still got a doctor's appointment at 11.
That's right. Shit. Yes.
Yeah, but he said plan on staying home unless something changes. So I don't know if that's paid or not, because I remember when I worked for PRE̶ in East Chicago, we had a snow day here and a snow day there. They would pay us, but one time it got so bad, they just stopped paying us. They just said stay home, and So I don't know whether this company pays you to stay home during snow days or not. So I'm greedy.
Yeah.
I'm not so greedy that I'm to go out there and get in an accident. I mean, if he says stay home, I'm gonna take his word for it. You know what I'm saying? But it'd be nice to know if I'm getting paid or not.
Oh God. Okay, so let me respond to Selena Khan. and ask her permission to share with you what has happened to prevent her from coming on tonight. Let me, in the meantime, both of you, please continue. And I take it that on your way home from the hospital, you're going to be stopping off at the distributor to buy yourself some of the special chocolates that have been introduced into your life, or variants thereof.
No, I'm going to save that only for the weekends. I can't afford to be doing that during the weekday. And,
Well, if you're not working.
Well, Derek, you also have to remember, because THC is fat soluble, you want to exercise a lot. The more you burn off the fat, the less it's likely it's going to be in your urine.
Well, see, that's the kind of good advice I need.
There you go. There you go.
Stop by the pool and do some running.
Yes. Now we'll have people tuning into Douglas Dietrich for this specialized kind of knowledge that can only come from hardcore career abusers. That's it. So thank you, both of you, for making this so extra special. This is the kind of information we provide to people that's relevant. This is relevant. Yes. So do continue, and we'll take it from there. Fortunately, this is YouTube, and thank God not some kind of FDC regulated or Federal Communications. What are they again? What's the acronym? I don't even remember. With all the drugs I've been doing. FCC. Yes. Fortunately, we're not FCC regulated, or we'd be in the shit. But, life is what it is. So both of you, by all means, continue. Go forward with...
So I have an interesting article from the Siberian Times. Mm-hmm. Scientists call for urgent increase in monitoring potentially explosive permafrost heave mounts.
That's a little obtuse. I'm not quite sure. Most people you've already lost most people with that. So do give us the relevance as soon as possible regarding that.
The relevance is you're all going to die because your Earth is melting.
Your Earth.
Well, you have permafrost.
I mean, I would think that would be relevant, but I guess most people are more interested in how big, Nicki Minaj's boobs are.
Dude, it's Valentine's Day. Most people like you are doing hard drugs to avoid heartbreak. So the fact that the world is dying is simply parcel to that. It's somewhere way beneath everybody trying to get laid on a day like this. So
so I need to focus on things that.
But it's fine. No, but do give us the damage. Give us the damage. I find it relevant. I do a lot of environmental reporting because I do think people need to know about this. But it is one of those things where, to tell you the truth, what happens in Russia is relevant. But when it comes to the melting of the permafrost, which is highly relevant because it releases gases. That's what we're going to get into that adds to the global warming effect. What we have going on is also a situation that will, in its own fascinating way, lead to more and more of a lowering of the landmass of much of Eurasia in towards the Moscow area, or between the Moscow and Siberian regions. You're going to have a new inland sea ultimately form as the permafrost melts and the land itself sinks as a result, because it's being held up by permafrost. It's being held up by ice.
They're probably going to have a shitload of sinkholes developing.
Well, that'll be first, will be all the sinkholes, and then ultimately vast areas of the landmass itself will sink. This is how we had the effect of sunken continents in the past. People couldn't understand what that man was talking about, who, when I had the Douglas Dietrich timeline, I was friends with him, Churchwood's son or grandson, who looked very much like Colonel Churchwood himself. So let me see if I can find this man's name, make certain I got it right. James Churchward. And James Churchward wrote many books on the lost continent of Mu. And so people understand this is Mu, not Mu. It's pronounced Mu. And Mu is this continent of the Pacific that he spoke of. And the way he explained its sinking beneath the Pacific was to speak of the release of gases from beneath the earth. And most people did not comprehend what the fuck he was talking about when he wrote these books in the late 19th and early 20th century. But we know now what he was referring to was melting permafrost. And so permafrost can be melted the way it's melting now, or it can be melted violently by just tectonic weapons, which were deployed at that time in the Pacific with ancient civilizations now lost. But this is the source for much of what is perceived as mythology concerning the Japanese Empire. So that's something to go into in another transmission, and I've alluded to it in the past when transmitting with the lovely lady Judith Ager. So what I'm going to do is, because we've got a few minutes to the top of the hour and bringing Peter Moon on, I'm going to count on you two gentlemen again to hold the stage. Honestly, because I just got home and I'm still dealing with, I'm basically still in outfit, so to speak. I'm still in attire that I was wearing over at the estate. I'm just going to loosen some of this garter-like affair, and I'm going to go mute to do that, so people just don't hear me grunting and straining. I'm actually going to make a quick trip to the bathroom, so I can just scrub off some of this makeup, which is beginning, well, it's already melted, but it's beginning to get a little runny. And I'll be back soon enough.
Is it a bad thing if I talk about things that are nerdy when people are busy trying to have sex with each other?
Well, no, the majority of people, if they were having sex, they wouldn't be tuning into this program, so we don't need to assume that. But whoever's listening. As a matter of fact, that reminds me to put a link before I take leave of both of you into what this one man was saying. It sounds interesting so far, what I'm listening to. I'll put a link here to let him know we're on live now. So let me get this over to him, and let me do that before I take off. In the meantime, I'm going to go mute, and my love to both of you. Hold the stage. I'll be back soon enough. It's yours, and do the right thing.
Do the right thing. All right.
Okay.
Let's see. Where do I want to take this? Derek, what do you have? Oh, all right. Let's see.
Yeah, I have a couple
Luis
of stuff that I've put on my Facebook timeline
over
here,
the weekend as undersecretaries in the office that organizes thematic weeks-long meetings of bishops at the Vatican.
Podcasts and stuff.
The meetings, which are known as synods, are usually
The Rape of Nanking,
and usually take place every 2 to 3 years, have taken on an increasing importance under Francis, given his call for more decentralized
I looked it up and I found out that she
collegial leadership, focusing on local bishops more than the Holy See.
I think it was, or 2004.
Which makes sense, because who understands the people better than people who are at that location.
The book is an excellent photograph or snapshot.
While Francis has named
what happened on the book,
a half-dozen female undersecretaries of various Vatican offices over the years, the court's appointment carried with it a particular and in some way historic novelty. She, in all likelihood, will have the right to vote in the next Synod of Bishops scheduled for 2022, given her professional rank. A door has been opened. The head of the Synod Bishop's Office, Maltese Cardinal Mario PRE̶,
killed the upwards of 300,000 plus people with their bare hands, their samurai swords. And they took over the Nanking was shortly was the Chinese capital at one point. So they went into Shanghai first, took that, then they went and cornered Nanking, and General Chiang Kai-shek said there will be no surrender. So, but there were so many Japanese that by the time Chiang Kai-shek said, okay, you can surrender, the city was surrounded and there was nowhere for them to surrender to. And the thing was, one of the heroes of the Rape of Nanking, a man who saved countless lives, was a Nazi. The head of the Nazi party in China, who's a man whose name was Rabe. So Rabe helped the Americans and the Germans were allied in China, creating what's called a safe space. That was, 5 square kilometers, which I don't know what that is in miles, but it gave them enough room to, if anybody was in that space, the Japanese couldn't attack that space without them attacking the United Nations and everybody else. So all the Americans and everybody in China. But then after a while, once the Japanese started coming with the bombs, they were bombing hospitals, and out of the 4 hospitals that were there
by the way, I'm just checking back in before I take off to do what I said I was going to do. It was brought to my attention in a message, text message from Grand Madame Maria Grigorich, that she was concerned about the audio because it seemed for a while, she said, that the both of you, Jameson Reese and Derek Talley, were speaking simultaneously. She was concerned if the two of you could hear each other. It's okay now, and she said only Derek is speaking now, so whatever it was, it seems it's fine, but I just wanted Derek to know that I heard him pronouncing this German name. It's Rabe, R-A-B-E, I believe. Rabe. It's not Rabe, like rabbi. Just so you know. Okay, and
the audio book, they pronounced it.
Did they really?
Rabe.
Did they really? Oh, okay. They may have.
The audio book, they pronounced it Rabe.
Oh, I see. Oh, so you're talking about the rape of Nanking by Iris Chang.
Yes, Iris Chang.
Oh, okay. So yes, just let me bring this up to people a little bit before I go do what I have to do. Iris Chang, of course, it must be noted, was a Chinese American who had United States citizenship. She was born an American, so far as I understand it. She may have been born in a different country, such as China.
Born in America. I believe she was.
That's what I thought. Yeah.
Yeah, she was born in America. She was raised in Illinois, and both of her parents were professors at the University of Illinois at Champaign-Urbana. I've been on that campus before.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. Thank you for clarifying that. And so it is as I thought. She was, but her most, just understand that when it comes to a subject as sensitive as this is highly politicized. And she was coming from it from a Chinese perspective specifically, where she was going in investigating her roots, so to speak, and then found out more about the rape of Nanking. There's several elements to her life that people need to be aware of before I go, and that's the fact that she's basically, her death is extremely convoluted, and the only thing I can tell you is it's not what they said it was. She's supposed to have committed suicide. The one thing I know is that she was murdered. The two things that factor into this are she wrote a book that was far more impacting than the rape of Nanjing, which is all you're ever going to fucking hear about. That's the book which she wrote, which may have gotten her killed, was The Trail of the Silkworm. And The Trail of the Silkworm was where she was talking about how a Chinese scientist who had defected from communist China came to the United States and was so persecuted simply because he was an easy mark, because he was a Chinese person who had come from communist China, that he said, fuck you, fuck all of you, and defected back to communist China and designed and constructed the Silkworm missile system, which can take out American aircraft carriers. So when he did this specifically as an anti-American nuclear weapons program, it's a nuclear weapon, it is the death of American carriers. If there's ever a war with communist China, it's one nuke equals one carrier sunk. So it's like very cheap, and the Americans will lose everything, because what they sink into those carriers is everything. It's the national budget. So he designed the key to the end of America as an empire. And so when she wrote of that, that was her death sentence. So she died either of that, or just as likely, it's 50-50, her husband killed her because she married a white trash piece of shit like an idiot. And this white trash piece of shit had 2 half-breed kids with her and just said, fuck it, I don't want this bitch anymore. And he had a lot of reasons for killing her, and that don't need to be gone into now. But you know he fucking killed her because of what he said was just total bullshit. Because she wrote The Trail of the Silkworm after the rape of Nanjing. This is like a whole book after another book has been written. That's a lot of development for a person, because if you don't write books, you have no idea what I'm talking about, but it's like labor. It's like giving birth to a child. So it's like a whole different life experience. And every time you give birth to a different child, you like are a different person after each child you give birth to. That's like how she was. She had moved on from the rape of Nanjing, but her husband said, oh, she killed herself and just, blew up her own car, ran her own car off a cliff and did a torch job on it simultaneously and set it to explode because she was so depressed after writing The Rape of Nanjing and finding out how the Japs had done so much to her people as a victim population. And then you knew
right. She also said a comment that she kept writing suicide notes and starting all over, writing the notes and then scrapping the notes and started all over. So that sounds like that right there sounds suspicious.
Yeah, it was him writing the notes. He had to keep stopping and starting all writing all over. And since they were all over the house, he said, oh shit, when the police discovered that, he just said, oh, it was what she was doing. Yeah. And if you can imagine a writer having problems writing a suicide note and not knowing what to write, I mean, the absurdity of this. The husband is just a white trash piece of shit, like so many of them are. He said, I'm done with this, foreign bitch. I'm going to get myself some white ass. He basically went on to get some whitetail and, just got himself out of a situation that, so her husband is primary candidate for having killed her. So just so people understand, that's the attitude to have when you're listening to all of this. And bear in mind, she's coming from a highly political angle. I've explained what happened that caused the rape of Nanjing. Nanking, and I've explained, and Nanking, of course, is an incorrect pronunciation. She just wrote that so the Americans would understand what she was talking about. Modern books which would be written these days, even if they were for the West, would spell it correctly as Nanjing. So what she was doing was catering, even when she wrote it, to an older audience that was using the old misspellings based on a racist system of Romanization of the Chinese language, which the Chinese themselves have said is racist and they want nothing to do with, which is the old British Wade-Giles system. The new system that's used is designed by Germans, and the German design that was initiated by Adolf Hitler was one that Romanizes the Chinese language in a non-racist fashion, so that everything doesn't sound like all the racist shit you would hear, like gong 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 dong gong, as rude and as cantankerous as possible, where the language comes across sounding like something people make fun of. When you see somebody like, I think it was Shaq, who is still stuck in the Stone Age with race relations himself, when Shaq heard that Yao Mei was coming to the United States to play, he said something like, when they asked him if he had a message for, Yao, he said pretty much, just coming up with shit like that. The reason it all sounds like that is because of the Wade-Giles system. And it's much more euphonic through the pinyin system, which the Germans designed. So she's not even using that. She's using the Wade-Giles system. She's catering to an old racist kind of audience, and she's pushing this World War II line, of course, where she explains the violence that happened. And this is in a category of what I call the pornography of violence. It's basically the pornography of violence is when you concentrate on all the details of the violence without the context. And that is essentially what, to a degree, she's guilty of. Now, admittedly, I have not read the book. I've scanned through it only. I have not read it in depth. But it's just something that I had to scan through just obligatorily. But what I've given is the context many other times. And so with that, of course, I'll let Derek have free reign and to the top of the hour, and then we'll bring Peter Moon on. And take your time, Derek. When Peter Moon is on, he'll enjoy listening to this because it has to do with the book we're writing now. We bring up the subject in the book that we're writing now, so it's relevant. So Peter Moon will be open to hearing it. Not a problem. But I should be back right before we bring Peter Moon on. And with that, Derek, take it away. Thank you.
Okay. Well, one thing I think about when I'm reading this book is propaganda. The Japanese children were taught that, and then they even used the word chinks in the book. So the Japanese teachers were telling the young students that the Japanese were nothing but worthless chinks, that they don't even have souls. Now it went back. It started that far back, way before 1937, because by the time December 1937 comes along and China gets surrounded by these troops, it was important to know what these troops had learned in school when they were children. You know, what are they being taught? And so that's the scary thing about what's being taught here in America, about how certain people aren't even human. Certain people, you know, don't believe and sometimes it's not even, there's always going to be a racial undertone to it, but sometimes they use different wording like liberals, you know, these liberals, you know, they just, you know, they don't, you know, this and that and the other. You hear what they say. I don't need to repeat it, but you know, they try to dehumanize, you know, there's like a guy who killed, you know, in war and says he will never again kill another human being. But he didn't have any problem with killing any chinks, niggers, liberals, or libtards or whatever. You know what I'm saying? So in other words, he's going to keep killing, but he has to dehumanize the person who he's going to kill first, you know, in order for his conscience to be cleared of the killing. You know what I'm saying? So I think that's kind of what we had the case of here in the rape of Nanking, the Nanking massacre, if you want to call it that, because even the name, the rape of Nanking, before I even heard of it or knew what it was, you know, the rape of Nanking, I heard that term, I said, who is Nanking? You know what I'm saying? Of course, Douglas tells us the correct pronunciation of it, but it's a town. It was a town that was at the time was the capital of China. So then you look at the rape of Nanking. Maybe they're using the word rape as a metaphor. What do they mean, the rape of Nanking? Well, no, it's not used as a metaphor. They literally raped, on the record, 80,000 women. But, you know, probably more than that. They raped everyone who they came in contact with. Every woman. A lot of males were sodomized. They even tried to have fun by making young boys rape their mothers and make fathers rape their daughters and granddaughters, and young boys rape their grandmothers, you know, at gunpoint. And then they would chop them up, or, you know, if the girls refused to have sex with them, they would chop them up. And so then Japan's answer to the rapes was to create comfort houses. So these comfort houses, and then the women who worked in them were supposedly called comfort women, you know what I'm saying? So that way they could say, oh yes, our Japanese soldiers had sex, but it was only with the comfort woman, the women who were authorized prostitutes. So that didn't change nothing. All it did was make the rape legal, because the women that worked in the comfort houses were working there against their will. And they were there to service the Japanese. So these Japanese would just do brutal executions. They would have execution contests with each other, and they would say, okay, we got this team over here and that team over there. Let's see who can kill 100 people the fastest. So then they would just go through and swiftly kill as many as they can. And, you know, as for sport, for purpose of, you know, having contests with each other. They would take over people's houses. And the book starts out telling us how beautiful Nanking was, that city, the Nanking, the city. And it sounded just her explanation of the city and some of the architectural structures of some of the buildings. It's no wonder they made that their capital. And she said it was so safe, you know, that people would, you know, sit outside, you know, all through the night. You know, neighbors would sit out on the porch and talk to each other. They would fall asleep on their front porch and, you know, have their doors wide open. It just sounded like a very utopian place, like the place you wanted to be. Little did they know that you have the Japanese, you know, getting ready to plotting on them. That's how I should put it, plotting on them. And so when you get enough to plot on you, this is what happened, because the city was surrounded. General Chiang Kai-shek said there will be no surrendering. So but when they realized they were outnumbered, Chinese soldiers that tried to flee were shot down by other Chinese soldiers for fleeing. And they said General Chiang Kai-shek said there will be no retreat. So by the time the whole city was surrounded, General Chiang Kai-shek said, "All right, we're outnumbered. You can retreat." But there was nowhere to retreat to. So the only place they had was the safe zone. So the Japanese took it upon themselves to go to the safe zone, the place that was supposed to be free of any war murders, and they searched out all the males between the age of 15 and 50, and executed every single one of them for being a suspected Chinese soldier. So whether they were or weren't, a lot of Chinese soldiers did in fact take off their uniforms, and try to blend in with the public. But you can, the Japanese saying, you can look at their hands, you can look at their feet, and you can look at their haircuts and tell that they're soldiers. You can look at their build. You know what I'm saying? So they would just execute people by the masses. So at the end of the war, the highest number that was estimated people was 460. It's like in regular white supremacist countries, the lowest number that they came up with, the Japanese said, "Oh no, only 3,000 people were killed." Well, the volunteer burial forces, because there were so many dead people would in Nanking, that you had volunteer groups that went in to volunteer just to bury the bodies, and one volunteer group alone buried 20,000 people. So the fact that the Japanese want to say, "Oh no, only 300 people, 3,000 people were killed," those Chinese are inflating the numbers. I don't get that. So, was the same thing happened at Black Wall Street. We had 3,000 people killed, and the white supremacists said, "Oh no, only 300 were killed. What are you people talking about?" So it's one of those deals to where the Japanese were pretty successful in hiding, taking that out of their history, because China hasn't been aggressive enough in making sure everybody remembers what happened. But
whoa! Wait a second! I just got back. What? In terms of China hasn't been aggressive enough in making everyone aware of what has happened. The Chinese, this is like their litany under communism. This is what they're using now under Xi Jinping, as that basically that's all they talk about. That's all you see on fucking communist Chinese television all day long, 24 hours a fucking day, is kill Japs, kill Japs, kill Japs. That's all you have to do is do some channel surfing and you'll get it. This is anyhow. Maria Michaela Grigorich's friend Linda passed away this morning, so we do want to send prayers to her family later. Just making a note of that to myself right now. Peter Moon has apparently taken the call from Jameson. You called him, right? And so he's just he says he'll let us know when he's ready to come on, but he's taken the call. So
yes.
Okay, good.
I should call at the top of the hour.
Good. Yeah. So just to get that in there so people understand, I'll be right back in a few moments. Going to go mute again, and Derek can continue. But just want to qualify that to understand when I say this is politicized, this is not something that is that it can be taken casually. The subject is just it's beyond any normal discourse in the sense of the Holocaust. It is like what the Holocaust is for the West. The Chinese have taken the rape of Nanjing and they've elevated it as a litmus test for all history. So to the and this is not how the Chinese were before. It's not how the nationalist Chinese on Taiwan are like at all. Taiwan, which was the nation whose government was the nationalist government of China at the time that the Nanjing massacre took place, that was what is today the Taiwanese fucking government. It was not the goddamn fucking communists that were in charge at that time. It was the Taiwanese government today that was in charge of China at that time. And they never complain about this in a politicized sense. This is something that is purely communist propaganda that Iris Chang was pushing. And for that, she needs to be condemned. But in terms of the propaganda, it needs to be emphasized, it's not that it's a lie. It's simply that she's taken it and she's politicized it into a pornography of violence. This is what many Jews have done with the Holocaust, where the Holocaust becomes a pornography of violence, which they use to rationalize all of their crimes against Palestinians. So this is what's happening with the communist Chinese and how they rationalize their aggressions against the world, their extermination of white Muslims throughout Western China, of the Tibetans in their own homeland. So all of this needs to be put into context that when you hear Iris Chang, she is the mouth of communist China in America. And when she's basically doing what she's doing, it has to be put into that context. So that is something that, again, I'll return to this when I get back. But it's, other than that, obviously it needs to be heard, the fact that this massacre took place. The crime is in not contextualizing it. And in that sense, it goes to show that she's just not, it has to be read only with that in mind. Peter Moon is on now, and I'll explain the situation to him. And we'll let Derek continue with his narrative. So, Peter Moon, I take it that you're here. I think I heard you keyboarding. So,
yes.
Very welcome, sir. And so what we're going to do now is let Derek continue for a bit, and Derek will close this off organically. But Derek has been reading from Iris Chang's book, or reading, kind of purveying his review of Iris Chang's book, The Rape of Nanking. And that's very important because it's relevant to the work of yourself and myself, and we actually bring that.
I understand totally, yes.
Yeah. So we're going to let him wind that up organically. I'm going to go silent, mute. I'm going to go mute. I'll be back in a few minutes. I'm just grabbing some snacks around myself so I can have some calories to go throughout the night, and we'll deal with that as the night goes on. I got home probably this is the closest I've ever cut it, where I got home just before the show started, so to speak, and just got everything prepped, without any knowledge of what's been going on. So while we're progressing throughout the night, I'm definitely going to count on Peter Moon, as well as these two gentlemen throughout the next few hours, to carry us through the next few hours, while I myself kind of go around online and look for things to provide analysis of through the rest of the arc of narrative tonight. And indeed, this is one of those few nights where I'll have to qualify, where I think I'll probably be on throughout the narrative, but I might just close off early tonight a little bit, but I don't foresee that happening. A lot of people have asked me to basically forecast based on the Asian Lunar New Year zodiacal system. So that'll probably take up a large part of arc of narrative, but still, just a lot going on tonight that, might cause me to go off a bit early tonight. We'll see. Other than that, glad to have Peter with us. Derek will take the stage again, and I will be back in a matter of minutes. Thank you, all of you, very much for being here.
Hey, how you doing, Peter?
I'm good, thanks. Carry on with your narrative of the rape of Nanking.
Okay, yeah. When I read these, when I go through these reports, like I listen to the audio book, and I really should start, taking some notes and kind of reviewing things like in a orderly manner, like in a certain, of events, because a lot of times I'll just go off the head. So I'm kind of just going off of the head today, but this book was very gruesome. I learned a lot from the book, and it was very hard to listen to, but it was written well, and it documented a lot of the stuff that happened, and I'm glad it documented the heroes of the war. Like from right here in America, we had Dr. Wilson, a doctor that refused to leave when given the chance so that he could stay and help as many people as possible, even when 3 of the 4 hospitals in Nanking were bombed out, and he was working out of one hospital that was outside the safe zone. And the safe zone was a zone to where supposedly the Japanese were supposed to leave people alone. And the hero that actually helped establish the safe zone and got people in and out of the safe zone and ran a refugee camp inside the safe zone was the leader of the Nazi party named Rabe, a guy named Rabe. And his wife's name was Dora. And during this time, while you had refugees who were in the safe zone camp, babies were born. And if the baby was a male, they would name their baby Rabe after the Nazi party leader there in China. And if a baby girl was born, they would name the girl Dora after his wife. So I thought that was interesting too. So, there's a lot of things that would probably throw up a red flag if you told HBO to do a movie about this. First of all, the hero is one of the heroes of the book is a Nazi, and but it's very, very, very good read, and it just shows the atrocities of war, and she gives some solutions at the end of what caused it, what we can do, and different things like that. But I don't know. What are your thoughts, Peter?
Well, I haven't read the book. I heard what Douglas said about it, so I would assume if I went into it, I'd be looking at all the backdoor angles, which I did a very good job of, according to Douglas, with the book, the current book. The Rape of Nanjing, I could not afford the time to, go into all the disputes between China and Japan. What I would say, however, historically speaking, that it was the Chinese who invaded Japan under the Mongol Empire when they were under the stewardship of the Kublai Khan. And this was where the Japanese population was highly outnumbered. They had no chance in hell. And it was the emperor, I don't remember his name, I'm sure Douglas would, who prayed. And this is of the same Yamamoto dynasty that Hirohito belongs to. He prayed, and what's called the divine winds, the kamikaze, came and blew Kublai Khan's ships out of the water. I mean, it was a tremendous disaster. This was bigger than the Spanish Armada. They had the Tempest stirred up by Dr. John Dee that blew the Spanish Armada out of the water and enabled the English to be the rulers of the sea. And it was likewise the kamikaze winds, is what they were called, that blew the Mongol Empire and stopped the Chinese invasion. The Japanese were an isolationist culture, and they wanted to remain that way. And they are still the supreme power in the Pacific. They, of course, as Douglas explains in the last chapter of the book, as a result of the Roswell debris that were going to be part of the museum in Japan, that when Douglas revealed that, it provoked an international incident. And it caused the Japanese to de-invest from America and invest in China and set up their manufacturing, which is what caused the Chinese economic boom. They couldn't have done it without Japan. Now, what the exact relationship is now, China's kind of on its own, but they needed to be propped up by Japan. And as I would assume, and Douglas could clarify this, that when he talks about the kings of Edom and the descendants of Antipater, who was one of which was King Herod, the great builder or Freemason of that time period, and he superimposed the kings of Edom on the Jewish religion. It was co-opted. So many of the Jewish, what you call infrastructure, was not Jewish at all. It was of the lineage of Herod, who was the king of the Jews. And that's why, the idea of Yeshua and Joseph was antithemic to him, because that was the king of the Jews by lineage, according to the New Testament. But so what you have is, you have a certain hatred of Tibet in China. It is over the top. You have an alliance between the Third Reich and the Tibetans. You have an alliance between the kings of Edom descendants and the current communist Chinese. So you have this opposition stuff going on. How the rape of Nanjing ties into that, I couldn't begin to tell you. But that's sort of the back door I would approach if I was going to deconstruct the rape of Nanjing. And I'm just not going to take the time and effort to do it, because I have, going down a different pathway right now. But that's what I have to say about that.
Okay, well,
thank you. That was beautiful. Thank you. And please go on, Derek. I'm so sorry. Just had to acknowledge Peter on that. I did get back to hear an element of or a part of what Peter said. But please, Derek, yes, go on with your response.
Well, I learned something. That's why I like talking to Peter. I learned something, and at a certain point, both of these nations have been around thousands and thousands of years. I mean, even to the point to where I was talking about how the Japanese education system taught the young people to hate the Chinese. I'm sure there was an incident that happened before that, and then the incident before that, and the incident before that, in order for it to get to that point. You know what I'm saying? Some unresolved issues. So, now that the Chinese are being taught the exact same thing, it's going to end up being a never-ending war. So.
Well, hopefully someone like myself can put a stop to that, being of both races and both cultures. And hopefully someday provide it with enough secular power in North America where it could intervene, where the Americans could intervene under my advisement to prevent something that would be just tragic for all of humanity. So, there's no need for that level of fatalism concerning the situation. And with that, of course, do return to organically concluding, or have you already organically concluded your review?
Well, I organically concluded it, but I just want to end off by saying that it's a book everyone must read, because when I ask even my coworkers, I bring up the rape of Nanking, they're like, what is that? I've never heard of that.
Well, I would recommend that nobody read the fucking book, because it's goddamn propaganda, and it's just going to promote more hatred, more Japanophobia. Honestly, rather than that, they should read the book that Peter Moon and I will put out, so that they can have a more contextualized perspective on this. As a matter of fact, it almost tempts me to just add several more paragraphs into the book that we're putting out, so that there's more of an education on this. Either that, or it will come up in the next book about Taiwan, where we will be referencing Taiwan very heavily, so that people understand it, because of course the government in charge of China at the time is the government that became the government of Taiwan. It was not the communists, and this kind of emphasis on the rape of Nanjing in particular, but against the Japanese overall, started with Xi Jinping. It was not even the communist line. It was not the Communist Party line for generations until Xi Jinping took power. But I'm very glad you reviewed it, and I'm certainly glad you brought it up, because it provides an opportunity for us here to educate the population about it. I mean, certainly they're free to read the book, but I feel personally and professionally it will bring them nothing, because it's just the pornography of violence. All they're going to be exposed to is, oh, the Japanese did this, the Japanese did that. This is like, what do you learn from that? You learn to hate the Japanese. You are given no context for why they did what they did. The context you're provided is what is it that Iris Chang says? From what I've little I've heard of what you said, because admittedly I wasn't here the whole time that you were speaking about it, I'm chuckling because I'm getting some messages from Maria.
The Japanese children were
the Japanese children. I heard that. Yeah. This is so much fucking bullshit. It's like
repeat it.
Yeah. Basically, I heard it already. He said the Japanese children were taught to hate the Chinese from like childhood on. It's just crap. It's just shit. This is like the kind of bullshit party line of the communists today that is like, it doesn't even make any sense. Why would the Japanese be taught to hate the Chinese? Ask yourself that question. Why would the Japanese children be taught to hate the Chinese? Because Iris Chang tells you they did? See, Iris Chang is a fucking American. She was not raised in China. She's a cunt. And she married a white guy like an idiot. And the white guy did, like so many of these white guys do, is that once they gain confidence from having an Asian woman, then they say, oh, fuck this bitch. I'm going to move on and get myself some whitetail because now I'm confident in myself now. This is what you see with a lot. Her relationship was dysfunctional and ultimately not only tragic, but lethal to herself, fatal to herself, ultimately very likely resulted in her death by her husband murdering her, which I've said publicly a number of times. There's nothing the fucker could do to sue me because the fucker knows that if he brought me into court, then that opens him up for investigation. So what you have is the reality of a life that really needs to be channeled. If people want to credit Iris Chang for her work, go to The Trail of the Silkworm. That's the book that if her husband didn't kill her, that's what got her killed. And that, of course, is about a Chinese scientist who brought about the end of America's capability for threat projection around the world, which is his carrier force. And this man designed the Silkworm missile system that can sink that carrier force within hours. And so there's nothing that is more threatening than that. But when it comes to the rape of Nanjing, that's not something that opens communication or discourse or any kind of rapprochement. It's only perpetrating propagandistic hate. And it's not even rational. Because the Japanese, if anything, would have, first off, one of the things that you had to learn in order to be considered educated in Japan was Confucianism and the Chinese language. You had to learn to speak Chinese in order to be considered educated because the Japanese ideogrammatic system is based on the Chinese ideogrammatic system. The kind of shit you see in Japan now, this kind of shit that's come into more in vogue, where everything looks like shorthand, that was not what the Japanese used at all in World War II. You would never see that shit. Everything was based on the Chinese iconography. So the idea that they somehow hated the Chinese when they derived so much of their culture from them is beyond absurd. It's preposterous. It's just plain stupid. So the only people who eat that shit up are Americans who want... What Americans want is Orientalism. And the term Orientalism refers to this concept that there has to be a good Orient and a bad Orient. So to the Americans, there always have to be good Asians and bad Asians because the Americans simply have channeled their hatred of all other people who are not white into a kind of more specialized kind of racism where they can envision themselves as taking the side of the victimized Asians so they can hate on whatever Asian they consider to be evil. If you're promoting free Tibet and you bring up the Dalai Lama's cause for an independent Tibet and you bring up communist Chinese genocide in Tibet, then the American Orientalism sees the Tibetans as the mystical, Buddhistic, good victim Asians that they can take the side against the totalitarian, communist Chinese. And if they're talking about the Chinese and the rape of Nanjing, suddenly Americans see the Chinese as these virginal, victimized, mass, helpless sea of Asians that they could save from the evil, imperialistic Japanese. So it's just one form of Orientalism to the other where there's never a context or a balance. It's always one side good, one side bad. This is the insanity that that book caters to. It really is, I think, important you brought it up in the sense that I can educate people as to why not to read it, why not to bother to pick it up, and if you pick it up at all, to see it in that context of propagandistic pornography, that it is got nothing to contribute that's constructive. So in terms of what we address in the book, the few paragraphs we even speak about the rape of Nanjing do so much better than what that book does. In terms of the entire book, because the entire book is an exercise in detail. In terms of the Germans who helped out the Chinese, I've brought that up in the past and I've contextualized that. Again, that may be something we'll address in the next book that we're working on about Taiwan. But in the interim, again, thank you for bringing that up, Derek, and deeply appreciative that you took the time to read that or hear the audiobook. I'm really suspect even about the audiobook because Derek Talley tells me that they were pronouncing the German guy's name like rabbi, like Rabi, R-A-B-E. Yeah.
Like Bob, like the word Rob and the word Bay, like Beyonce Bay.
I get it, yeah. I've never heard a German pronounce it that way. It's always been pronounced Rabe. But, you know, it could be that maybe the family has a distinctive pronunciation. It might be dialectical, High German, Low German, etc. But it sounds to me like rather suspect. It's just like altogether, it's like almost as if they're either subconsciously or malevolently trying to make it sound as if he's almost like a Middle Easterner. So that's not a German pronunciation. It just sounds really odd. So altogether, the audiobook, you know, whoever is like promoting that has their own agenda. But, you know, such being what it is, it's I think I've addressed it as far as it needs to be addressed. Anyhow, I'm going to do my best to try and get my head together, being terribly hungover. We're going to have yourself and everyone else here for as long as our man Derek can stay with us. He's going to be leaving at about 8 o'clock my time, which won't be too long from now, but about 10 o'clock his time. And that time he'll be going to sleep. Of course, do keep the phone near yourself, Derek, so you can answer if I do need you in an emergency. You never know. And like you said, you'll probably be sleeping well tonight. And because of whatever it was you're doing that I assume took a lot of energy. Other than that... Okay, so we're getting some echo feedback. Somebody turned on a computer in the back.
My computer went on, something went on by mistake, so right. It's okay now.
But by the way, and I do appreciate your very deep occult background into context of concerning China and Japan, and that was deeply appreciated, Peter. By the way...
I just listened to one of your, 10-minute diatribes that Daniel Arola had posted. I wanted to...
Oh, excellent.
Or maybe maybe it was something else, but you were talking about the kings of Edom.
Okay, excellent, very excellent, and so what you said was very contextual in that regard. Thank you for that. With that, we ask Derek for now to kind of say goodnight while we bring Peter on, and Jameson, of course, is welcome to say goodnight too. Both of you gentlemen, I want you both, of course, to stay on with us by all means, and by all means also interject yourselves whenever you feel that something needs to be brought to our attention. By the way, I don't know if Peter is aware of this, and I'd like you to personally make him aware of it, Derek. Do let him know about your extended family suffering a tragic loss.
Oh yeah, well, there was a 13-year-old girl who was killed in Louisville yesterday, and it turns out she's my cousin. I haven't met her. I know her uncle and her great grandparents and everything, but I've never met her. But still, reading the story about a 13-year-old female getting killed, and then knowing that it's my cousin, it was just real shocking to me. So
I'm sorry to hear that, but what happened?
Well, according to the article, it was someone who she knew, and it didn't say who it was, didn't give any kind of... The police said they have a lead, but it looked like she got in an argument with somebody, and they killed her right in the street. She's only a 13-year-old girl, and the paper didn't give any other kind of clue or indication who that was that killed her, other than to say that the police have leads. So...
All right. Well, the only thing I can say about Louisville is that's where Aquino moved to.
Yes, he did, for a period of time at least. And it must be remembered that's where he met Mike Ringley, because Mike Ringley lived in Louisville, Kentucky. And that's from out of that area that Revolution Radio was run. So that people have a better understanding of the context of Mike Ringley and why Lori and Ann Fenton brought me onto Revolution Radio. And do bear in mind, as I said before, there was no escaping any of this. You never would have heard of me if I had not submitted to that. This was something I had to do. This way, Michael Aquino felt that he was able to keep myself in check. And if I did
controlled opposition.
Thank you. And that if it wasn't, just to clarify a bit so people understand the term controlled opposition, it's something that that's what he would call Mike Ringley, really, because Mike Ringley was pretty much totally controlled. But with someone like myself, it would be more like containment. It would be containment. This way he would be able to keep me contained. So in that sense, he was using controlled opposition to do so. You will notice, of course, anyone who's ever listened to Lori and Ann Fenton, that she never ever said anything against Michael Aquino at all, which says quite a bit. It's definitely not something that is I feel emphasized enough on my behalf, so I have to do it tonight while I think about it, so that people get an understanding of the entire situation out of which I emerge as a personality, meaning as a public figure, not as a personal identity or as a developed personality. Now, just some more things before any of you gentlemen, particularly Derek, kind of checks out for tonight, because God knows if I let him go at the moment, he might do some things like go to the fridge or go to another room and miss this. I do want you to understand this, Derek. Let's put this into some perspective. Iris Chang's book is along the lines of many of these other popular historians who don't convey history at all, but propaganda. There is a chapter in which Peter Moon and I were working on the Office of War Information, or maybe the chapter preceding it, in which I start off by talking about propagandists of this sort, one being H.G. Wells. I believe it was the Office of War Information chapter 12. And I transition from H.G. Wells to E.E. Doc Smith in the United States. And they're both science fiction writers, and they both were promoting a propaganda of genocide. And when it came to H.G. Wells, his book, The War of the Worlds, was an example of an alien race that had no redeeming features, and that ultimately is taken care of by Earth's immunoresponsive system, nature's immunoresponsive system, where it humbles mankind. It's a Darwinian morality tale. And the end result is that a century later, just much of what he predicted or envisioned became true because the British made it come true. And it's not about the War of the Worlds alone. That's just the most extreme example in a sense of racial animosity where there's not even any possible communications. But in his other books, he portrayed Asia and Europe engaging in racial genocidal conflict that would ultimately result in the end of the world as we know it and massive genocide. He did this in any number of his books. In the Days of the Comet was an example of that. Any of his other works can be looked at. It's not hard to look up. But when it comes to his inspiration to modern propagandists in the British Empire, there's a piece of shit named Niles Ferguson. And it's not the guy Niall Parkinson, not to be confused with Niall Parkinson, who was one of my gang stalkers, who was obsessing over me for a period of time. There's an actual idiot named Niall Ferguson. His name's spelled Niall, and his last name's spelled Ferguson. And Jameson Rees says he's a genocide pornographer. That's exactly what Niall Ferguson is, a genocide pornographer. And so this idiot wrote a book called The War of the World. And the War of the World was simply, in the singular, his analysis of H.G. Wells' impact on the 20th century. And in that work, he goes with the same canard that they will throw out all the time, that the 20th century was the most violent century in all human history, and that the Nazis, above all, were the most violent of all, and the most evil of all. And he's catering to the Jewish publication set, so he gets his book published by major publishers. He's like one of the few people today who can get his book published by major publishers who are recognized and have been around for generations. Now, that has less and less meaning today. As we enter the postmodern world, what he's doing is he's catering to a dying world. So he's catering to a dying demographic, a dying world, who want to hear the same thing over and over again to vindicate their prejudices and their genocidal hatreds. So, as a true historian, I can tell you that everything he says is a lie. You can read through his book and you would say, oh my God, the 20th century was horrible, and the Nazis were the worst of all. Of course, like a typical Eurocentric racist, he deals not at all with Asia except in the most passing sense. So his history of the world turns out to be meaningless because it's obviously not worldwide in scope. And as he shows with his inconsistent postscript, he even added a postscript in which, when I confronted him personally and I talked to him across the Atlantic, the one opportunity I got to speak with him, and I told him just how I don't even understand how he got away with publishing his book based on anything that was true or valid, he actually changed the title of the book. After that, the original book was subtitled The 20th Century and the Decline of the West, or The Descent of the West. 20th Century Conflict and the Descent of the West. He's acknowledging that the West was going under, though he gives no details as to how. He changed it to the 20th Century's Age of Hate, or History's Age of Hate. He changed the subtitle to History's Age of Hatred. And so when you see his Age of Hatred book, I think that's the one he added this little postscript into, in which he pretty much cops that everything he said was a lie. That even with superior technology, modern mass murderers have never matched the achievements of the barbarians, or the crusaders, or the colonialists, or even the civil warriors. China's Taiping Rebellion alone annihilated more people than the entire First World War. Pol Pot was responsible for 2 million deaths in Cambodia, but at least 15 million died in King Leopold's Belgian Congo, which is not even mentioned in this motherfucker's book. And that was in Africa just before the Nazis established themselves, and the Belgians appealed to Adolf Hitler, save us, which led to Adolf Hitler's having the atomic bomb. The Second World War killed, to what they officially admit, they'll tell you the Second World War killed about 60 million people, which was about a little over 2.5% of the world's population. This is what they're officially willing to admit to. Genghis Khan killed 37 million people in his day, reducing the population of his time by 10%. 10% versus 2.5%. Genghis Khan made everyone else look like nothing. He habitually butchered all of the inhabitants of cities in his path. 1.6 million in Herat, the greatest city in the world at that time in Iran. About 6 times the number massacred by the Japanese in the rape of Nanking. So, if Iris Chang were to bitch about anybody, why doesn't she bitch about Genghis Khan destroying all of Persian civilization, which caused all of Islam to enter a dark age of fundamentalism in all the centuries thereafter? When at that time, until Genghis Khan hit them, they were the light of civilization in all the world, to the point of having computers so sentient They considered them gin bottles, containers for intelligences. That to unplug them was considered by Muslim law to be murder. Those original artificial intelligences were considered souls by the Persian Empire. We lost all that when Genghis Khan arrived. But does anyone today even know what he did? So in the last pages, Ferguson was forced to revise his grand claim after his conversation with myself, which I'm sure he will never acknowledge. Instead of asserting that the last century saw the world's bloodiest organized slaughter, he says, "It witnessed a transformation in the kind of war waged by developed Western societies against one another. Its further unique feature is that the leaders of apparently civilized societies were able to unleash the most primitive instincts of their fellow citizens." Now, everybody's hailed that bastard's work as revolutionary. He might be on more solid ground with his disclaimer at the end, his qualifier, but he's certainly less original. And his account of the internecine struggles between and among the great powers, mainly from the Boer War in South Africa, where the white South Africans were put into concentration camps and nearly annihilated by the British, to the Korean War, that's basically what he leaves himself with, is kind of skimming over these conflicts, but he fixes on details that should be emphasized or gone into in depth, but he just brushes over them. Such as, no sooner had the Soviets seized Buchenwald, Totenslagen, the death camp, than they used it to house their own prisoners. And so, when people consider him to have incisive judgments, the only thing I can say is that he throws out a lot of statistics. If you can't stun him with science, baffle him with bullshit. And one way to do that, one way to flood the zone with shit, is just with endless statistics. And people can't make sense of them on their own without context. So it's just filler. Now, a great example, again, that says everything about the war, is that one Japanese was captured for every 40 killed. And those that were captured and survived to live to tell the tale were not ethnic Japanese. They were, as I've said in the past, Taiwanese or Chinese or Korean or Okinawan. They spoke the Japanese language, and the Americans or the British couldn't tell them apart, so they'd just say, well, they're in a Japanese uniform, they're a Jap. One Japanese was captured out of every 40 killed. But when it comes to the West and their surrendering, you had entire divisions surrender, whether in Singapore or in the Battle of the Bulge. The Western units would surrender en masse. And of course, it's something that is just not even emphasized. He could have done something that put it in context of all of history. He mentions, for instance, that for every additional 19 tons of steel produced during the Stalinist period, one Soviet citizen perished. He might have noted, for comparison, that in 1800, 2 tons of Caribbean sugar cost the life of a single black slave. But of course, he wouldn't even know the history. All of these people are over-specialized and they're overemphasized in only one field. And then they try to use that to extend a judgment on all of history. It is something that most of them have no concept of, so they can't, they're simply not up to the task. So in terms of everything else, I could go on for hours, but I think people get my point. I'll probably allude to more of that as the night goes on, simply because it'll be something that's worth returning to while we're kind of on that train of thought. But it's something that I think this is the problem. When people will read a single book, like what Iris Chang wrote, it does nothing but further ignorance and hatred and conflict. This is something the communist Chinese want right now. And it's something that needs to be fought. It's something that was important for Derek to bring up so we could deconstruct it. It's not like, as Peter Moon said, that there was something to deconstruct about the rape of Nanjing, rather that there's something to contextualize about it. It is something that otherwise is something that will be lost in the details, which is what you know the author is doing when they relate those details.
They love details. Like they love to go into like the details of the trauma surrounding Scientology, perceive anything. They'll go into details that are irrelevant. They might be even true.
Yeah,
but they take away from understanding the entire subject.
Yeah, a great point would be in that same book, Niall Ferguson. He recalls the first and only industrialized genocide of the Third Reich and says it stands without parallel, to use his words, as the most wicked act in all history. Other regimes had perpetrated mass murder, yet there was something qualitatively different about the Nazis' war against the Jews and the other unfortunate minorities they considered to be unworthy of life. It was the fact that it was carried out by such well-educated people, perpetrated under the leadership of a man who had come to power by primarily democratic means.
This is very interesting because what he is doing, other than sticking something high up his ass and to elevate himself from a point of pseudo intellectual erudition.
Thank you.
Which erudition is the quality or state of being well read and educated. But what he's doing is he's fixating on a point that is humanity is already fixated on, and he's reinforcing it.
That's what Iris Chang is doing with her book. That's if there's any deconstruction to be done, it is that. So thank you, Peter. I mean, when you have this historian saying that the Nazi death machine worked economically, scientifically, and euphemistically, it was very, very modern. And then he outlines, say for instance, he quotes the SS officer Kurt Gerstein describing a scene at Belzec, which is a death camp, a place of massacre, and he doesn't add the context, likely because he simply doesn't know. Then everybody thinks there was no endpoint to this other than evil, that it was murder for the sake of murder. He'll describe something like the train arrives, 200 Ukrainians. These are people who cooperated with the Nazis, by the way. They were Germany's great allies in World War II, and they're fighting the Russians today. And if it weren't for the Ukrainians holding off the goddamn Russians, the Russians would be occupying Europe now.
But Douglas, these people are not worth our time.
Understood. I hear what you're saying. But it is worth it a bit to educate people. So to try and put this into context, when he describes these people going into the gas chamber, with a pretty girl in front, all naked, they enter the death chambers and the corpses are thrown out wet with sweat and urine, smeared with excrement and menstrual blood on their legs. 24 dentists open the mouths and hooks and look for gold. Some of the workers check genitals and anuses for gold, diamonds, and valuables where Jews would hide them. Okay, this is the pornography of violence. It is worth our time only in this regard. Yeah. Yeah, and this is worth our time only in this regard with a contrapuntal. And the contrapuntal is this. The context is that when Adolf Hitler, of course, launched the program of what came to be known as the Holocaust, the mass murder of European Jewry. This was after the Americans had started their bombing campaign. When the Americans had launched their mass bombing campaign, what the Americans called, appropriately enough, brute force, and began to, say for instance, during a conventional bombing raid where in Tokyo, very similar to what the Americans did in Europe at Dresden, they killed 100,000 citizens in a single night. And these are all civilians. None of these are soldiers at the front. These are all the people left at home, the old man and woman and children. Then the Americans were doing what the Germans did so scientifically and so sterilely and aesthetically in death camps. The Americans were just doing it in a messy way in people's homes. So when the Americans burned all these Germans alive, burned them alive, they were far more brutal and evil than the Germans, who at least made certain that the people they threw in the ovens were dead first. You never hear, no matter how hard you look, you'll never learn of a Jew going in the ovens alive. But the Americans burned entire populations alive in Europe and the Pacific. Obviously far more evil by any moral standard. And it was when they started doing that Adolf Hitler did what he did. Because he was convinced at that point, because of the Jews having started the war of sanctions, when they declared war against Germany, when he came to power. And this made the headlines of the world. Judea declares war against Germany. And even then, in articles, it said that the Jews were cracking jokes about onward Christian soldiers, meaning they were getting the Christians to do all of their fighting for them, in this case in terms of sanctions against the Third Reich. Adolf Hitler was trying to relocate Jews out of Germany and allowed them to take their money with them, up to the point where they simply couldn't leave anymore because the world had declared war on him in earnest. And at that point, he was stuck with them. And when he stuck them in labor camps, and at that point confiscated what they had, then when the bombing started, he felt they were responsible, that they had called this upon his people, and for that, they deserved to die. It was a choice between continuing to feed them and maintain them, or his own population with resources. He did what he had to do. In his position at that time, I would have done the same. But by just killing them off, again, the real context is the ovens were part of a truly scientific operation that for some reason the history books never cover, probably because it would add economic rationale and at least make sense to the economic determinists who would then begin to defend him. The leaders of the Third Reich made certain that the technology of the ovens was but preliminary to the compression of the ashes of the Jewish people that were incinerated into diamonds that helped them pay for the relocation of the Third Reich. And yet this compression into artificial diamonds, which was never, of course, advertised by the Third Reich itself because they needed the rest of the world not knowing about this process, because that would have lowered the value of the diamonds that they traded in.
But excuse me, have you ever talked about this before?
I have, yes, at some length, yes.
I've never heard it, and it's astonishing. It's revelatory. So if you could just, and I'm sure your audience would very much appreciate this. So you're saying that they were able to compress the ashes they had a technology to compress the ashes of the dead bodies, into diamonds.
Yes. Yes. As a matter of fact, that technology is used today, only people use it for their loved ones. It's like if you have your husband cremated, you can carry him around as a diamond for the rest of your life, or elements of his ashes can be compressed into a diamond. You can have
I have to ask another question.
Sure.
There's a movie, I think it's, actually I saw it sitting behind L. Ron Hubbard. Steve McQueen's in Faye Dunaway, what's it called? Anyway, he's a rogue. Steve McQueen is a rogue.
Yes.
And it shows that the Tel Aviv is like the diamond exchange of the world.
Yeah.
And Tel Aviv is the diamond exchange of the world. Yeah. The Jews control the diamonds. Mm-hmm. They control the diamond market. I can't say exactly how it relates to South Africa, where so many diamonds are mined.
Right.
But is there any connection between the diamonds that the Third Reich produced and sold, and did they find their way to Tel Aviv in any way, shape, or form? that you know of?
Well, that's an excellent point. Of that, I don't know. That would that's something I've never seen any real connection to, but it's certainly something that it would be one of those subjects that, if it did, you can be certain that modern Israel would have done everything they could to have hidden that fact. Certainly, the Israelis did a lot to help the higher echelons of the Third Reich escape. There is the man who I've referenced before in my articles in Nexus magazine, where Heinrich Himmler, right after he celebrated Adolf Hitler's birthday, went to see a Jewish contact who helped all of them escape. And the man, of course, wrote a book later on about how he had rendezvoused with Himmler in the middle of the war and at its height of prosecution of conflict, and risked his own life to do this. And this is, of course, because Heinrich Himmler had a working relationship with the Zionists who established the State of Israel. I'm going to look through those magazines right now just to get that name out there, so people will get that in this episode, because it's important that they get that.
While you look at that, I'm going to say something from the internet. It says cremation ashes to diamonds cost. The cost to turn ashes into diamonds starts at $1,400. Creation diamonds cost varies based on the type, size of memorial diamond. Then it says, are creation diamonds a hoax? Cremation diamonds a hoax. While these companies, this is a quote, may be manufacturing synthetic diamonds that look similar to natural diamonds, they are not using ashes from your loved ones to do so. In fact, the carbon that is left over from cremation is not near enough to produce a synthetic diamond and not in the correct form. That's somebody's opinion.
Yeah, you need a lot of ash. But then, unlike somebody unlike a person's dead husband, the Nazis had a lot of ash. Okay,
yeah, it says Mark Cuban-backed creation diamonds is a scam. So I mean, that's experts say it. I'm just saying that's what the point is, that Mark Cuban is promoting.
Well, bear in mind, these are people who are trying to keep you buying "quote unquote" real diamonds, right? They have a vested.
My point is that Mark Cuban is involved in backed creation diamonds. That's the point.
Yeah.
My point, not that scam. Somebody's saying it's a scam, which means they're saying he's involved in making cremation diamonds, which is, I mean, I never even heard of this. It's,
Anyhow, the man who Heinrich Himmler met with was Norbert Maser. First name was spelled N-O-R-B-E-R-T. His surname was spelled M-A-S-U-R. And people can look him up. Norbert Maser wrote his own book on meeting with Heinrich Himmler, and of course, he was the head of the World Jewish Congress. So right after Heinrich Himmler celebrated Adolf Hitler's birthday with him, he went to meet Norbert Maser, the head of the World Jewish Congress, so they could organize the escape of the Nazi high command, which was through routes that involved many Jewish people who were establishing Israel in the Levantine. And so when it came to this entire situation, maybe some of the diamonds wound up there. There would be a vested interest, of course, in saying, oh, these aren't real diamonds and this is all a scam, because obviously they're trying to keep the price of quote unquote real diamonds high, and artificial diamonds bring that down. At the same time, there may be validity in that a single body would not be enough to produce a diamond, an actual diamond. But certainly with the amount of ashes that the Third Reich had to work with, we're talking about an entirely different level of game. And that was when they had more than enough to create artificial diamonds, many of them, to finance what they needed to finance. The way that this is alluded to, it's alluded to in the movie called Marathon Man. And if you ever see the movie Marathon Man with Dustin Hoffman playing the part of a marathon runner who somehow winds up in all this espionage involving a Nazi war criminal who's seeking diamonds that he has away in a like a vault or a what would you call it, a safety box, a safety box in a bank, where he's going to withdraw and escape to Argentina with or whatever. I mean, obviously, this is well after the war. The man is elderly, but he's still actionable in the sense that he's able to weld a blade, in this case, a spring blade, to great effect. And of course, there's scenes of his torturing the Dustin Hoffman, etc., by using the dental torture, where they're extracting Dustin Hoffman's teeth without anesthetic. And the reason he could do this is because he did it in the camps, extracting Jewish people's gold teeth without anesthetic. This is what they're doing to Dustin Hoffman. There's a confrontation with them at the end of the film where the Nazi war criminal has withdrawn these diamonds, and Dustin Hoffman is confronting him, and the diamonds are being spilled all over the place. And basically, that's done when Dustin Hoffman grabs the diamonds and says, "This is what I think of your diamonds, and I don't want any of them myself." He makes a point that he doesn't want the diamonds himself, that he's doing this out of vengeance and a higher morality rather than for the diamonds. And he throws the diamonds all to hell and gone off of this ledge. They're on a ledge, and the diamonds fall below where they're irretrievable. And this is that scene where he's doing that. The real reason he's doing that is because those diamonds are his people. What he's really saying is, these are my people, and they're not going to be used in terms of some exchange. And so he throws away the diamonds because they really represent dead Jewish people that have been carbonized. This is that's the film alludes to that, though no one has ever given that backstory. No one's ever given that background. So that's just another example of the fact that people need to be educated in this. And so tonight, what Derek brought up brings out this education. So again, thanks to Darren for that. But aside from that, though, I think we've brought another context to it that hopefully allows people to understand history better. That they've got to be very weary of popular historians. If someone is, quote unquote, a popular historian and their work is being made readily available to you, there's obviously an agenda. Why would this be made readily available to you? What is the agenda? What are these people saying? And they're usually reinforcing, bullshit. And they're usually propagandizing for further conflict. So it's not something that you should consume. Most people I recommend you don't consume it because most people don't have the background where they can even interpret what they're consuming. And so in the end, they're polluted by the consumption. You're being fed shit, and it taints your mind. So you believe that shit, it poisons your mind. If you eat dog shit off the street, your mind will ultimately be poisoned if you do that enough times, to the point where your brain won't function anymore. Parasites will enter your body at some point, which will ultimately reach through your bloodstream, your brain, and you will go mad. This is why people usually don't, when they're out in the woods, say, for instance, most people starve to death rather than eat the feces of other animals which are readily available. If you're in the woods, there's marmot scat, moose scat, there's shit all over the place, which people could eat, but most people don't do it for that reason. Well, when it comes to most history books, you're being fed a line of shit, and most people eat it up. And they eat it up, and it poisons them. And they don't even realize it. You become just a walking purveyor of this level of propaganda. So you have something that ultimately, this is why your world makes no sense. Your world makes no sense, and everybody knows it makes no sense, and everybody's angry about the fact that it makes no sense. Well, I'm the one person who can make it make sense. And this is why, of course, they're doing everything they can to suppress myself. It's why the world has never heard of me. And it's one reason why I ultimately felt it was necessary to emphasize my relation to Adolf Hitler, because the one thing that ultimately might make me heard of. Yet you still have never heard of me. So it's one of those things, it goes to show you that right now the suppression is in. And until something is published that's more accessible through Peter Moon, which will happen soon enough, no one will hear of me. Yeah, and
well, this is what you just said is a very key point, because as you've watched and are working together with the book, it's like there's certain key points of relevancy, and it's really counterproductive from a public relations viewpoint to hammer at anti-Semitism or Semitism, whatever, the rhetoric of anti-Semitism, and what is the other thing, the Holocaust, and to hit it from the typical angles that people hit it from. It doesn't work public relations. It's like trying to fight whether the election is false or not. You just don't bring it up because you're going to get smashed by the establishment. However, when you bring up the diamonds and the technology of diamonds, I think, and I also think there's some interesting threads to investigate on this that go into further things. I didn't even know. I'm looking on the net as you talk, and I'm seeing there's all sorts of people. There's even videos on how to turn your loved ones into diamonds.
There we go.
And the fact that this technology was developed by the Germans during the Jewish desolation is just very symbolic, and it's significant. I can't even fathom its significance, but it's something that is not going to make anybody react in any other way than what the F is that? And they're going to want to look, oh God, now all of a sudden they're in a paradigm.
Yes.
It's like being like getting a hard jab in the face in the beginning of a boxing round. Hey, boom, what's that? Yeah. You've disarmed their thinking capacity. Oh. And all of a sudden you can now present information to them in a way that, gee, this is something I didn't know. Now they're not reading from arrogance.
Yes. Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Oh, by the way, one person has written me and they've said, you've pointed out that one Japanese was captured to every 40 killed and that they weren't ethnically even Japanese. He wanted to know the exact numbers for the West. For the West, throughout the Second World War, 4 Western soldiers were captured for every Western soldier killed in the Pacific. That means for every Western Allied soldier, Australian, Anglo-Britannic, or meaning Irish or Scots or Anglo, members of the British Empire, for every New Zealander, for every American that was killed, 4 of their own surrendered throughout the Pacific War. This is execrable. If you want to know why the Japanese had such contempt for white people, when for every one that gets killed, 4 of you throw their arms down and say, I give up. At that point, you might realize why the Japanese treated prisoners the way they did, which is why Western prisoners died at 7 times the rate in the hands of the Japanese as they did in Nazi hands, is for that reason. Well,
I'll give you some perspective on that. Is that I had a friend, and he was a very dear friend in my Scientology days, and he was like John Travolta's teacher or supervisor when John Travolta was getting into Scientology. He was all the celebrities loved him, and he knew how to cater to them. But he told me that he woke up spiritually when he was in Vietnam, and he was guarding the Viet Cong. And he said they'd be in these little cages or whatever, and whatever they were in there, and they would look at him, and he said they could look right through you. He said he says he was very obvious that they saw more than was beyond this life, beyond this incarnation. He said they had a substance that, not his words, but he might as well have said it, that Americans or white people didn't have. And they just looked into his soul, and it really woke him up spiritually, just by the way they would look at him. And this is what you're saying is, the Japanese are fighting with a spirit that is strong and is a spirit. It's not a mindset of being a meat body who eats canned tuna. And so this is what they're not just. It's not just what they would deem cowardice. It's like there's no substance.
Thank you.
The way they would view it, yeah.
Yes, very much so, and I very much appreciate your input in that regard. That's beautiful. Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, and I will also say further that Americans might be unique. The English might participate in it too, because I can't, but I'm thinking of the American perspective of there is a certain lacking of substance in Americans. And I don't know how to isolate it because there's so many immigrants, what makes an American. But when you go to Europe, and this applies to any country of what would be the traditional Europeans, now it's a mishmash of everything, but it's like there is a certain spirit in the people that is a spirit of being human. In America, particularly as you get into the TV generation, but it obviously must have existed back in the 40s, because that was not the TV generation. That was the greatest generation. And so in the TV generation, it's kind of like the American is mentally, if not physically, fat and pudgy, and that he's lost a certain spirit because he's got, too much TV in his head. Now, how you could compare that to the GI generation of Tom Brokaw's father, that he likes to brag about, is I can't speak. Now, I know my own father was of that generation, but he grew up during the Depression. Yeah. So they were a depressed generation, and they had to cope with that. And I can't say, the amount of culture of that generation, I just can't speak for it, but everything becomes sort of a watered down lack of, it's you have the culture of America that is it's such a big country, it's so broad, and it begins to have its own, great American novel thesis that is superimposed from, the Grapes of Wrath and all of that stuff that goes on in the, I guess emerging out of the 20s into the 30s and the 40s. And what are these people? It's a new breed of human. And apparently it was probably bred by primarily a Judeo-Christian programming or indoctrination that kind of made people kind of limited. Yeah. And very limited. And I think that Judeo-Christian programming, particularly the Protestant stuff, unless you're an elitist who globetrots, you're kind of, narrow. It fosters narrow-mindedness.
Yes. But go on.
Yeah, and then you end up over there, and you're basically, you got a culture of, apple pie and grandma's lemonade, and that's all well and fine. But this is whereas you have the Japanese in particular are fighting for survival. Yes. And this is not this shouldn't be viewed as a criticism, but you have, even though it's a culture of depression, it's a culture of an abundant, fertile, what is it, the amber waves of grain, the fruited plain?
Right.
It's got tremendous resources in America, and in Japan, you've got a lot of people, and those soldiers are having to fight for their very existence, and it's a cultural existence as well.
Yes.
So it's an interesting dichotomy that makes for a fertile field of dynamic action, even though the dynamic action is very tough. Yeah. So it's like the kid from the ghetto who runs up against the fat little rich kid in the park, and who's going to win the fight?
Yes.
There's no contest.
Thank you.
The rich kid doesn't even want to fight.
Yeah.
He's gonna call 911, or he's gonna call 911 or his private security agency.
Yes. Yes. And a matter of fact, that goes a long way towards explaining the American need for a miracle weapon that, quote unquote, saves the day, the so-called atomic bomb. That they've put their faith into and actually believed ended the war, because that's this is what they're left with, is calling 911. That's the 911 call of which you speak, what it leads to. So very important point and very well taken. As a matter of fact, to verify, to validate, vindicate, reinforce what Peter Moon just said, you're in a situation where basically the Americans during the Korean conflict, which was of course after the World War II, but really a part of it. Really, it was the closing battles of the Pacific conflict. And it's very important to see it as such, because if you don't see it as such, again, you just don't have a concept or a clue of what the fuck really happened. So when you take a look at the Korean conflict, one of the things that was the most shocking development out of that conflict that Americans had to come to terms with was the fact that so many Americans broke down in captivity, that the Americans who did surrender to the communists just submitted to what in those days they termed psychological surrender, total mental breakdown. But it was so bad that you had 100 Americans at least defect to the communist Chinese. We're not even talking about to the Russians, who are at least Caucasian and Eurocentric, or at least Atlanticist in their cultural outlook. They surrendered and defected to the communist Chinese. I mean, a truly alien culture, if ever there was one. So when the Americans tried to analyze this, I think there was a book by the title, it might have been 21 State, and it was 21 at least who officially just went on communist Chinese television and said, I voluntarily and of my own free will defect. I mean, these weren't like people who were subjected to torture. These were people who threw down their arms and walked to the other side. This is what led to Americans analyzing these. And some of them were black, some of them were white. They were of all, basically of either black or white persuasion. These people surrendered to the Chinese because of whatever reason, personally, that they just felt that America was no longer theirs, that they could no longer identify as American. Now, when all of this was investigated, one of the things that they found out, not necessarily with the defectors, which is in a class by itself and is astonishing. Of course, one can counter this, the mercenary who taught me everything I knew about combat that enabled me to survive the profession. When I presented him with all the defectors of the Korean War, he said, well, try and counter that with all the ones who didn't defect, including those who broke down psychologically in captivity. Then you're left with something that's not all that astonishing, but is astonishing nonetheless. It may not be earth-shattering where entire armies are defecting, but just the fact that 21 men did so is astonishing at that time to such an alien culture, an Asian culture at that. So what the point that he made was well taken, but look at this. When you take a look in those who were captive but didn't defect, but nevertheless broke down completely psychologically and signed confessions of guilt, that I'm an imperialist war criminal and baby raping son of a bitch, etc. When you take a look at all those hundreds that did that, then what you come up with, or what the Americans concluded themselves, when they did a mass study of all of these Americans and they compared them to all the other nationalities taken prisoner by the communist Chinese. And by the way, to put this into perspective for you, as Peter Moon will attest, the Korean War was a world war. It was an international conflict. The United Nations was fighting that conflict, waging that war against communist aggression. So you had men from Samoa who were there. You had men from Turkey who were there. You had men from all over the world that were there. So all these other cultures never broke down in captivity the way the Americans did. when it came to the North Koreans and Communist Chinese torturing them. None of them would sign confessions of guilt anywhere near the rate the Americans did, if they did so at all. Particularly people like the Turks, who were Muslim and had nearly conquered Europe. Those people, of course, never broke down at all. So when they compared these prisoners to the American population, the demographic that had been taken captive, the Americans concluded that the American problem was exactly what Peter Moon said intuitively. They concluded it academically, based on solid research, that it was television culture that destroyed the Americans. That basically the Americans were subjected to a television culture where the good guy always wins. And because the good guy is invulnerable and the good guy always wins, that no matter how many bad guys take him on, he's always the last man standing. Then the Americans got into their heads, because they relate to the hero, the Americans got in their heads that they were, each one of them, invulnerable and would always be the last man standing, and that defeat would never visit itself upon them. And so when they were taken prisoner and beaten and intimidated and tortured, they broke just like that, because they had been lied to all of their lives and grew up in a fantasy. So this is the fantasy you all live in. You've all inherited that fantasy. The Americans only began to change some of their television as time went on, and a lot of that was because the Office of War Information, in its new guise, and that's one thing I need to remind Peter of, we need to bring up these successor departments to the Office of War Information by name at some point, like the one that either Steven Spielberg or George Lucas worked with. We'll have to actually name that, and I guess you probably do that towards the end of the book, probably. But
I don't know. I don't even remember. That kind of came up in a show we were doing. But right. I have some stuff about the book I'd like to address, which I think will be very productive.
Please, by all means, yeah, take over.
And the first thing I want to mention is I put up a post today on Facebook. It was a very productive post, and I've also had some realizations that I'll share with you before we get into quote unquote critique of the book. Right. But I put the long-awaited. I made it. I have had to edit this. The long-awaited. Oh no, it's right. The long-awaited for alien disclosure is at hand with the upcoming book, ebook soon to be released, The Roswell Deception. And this is, people are waiting for a disclosure. What's the disclosure? The alien disclosure. This has been going on for 20 years. Stephen Greer. Yeah. He has had this disclosure network, and what is aliens? The aliens going to come. Alien, they go. When was the government going to tell us about the aliens? The government's never going to tell you anything about aliens, except it's going to tell you lies, because that's all they do. That's what they are. They're a propaganda machine. So the truth. This is the alien disclosure. Yes. Now, I got lots of comment on it. I even posted some what the aliens actually look like, and I found a midget Japanese wrestler with a bald head. And this is what he looks like, an alien. I swear he does. He looks just like an alien. And then, but somebody posted this. I'm not even going to, dignify it by saying his name. Probably wouldn't like his name said. I'm pretty sure Douglas D is the only person I've heard of in 30 years that has these particular beliefs about Roswell. Evidently, all the others that are, quote, in the know, quote, are choosing to stay silent on the matter because they know. I figure maybe one other person at least might support the story. We got Joe Biden supporting the story. We got Karl Rove supporting the story. We got, Tom Brokaw supporting the story. Dan Rather, yeah, that's right. And I just wrote back. I said, they are hardly beliefs. It's funny though that he should categorize your assessment as beliefs.
Oh well, it's offensive and it's meant to be. Go on, yeah. It's just obviously
I think it's more stupid. Like, this is a person who is stupid in their thinking process, because these things that you say are not presented as beliefs. They're presented as information that the government basically wrote about and wants buried.
Yes.
And so it's not a belief. To call it a belief is it's like, it would be more genuine if he said, is the only person I've heard in 30 years who has ever iterated such information.
As if any of the officials of the military-industrial complex would say, "Oh yeah, we got a bunch of dead Japs over at Area 51, and that just takes all the mystery out of it." Obviously, they put all kinds of money into propagandizing otherwise, and
but when you have a criticism that is so lame,
yes,
this is what you're going to have, and that lameness falls by the wayside, and then after, whether it's 3, 5, 10, 15, 20 years, that type of mentality will just, okay, yeah, there's aliens at Roswell. Oh, yeah, there's Japanese at Roswell. It's like, because their thought processes are not sharp enough to they're just going to go along with the herd. And the herd says so-and-so.
Well, it's
the herd, it's the herd, it's the herd.
Yeah, that's something. Crystal River commented on that, and she said the biggest problem that we face is the inertia of laziness. But as you said with the book, it's logical enough where even that laziness may well be overcome simply by the logic of the book, because afterwards there's nothing that they can see except that. It's basically like, once you're shown something, the mind's eye can never erase it. That's it.
Oh, yeah. But now I want to move on to, I told you I had my friend reading this book.
Yes.
And keep in mind, this guy was a public relations officer for the Church of Scientology in the Guardian's office. Mm-hmm. And he dealt with all the press in New York City. And he did very well with it. Mm-hmm. He did very well with it. And so I always respect his, thoughts on public relations and whatnot. Mm-hmm. Now, I told him I was going to read what he said. He gave me a diatribe here because he's been reading the book. Mm-hmm. And at first, he was, wanting, well, you should have facts and figures to back this up, blah, 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 blah. And then he got reading and he says, wow, this is stuff I've never heard of. I never heard of Jack London doing this before. Jack London, it's like, wow. So it's like the more information. And after I read this, I said, did you read the part about the golden lily? No, I haven't got there yet. Haven't had time. Oh, that's going to completely, like, boom. He's, the more you get into the deeper parts of this book, it's like pow, pow, pow. It's like a knockout punch. So and then you don't care whether it's, it doesn't matter how many people died in the Battle of Los Angeles or got vaccinated. It doesn't even matter because, okay, we're going to figure this out. You can let Mark Felton go figure that out. I
appreciate that poke in the rib. Yeah,
that's what it's like. He'll go after your crumbs. It's what's called a crumb snatcher.
Thank you.
And that's okay. It's all right. And it helps clean up history.
Yes.
But anyway, this is what he said. And he said, this is all off the cuff. I told him I was going to read it on the air. He says, okay, just let him know it's off the cuff. It's not, just his immediate reaction. And I said, well, the immediate reaction is more important than the well thought out reaction.
Yes.
Because that's where it hits the gray matter, hits the reader. Now, I think this book is very vital in exposing, yet again, the role of propaganda in history and how it plays out history on a grand scale. Mind pollution and thus control. Even Trump, never using the word concede, shows the power of careful nomenclature. One is clever not to be entrapped by the Mockingbird media. He's talking about Operation Mockingbird media, who will push for anyone to fall into their word traps and thus get caught in a lie, and thus confirm the lies in the, quote, official, unquote, tale. I view the dangers in a bombshell revisionist narrative like this to include the finger pointing of, quote, no proof, quote, and self-serving, quote, some, take your pick of some ideology, notwithstanding the unpatriotic and commie Marxist agenda. Take your pick. In other words, saying you have no proof. This is self-serving, or you're serving some ideology like a commie Marxist,
right?
Or just whatever they're going to say. This is anti-American. But I can say, this is me talking. Right now, in these times, this book will be embraced by the Bernie Sanders and Alexandria Ocasio-Cortezes of the world.
I'm hoping it will be embraced by people throughout the political spectrum for different reasons, though yes. I am afraid that that perhaps people on the right might take it as unpatriotic or somehow. This is, to put this in...
No, there's a saving grace with those people.
Okay.
And I will get to that, and don't let me forget with the evangelicals. Maybe not with this book, but I will get to them.
Okay,
Anyway, he says, when I studied twice, 73 and 76, 1973 and 1976, Cutlip and Center's effective PR book and the other PR stuff from the Guardian's office, one thing that I found insightful and useful was two-side strategy. At least that is what I call it. They had some other way of describing it. It can work well when used artfully and marks one as being way more savvy to human biases than the average writer or storyteller. I strongly suggest this might be incorporated as a tactic in a book such as this one. The issue of war and national pride is just very entrenched in the American and other nations' psyche to at least not consider its potential use. It can be done as, quote, editor's notes or by the author. Failing to do so could position the storyteller as well as a storyteller with some kind of axe to grind. In other words, they could think, you're grinding an axe. Yeah. I do know Douglas Dietrich talks about being able to vet stuff he brings up, but most won't. They won't bother to vet anything. Your readership will likely be very open to this revelation, as this is the age of lifting the veil. I am thinking more about hard-nosed readers who just love, quote, facts, quote, and want, quote, proof, quote. If it is hard to prove something with docs, well, don't be a fool like what's his name and say Epstein is alive and C.J. Roberts is a known pedophile. Mark Lynn gets the zealot merit badge of no proof. But what I will say to this is that those who want the hard facts and proof are just basically idiots who can't process data. Yeah. Because, as I say, by the time you get in the end of the book, the proof becomes
self-evident, really.
Self-evident. Yeah, you could say, well, this number, that number, what. It's like, it's obvious. I mean, there's so many newspaper clippings and stuff put in there that this tells a story, and there's always going to be inferior responses. Now, he says, being that Douglas Dietrich is not a David Irving-like revisionist who cites his access to actual people and documents, journals, etc., to support his revealing of actual World War II history, beyond the lies and self-serving myths and lies, I think the two sides or more technique could be useful. And then he gives me a crude first draft example. I'm not going to read this because what's more important is that I read my response. But this is where he ends it nice. He says, he says, as an example, where did all the details about the coup attempt come from? Talking about the coup of the attempted coup on Emperor Hirohito. Right. He's very detailed. In other words, we provided a lot of detail. Right. Who was there? Who later made journal notes or talked about it? David Irving was imprisoned for merely questioning the figures of the Holocaust story more than once. Censorship is a big issue today. Big. Make it beyond reproach when possible. This is great stuff. And what I wrote is that these points are well taken and are things I have indeed considered myself, perhaps not exactly in the same reference frames. In the final analysis, it has required exhaustive efforts just to get the project thus far. Right. In other words, I'm kind of burned out on the project.
Well, anyone would be.
and I want to just wrap it up and put a bow on it. So we'll do that tomorrow, Tuesday night. Mm-hmm. Aside from the fact it is not worth the money to put in the extra effort at this point, this narrative will be sucked and gobbled up so as to create a dynamic change that will motivate other people to create spin-off publications and the like. You know, give Mark Felton some work to do. Get him a job. You know, all this stuff is not bad. It's like he's got some interesting information out there. I don't watch it very often, you know, but sometimes, you know,
the overwhelming majority of it is stuff I've covered first. But yeah, that's you know, stuff that I brought up, and then he's looking.
But it puts it out there in the meme land.
Yes.
It puts it out there in the meme land.
Yes.
And it's like, you know, to tell you the truth, he's more of an ally than an adversary.
Yes. No, I understand what you're saying in that regard.
And you will find this is you'll find people pushing the stuff.
Yes.
And all of this is made easier by the fact that the quote hard-nosed proofers are outmoded as a thinking class.
Right.
I want proof.
Yeah, but by the way, with many of these historians you find on YouTube, and we've been picking on Mark Felton because he's an easy mark because of that one time, just so people understand this, there was one night in which I was talking about the British atomic bomb and trying to convey to people Britain's part in the Pacific War and how they viewed this kind of operation as opposed to the Americans. And the very night that I brought it out and I was naming documents that people could possibly reference, I was saying that these might still be out there, kind of documents that I saw that might be referenced because they had to do with private companies, and private companies will often produce documents that are not destroyed, as opposed to defense contractors, in other words, become a source that is usually not subject to the destruction that government documents regularly are. Government documents are almost, you know, in a very real sense, almost worthless. I mean, they can be destroyed and produced at will, and the government does so, or branches of government do so with impunity, and they do it capriciously and constantly. So it's a chronic problem. With private businesses, you don't get that as often. So I was pointing out some private businesses affiliated with defense contracts towards the atomic bomb in Britain. And anyhow, while I was talking about this, it was thanks to Brendan Zogit, God bless him, who couldn't be on with us tonight. So, and I will be asking people to keep him in their thoughts and prayers because of course, he's just being worked to death during the holidays. And this is a super holiday weekend. It's President's Day weekend combined with the February Valentine's Day weekend, combined with the aspects of Asian Lunar New Year that people in the west coast of America are celebrating, along with many Asians in the community. So even though there's no real community gatherings per se outside, they're still happening, and so he's overwhelmed at the deli at which he works, so it's horrible. But he was listening that night that I was speaking about this, and bigger and whale shit, you know, this Mark Felton guy just did everything I told people to do. Don't take my word for it. Look for this yourself. You should be able to find, and he just looked everything up and he slapped together a video, you know, within minutes. That was this little video that was only about, 10, 15 minutes long. And it was just everything I had said. And he slapped it up. Bear in mind, England is 8 hours ahead of us. So since England is 8 hours ahead of us and he lives in England, then he just got this out literally while I was saying it. And that way it looks like it's coming out almost a day ahead, And so he was listening live to myself, gets it out there looking like it's before I said it. And it was just, you could call it plagiarism. But this is, you can't do anything with it because you can't copyright history. This is the problem that I've said.
You're feeding a dog. You're feeding a dog.
Yeah.
And it's okay.
Yeah.
It's like, boy, good Fido.
Yeah, there we are. And I don't I don't like him personally only because
it's tacky. It's like Nicholas Goodrick Clark stealing my title, The Black Sun. Oh, it's a good title. The book's full of shit, but I like the title.
Yeah, that was his attitude. Yes.
And that book forced him to write about the flying craft of the Third Reich, something he had completely never touched in his work. He's the quintessential public relations author for the Nazis,
Yeah.
So-called expert. And it's like, it's just so tacky. And to take the title and, I'm going to take this title, that's good. And his book is far inferior to what I presented.
Thank you. Yes.
And it's a copycat. It's like, but it's okay. It gets the, but anyway, let me carry on. Now, this is the big revelation of the night for me. And as we move forward, and I want to address the work we did the other night, but
yes.
I said, what I have realized yesterday is that this book, meaning the Roswell deception, will serve as an entree for the Presidio Aquino book, which will begin with documented scandal, buttressed by inside factors and leading to the satanic construct of the government and Washington, D.C. itself, the streets being designed upon an upside-down pentagram. Now, for those of you who don't know, there's an entire book that David Childress published on the construction of the of Washington, D.C. being like an upside-down pentagram. There's people that say, oh, no, it really wasn't that way. It was just an accident. Now, this is very important. This is the swamp that Donald Trump could not drain. He said, I'm going to drain the swamp. Well, there was a swamp. Donald Trump, for all of his quote-unquote heroics, was not capable of doing this. Thus, I'm saying, we are unplugging the drain to drain the swamp. The Roswell book is the long-awaited for disclosure that UFO fans have been waiting for years. The book after that, Presidio book, Satan's Crusaders, whatever we call it, will be the draining of the swamp. This is the swamp that Trump cannot drain.
There we are. I like that.
Aquino, and I put this on the Facebook, he is one of the things clogging the drain to the swamp. And he will be unclogged. You know, the fact that he's dead makes it even more drainable.
Yes.
This explains why I've been having plumbing problems. I've had to replace two, what do you call them, entire faucets on both bathrooms.
Yes. Yes.
And now I discovered the earlier one has a very slow leak in it. It might leak a cup of water a day. You have to be close to notice it. So I've got to do some, put in how does a faucet break down? It's got to be a washer or the cartridge is faulty itself. So that, so I still have more work to do there. But the Roswell book, okay.
Yeah.
Now, George Washington was a Freemason, and he oversaw the erection of the city that's named after himself. Right. It was a surveyor. So he would have been very keen on that. He did not live very long after the presidency. And I was just watching somebody talk about this. This is what promoted. I was watching C-SPAN or something. He died a horribly slow death. He had something blocking his windpipe, and the doctor figured, one of the doctors, they had several doctors, figured a tracheotomy might do the trick. But his death was precipitated by excessive leaching. And even Washington.
They bled him with leeches. Yes, go on.
Yeah, and he thought that Washington thought he needed more leaching, and the young doctor who thought about the tracheotomy said, you got to stop the leaching. But in any case, the fact that George Washington was a Freemason and was erecting the city on an upside-down pentagram, this is tied to this is why I went and watched the video, a 9-minute diatribe by yourself on the Kings of Edom.
Okay.
And this, because you see the Freemasons are perpetrating this Edomic legacy. And, there's George Washington was a human being. There was a positive and a negative side to him. Mm-hmm. But certainly what we're more interested in is the negative side. It's not to disparage whatever, noble inferences he made towards freeing his own slaves and wanting to free the slaves that belonged to his wife, which he could not do because they were not his property.
Right.
They didn't stay. So, and he did manage to keep his troops alive at the, with variolation,
Yeah. Yes. The early form of vaccination. Go on. Yeah.
Yeah. And of course, he was responsible for lots of Indian massacres and stuff. Yes. And so it's very important here. And when I contextualize this, is that the founding fathers were the ones who formed the Transylvania Company to create a fourth colony of the United States in what is basically Kentucky, with parts of Virginia, small parts in North Carolina. And there's even a Transylvania County in North Carolina. But and there's a Transylvania University in Kentucky. But this was the 14th colony. And who did they get to settle it? Daniel Boone. Daniel Boone, played by Fess Parker, became one of the richest men during his life by buying up most of the Santa Barbara.
Holy shit, I didn't know that.
He bought up Santa Barbara, and I've learned about this when I went up to Los Olivos, following the thread of the olives, which is, Los Olivos is this little town. It's, maybe an hour's drive from Santa Barbara. And I got there and it's like, I'm looking at the real estate thing. It's like this dump of a house is like, I don't know if it was 300 or 600,000. It doesn't matter. It was outrageous. I would have paid 35 for it, maybe 35, on the proposition that maybe I could sell it for more than that. But it was a dump. And I said to the lady, I said, how can a house like that be listed for so much money? And she said the property values were driven up. And Fess Parker owned the town, but he also owned much of Santa Barbara. But it's like, she said, movie stars fly up here. They take a 20-minute jet ride up here on their private jet. They've got a big estate. There was wineries because they want to get away. So it's like, instead of taking a 20-minute drive to the beach, which I can do on Long Island, they take a 20-minute plane ride from the Burbank airport or wherever the hell they live and go right up to Los Olivos, and now they're out in the country. It looks like the Ponderosa, except it's a lot warmer. It's hot as hell there. It's hot. and because it's up in the hills too. Very beautiful. But it's like, so that inflates all the real estate. So even the dumps are a lot of money. And it was interesting to digress. But the Freemason of George Washington and this whole paradigm of the kings of Edom, I now see contextually how this book fits into the last one. Yes. We're talking about the swamp of Washington, D.C. We have to focus on the Presidio. Yes. But we cannot. And all of the stuff with H.P. Lovecraft, with all the negativity, and as it relates to I went off track. I went to Transylvania Colony. Mm-hmm. Transylvania Colony was formed as to be the 14th colony of the United States, and it was the founding fathers who were investing in it because they wanted it. Now, King George III, who suffered from porphyria, blue blood's disease it's called, had restricted the Indians, or protected the Indians by restricting any colonization past the what was called the Cumberland Gap. Now, I think there's songs about the Cumberland Gap. That's what Daniel Boone opened up the Cumberland Gap. He sounds like a hero. It's opening up through the Appalachians into the, fields of Kentucky, where he really became friends with and fought with the Indians. And that's actual history. Daniel Boone is in the 1700s. Of course, people that grew up in my generation, everybody knows who he is because he wore a coonskin cap before Davy Crockett did. Davy Crockett was from Tennessee. These were the heroes of our youth because promoted by Disney.
Yes, that's quite true. Yes. Go.
Yeah. And so Daniel Boone played both characters. He played Davy Crockett. He played Daniel Boone. I think he became more famous as Daniel Boone because he had a long TV show that went on, and which gave him the money to go buy up Santa Barbara, etc. So the Transylvania colony was nixed by King George III because it was violating his laws. And Douglas has presented separate arguments that this was the real problem of the revolution, is that the American property owners were having their property rights compromised by King George III.
Right.
It wasn't the Boston Tea Party was pissant money.
It was. Yeah, that was just
This was pissant money.
It was just to incite the peasants that they were bringing that shit up. But go on. Yeah.
Well, yes, and when they had people dressed up as Indians,
of all things, yes.
Well, on the Boston Tea Party, because the colonists dressed up as Indians and started making war cries or whatever, and threw the British tea over the side into Boston Harbor.
Yes, and they were trying to frame this is like the Americans that triggered the Nanjing massacre.
Exactly.
Yes.
Exactly.
And they present it these days, the way they would present it, they would Disneyfy it and make this all look like a frat boys kind of, practical joke, the way it would be described to us in school, in grade school. When we learned about this, it was just, them crazy white boys, they're just dressing up as Indians because, it's just like, because they were having fun. It was like a night, like a frat initiation or something stupid like that.
Well, yes, but it was actually, as if they were trying to tell King George, hey, the Indians are your enemy.
Yes, this is what they were doing. They were trying to trigger a British massacre of the Native Americans is what they were trying to do. They were trying to provoke that. They were trying to incite provocation of genocide.
And then, sure, you can have the colonies. Yeah. Sure, you can have the colonies. Now, where this became the only reason I even discovered the Transylvania colony, because it's very obscure history. If you watch some of the Daniel Boone movies or stuff, or the TV shows, they would mention Transylvania now and then. But it kind of goes in one ear and out the other. Is that I had was being CC'd on a dialogue between my friend Tantra Vensko, who had accompanied me on my first trip to Romania, and Eve Longren. Eve Longren wrote a book called Love Bites, about people who had been bitten etherically by vampires. I contemplated publishing her book because I kind of knew her and we talked and whatnot, and it was an issue that I had some interest in personally, because I had suffered from love bites before.
I'm sorry. That's cute. That's almost cute.
Well, it's not cute. It's not cute at all. It's a horrific thing.
Oh, God.
It's like it was with an imprint on your skin.
Ooh.
It's like it's one of the most devastating experiences I've had, that went on for years.
Oh,
and I was able to park it though and compartmentalize it and not let it affect my work. And it was Aquino driven in one way or another.
Right.
But these are like, all of my Scientology training, you learned how to what they call park your, don't have a case on post, which means don't let your personal stuff interfere with your work. And I didn't. And in it, so I just parked it. Okay. But in any case, so I had some personal interest in it, still trying to figure out. Sometimes when you're bit by the vampire, it takes a long time to understand why or how. Right. How did this happen? And what is and of course, one of the points of aha was when I had a very dear friend who was practicing, she's a healer and a doctor, and she was acupuncturist doctor. She's a healer, and she was having these problems. She studied White Tantra, and White Tantra is an etheric Tantra where you do not copulate or have sex. You're doing etheric exchanges of energy. And I think this is more dangerous than the Red Tantra, which is the more physical aspects. And in the process of this, she was doing this in this congregation she belonged to, which was kind of, I don't remember the name of it, but it's kind of like, it reminds me of Theosophy. where the people are kind of well-heeled. And I don't necessarily mean well-heeled in so much of money. They wouldn't be poor people. They'd be middle class or upper middle class, but they'd be very well-dressed and a little stuffy. Yes, very intellectual. And bordering on pretentious, and so she's like going to these meetings, and she kind of like falls in love with this guy, and he's married, and her morals are such, I can't touch a married man, I can't touch a married man, it's too much. Her morals for me are too much.
I get it.
Yeah, it's too much. It's like, I can understand it, but it's like, but I don't know if that was the main problem, but this guy was like, he was playing her. But the playing was not like he was coming on to her like aggressively sexually or withdrawing from her. He would interact with her and be her friend and be her. It was a very creepy interaction.
Right.
It wasn't, I guess, what you call tauntingly sexual. It wasn't, it was just kind of like, he was a damn vampire.
Right.
And
but by the way, we're disambiguating this kind of vampire from
energy vampire.
Yes, thank you.
And because this is all about energy.
Yeah. This
is not the vampirism you talk about in vampirology.
Right.
Although I think they're related in some capacity, but and he was, and I used to like, do my best to counsel her and ease her through this misery. And I finally told, because I have to live through the drama with her. And finally I said, this guy is a vampire. Mm-hmm. He is vampirizing you. And I think that kind of, and then maybe a year later, she says, you were right about that. You were the only one that said that. And I knew it because I'd gone through it myself. Mm-hmm. And I'd gone through it myself. And I don't, whether it was as bad as hers or not, it was like, I did find myself, even in the midst of it, counseling people who were going through weird stuff of like twin flame energy, where you connect with somebody that is so magnetic and dynamic. Mm-hmm. It's like the world's going to end or something, or the world's going to begin. I don't know. It's too much to interact with. You'd be better off on the Eldridge with all this St. Elmo's fire and stuff flying around you. So anyway, that was why. So Eve Lundgren, and I was interested in contemplating doing her book, and then I was like on a radio show with her, and this woman called in and started like just going off on shape-shifting reptilians being consumed. And I'm not saying this woman was full of shit or that she was lying. This woman was completely traumatized by her experiences mm-hmm. with reptilian aliens or whatever the hell it was, totally consumed. And I say, I'm not going down this rabbit hole because I don't want to be having, I don't want to be pandering to this audience. Right. It's like pandering to the red eyes in the alley and the Satanism. I'm just not going to do this. There's nothing productive that will result from this. And that's why I didn't pursue it. Guess who published her book?
Who?
Richard Dolan.
Oh, that makes so much sense. And
yeah, he went after the crumbs.
Yes.
And this is not to disparage Eve, because she was a very sincere person, and she had a message for the world. But enough said. It's Richard Dolan's.
It makes so much sense that, and yet at the same time, Richard Dolan is the one who's propagandized as this true academic, the truly rational mind, etc., the man who desperately tries to claim that he's the only man in ufology with academic perspective and the like. Truly, this is the insanity that we're dealing with. This is truly what he caters to.
But this, oh, sorry.
I'm sorry. Go on. Go on.
This is Transylvania colony. This is how I got interested. And I think, I think she lived in North Carolina. She might have been the one that was bringing it up. And so I'm sitting there, what the hell is this Transylvania colony? So I tried to look the common denominator between the two Transylvanias, Transylvania colony in Kentucky and Transylvania in Romania. And the only common denominator was the historical Saint Germain. And because Saint Germain, the actual historical Saint Germain, was a prince of Transylvania. He was Hungarian. And at that time that he lived, Transylvania was under the stewardship of the Austro-Hungarian Empire.
Yes.
He also makes a historical appearance. It might be more occult history than actual history in the United States, where he is this mysterious character is supposed to appear during the Declaration of Independence and instigated them to write it. That is identified with Saint Germain, and he was. I think he was also more involved with the formation of the colony as well, of the 14th colony. So what I did, based upon that, when David Anderson says, "What do you want to do at Atlanticron this summer in 2010?" Last time I met with him in person, I said, "Oh, I want to do a movie, and I'm going to write a script." And that was the script I wrote. Was My Kentucky Cousin, and it was about a character coming from Kentucky to Romania to, find out, the mystery of his family's blue blood disease, and it ends up with a war of between elves and vampires who both have the 24th gene pair phenomena, which makes them unable to shapeshift and transcend dimensions. But in the movie, or in the movie, whatever, the script, the elves were good, and the vampires were, of course, negative. And I had based it upon two characters I had met in Romania that were so divergent. One was Stefan, who I said he looked just like Rasputin. I used to call him Rasputin because he looked just like him, and he loved the lower chakras.
Wow.
And the other one was Christina, who looked like an elf. There were so many Christinas, I started calling her Christina the Elf to distinguish her. And David Anderson said, "You're right. She does look like an elf." And she had met me at a David Anderson lecture, and was interested in. And we've remained friends all this time. In fact, I'm trying to give her. She does Christina Owanka. She does lectures on Bitcoin and cryptocurrency.
Oh, that's fascinating.
Oh, she's just cuter than you can imagine, and very sweet. And she's a science major, and now she's doing. I don't know if she invests in it, but I've invited her to speak at Atlanticron, virtual Atlanticron, and she's thinking about doing it to give a presentation for Atlanticron. But as they say, she was a science major, and now she's married and has a child, and she was an elf, and I never in my wildest dreams, she looks like an elf, but never in my wildest dreams would I think that I would, having met a person like that and wrote a whole script for her, which appears in my book, The White Bat, by the way. It goes into that. Yeah.
Which I have a copy of that was gifted by yourself. And everyone who wants to see Paula, his lovely wife, Peter Moon's wife, is on the cover of the book, The White Bat.
Well, this is the thing. It's never in my wildest dreams would I imagine, meeting this beautiful woman at the sacred spot of Sarmisegetusa, where all the Romanians told me to go on my first trip. You must go there. You must go there if you want to understand Romania. Okay. I was not looking for a wife. I was not looking for a wife. I didn't want a wife. However, interesting about that spot, I have two astrocartography lines that run through Romania. Astrocartography is where you take a line and where each planet will have a line where it runs across the Earth. And I have one line that runs right through Montauk in Long Island, another one that runs through Centerport, which is where I got married. So where my work is. I think it's my Neptune line that runs through one of them. I don't remember. And then I have two Mars and Venus running right through San Francisco and off the coast of California. So it's like you're supposed to live near your lines. So the astrologer who first saw that, he says, you're bicoastal. They have two lines. He says, you have two lines running off the coast of California. And then I have, now each continent has different lines. So, I have lines in Australia, lines in Africa, lines in America. In Europe, my line, I have a Jupiter line running through where Atlanticron is, right through where Atlanticron is. The nearest town would be Cernavodă or Constanza on the coast of the Black Sea. So I feel very much at home there. It's a very different part of Romania than Transylvania. It's much more relaxed. So that's Jupiter. That could be like my home line. I also have another line that runs right through Sarmisegetusa, Transylvania, goes up to Minsk as well in Belarusia. And that line is Chiron. Chiron is the wounded healer. Mm-hmm. So for all of the wounded suffering I did as a result of my divorce, right, that's where my healing took place.
Just so people can understand Chiron, the Chiron refers in terms of astrological influence to this planet, or rather planetoid.
Asteroid.
It's a planetoid that's very large, so it's kind of conceivably like Ceres, which technically could be reclassified as a planet. Ceres is the largest asteroid in the asteroid belt, and really is circular or spherical enough where it could be classified as a dwarf planet. And the same with Chiron. Chiron is among a different asteroid belt that's between the gas giants and the ice giants. So the gas giants are, of course, Saturn and Jupiter, and they're enormous. And then after that, it's Neptune and Uranus, or Uranus and Neptune, and they are smaller, so they're ice giants as opposed to gas giants. But in between are the centaurites, because Chiron is the centaur, this teacher of the centaurs, the teacher of Hercules. And so, of course, the whole mythos behind that, but it's important to me because my mother was a Sagittarius. And as a result, I had a fascination because of her and her own love of the centaurs with the centaurites. And they're comparatively recently discovered. We're talking about like in the 70s or the 80s. And so then they were integrated by astrologers into chirotic influences. And so they were unknown to many conventional astrologers who, when I brought them up, these astrologers didn't even know that Chiron existed. I'm talking about astronomers, not astrologers, but actual fucking astronomers who worked at like observatories and shit. These were like students getting their PhDs. And when I spoke to them about that, they didn't know about Chiron and thought I was making it up until they did research on their own. So this is something you can look up, and that's the kind of influence we're talking about. It's a very specific, rather subtle influence. So thank you. Go on. By all means.
Well, yeah. So not only did I meet the woman who would become my wife it was right on my Chiron line, which is my wounded healing line. There's also a lot of other wounded healing that can take place there. And it's really incredible. And I've said this before, but it was like that the night before I met her mother and her brother. But even more than that, it was like all these people had gathered there at the Cotizo Hotel in Costest, which is where you stay unless you're staying even closer to Sarmisegetusa, but it's only a relatively short drive. And all these people had gathered. My friends from Bulgaria, my friend Maria that I brought up with me, and a tour that we were taking. And all of these people had gathered. And my old Romanian friend Nicole happened to be there. It was just like all these people had gathered there because I was there. And it was like such an evening of celebration. Then this New Age musician was giving an event there. Only time I've ever seen an event there. And it was outside. It was beautiful. He was doing, New Age music. And it was like such a festive night. And just the night we arrived. And then my friend Maria and my friend Eva from Bulgaria Maria would do a Romanian folk song, and Eva, who was a singer, would counter it with a Bulgarian folk song, and they were singing back and forth, and it was very festive.
Yeah.
And it was just, wow, it's one of the best nights of my life in terms of celebrating whatever I do, because I'm not, I guess, what you call somebody who's
much of a party animal. You're not much of a party animal. Yeah. Go.
Well, yeah, but I mean, I'm not going to be celebrated. I mean, you know, the people you'd think might celebrate me don't, and it's okay. I'm not here to be celebrated. But that was special because it was all revolving around my work.
Okay, right.
It was all revolving around my work. And then the next day, my friend Alan, who I met for the first time, who was suffering horribly from such a messed up back at the time. Messed up back. Oh, it was torturous. He had to sit in the front of the bus because at the back it was hurting him too much.
Oh God!
I got to kind of really talk to him, but he said that he saw like my crown chakra spinning when I got to Sarmasaj. He says it was like, wow. He says your whole heart chakra was opening up, and I guess the photographs were taken showed some orbs over me. There were a lot of orbs photographed over that area, and it was very festive. And then when I got there, I had all these people in my life that were very important to me, crossing through that land. It was, I mean, never had I been such a celebration at Sarmasaj itself. I won't go into the detail. There were so many Romanians and people and my friends from Bulgaria and et cetera, et cetera. Yeah. And then I met the little girl who had seen the white bat the night before, 4 days before during the biorhythm. She had actually seen a white bat. And I got to meet her. So that was just, and then I met Paula right in that space. And I said to Paula, I said, oh, I said, you're the one from the video. She looks at me, she goes, what video?
Yeah, that's bad. By the way, that's for all of you out there. That's not how you approach a member of the opposite sex, a lady. It's really a bad approach to a lady. You're the one in that video. Anyhow, go on.
Yeah, and I think she knew who I was anyway, though, so it would have softened whatever. No, I said, you're the one in the video. And she says, what video? And I'm thinking, like, the video created such a strong impression on me. When her mother sent me a video of all the women in her group, you know, this ritual, and they're all wearing white. Yeah. When it panned the entire group of women, they were all, I don't think they were all women, but most of them were. I think maybe there were 2 guys, and they're all wearing white. When they panned over Paula, I just go, wow. That, I had an instant, immediate attraction to a woman in a way that I never would have like that. Oh. It was a physical attraction, and I'm more of a mental person. So I was just like, wow. And she was different. And I would say that her mother noticed her as different. And that's why her and her brother both different. He's different too. But so I just, you know, and she says, and I was explaining this video, and I think she said, well, yeah, I was in some video. And we just met. And we said hello. It was a very brief interchange. And then later in the afternoon, she came to the Cotizo with her mother and her friends, and we sat. And after I was done, there was quite a revelation that took place prior to that with our guide, who had showed up drunk, and he was very disappointing because we had been with him the year before, and he had shown us the Valley of the Golden Thrones. And he said, that's down there is the Valley of the Golden Thrones. We were taking this hike up in the mountains, going to a place called FÉTE-ENSEMBLÉE, where the last stand of the Dacians were against the Romans. Oh. And he points down, he says, on the way up, he goes, that's the Valley of the Golden Thrones. I said, you mean the Golden Thrones is in the book by Radu Cinema? He goes, yes, the Golden Thrones. And he explains, there's caves down there. You go into the caves. Well, you sit out by the cave and you meditate. You might be invited into the cave. Mentally, sometimes physically, but it's you meditate outside the cave, and then the Solomonari will invite you into the cave. He began to talk about the Solomonari, right. And this is all through translation because his English is not that good. It's better now, but anyway, when we got back, because he mentioned that one year, the following years, I want to go back and find this Valley of the Golden Thrones. So he had showed up drunk. He didn't really help us, but by the time, I guess maybe he sobered up a little bit and didn't do what he was supposed to do. By the time we got back to the hotel, they were doing a Q&A session, and the Q&A session was going south real bad. He was not answering questions. He was doing it through a translator, and it sucked. He needed to be caned off the stage, driving off the stage. And people are very slow to realize when somebody should be taken off the stage. I notice. I have good stage management qualities. I know when to take somebody off the stage real fast. I'm not always in a position to do it. I think one time I went to some event at my daughter's school for I don't know what the hell they were doing. And I was sitting in the audience, and then they got to the end of whatever the event was. I think it was a play that one of her best friends was in, and I was also very, was like a, alternative dad to this girl, and we're watching this play, and then afterwards they get up, and he starts showing slides, nonsensical slides about people that were in the kitchen or some stupid ass thing, and I put a stop to it somehow. I mean, I endured it for too long. Then I think I started clapping or something, and everybody, it was onerous, like, just get off the stage. Nobody wants to see slides of the ladies making pancakes. Nobody wants to see this stuff. So anyway, as far as like, this guy needed to be staged off, and then I finally engaged him, and it became very meaningful because we wanted to see the Valley of the Golden Thrones, and my brother-in-law my future brother-in-law had already explained to me the night before. He says, people think the Valley of the Golden Thrones, they want to go, but this is it. You're in it. And I said, okay. So I said, okay. Finally, it took a lot of chess, gymnastics, verbal gymnastics through a translator. Say, last year you took us up the mountain and you showed us the Valley of the Golden Thrones. That's where we want to go. Where is that? Can you take us there? He says, oh. He says, you're in it. What do you mean? Well, when we were up there, I was pointing down to where we are now. And now I understood, because the Valley of the Golden Throne, okay, we were nestled amongst the trees, amongst the valley. It didn't look like we were in a valley when you're sitting out there, but when you're up from between the mountains looking down, this is where we were. And when he explained that to me, we were in the valley itself. And now I understood. I'd been in the valley the whole damn time I'd have visited there. Now I understood. But it took that orientation, and that was like a huge enlightenment. Even though my future brother-in-law would tell me I was in the valley, it made no sense, because the previous year I told, this is the valley. Okay, I want to go to that point where you pointed, not knowing that I was already inside of it. But it took that orientation. So I got to see an even more magnificent view of it from the other side last time I was there. That was from Choclavina Cave area. Wow. So it's a huge area, but that was a major revelation. But back to the thread I was saying is, this was my astrocartography line of the wounded healer that was going through that area, and I didn't get to the punchline about Paula. Mm-hmm. I certainly didn't see it then. But when I would go next visit her the following year, the May of the following year, and would become intimate with her, I would soon just see that she had an ear that is pointed. Did she show it to you when we were together?
No, but I believe I noticed it nonetheless.
Oh, well, she'll show it. She's not ashamed of it. It's a pointed ear. Yes. It's an elven ear. She looks like an elf.
Yes. Well, she may be genetically descended from the actual, the genotype. So that's not. She
has a grandmother who has that ear as well. But it's only one ear. She didn't get both ears.
All right. Interesting.
So, so that was, I got more than I bargained for by writing about Christina the Elf, who I featured in that script, and who I very much would like to produce that script someday with her as the star. Mm-hmm. She was going to be in the movie, which never got produced, which is a whole other story. But she couldn't participate because she had other responsibilities to the complexity studies, which she was a part of. But she certainly wanted to, and instead I got a trained actress, somebody who was an actress to do it. But so be it. But that is the Transylvania colony. That is the astrocartography. And we were coming from the thread of Washington, D.C. and the satanic element of the United States. And this is like, we're talking about draining the swamp. Well, the United States has many positive aspects about it. And Paula could certainly tell you all of the positive opportunities that are here. This is the land of opportunity in many respects. But there is also a double-edged sword to it. And there is a huge swamp in Washington, D.C. And I will point out to you that Washington, D.C. is not only a swamp of politicians, was literally a swamp. It was a physical swamp. And do you know the other place of power that was built on a swamp? Douglas, you probably know this. If maybe you can't.
It escapes my conscious mind at the moment. So
it's called the Vatican.
Ah.
The Vatican was built on a swamp. Nobody wanted to go there. It was where all the refuse in the swamp went, and that's where they, at least by, I don't know if it's true history, but by the Bible, they took St. Peter there to crucify him.
Oh, okay.
Because it was in the place nobody wanted to go, and I think that's where they probably performed other executions as well. Okay. And then they built their the cathedral. St. Peter's and all that is
atop it, yes,
on a swamp. So you got a swamp here in Washington, D.C., a swamp in the Vatican, and it says so much.
Yeah.
it says so much. So draining the swamp, this Aquino book, it doesn't have to beat the theme of the Washington, D.C. to death. However, this is the draining of the swamp, because when you expose the creatures of the night to the light, Aquino wrote his book, The Coming Forth
by Night. The Book of Coming Forth by Night is the full title, which is quite pretentious. But
now this is it is, but just to say, the other book that the Egyptians had is The Coming Forth by Day, and
yes.
that has been mistitled as the Egyptian Book of the Dead. Right. And we know the Egyptian Book of the Dead, it's actually the Coming Forth by Day. And the Coming Forth by Day has also been translated more correctly, arguably, by translators, Coming Forth by Breath. And this is where it ties into the Qigong. The breath equals life equals spirit. Mm-hmm. So this is how the work that I've done with Qigong and whatnot comes to counter the negative influence, life versus death. Set is where the word shit comes from. Set is night. It does. I mean, it's undeniable. It's phonetically undeniable. That's set. That's shit. And it's but in Egyptian theology, shit is not bad. Shit is where the dung beetle. It's fecal is the point of creation. Yes. And so this is where the dung beetle makes its he turns it into light, basically.
Yes, the true recycling brought at the divine level, the cosmic recycling. Yes, go on.
Well, yeah, and somebody like Aquino will, take the shit and begin to create a, bizarro, distorted, qliphothic, to put in Kabbalistic terms, qliphothic abyss and send you into the abyss, because that's what he is and what he does.
Yes.
But I will also point out, if that it weren't for Aquino, you and I would not be doing what we're doing.
It's true.
And what we're doing is a blessing.
Yes.
So it's like, the underworld is in servitude here. Mm-hmm. And the other thing, this is a very tough situation, I guess, for people to grasp, that when you go to the Kabbalistic tree of life, you have the top, what they call the throne energies. The Sephiroth is, you have the top is ruled by Pluto. You have the Lord of the underworld ruling the energies of rulership. It's the one that's, Pluto, I believe, had a chariot, and he would direct it. I think, I'm thinking of the chariot of Mars, but Pluto was, it takes a son of a bitch to direct those energies. It's not something, because if it's just like putting too much light on like a magnifying glass and on an animal, you just burn it up.
Yeah.
So those energies are so powerful, they have to be redirected and filtered. And Pluto is a controlling influence. And then astride him, of the throne energies, they come down to the two other archetypes are the Fool and the Magician. Astride Pluto, or Kether, is the Magician and the Fool. And this is why Biden is a very apropos president, because he has so many aspects of a fool. You can say the same thing about Trump, the foolish things he would do or say, the capricious, foolish aspect of him. Neither one of them are complete fools. But the ruler is often in the position of a fool. They're also in the position of a magician, because there's deception and you can't see everything that they're doing. So this is like what's ruling whatever paradigm you're in, whether it's a dictator, whether it's a president, you're being run by somebody who's part fool, and it's somebody who's a politician, who's a son of a bitch politician and is very controlling, and somebody who's deceptive and is a magician. So in any case, to get back to, well, yeah, so this is the, I'm talking about the Aquino stuff, but I must ask you now, did you take the opportunity after we finished on whenever it was, Friday night?
I mean, I certainly
read the rest of the book. Did you read the rest of the book?
I'll try to do so after transmission.
No,
honestly, I couldn't. I couldn't. It was just, I had to.
It's a yes or no question. It's
No.
Well, we will read it on Tuesday night.
We will be reading it on Tuesday night, but I'll try and read it before then. But we'll definitely be reading it by then.
It's not necessary.
Okay.
The only reason I wanted you to read it by then was so you could comment on it.
Yeah, understood.
Comment on it.
Oh, right, which I won't be able to do tonight, but I certainly feel that believe me, when I have people listen to this, I want them to understand that what Peter and I went through, it's definitely hard work. I mean, this was something that
8 hours.
Yeah,
8 hours.
And we're talking about each time we've done this. I mean, we've done 8 hours straight at least.
I'm impressed with how long you could work for, because I want to get this done. I had to work on extra fumes the last couple hours, but I was able to. We conked off at the right period. I was done when you suggested we stop.
Yeah, definitely.
But and so we have next chapter. We have like 2 chapters and an epilogue.
Yeah,
we don't have that much to go.
Yeah.
So we will wrap it up, and
then after that, this is why I wanted to start so early on Tuesday. I'll bring up some other suggestions that we can hopefully just add into compactly, and see if you want to go in that direction at all. We'll of course
we'll have time. We'll have time to do that, because again, I'll be interrupted. I'll be doing a show for those who are interested.
Got it.
On Tuesday with Augie Nost AAGE space NOST. Go to my Facebook timeline.
Right.
I'll be on for, I think, an hour. He's got a pretty big audience.
Oh, yeah. I want you to repeat that after I bring up something with you that was from Maria Michaela Gregorich, a wonderful suggestion. Maria Michaela Gregorich said we should all post on our Facebook timelines, like herself, the cover for the upcoming book with the caption, "The Truth About Roswell, Which Will Be Alien to Most," is her suggestion, or truth, the only alien thing about Roswell, maybe. So I told her I would ask you about that. What's your idea about her kind of pre-advertising, pre-promoting?
That's fantastic, but I don't have the cover yet.
Okay.
I have an ad.
Actually, you could send her just one of the illustrations. You could send her one of the dirigibles or something, maybe, whatever you see fit, that she could put up and kind of like, provide an editorial.
I'll send her a couple things up.
Yeah.
Maria, if you could be so kind as to write to me, and that will remind me to do it.
So Maria, hopefully you hear that. Write to Peter, remind him to do it, and he'll probably send you the end page from his last book, the Radu book, which he had put an end post on there, which is kind of like an ad for the Roswell.
That is an ad. That is an ad.
Okay, good.
And it will. I will send that to her, and I will also send her some pictures of. When she can copy and paste the pictures that if she saw that I already posted. But yeah, that's fine. I mean, it's fine.
Great.
Please do. We can promote the book through our friends here and
Good.
Tell them to do it again.
So she confirms she will write you. And what does that bring to mind? That brings to mind, I'm going to look through just a little bit through the chat room, because I think people are really active tonight, and then we'll turn towards some other things along with what we've already been talking about. I don't mean like leave the subject or leave the track of the subject, but maybe before I go to the chat room, because that might be distracting, we'll go on with the subject. But definitely glad that I got that out there about Maria's idea, and that I was able to do this while you're still able to respond to each other through myself. And so that's wonderful. And
I got her reminder. Thank you, Maria.
Good. Excellent. And I sent you something in the email that, of course, is written in Dietrichonic. Just do me a favor and just scan through that. As usual with my Dietrichonic writ, it's the best stuff, or the most accessible stuff, is at the bottom. So I sent it to both the Peter address and the Sky Books address.
Just now.
Oh, it was a few hours ago, about an hour ago. Yeah. And so you'll find it. You should be able to find it. Of course, a lot of times these things go into spam.
Oh, here it is.
Yeah.
I say it should take an hour.
Yeah. And so if you scan down to the bottom, one of the things I'm bringing up is that there is an element of Japanese culture that was known to be Judaic to the Americans, and this was the reason the Americans sought to annihilate Japan. It was really the destruction of one of the true genotypes out of ancient Judea, are the Japanese, an element of their genes. I
remember you talking about that, and this tied into the
Edomites
assassination of the Messiah as well.
Yes, and the Edomites.
This is the FDR factor.
Yeah.
I remember that. I don't see where I don't see it in the in the email you sent me, but I'm gonna look under Japan.
Right.
Oh yeah. I think I have. This is very Dietrichonic, as you say.
Yeah. But if anyone can read the Dietrichonic and interpret it, Peter Moon can. If you have any problems, just ask me. We don't need to go over this now live on air. But when you and I are alone on Tuesday after we.
What I will say to the audience that's listening is that what this is about is that in this book, the Roswell Deception, it's political. It's and I guess what you call event-driven and political. It's not occult. I begin to mention the occult in the what do you call it, the epilogue, as a lead into the next book, which will deal. It'll start off with the Presidio stuff that many of you have heard before. I've already begun the book in terms of collecting the documented information from the different articles, plus one of the most important articles that Douglas contributed to from the San Jose Mercury News. And I'm going to retell the story in a way that is very readable and assimilable without getting lost in the different stories, because it's not that they're wrong. They're not wrong. It's just they're more cumbersome to read. So I will streamline it, begin the book with what actually happened at the Presidio, then go into some of the inside perspective that Douglas has, some of the stuff that doesn't appear necessarily in the articles or hasn't been featured enough, and then go into the, some of his history with Aquino and some of his personal stuff, and then also, but also is the undercurrent of the occult undercurrent of World War II, which has to do with FDR and the killing attempted to kill I think they did
the
kill
actual killing of the Messiah in the murder of the Messiah in Mongolia. Yes.
And also his motivation was to wipe out the Judaic connection or the Judaic factor of the Japanese Empire. Yeah. And I will point out, and it's much more clear to me than it ever has been, is that I have done so much work on the an iteration, pontification of the sacred name of Yeshua, which is Yod-He, Shin, Vav-He, Shin being the secret word of Freemasonry, and certainly not in a negative context. This is Freemasonry. It's like this would be the the non-Edomic version of Freemasonry,
right?
If we could say that.
Yes.
And this is the word Shin, and Shin, I've written whole pages on this word, and Shin is the sacred word of Freemasonry, but it's the crux of the name that takes the tetragrammaton Yod-He, Vav-He, Yahweh, into pentagrammaton, or Yod-He, Shin, Vav-He, which is Yeshua. And Shin is the key word there. And in Hebrew, it means tooth. And the reason it means tooth is because the Hebrews descend from an Indian tribe in India, which is the boar, was the sacred animal of the Jewish totem. And the boar has a crescent tooth that looks like a crescent moon. It's called Shin. And that's why Shin means tooth. But that crescent is from the crescent city of Shinar, which was the capital city of Babylon. Shine. This is where we get the word shine. Shinar, shine. So when you have, this is why tooth means shine. Shin means, in esoteric Hebrew, it means change, to change. Yod-He, Vav-He, which is fire, water, air, and earth. Spirit, changing it, or change. It's also spirit over fire, water, air, and earth. And this is what they call the fifth element, or quintessence in alchemy. Yes. But when I discovered the word Shinto, the Japanese nature religion, of which Hirohito was the high priest.
Yes.
That's the right word.
Yes. He'd be more equivalent to the Pope, but yeah, but go on.
Yeah,
yes.
But Shinto comes from a combination of the words Shin and Dao. Mm-hmm. The Chinese Dao, which means way, if it's reduced to that, it really has no definition. And Shin is spirit. If you look at that in the regular dictionary, it'll say Shin means spirit, which is consistent with Hebrew. Dao means way of the spirit. You can't have anything more divine than that. But the point of it is you have the most sacred word of Freemasonry, secret word of Freemasonry. Sacred and secret go hand in hand. The most, and the secret word of Christianity, which is the Hebrew word, shows up in Japanese rather. In Chinese, according to my friends at the Taoist Holy House, who were Taiwanese, they taught me that Shin means heart.
Yes. It's
also identified, I believe, with, no, that's a different word, Lam. Mm-hmm. Lam in Chinese is blue.
Okay. And could you disambiguate that for the sake of Jameson Rees from Lam of Aleister Crowley's Lamb?
You can't disambiguate it because it's, they'll say the Dalai Lama, like Lama is like a teacher, Lama, and it's because the blue the Tibetans were ancient, and you see on the Black Sun, you'll see a blue Tibetan monk.
Right.
The ancient Lama the head Lama was blue, according to tradition.
Yes. Yes.
And I did not learn this, but and this is such a funny story. I'm sitting at my traditionally favorite restaurant. I like to say my daughter grew up in this restaurant in Garden City, in Akbar. And, my daughter ate there, and, they would serve her for free until she was about 5. And she grew up eating Indian food. And when the cook came out when she was a baby and took her all around the restaurant. So she's very, used to Indian food. But anyway, one time I was in there, and I think I was with my girlfriend at the time, because we used to eat there quite a bit. And Sam Buddha comes in. And Sam Buddha he was a waiter, and he was from Nepal. And he was always very interested to meet. I used to tell him about my Native American friend, the medicine man, who was a shaman. He wanted to meet him because Sam Buddha was from Nepal, but Sam was supposed to be a shaman. His father was a shaman, but he didn't want to be a shaman. So he ended up in the United States as a waiter, and he did video production. He was very nice. Mm-hmm. And one time Sam's in there, and I said to him, I said, find me a Sherpa. Go get me a Sherpa. And he walks back in the kitchen. Now, this is an Indian restaurant. It's not a Nepalese restaurant. He goes back in the kitchen and he brings me a Sherpa. I mean, I said, give me some tandoori chicken. No, yes, go give me a Sherpa. He brings back the Sherpa. And it's this guy named Pimba.
Uh-huh. Pimba.
And Pimba he's very short. Oh, he's just adorable. He doesn't speak real good English, but he talks, and we come out and we meet him and we make friends. And finally, one day, we arranged to meet. He's going to meet me. But we need Sam Buddha there to be the translator. Because it's not that Pimba can't speak English, but he's more comfortable with a translator. Right. So it's supposed to be me and my girlfriend, Pimba, and Sam Buddha. Well, I'm going. It's this Nepalese restaurant in Queens. And I go to in other words, Sam Buddha calls and cancels. I can't be there, but you can go. He's going to be there for you. He'll have somebody else to translate. Mm-hmm. And then my girlfriend can't make it, which was not uncommon. And she wanted to be there, but I really wanted her to be there because she knew these people and she loved Pimba. She thought he was just wonderful. So I go there, and it was really rank. I ended up getting a parking ticket, which was completely invalid. And you know what? They actually accepted my argument for it.
Wow.
Which they accepted it.
That's good.
Anyway, so I go there, and I'm waiting, and they're not there on time. So I'm getting very, not only impatient, but hungry. And again, the only reason I'm impatient is because I got to monitor the car. I've got to go out and put coins in it or whatever. So finally, I order a meal. I'm starving. So I order a meal, and they, but it's all Nepalese in the restaurant. There's not very many people. It's like, middle afternoon. And they're like, what the hell is this person doing in our restaurant? They're not nasty or anything. They're just very curious that somebody that's not of their ethnicity is coming into the restaurant. Who the hell am I? Or maybe they're picking up on my energy. Mm-hmm. Finally, Pimba comes in with this, she's a very nice girl, and she was the translator. She was very nice. Mm-hmm. And she translated, and we talk, and I think finally, they don't want to eat. But what they will do is share buttered tea with me. And buttered tea is like something that I was longing to drink, because I read in the Tolstoy expedition to Tibet, he talked about, how the Tibetans had buttered tea, and he talked about absolutely horrible it was. And everybody, how horrible buttered tea was. I read in accounts of the buttered tea. And it's kind of like if I ever get a chance to make a movie or something on some Americans going to Tibet, it's going to, there's going to be a lot of time dedicated comically to them spitting out the buttered tea. Well, I had the buttered tea, and it was delicious. And now I'm used to drinking yogurt or yogurt drinks that they have in Bulgaria or even in America, kefir. And so it's kind of like that, and I'm used to that. And they served it in like a big teapot, and we shared it. And so I had to talk all about the buttered tea. You know, it's one of my favorite subjects, even though I hadn't drunk it, just because of the way people react to it. And I don't claim to have what you call a universal palate. I don't claim to have one, but it's much more, I guess, what you call flexible than a lot of people.
Right.
So anyway, we had the butter tea, and then at one point the girl had to go. So she had a tag team translator. He came in and he was a Lama, and that was so neat. He eventually, I mean, they eventually had to go because the Lama had to get to Philadelphia or something. He was young, and he was very knowledgeable, very nice, and he explained to me, and I didn't know that the Lamas were blue. That by tradition, I mean, the head Lama now is not going to if you go and meet the head Lama, he's not going to be blue necessarily. Right. But by tradition, that the Lamas were blue, and that's how I learned that. Yes. And then in the Chinese holy house, I had learned that the word Lam in Chinese meant blue. Right. They speak Cantonese, but I think that the woman who told me that said it was Mandarin. And maybe it is in both. I really don't know. But this means that the Lam of Aleister Crowley, who's a primordial, what does he call it, praetor intelligence, would identify with the blue, Lam. There's also where, who was that son of a bitch? Caleb Cushing. Caleb Cushing was a racist from Massachusetts who was supposedly brought over the charter from the Emperor of China to start the organization Eclampus Vitus. And he did meet in, I believe it was the temple. I don't know if he did it by proxy, but it was at the Temple of Kun Lam in China. I forget, it's a port city. I think it was Shanghai. The Temple of Kun Lam, where the treaty, he was like the first envoy of the United States to China, Caleb Cushing. Sure. But the Temple of Kun Lam means blue queen. Mm-hmm. Blue queen, Kun Lam. It's really not any different than Kuan Yin, the blue queen. So you have an ancient heritage of blue people, which is a whole nother story, which ties to the Merovingian dynasty, the true Merovingian dynasty, so on and so forth. So to get back to the thread, Roosevelt was trying to capture or kill this dynasty because he was, as Douglas says, a crazy son of a bitch. There's also evidence to suggest that he had Montauk Indian blood because, in fact, all the presidents pretty much had Montauk Indian blood because he married into the Dutch Van Tassel family. And the Van Tassels were the one who kidnapped Heatherflower, the Montauk Indian princess who was the daughter of King Wyndange. And there is one of the communities in Long Island, Suffolk County, is Wyndange, which was traditionally a black community. It still pretty much all is, Wyndange. But although it was black, it was named after an Indian. So you see, it all fits the pattern of so much of the things I have studied and the connection to the Moors and whatnot. But Montauk, Roosevelt was tied to the Van Tassel family, and they migrated.
Tell people a little bit about the Van Tassel history on the West Coast, only in the sense of Giant Rock and the, the whole alien cult thing. It's a.
Well, I will. And the Van Tassels migrated from Montauk, the Dutch, to a place that you've all heard of called Sleepy Hollow, which was made famous by Washington Irving, a Dutch writer, and who wrote about Rip Van Winkle and all sorts of things in New Amsterdam. I mean, the Dutch settled New York, and it was then called New Amsterdam. But Sleepy Hollow is a village that's a little bit north of New York City, and there's a bridge right next to it. It was called the Tappan Zee Bridge, which is what it should be called, and then now they call it the Mario Cuomo Bridge, which is a complete, it's like if they called the Golden Gate Bridge the Arnold Schwarzenegger Bridge.
Yes. Oh, it's just awful. Oh my God.
Yeah, it's or the Ronald Reagan Bridge, who's a little more healed as a politician than Schwarzenegger, although they're both actors. But it would degrade it, even if you look at Reagan and on the best side of him. It's the Golden Gate Bridge. You can't change it.
Thank you.
The Tappan Zee Bridge is it's a much nicer bridge than it used to be, but it's the Tappan Zee Bridge. You cross the Hudson River. So anyway, the Sleepy Hollow. Now, the Van Tassels. So they were a Dutch family, and it was actually one of an 80-year-old man in New Hampshire had married into the Van Tassel family, and he had contacted me when he read about the Dutch connection in one of my books, and they invited me up. They had a kind of a community up there, but his wife was a Van Tassel, and she told me, and he was the one who told me that he saw the lecture of Admiral Richard Byrd.
Okay.
And he says every so often Richard Byrd would just insert into his lecture, "There's nothing like a cup of Maxwell House coffee in the morning."
Wow.
He just like every 15 minutes or so, there's nothing like a cup of Maxwell.
I'm assuming he was paid. I'm assuming he was contracted for that.
I think he was just programmed. I think he was.
Interesting. Oh, okay.
He said it was non sequitur. The rest of the lecture was fine. And, you could call it Alzheimer's because he must have been pretty old, but nothing like a cup of Maxwell House cup of coffee in the morning.
That's awful. That's awful.
Yeah. So, yeah. So anyway, but that was Mr. Van Tassel, or his wife was a Van Tassel. I forget what his name, but it was somebody I really would have enjoyed going up to meet and spend time with, but it just didn't happen. But the Van Tassels. Now, what's very peculiar before I get to George Van Tassel on the West Coast, my first, I guess when you talk about, I was reading science fiction in high school and I was opening up my mind to things, but there were two books that really maybe three books that really kind of got me on the path. And one would have been the book Siddhartha by Hermann Hesse.
Okay.
And in another book that he wrote called Journey to the East. And another book that my high school teacher, Mark Hayward, introduced to me, my student teacher, who also helped introduce me to Scientology. It was a book called The Master Game by Robert S. DeRobb. And that was sort of the game of all games. There's a lot of games you can play in this world. And the Master Game was like, it lit up my pinball machine. And I said, the Master Game, this is what I want to play. So I said, in the Journey to the East, the mysterious character they can't find, his name is Leo. And he finally finds him. He's like his great teacher. They're on this journey to the East with these people, which means Journey to the East means Jerusalem. And in the Orient, they go Journey to the West, which is Jerusalem.
Okay.
So he looks him up in the phone book. So I read Robert DeRobb's book, and I looked him up in the phone book because I knew he lived in Sonoma. He lived on Sonoma, or in what it called Santa Rosa. So I looked him up. He lived on Sonoma Mountain Road, and I found his address, and I wrote to him. And he was kind enough to write me back a letter. And he says, I have, he wrote me a letter and says, okay, three instructions for you. He says, finish high school, number 1. 2, decide on a career. And 3, apply for admission to the capital L League. The League was mentioned in Journey to the East. It was sort of a secret spiritual group. And you didn't join it. You didn't join it like joining the army or joining the Boy Scouts. It was kind of a clandestine secret group. So I said, wow, this is great. I wrote him back, and he referred me to a man in San Francisco named Edward Van Tassel. And I exchanged correspondence with Edward Van Tassel, but I changed all of that because I went into Scientology, which just circumvented everything. I mean, that I could no more San Francisco, no more Edward von Tassel. And Edward von Tassel, I was curious about who this guy was. He was in San Francisco, and he was the leader of a group who was, Robert de Ropp would eventually have his own commune up in Santa Rosa area. But he was studied under Ouspensky. He was part of Ouspensky's group, and he had met Gurdjieff once.
Could you give a little bit of detail on these gentlemen, both Ouspensky and Gurdjieff? Because most people, of course, are not going to know who these people are.
Well, they were Ouspensky had something called the Fourth Way, and they were, supposedly great teachers of the esoteric. I mean, they were kind of famous names, but not the kind of famous names you're going to necessarily hear in my high school. They would have been mentioned, but not in most high schools.
Right.
And they were not featured. So they were basically occultists. And de Ropp had to get rid of Ouspensky's school. He had to leave it because it was too cultish. It was too cultish. And Gurdjieff was, he met him in New York City once. That was the extent of it. Gurdjieff was Turkish, and he wrote a book called Meetings with Remarkable Men. And he had a lot of UFO contact in Turkey.
Actually, Gurdjieff was Georgian.
Oh
yeah, from Russia, the Georgian nation of Russia.
I think he might be more Turkish. I know you're right, but
he might have been Turk acculturated because he got very involved with the dervishes. And because he got so involved with the dervishes and the Sufi movement, I think he probably got Turkish nationality, but he was ethnically Georgian. So it would be.
Well, he traveled into that area to learn.
Yeah.
Because he had a very fondness for knowledge of such studies.
Right. Yeah.
Well, yeah, but they ended up a digression because, and de Ropp was a biochemist. He was a biochemist, and he was a very credentialed character in science, and he went to. He grew up in Lithuania in the beginning. Tried to commit suicide in Australia, in Adelaide. It didn't work because it was completely impoverished.
Oh God!
And he had a father who was involved, I think, with the famous Zimmerman telegram, if I recall. His father kind of like sent him to some relatives in Lithuania, and he grew up in Lithuania. But the father was kind of like a, mover and shaker in the intelligence circles. And he met with his father later in life, and they talked, or maybe, and his father basically told him that, the war was a war of good and evil, and, he kind of had some real occult perspective on the war. The father did. He was more in intelligence circles than in occult circles. He might have mixed in it, but he kind of was not a very good father, to say the least.
Right.
Or a very present father.
And you'll notice that all of these occultists have this connection with the intelligence circles. This is why I've used the term the military occult complex, or the military intelligence occult complex. And Aquino, of course, embodied this and personified it. But please go on. Both of you.
Yes, I will get back. I will get back to von Tassel. But so anyway, he introduced me to this von Tassel character who just kind of there froze in time, and that was before I got into Scientology. Shortly before, and then, and if I had not gotten into Scientology, I would have looked up von Tassel, and I would have become a data. What was it? A precursor to a computer programmer, a data analyst.
Yes, right. Or they also. Yes, thank you. They had all kinds of terms for them, but what you're saying suffices. Go on. Yeah. Well, why would you? Why do you feel
my father was very concerned about my interest in all of this, because I think he said, he says, I don't want,
Well, he wanted you to get a job.
Well, I would have had a job. I would have had a job there. This guy told me to decide on a career. I would have become a data processor and would have made a decent salary and been able to support myself. Probably unlike most of the people that would have been in the group. I say that sarcastically. And in those days, it didn't take much to support yourself either.
Right.
But what he said about, you know, he was worried that I was going to get involved with, what did he say? Queers and queers was the word. Queers and, you know.
Oh my God. It was amazing the concerns that parents had over that sort of thing.
Well, queers and dopers or whatever. But the thing was, he wasn't wrong, because a lot of the people that are going to be on the fringe, and the home of the fringe, you know, home on the range.
Yes. Yes.
Not homo on the range,
Yeah.
but home on the range was City Lights bookstore in San Francisco, which was owned by Lawrence Ferlinghetti.
Yes.
And Lawrence Ferlinghetti was a very, very famous character in not so much gay history. He was gay, but he was famous in gay history, but because of the censorship issues surrounding Allen Ginsberg's poem Howl. Ferlinghetti was involved with his own issues of censorship, and he was, and basically he was a pivotal character in the changing of the censorship laws when it came to literature. And much of it centered around Allen Ginsberg's poem Howl. And the only reason Ginsberg got his book published is because, and William Burroughs, is because I think Ginsberg was either in jail. I think he was in jail with, somebody was in jail, and somebody's nephew, you know, his uncle was a publisher, and that was the connection where they got published.
Right.
Ginsberg and Burroughs. So I don't remember the exact story.
Right.
People could look it up, but you know, it was kind of like at the bottom edge of the sewer. They were
the bleeding edge.
elevated.
Yeah, the cutting edge, the bleeding edge.
Yeah,
Yes.
and I don't mean that disparagingly. That's you know, because they were pivotal characters in the 1950s and 60s, the precursor to what they were called the Beats. They were called the Beats. They were the founders of the Beat generation in many respects, and then the Beats followed them, and the hippies followed the Beats, and all of it was generated out of the Bay Area. So in New York was kind of a satellite of San Francisco rather than the other way around, and the Village, Greenwich Village. So the Ferlinghetti had the City Lights bookstore, which was they carried everything. But I will say this about Lawrence Ferlinghetti would not have touched me with a 10-foot pole. And I don't mean that in a sexual entendre there. If he had a 10-foot pole, he might have tried. But anyway, Lawrence Ferlinghetti, in other words, I would have been antithemic to anything these people, and they were the radicals. I was far too radical for them. Far too radical. Even though the Montauk energy deals with so much of that homosexual energy. So it's funny. You know, I mean, these people wouldn't, as much as they were the radicals of their day, I was far more radical. And Douglas, you would be the same. You would be more radical.
Yes.
You know.
Yeah.
They'd say, "We don't care if you show up in women's clothes. We still don't like you." You know, because I don't know. It's just it's a gray matter thing. So anyway, the Von Tassel character, never really came up again until my last month in Scientology, or months, maybe 2 months. And I was assigned. Now, at that point, this is 1983. In the spring of 1983, I was on the outs with whatever was left of a command structure. It was really, in my eyes, a joke. And I wanted to leave. And I wanted to leave through, I guess what you'd say, standard channels. I wasn't just going to depart. there were reasons for that, which worked out very well in the end. It was a little tumultuous, but not too bad. Nothing like the horror stories you hear, nothing at all like the horror. I was a rather smooth transition. Anyway, I was assigned to work in the data bureau, and you should never, in Scientology, you never put a person who's an ethics case. In other words, they don't belong there. There is a problem with them. I was considered an ethics case because I didn't want to be there. You don't put them in data files. You put them on physical labor, because that way they can't mess anything up. You don't want them in anything administrative. Nevertheless, they violated their own rules, and they put me in administrative data files, which was, I don't know what the hell we were doing with data files. I don't even remember what I was doing, except that I was going through data files. Now, they were taking every one of these data files, which were paper data in big manila folders and big filing cabinets, and they were putting them on microfiche. And they were going to, or I don't know if they were microfishing them or optical scanning. They were starting to optically scan everything.
Right.
And scanning.
Just to clarify this for people, when Peter Moon kind of goes into some of these experiences, this is a specifically Scientology an in-organization experience that it needs to be thought of in that context, because many people don't know what you're talking about once you get into talking about some of like normally when somebody does this, you put them into physical labor rather than going into data.
This is a Scientology thing.
Yeah, this is a Scientology thing. And the microfiche was a dead-end technology for all you youngsters out there, which, basically you've got things that are on microfiche that, they're just inaccessible now because people have to be trained to use it. And for a while they were trying to get everything on microfiche. They thought that was the wave of the future. And now we've got to go back into microfiche to get things out of microfiche, to digitize them so they can be fucking accessible on the goddamn net. And this may never be done. So that's another area where thousands and hundreds of thousands of documents are lost. But go on.
So yeah, I think the guy and the guy who was over me and doing it, he was in charge of the data files. He had already told me, he says, what they're doing to you is a railroad. They're everything they're doing to you is unfair. And he was objective. He says it's he heard what was, and it was, but it was good. It was all worked to my convenience. I was being escorted out by the forces of nature. So I wasn't unhappy that. Yeah. If they didn't railroad me and had promoted me, it would have been the worst thing for me. Mm-hmm. So I was silently, secretly very happy. But he said, so anyway, I'm going through these files and I see this, lo and behold, it's a proclamation by L. Ron Hubbard to George von Tassel. This is the name coming up, George von Tassel. I think, what the hell is this? Now, I think I'd heard of George von Tassel before, but here he was, I think I knew who he was. George von Tassel was UFO Central in the 1950s.
Interesting.
Now, yes. He had worked for Hughes Aircraft. He worked personally for Howard Hughes. And he was an aeronautical engineer. He was a pilot. And he went out to a place in the California desert called Giant Rock. And it was he had purchased it from a German. The Germans were out there. And he purchased it at Giant Rock. And he had a cafe there. I think there was a restaurant, and he used the restaurant. And there were a lot of esoteric properties around Giant Rock. And he put an airstrip out there. And he would work for Howard Hughes, I think, in the weekdays. And he'd go out and start building up this place that he built. He created in fact, I actually seriously considered buying his property. He had a device called the Integratron, which was, it looks like a dome, and it was supposed to be, rejuvenate you. He was into rejuvenation. And it was my friend in the OTO, she was looking into buying it, and then she couldn't, and then she kind of turned it over to me, and I considered it, but I didn't. Would one of my friends advised me that, it's not going to be a profitable enterprise.
Right.
Over the long run, it was not very expensive. It was like, I think, $120,000 or something to buy the whole thing at the time. Yeah. I could have afforded it, but it was not something. It's okay. I even got Preston interested in it in terms of, he had a lot to offer, but not in terms of money, but in terms of
his technical input
into energy of the place. Yeah. But the thing is that George von Tassel was the head of the contactee. He was Mr. Contactee. He had his own contacts from Venus or whatnot. And you'll see some of these. They used to show them quite a bit on TV, where you see these guys with these Indian headdress saying that he was contacted by aliens from outer space or from Venus. They talked a lot about Venus and these various people. And of course, from a conventional standpoint, they looked like they were completely lunatics.
Yes.
I'm saying from a conventional standpoint, they were basically tripping off of some sort of astral phenomena or some phenomena. And they could just do diatribes. And these people would have huge UFO conventions out in the California desert. That's who George Van Tassel was. Now, when I saw that L. Ron Hubbard had given him a proclamation, what do you call it, acknowledging him for his contribution to whatever it was, spirituality, whatever. Now, all that wasn't L. Ron Hubbard personally doing that. That was his public relations officer. I believe her name was Sue Anderson at the time. She definitely was his public relations officer, but I believe that she was the one who did this. Not related to David Anderson, her husband was Ron Anderson, who was from Santa Barbara, where they still live to this day, as far as I know. But she would, this was a public relations offensive by her office, which was to make L. Ron Hubbard's name well known. So if L. Ron Hubbard gives you a proclamation, as Douglas Dietrich, recognized military historian, L. Ron Hubbard recognizes you. Here's a certificate. You put it on enough walls of people, it creates a certain public relations awareness and goodwill. There's nothing negative about it for anybody, unless the person who has the certificate hanging on their wall says, "Oh, we don't like L. Ron Hubbard. We're gonna blow dart your certificate." But that was a technique they used. But they were signaling out George von Tassel. I go, what the hell's that name doing here? There's von Tassel. I remember that guy. So all of a sudden that's the von Tassel story of who von Tassel was. And he was from one perspective, but the guy was an aeronautical engineer who knew his stuff. You can say Howard Hughes knew his stuff. And one of my friends in Scientology used to work in the same drafting room with Howard Hughes. He used to answer to Howard Hughes. Said he was a really nice guy, and he really knew his stuff aeronautically. That's one perspective of Howard Hughes. He later grew to be very eccentric, to say the least.
Yes, well, that was more like brain damage, poor bastard. But yes. So there we have that, and I really appreciate you sharing all of that, of course. And I just, and I want to thank Jameson for bringing up, the other aspect of Gurdjieff. I can go in different directions, of course, with Gurdjieff and his impact on history, but all of these people were that just basically involved in the intelligence circuit. They're involved in the occult circuit, and it's pretty much the same thing. This goes back to the days of John Dee. Of course, as Peter Moon would say, in the West, where there is a development of a casting spells against your enemy kind of mentation process that nobody acknowledges, but everybody does. With with that, of course, I'm just so glad to have everyone here, being able to buy myself time to pull my head out of my ass with my hangover.
Maria asked me I'm going to retire in a minute here because it's late, but Maria asked me a question, which I meant to bring this up to the audience. Yeah. You asked about astrocartography. You can just look it up on the net and find it, but I refer people to a site called Astrodienst, ASTRODIENST. It's a German word, but they have a very extensive site, and you can play around on that, and you can get charts done. You can use it without pay. They have if you pay, you get more is accessible to you. Astrodienst, again, ASTRODIENST, and I have done some. I think I have got some astrocartographic charts off of there. I've done other sites. I did some for my daughter once, where she should be. Her line runs right through San Francisco as well.
Uh-huh. Is that a positive or a negative in her case?
Well, you know, she actually had a Chinese boyfriend, and she spent some time in San Francisco and Berkeley. And the first time I ever took her there, we were going down the I don't remember the name of the street that runs right south of the Golden Gate, not the Golden Gate Park, that street.
I forget. Yes, I mean,
yeah. So we're going down that street, and she's seen all these row houses on the left, and she just got really excited. She goes, "God, I could live here!" You know, she loved it. Oh. She said the same thing when she flew over Los Angeles. I could live here. She does live in Los Angeles. So yeah, we were on the way to my friend Tantra's house, which was right down there by the Camera Obscura where we visited.
Yes.
But yeah, so she did spend some time in San Francisco. She liked it. Right now she's in LA. So if that line runs off San Francisco, it's going to run down the coast for her as well. And as I say, I think mine ran right. My line ran off the coast of Southern California, but you don't have to live right on the line. You live within, 50 miles of it or something. And I think mine might run right through Catalina, where I did spend time as a young boy. So the one of the most undervalued pieces of real estate, no matter how much it costs, it's probably expensive there now, is Catalina Island, owned by the Wrigley. And this is a great story. The Wrigley family owns Catalina Island. Now there's about 1 square mile of a little city called Avalon, which is owned by people. You can go buy a house there. My cousin has, I think he inherited it, or he got a bankrupt. He was a lawyer. He got a bankrupt hardware store and turned it into a super condo or something. What he lives in. But Avalon is okay. It's a little town. You can't get around. You're going to go stir crazy in there. And they have the big Avalon ballroom. I went to baseball camp not at Avalon on Catalina Island, which you have to take it's separate. I mean, it's a separate part of the island. So I got to see parts of the island and you can also take a tour around the island, but I got to live and see parts of the island that people don't ordinarily get to see. And if you go on the windward side of the island, which is the western side of the island, it's completely different. The cliffs are just blown. They have cliffs that wind blown, so it looks like very harsh. On the other side, which is the leeward side, where the wind doesn't hit, it's calm and peaceful. So the story that a friend of mine told, he knew somebody. Okay, the Wrigley family owned this island, and back in the day, the Chicago Cubs, who they owned at the time, Wrigley Field was named after them. They used to train there on Catalina Island, spring training. So the Wrigleys had a mansion there. And one day, this must have been in the 1970s. Now, back in the 50s and 60s, if you wanted to buy Wrigley gum, almost any candy was 5 cents. If you wanted to buy a Snickers bar or a Milky Way, which were staple, or Hershey bar, they were 5 cents. They would have a bigger version at 10 cents. That was a much bigger version. But most candy was 5 cents. You were fine with a 5-cent candy bar. You were happy with it. If you're, really hungry, you go for a 10-cent. But 5 cents was fine. If you say, the grocery, we used to have grocery buses. Grocery buses here. Mom, give me 5 cents. And you go out and you buy a candy bar. So anyway, so 5 and 10 cents. So you'd have Wrigley's gum was 5 cents. A big pack was like 10 cents. And most of the gum you bought, if it wasn't bubble gum, it was Wrigley's chewing gum. Doublemint, spearmint.
Yes.
Yeah.
They used to have the green android woman, the green android twin woman who were on the beach all the time.
Yeah, Doublemint twins. The double your pleasure, double your fun with Doublemint gum. Yeah. And they had juicy fruit, was yellow. And so anyway, one of his friends was working at the store that I don't know that Miss Wrigley owned the store. No, she did own the store. And she goes in there and she buys some gum. Now by this time it's the 70s, there've been inflation, and gum now goes up to 35 cents. And it's a big pack of gum, I think. And he says, that's 35 cents. And she goes, what do you mean it's 35? And she gets all pissed off because it's not a nickel or a dime. And she fires him.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
That's the Wrigley story. I mean, that's how disconnected. That's how disconnected. Now, could she have afforded the 35 cents? That was piss money to her.
Yeah, that was.
She fired, and he's just charging what her company gets for selling the gum.
Right.
But it's a funny, and it's a bit of geographical orientation of Catalina Island, which is and Preston Nichols said there used to be a big project on it was the Catalina project. All sorts of secret stuff that went on there.
Yeah, that had to be the Pacific Coast version of Montauk on that island. So I definitely appreciate your being here tonight and helping buy myself some time to get over my hangover and pull my head out of my ass. I'm going to bring Jameson and Derek back now. Derek might already be asleep. Yeah, Derek's already asleep. So I'll bring Jameson on yeah. I'm sorry?
I'm up.
Oh, you are. Oh my God. Oh, well, thank you. Oh, that's good. I mean, say whatever, is on your mind. We're going to segue Peter Moon off gracefully, of course. I certainly want everyone to understand. Peter, you're still with us, right?
Yeah, I'm still there. I'm gonna get Maria her what she wants before I go to
bed. Beautiful. And while you're doing that, I'll let people know that if it were not for the pandemic, I would have no time amid social obligations to have spent with Peter. So the pandemic has really been fortuitous in the birth of the book. And this is a book in a very real sense born of the pandemic because the pandemic has made it possible for me to dedicate the time to him that I have. Now, I'm spending, certainly what has been taken from me is any public events that otherwise I would have been obligated to have attended with my gang brothers or with my son. These are all gone this New Year, and in that sense, it's a poignant New Year and filled with pathos. But at the same time, it's definitely for the best and full of a real sense of joy and just fulfillment in working with Peter Moon in what we've been doing and what we still have yet to do. And so what has happened is on the particular days when there's nothing that is specific to being with family or with friends, these are the days which I'm spending with Peter Moon. These are days that I would otherwise be spending at public celebrations. So it's these more public-oriented aspects of Asian Lunar New Year, which is incredibly complex. You're talking about a holiday that's developed over 4,000 years. And in developing over 4,000 years, it has layer upon layer of aspects of the celebration which are simply impossible to convey and do justice to. So in this time of pandemic, we're definitely making the most of it by getting work done now. I will say this much: the next time that I'm working with Peter Moon, this is going to be one of those things that kind of pushes the edge. It pushes the edge in terms of the taboos and the traditions of Asian Lunar New Year. When I will be working with him will be the day of Po Wu. And Po Wu is like transliterates as break 5, which is kind of like because of the day beforehand, which will be Monday, the 15th of February, will be what's known as Yang-Ri, and that is the day of the sheep, appropriately enough because it'll be President's Day in the West. And in Chinese mythology, the world was created by Nü. That was the kind of like the demiurge, which you won't know about unless you do deep study into theology. You will not know about the demiurge, but the demiurge is disambiguated from God, but is like the next thing. This was
kind of a mechanized version of God, kind of like the B666 in a way. It's the mechanized version. I think it might correspond to Ahriman.
Okay. Yeah, well, the Gnostics knew of the demiurge, and the demiurge is, of course, can be taken as negative or positive. It's disambiguated from God in that sense. Is that, but definitely, much of creation was done through the demiurge in Gnosticism. So Gnosticism gives you an awareness of the mechanics of the universe, like God creates the demiurge that kind of does the mechanics, kind of works with mechanics of the universe. Is that one way of expressing it, Peter?
Yeah, I think so. It's an awkward word.
Yeah.
It's kind of hard to express in a word.
Yeah.
But it's like, I would say the Hubbard referred to it. He didn't call it the demiurge, but the mechanical conditions of existence. And that was one of the things that was my big spiritual enlightenment. Was from Scientology that stepped me on the path to leave. Was to dissolve the hurtful mechanical conditions of existence.
Thank you.
Yeah, and so that led me to Montauk, and now Montauk leads me to the debris of the Presidio. I mean, there's the debris of Roswell. There's also the Presidio debris, and this is what we're cleaning up.
Yes. And so on Monday, on President's Day, tomorrow, what we have is the welcoming of the 5 gods. This is nothing to do directly with Nu or the Chinese demiurge, but it's kind of like this is the day in which it is felt that he created the baseline, the basic clay of the earth, and the earth itself as the stage for other creations, other life forms. And this is similar, kind of like if you were a Freemason, or certainly one of the founding fathers. Whether this is still something reflected through Freemasonry or not, the founding fathers were certainly all deists. In other words, they believed that God. They paid lip service to Christianity, but none of them were Christians, and all of them were truthfully rather antichrist. And what they truly believed was in deism, which was that if God had created the universe, he had abandoned it thereafter. So the universe was simply just a mechanism that was running away on its own, and that men needed to take charge of it. This was their feeling, and so they were seeking apotheosis by which to do just that. But this has
There's something logical about that, though.
I'm sorry?
I said I find there's something. I find that there is something logical about that.
Well, occultism would kind of, encourage that. It's not something I encourage people to take up as a perspective, but I understand what you're saying. In terms of the Chinese tradition, of course, on tomorrow will be the day, and all that gives you kind of more of a context for President's Day. But that will be the Western overlay onto the Asian tradition that I will be involved with, where the welcoming of the 5 gods requires basically 3 tables of food. And the first has kumquats and sugar canes for a sweet life and a successful road. Cakes are on the second table, and the third table has the main course of whole pig, whole chicken, whole fish, and soup. All of these need to be integral. They need to be intact. And so it's definitely forbidden to slaughter sheep on the day tomorrow, which is important in subsistence farming culture that China derives from. And fair weather will be taken as a sign that the sheep will be healthy in their herds or their flocks throughout the year, and that the family will have a bountiful harvest. But when I will be working with Peter Moon will be the day thereafter. And in terms of the day thereafter is when the 5 gods take their leave. In other words, the break 5. After praying to the god of wealth, on the day after tomorrow, to commence the day after tomorrow, then markets and stores will be able to open again, and women can also go out and give their New Year's blessings. And some say, in terms of the superstitions and beliefs, that taboos and activities forbidden on other days can be performed on the 5th. And others say it's unfit to work on that day. So I will take it from the perspective that Peter Moon and I are, in essence, at play. There will be a real sense of play with what we're doing. But the last time I worked with him, it was a day in which sacrifices are made to the family. So I was done with those by the time that I spracketh with Peter. Which is why I spracketh to him at about 6:30 p.m. my time, 9:30 p.m. his time. Or it was around 6:30 p.m. his time, so it was about 3:30 p.m. mine. And we had started later the time that we had worked together before. But it gives people kind of an idea of why there's breaks in what is done. Obviously, on Monday I will be involved with feasting, and Tuesday will be basically, more free. Normally I'd be out partying in a public forum, but it's just not available in the year of the pandemic. And so Peter and I will do our work then, and then we'll decide when next we rendezvous after that. But we're definitely going to get a number of things done. And
Douglas, we'll definitely, it won't take long at all to finish this. What's
the core?
left.
Yeah, the core of the book.
The only thing left of that is what additions.
That's right. In a sense, but we never did. Remember, we started essentially around chapter between 7 and 12. We started between 7 and 12, so we might go back over the first 6 chapters. We might do that.
You went over that earlier.
Yeah. I mean, you're right, and that's how we got
corrections on those.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Chapter 5. So
yeah, good point. I mean, your point's well taken. That's how we came up with some extra chapters that actually Peter Moon had writ. Yes. And like I said, hopefully we will integrate. I think we do need to integrate into this book somewhere in one of the chapters the fact that the Japanese were bearing these heraldic shields of the original Jewish tribes. That
will be the next book, because that gets into the Antichrist, where that gets into the esoteric.
Okay.
And I think I allude at the end of the book to where we'll touch on that. This will be
excellent.
We'll be opening the door to, the Satanism aspect, and that's the draining of the swamp. This is disclosure. Right. This is alien disclosure. Yeah. These are the aliens, the Japanese.
Thank you.
And you know what? Yes. If you were going to be introduced to, take me to your leader, the people that are saying, take me to your leader, the people here in the Disclosure Network want to be taken to their leader.
Right.
This is what they want. They want, well, what do these aliens have to say to us? Well, if you want to hear what the aliens have to say to us, understand another culture called the Japanese culture. And this culture of the Japanese is completely alien to the Western mind.
Yes.
Completely alien to the Western mind. You don't have to worship it, but you should acknowledge it and learn from it, because it's a much older culture than what you come from. So Tibetan is a much older culture, and Romania or Dacia is a much ancient culture than so these are ancient cultures that we're dealing with. So yes, this is the alien culture. This is disclosure. And the next book will be Draining the Swamp. And you will start to see, like, Governor Cuomo's already going down.
Yeah.
Because what he did was so despicable. I mean, he's despicable anyway. People hate him. I haven't heard any. The only people, there might be some people that like him. I haven't heard them. The only people that seem to pat him on the back are people like Billy Joel and Robert De Niro and celebrities. And I don't understand why they do. There's probably, favors, backslapping that goes on.
Butt slapping.
Butt slapping.
Yeah, I would say that what had happened was that Cuomo was riding a wave where it looked like he was the voice of reason throughout the height of the plague, throughout the height of the pandemic, when New York City was the epicenter. He was presenting a voice of reason in many respects, and so that was essentially what made him so popular, and he was popular in that regard. So, but then what's coming out now was the seedy underbelly of his hiding the death rates in senior rest homes, the hospice centers, etc. in particular. And
also causing the death rates in those places by putting COVID patients into them.
That's
what caused it. He not only hit it, he caused it.
I'm sorry, I'm not laughing.
And he's at the same time saying, if by these restrictions we can just save the life of one person, it's worth it to save the life of one person.
Oh my God. Yeah, so there you go with that. So definitely there's this. Yeah, there you go. And
And
but
keep in mind, his brother is somebody who was caught on TV of saying, how great he was, and he could play any professional sport or something like this, bragging, and it shows him dunking a basketball, and the basketball was like reduced by 2 or 3 feet. So he could dunk the basketball and look like, looks some badass version of Michael Jordan or something. I mean, this is the amount of hypocrisy. He was also like lecturing people on masks, and he's, and he actually had the COVID. He had the illness, and he's out there without his mask. He's just a complete elitist. And his father I always thought his father was a dirtbag, Mario. But Mario was like nothing compared to these guys. Mario was kind of jovial. But the thing about his father, Mario Cuomo, was he came out and he was really harsh when the movie The Godfather would play in New York. They did this whole, this movie is a work of fiction. It's not to stereotype or categorize any particular ethnicity, and it was just this long diatribe, qualifying The Godfather as a fiction movie. And he would come out and say, there is no mafia. There is no mafia. And he'd come out, there is no, like
That's
his
incredible.
sons do. There is no mafia. Well, after he made this big proclamation, his father-in-law was shot by by the mafia. And it was like he had to shut up and he had to recant, I mean, it was such a public embarrassment for him. There is no mafia. And I don't know what the shooting was about, but it was just a public embarrassment of his idiocy, saying there is no mafia. He really took umbrage with that.
It reminds me of a story. Let me see if I can look this up. And let me see if I can find this correctly, based on what I remember. I'm trying to remember if Sassoon was shot, Siegfried Sassoon, or does anyone remember that the Sassoon individual was shot by
The one in China? The one in China?
No. This was someone more recently. There may have been another gay kind of stylist or designer that I'm thinking of. His gay lover shot him, and it was just such a exceptional assassination in the sense that it was just a number of convergent things happened at that time to make it look like it was an occult or ritual murder. But they claimed it wasn't. But it was. I'm trying to remember if that was one of the Sassoons. That was, I'm looking up Sassoon shot by gay lover, and then I'm getting other Sassoons getting shot. I'm getting gay love letters of Wilfred Owen to Siegfried Sassoon, so that obviously might have been the case. Or it might have been, I'm also getting another one where Sassoon was shot in the head by a fellow British soldier. So I guess wherever they go, there's all kinds of shit going on. So anyhow, it doesn't bear going into right now. It's just obviously just apparently they've got a strong string of gay in the I don't even know how they reproduce. There's so many gays in their family line. It's like, I guess that every once in a while they're doing it either by in vitro or they're just like.
Let me say something to you, and you might know this even better than me. But one of my psychic friends who was very, that's what she did for a living. And she told me that so many of these people that were like very successful in the world had secret lives where they were flamingly gay or sadomasochistic and or both, and they would have a nice McMansion or nice home, and they would have the appearance of being a very
straight,
Leave It to Beaver family.
Yeah, the beard. Well, yeah, what's called the beard in the gay community.
Well, yeah, I mean, it wasn't just a beard; it was a beard and her kids.
Yeah,
the kids were little baby beards,
Yeah.
And they would just like look straight, and then meanwhile it's like playtime, and I don't know that all of them were crazy / sinister. I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say they weren't. I don't know. But they obviously they engaged her for her services. And yeah, in other words, it's a whole secret side. So it's like part of the gay lifestyle, particularly where it, was to remain hidden. Because
I mean, hence the term "in the closet." Yes, but go on. Yeah,
well, yeah, but it was a, I'm emulating a statistically run-of-the-mill average human being, but I am not that. And what one can go off in many directions on that. But the whole point of it is, yeah, they're quite capable of reproduction, and it's just. It's a hidden underbelly of life. It's one that you don't see, and this is what one of the gay men in the village had actually taught me about what he called the Velvet Mafia.
Yes.
And that was Roy Cohn, and he said that the dangerous aspect of homosexuality is he said, and he was a homosexual. He said that very nice man too. He said that very sincere. He said is the hidden one. That is hiding, and they're also punishing homosexuals as well. Who was that guy? It's the self-hating homosexual will punish other homosexuals.
Right.
They'll punish. So I mean they're really messed up, but they say they'll reproduce, in any and all directions.
Yes, there we are. Well. All our love.
See you at 6 or 6:30 is it? 3 or 3:30?
High noon. It's going to be high noon is what we agreed for Tuesday. That's why we'll have so much time.
So it'll be 3 o'clock.
I'm sorry.
Fine.
Yeah.
3 o'clock.
Yeah. No, it'll be 9 a.m. my time, but I'll see you at high noon your time. Call you on Skype at high noon.
Yeah.
Okay. At 9 a.m. my time. Okay.
So I'm glad we said that. So I'll be ready at noon, and all will be well.
Yes, and our love to you, and share our love with Paula.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good night, Harrison.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Okay, wonderful. Is Derek still with us, or did he drop off? Derek, you there? Oh, there he is. Okay. You can go to sleep if you want. I just, if you're still up, I invite you to talk about whatever you want before you go to bed. This will be your opportunity to, speak about other topics you were covering but didn't get a chance to finish covering before you return to slumber. And, so that's what I was.
Yeah, I had a few more.
By all means.
More stories here.
Oh yeah, please.
Yeah.
And I'll have Derek do that. And I will, just be still getting myself together, and I might even take a trip to the lavatory. In which case, I'll enter into text that I'll be gone for a few minutes. But I'm going to go mute, and when I come back on, will be after I feel that Derek is done. And you take it as long as you want, Derek. We've as far as I'm concerned, the stage is yours for a while. And okay, and it's yours.
Well, here's a story that I have. The headline reads, FBI agents who were fatally shot in Florida worked to protect children from abusers. So it's sort of the picture of this couple. They look like a couple. They're not a couple, but they were both FBI agents working together. And their job was to stop human trafficking. And they got killed while doing their job. And this is out of Sunrise, Florida. FBI agent Daniel Afflin gained international attention when he led a team that shut down a major worldwide child pornography website. Agent Laura Schwarzenberger worked more anonymously, teaching children and adults how to avoid online sexual exploitation. Afflin and Schwarzenberger were gunned down Tuesday while serving a search warrant at a child pornography suspect's South Florida apartment. They devoted their careers to capturing criminals who sexually abused youngsters, oftentimes testing the legal boundaries of computer privacy. So that was what the newspaper's opinion was, that they were testing the boundary of computer privacy. We are still reading from the news, said Shelley Alwag, director of the Exploited Children Division of National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. I feel lucky to have worked with people who have had such commitment and resolve. The suspect was identified Wednesday as 55-year-old David Huber. So remember that in prison in case he comes to your prison. You guys listening, his name is 55-year-old David Huber. And for some reason, as soon as I said that, it just, this article just disappeared and Facebook snatched it right up from under me, and I have to go back and get it again. See, when I start giving my commentaries, Facebook they're listening in. You know, it reminds me of that time where in Washington D.C., I think her name was Corinne Gaines. She was Facebook Live, and the police called Facebook and canceled her live, and right in the middle of them, of her doing the live, and then they went up in her apartment and they killed her. But I can imagine, a bunch of white policemen saying, "Call Facebook and tell them to cancel her feed," and the black policeman standing there saying, "You just can't call Facebook and cancel somebody's feed." And then the white policeman picks up the phone and cancels her feed and says, "Okay, we're going in." Be like, "What? How the fuck did he do that? They can just cancel a feed." These people got more powers than what they say they have. They know shit. They're probably listening to the show right now and just cut my shit. You know what I'm saying? So that's all right. I was able to go back to it. 3 other agents were wounded, with 2 of them hospitalized. Both of the hospitalized agents were released Wednesday. The 3rd agent was treated at the scene. Huber apparently killed himself after a standoff. Oh, okay, so there's going to be no looking for Huber in the prisons. 55-year-old Huber, he killed himself. David Huber, he killed himself after the standoff. He should have just did that first, because now he took some agents that were actually working for good with him. Florida court.
The problem with him being killed off is that he has information that would lead to other potential networks.
Yes, that's right.
That information dies with him.
Yeah, that's right.
So that's scary. These guys, these pedos, they're not a bunch of fat, ugly. I mean, well, they probably are ugly, but they're not a bunch of fat losers who just, jerk off in their trailer and chase kids around. They're like, they have guns, they have firearms, they're dangerous people. They have whole networks going on. This stuff is scary.
Yeah. Well, Florida court records show that Huber only has a few minor traffic violations, and he has no listing as a sex offender and no Florida prison records to show. So like you said, this guy was, if you seen him on the street, he would appear to be on the up and up. And then if they were to ever run his record, the only thing he has is just a couple of minor traffic stuff. Records show that he owned a computer consulting business from 2008 until last year. Broward County records show he was divorced in 2016. Now, Alvin, one of the agents, the male agent, and an agent for almost 13 years, made headlines 7 years ago when he led a team that took down Naples, Florida man who was the lead administrator of Playpen, the world's largest known child pornography website. Stephen Chase had created the website on Tor, an open network on the internet where users could communicate anonymously through hidden service websites. So Playpen had more than 150,000 users worldwide. Members uploaded and viewed tens and thousands of graphic images of young victims categorized by age, sex, and type of sexual activity involved. The FBI launched an investigation in 2014 after Playpen's IP address was accidentally revealed. After Chase's arrest in 2015, the FBI kept the website operating for 2 weeks to identify other users hiding malware in the images to discover their IP address. From that effort, investigators sent more than 10,000 leads to FBI field offices across the country and thousands more to oversee law enforcement agencies. Well, that was clever. So when they found this child porn site, they didn't take it down. They just put malware in every single one of the pictures and then just kept the site up to see who was going to go to the website. And then they collected all that data for 2 weeks and then just released their FBI agents to all the people who were downloading this stuff. According to the FBI, 350 arrests were made in the U.S. and 548 internationally, including 25 producers of child pornography, 51 abusers. The operation identified or rescued 55 American children who were sexually abused and 296 internationally. Chase got 30 years. It's the same with any criminal violations. As they get smarter, we adapt. We find them, Alvin said at the time. The New York native added, "It's a cat and mouse game, except it's not a game. Kids are being abused, and it's our job to stop that." He was married and had one child, talking about Alvin. Alwag, who worked with Alvin, his name, who worked with Alvin on the Playpen investigation, said he was humble, collaborative, and committed to the mission of stopping child exploitation. Dan was unbelieving and was unwavering and had steadfast resolve to try and locate and rescue as many children that were being abused as he could. Alwag said it was never about ego or credit or anything like that. He was just a really selfless, collaborative individual. Schwarzenberger, 43, and an agent for 15 years, was part of the Rockaway Middle School's Law Studies magnet program, teaching children about the internet dangers, including sexual exploitation and cyberbullying. She would always say, "I feel that coming here and talking about the hard stuff means that I would see you guys in the Miami school," said in Pueblo, Colorado, native made a statement. Alwag and Schwarzenberger was a wonderful collaborator who always shared any information about the cases she could to be helpful. So, these were just two good agents. Too many times we hear about the bad ones getting away. So I hate to hear about the good ones getting killed,
Yeah. I mean, again, it's a loss that the guy killed himself all the same, because they could have tortured the shit out of him to get as much information as they could out of him to get the rest of his to get an entire network, But it was smart that
he probably had some kind of thing to where the computer meltdown or something before they could get.
That's why he killed himself, because he knew that if they interrogated him, that'd be it.
Yeah. So that was his cause. His cause was hurting children, and he died for his cause. And yes, I believe he's going to meet his maker, and he's going to have to explain himself. This David Hoover person, 55 from Florida, who was an administrator at a child porn site. So this is fucked up.
There's another article that you had, I think. I don't know if you but this one was interesting. The one at Zero Hedge, the blast of that fuel tanker at the Afghan-Iran border.
Oh yeah. Yeah, okay, yeah. So that one from Zero Hedge, it said it was powerful enough to be spotted from space. Fuel tanker convoy explodes at Afghan-Iran border. A fuel tanker truck explosion on the Iran-Afghan border on Sunday caused a chain reaction of blasts so large that it can be observed from space. According to the Associated Press, 2 explosions on the border's crossing were powerful enough to be spotted by NASA satellites. One blast erupted around 1:10 p.m. Afghan time, and I said that's 0840 GMT. I guess that's Mountain Time. The next, around a half hour later, at 1:42 local Afghan time. And then they had a video of the massive fuel tanker explosion today on the border. So Jason Brodsky posted that on Twitter. And then there's some more videos here in the article on Zero Hedge. But the blaze continued through the day in the Islam Kola border, which is among the busiest border and commercial transit routes connecting Iran and Afghanistan. While multiple injured have been rushed to the hospital, emergency workers have struggled to assess casualties given the blade's intensity made the whole area difficult to access. So, they couldn't even go get the burning bodies out of that one. I'm sure there's some bodies that were straight up incinerated in that one. It is as yet unclear whether the fuel convoy was subject to attack or whether the fire ignited accidentally. The AP notes, however, that the road between the city of Herat and Islam Kola is a dangerous stretch of highway that Afghans rarely travel at night for fear of attacks by criminal gangs. Taliban insurgents also travel frequently in that area. So, we don't know what happened, and we're never really going to get a good investigation.
Yeah, that was one of the ones that I had gotten on this disaster video that and you happened to find it, which was pretty good. So that I found interesting. Now there's another article that I found interesting, and I think this is just more of what's to come. North Carolina couple is accused in murder of missing pregnant mom of 2, found stuffed in a suitcase. Authorities,
that one too, yeah.
Authorities in North Carolina have arrested a couple, charging them with the murder of a missing pregnant mother of 2 whose body was found stuffed in a suitcase on Monday. Thomas Clayton Johnson, 37, and Emalie Grace Trevathan, 24, were arrested on Wednesday during a traffic stop, according to Wake County Sheriff's Office. Both are accused of killing Brittany Simone Smith, 28, who was last seen on February 4th. Now she was an attractive black woman, and she was killed by these 2 ugly-ass, fat white people. And so I suspect that, this was racially motivated, but they're saying it was unclear if either had entered pleas to the charges they faced, and lawyer information for the 2 defendants was unavailable. A statement from the sheriff's office fails to reveal what led investigators on this case to the detained suspects. The search for Smith began over the weekend. On Monday, Wake County Sheriff's Office opened a homicide investigation from a missing persons case following the discovery of a body stuffed in a bag near the shoreline of Neuse River in Raleigh, reads the statement. Police allege Smith was strangled to death. A motive has not been disclosed. Smith's cousin, Brooke Pinole Farrell, spoke to WTD and said only monsters could have killed a pregnant woman. Evil people, Pinole Farrell insisted. none of this should have happened to her. Brittany was a good person, blah, 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 blah. Well, the fact of the matter is, I don't know, the whole thing seems weird, but the silence on what their motives were, these two people who they detained, is troubling in and of itself. I wonder if this will...
at their mug shots, and the girl is smirking.
Yeah, I'm wondering...
And then the dude is all laid back like a pimp, like he's doing some type of shampoo commercial and shit.
Well, I'm wondering if this wasn't some kind of occult killing. And the reason why I wonder that is because they're not saying anything about it.
Interesting. Yeah, that's a legitimate point. I just came back, and I was on mute, so people didn't hear the cackling on my part when I heard Derek saying that the guy was laid back like a pimp and in a shampoo commercial. That was just, that killed me. But whatever it is, it sounds tragic on the basis of it. So don't mean to be laughing disrespectfully. I'm not quite sure what I missed, other than coming in just to catch that and hearing that something might have been occult in its motivation. There's so much in the world that is that we're not given the truth of. In terms of the gay designer that I was thinking of, for instance, what happened was he was a very famous.
Are you talking Versace?
That's probably it. That's probably it. That was Versace. So I believe it was Versace. He was shot by a young gay lover who, this is what they claim, and it sounds rather unbelievable. They claim that the young gay man shot him and the bullet went through him at such an angle because the young man was beneath a set of steps and Versace was at the top of the steps and they were outside. So we're talking about a structure like a large set of steps descending from a physical or architectural structure that was a public structure that Versace was exiting when the young man saw him from, or was waiting on him at the bottom of the steps and shot him, and that the bullet pierced his heart and hit a bird behind him, so that when he fell down dead, the bird also was hit and fell down dead on top of him, so it landed on his heart. So they felt that originally thought that the dead bird on his chest was a ritual that is very symbolic in the occult. To place a dead bird on someone's chest is heavy magic, indicative of. But they said, oh, no, it just went right through his heart and into the bird that was above him, and he fell down at such an angle.
Statistically, that is...
that is pretty. I mean, that's pretty.
Right. I would think that if the bullet went through him and then went through the bird, that he would fall on top of the bird.
I mean,
he fell down instantly, and the bird put his wing over his heart like Fred Sanford and said, "I'm coming to join you, honey."
It's so there's a lot going on in the world that we're just not told, and you wonder why, but then you know why. It's what I've explained, because then the police would have to bring in the occult. If they brought in the occult as evidence to anything, they'd have to bring it in for everything, and at that point...
Now, what's very peculiar about this case with this young woman is that they had no problem showing the two suspects, and the two suspects are white. And so that in and of itself is something new, because I'm just not exposed to seeing white criminals in crimes of black victims being shown their picture. So that in and of itself is like a red flag. Add to the fact that they're not saying anything on motives or anything else.
Right.
Do the math.
Thank you, and that's appreciated. And there's something, by the way, that a few things that I need to cover. I should have covered this while Peter Moon was here, but we can bring it back up again next time he's with us on Wednesday, which by the way will be here too fucking soon. This will be here like tomorrow's Monday, and then when I'm back on Tuesday morning, I'll be coming back early morning and just working directly with Peter Then what will happen is the day after that is transmission day. So I'll probably just wake up just right before transmission or come home right before transmission. So it'll be more than easy to bring it all up with him again. Someone was asking about the promotional banner photograph, which again, we'll bring this up when Peter Moon is here in more depth. But someone was saying how that looks so much like my mother. Yes, my son took that because he felt that my mother was really showing through me at that time. And there's times when my mother almost seems to possess me. And those are the times. This was one of those times. And it really does show through. That does look more than my mother, like my mother, than myself. But and in terms of what my son did was he really got on my ass and forced me to acknowledge something. And this was the other day when I was on with Jameson. Derek, of course, couldn't be with us because he's working on Wednesday nights. So it had to be the last transmission, I believe, when Jameson and I were speaking about what happened to Tesca Brown. And I did state that Tesca Brown, when she was considering suing the Gorilla Glue company, I said, well, I would hope she would lose such a lawsuit, because what she did was something that no responsible adult would do. I would consider it a frivolous lawsuit. So my son really got on me about that. And so just so people understand, my son essentially was going to become a salonist. And the only reason he did not professionally become a salonist after graduating from cosmetology school was because he married, of course, the man who is now technically my father-in-law, the man who would become his husband, whom we refer to as Sugar Daddy to maintain anonymity. And so he really made me realize the pressure that black women are under to flatten their hair. He told me about how in the cosmetology academy, many black women who were involved with it dealt almost exclusively with black female clientele. And the biggest problem is that black women are spending fortunes to straighten their hair. And this has to do with the fact that black women are basically, they cannot get jobs on the basis of natural hair. Many times people will say, oh, this young black woman seemed talented enough and educated enough, or motivated enough, but her hair was a mess. And this is just basically because their hair was not flattened or straightened. And so black women are under tremendous pressure to keep their hair flat and straightened and flat so that they can even be looked upon as normal. And this, of course, is not natural. It is not natural because their genetics does not, how would I say this? Their genetics does not lean towards straight hair. So this is something that they're damned by our society. Things are changing, and people are becoming more aware now. And so this is, however, a racial issue which I was made painfully aware of by my son. So I do want to address this. And Derek and Jameson are more than welcome to reflect upon this and share whatever experiences that maybe black females they know have had with this issue.
Oh yeah, this is true. Women do, black women do usually get perms and things like that to keep their hair straightened. It's less. I see it less and less than I did in like the 90s and 2000s, because now there's a growing acceptance of there's a growing acceptance of natural being beautiful.
Right, and see, the problem is that my son made me aware of is that because they're under such intense pressure, and because Teresa Brown was working at a child daycare facility or even owns it, that the only way she can get certain clients is to look as white as possible in that sense. And so what happens is that she just grabbed anything. And this is what black women will do in such, you wake up, you're in a hurry and there's nothing around and you will grab anything. And so she did indeed just reach for that glue because it was the closest thing and she was in a hurry. So this very much is expressive of the trauma of black beauty standards as imposed by a white culture, by systemic racism. So, this is, if anything, it shows my ignorance of the situation, even with everything that I'm already aware of in terms of light years ahead of your average American. There's still areas that I'm ignorant in, that it took someone like my son, because of his professional background, to make myself aware of. So there's an incredible ignorance of black hair care. Let me see. I'm getting a private message now. I'm just checking into. And
yeah, what I just sent you and I sent Jameson was a copy of my wife's website, naturalandfree.com. She's had problems with this all her life, so I think it's going on like 12 years now or something, like a high number. It could be only 9 years, but she's had what's called sister locks, and she's an actual sister lock consultant.
Okay.
And so that's all her natural hair right there. And that's what she does. She's making a bank. I mean, she quit her job as a chemist to do hair and help black women keep their natural hair. So I would, sit on here and advertise for her, but she's an asshole. But I just, I do respect what she does with the hair and everything. So,
Yes, understood. So deeply appreciate it. And Maria Michaela Grigorich will be turning in for the night, but we, and of course that's understandable. It's amazing that she stays up as late as she does, because she is on Eastern Standard Time. So we definitely appreciate what time she's able to spend with us. And I want to thank both of you gentlemen for adding some further perspective on this. And of course, when it comes,
there was one more thing I
by all
did,
means. Yes.
About the Blue Lady in Lam, Aleister Crowley's Lam. While yes, what Peter said was very astute and he's even more well writ in matters as far as like the Lama in the East and things like that than I. But I will say, in Egyptian mythology, the goddess Nekbet, who is a twin to Wadjet, the goddess Nekbet is represented by the vulture. And what's interesting is, in Egypt, they also call her the blue goddess, because the vulture, they depict her as a blue vulture. So there is a connection with, again, the Egyptian goddesses of Nekbet and Wadjet, who are both called Neptis, or Nebtis in plural, which is where I guess that's where they got the goddess Neptis from later on. I forgive me for being like, forgive me for going into that sort of like occult porn rant, but I have to.
Understood.
It's like I'm possessed by it, so I have to, Well, you I think of all people, you would understand what that's like.
I understand, yes, and of course, there's times when I do my best to shut it down if it just gets overwhelming for our listeners. But obviously, my listeners would be far more amenable to that than anyone else, because people know my background dealing with the occult. So they are more prepared for that than they would be otherwise. Obviously, people know that of me, so they would almost expect it. So no big problem there. So somebody was asking me specifically if I was referencing the image that's the thumbnail, serving as the thumbnail in the live stream. No, I was talking about that on my promotional banner on Facebook. So to access that, people need to have a Facebook account, which is easy enough to start. Honestly, you don't have to use it if you don't like Facebook. Honestly, you could set up a false account, really. And I don't encourage people to do that, simply because if you want to friend myself, you're going to have a real account, only because I can't friend false accounts, simply because there's just too many created by the gang stalkers. But if you just want to peer in on my promotional banners, which is always recommended because they give a depth or a reflection of thematics concerning the episodes, then by all means, just create one so you can look in on the Facebook promotional banners. And that they would be on the Sora Aoi timeline. Honestly, we set up a separate Douglas Dietrich timeline. I've never bothered to even activate it yet. I may do so sometime just before the book. Maybe before we release the book, I might. That depends if I have the motivation or the the energy to invest in that. My fear is that it would go the way of the other timeline, in the sense that it just becomes too much to maintain. When I have the timeline under the name of Douglas Dietrich, there was more of an obligation, I felt, to kind of maintain it almost as a journal. I was letting people know what was going on pretty much every day. So I don't feel pressured to do that with the Sora Aoi timeline that was gifted to me by the most famous actress in Japan, who had more than enough timelines that she knew what to do with. And so it's know this much: there's a renegade military historian timeline, but it's actually the timeline established by Maria Michaela Grigorich, which is the most accessible community fan page, and that's the DDD Douglas Duane Dietrich timeline established by Maria Grigorich. And that one, of course, I have access to, so I essentially manage it. I essentially maintain it. So you're welcome to communicate with me through that if you're not friending me on via the Sora Aoi timeline, where anyone who truly cares to find me would ultimately find themselves. But the DDD timeline we got away with because the Facebook is just not intelligent enough. When they banned me totally from Facebook as a venue, the machines just aren't intelligent enough to interpret DDD, Douglas Duane Dietrich, as the Douglas Dietrich that they were searching for. There are hundreds of Douglas Dietrichs, by the way, hundreds and hundreds of Douglas Dietrichs. So that is that's what also probably confuses them, and they can't forbid them all. So they're assuming they got, the Douglas Dietrich, but, that there you have that. It's all guerrilla warfare, and you maintain yourself in the belly of the beast the best that you can. And aside from all of that, hopefully people have some... Oh, yeah, and someone else asking me about the image in the thumbnail. Yes, the sugar daddy, or my son's husband, is large compared to someone like myself or my surrogate son. And so in terms of my size comparison, of course, don't ever let that fool you. That honestly, it's... let's just put it this way. Certainly, when working with the network that I've always worked with my gang brother Beaver, within the Tong community, or the underworld, and I've probably killed more men in drag than I ever did in uniform. So it's just something to understand, that this is what makes it possible, is the fact that men automatically have contempt for women, and they can pay the price for that. Oh, good. So Maria says, thank you for, I did promise her I will bring up Linda again. Again later. And Linda is, of course, I will bring this up after solicitation as a formal prayer request for her family, but Linda is the best friend of Maria Michaela Grigorich, one of her best friends, one of her very good friends, and she's recently passed away due to essentially a hip injury, compounding underlying health issues. And so it's very, very sad. And her full name is, while Maria is still with us, her full name that I found out from her, let me see if I can scroll down to it. Give me a second here. Her full name was, let's see, Linda Gauru. Her surname is Gareau. Linda Gauru. And her husband, Andre, were wonderful friends with, her husband is still a wonderful friend of Maria Grigorich, and they have 21-year-old twin girls, Alex and Nikki. And so prayers for the family, Andre Garu, and both Alex and Nikki Garu, the twin daughters of Linda Garu, who has so recently died of a hip injury which compounded underlying health issues. She had recovered from cancer. This is what makes it all the more tragic. She had cancer for about 3 years, but was doing better when she suffered her hip injury and died therefrom. And as I said, I found it interesting, and it sounds horribly detached, but I couldn't understand why the doctors told her she was going to die, essentially told her she was going to die, and to make peace, and with her maker, etc., and her family and everything else, while she passed. And when she had the hip injury, it was like that was a foregone conclusion. James and Reese did a follow-up on that.
75% mortality rate. Because the problem is when you get to the area of the hips, you're not that far from the colon, the intestines, and whatnot. So mostly what you really have to contend with is infections.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Yeah, and so then what happens is the infections ultimately are what kill a person. So it's very dangerous for the elderly. You always want to make certain there are guardrails on their beds. And of course, if they're old and still capable of taking care of themselves to a degree, you want to make certain there's guardrails on the beds that they themselves can lower, and when they need to get up. But the guardrails should be there so that they don't at least fall down casually in their sleep, fall off their bed casually in their sleep. Of course, you want to, as they get older, they should have a much wider bed, but then that would make the guardrails more difficult. You have to work this out case by case, situation by situation, but something can be set up, of course, ultimately. And it's one of those things that is, the challenge of caring for the elderly. Derek, are you still with us? Just want to make certain that he got everything out before he went to bed. Then I'll rely on Jameson thereafter. Okay. Yeah. Was there anything else you wanted to share before we let you off into the gentle night and Jameson takes over for a bit while I, still get my head out of my ass? So, by all means, say whatever you want to say. I mean, because, you're not with us for half the week. You're not with us for half the week, so I want you to make up for it while you're here.
Well, I kind of enjoyed talking to Jameson about some of the stories that I posted because, he comments on them and, we kind of dialogue on some of these things. But earlier, when before the show started officially, we were talking about the ammo company demanded customers check a box in that they did not vote for Joe Biden to purchase rounds. And so, at first I thought it was a joke, but, I'm all, is this real or is it legal? Can they do that? So.
Yeah. Well, it's their own businesses. They can do it. How they interact with the customers is up to them. But it's idiotic of them to not see everyone's money as green.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, of course. Yeah, that's obvious on the face of it. It's a really stupid thing to do, but yes, they have the right to do it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's self-sabotage, basically.
Yeah.
Oh, and I have another one about the, the Tuskegee Airmen. They're going to make some special quarters commemorating, here it is, the Tuskegee Airmen. These internet moving real slow. Tuskegee Airmen honored with quarter by U.S. Mint. So it's just going to be one of them special quarters where you still got George Washington on the front, but when you turn to the back, you'll see like one of the Tuskegee Airmen, two airplanes.
So inappropriate.
Yeah, that's talk about. Yeah, that's so fucked up. Yeah, I'm
George
hoping.
Washington in the front and the Tuskegee Airmen in the back. It says the Mint released in 2021, America the Beautiful Quarter, paying homage to the Tuskegee Airmen National Historic Site. The American the Beautiful Quarter program, launched in 2010, consists of 56 quarters depicting national parks and other national sites. This quarter commemorating the Tuskegee Airmen is the final quarter of the collection. Oh, so they have a big collection of them. So.
But the question is, why not put why not put the Tuskegee Airmen on the front? Because I mean,
yeah.
Look at what they did. Because I don't know if you guys remember the Sacagawea dollars, where those
that's
are
not
gold
the correct
dollars.
pronunciation, but her name is almost impossible to pronounce. Sasa Kajiwe, I think is the correct pronunciation. But go on, yes.
Yeah, but for example, like, that's an entire coin dedicated to her, so I mean, just like every coin is dedicated to the president. So I mean, what are you saying if you have George Washington's face on front and a black
Derek
person
is simply
on
assuming
back?
that, right? I mean, Derek, you're simply assuming that. That's not what they say, right?
No, they showed a picture of a quarter, so the only thing I'm assuming is that it was the back of the quarter. You know what I'm saying?
It might be
they
the
only
front.
showed one side. So they only showed one side of the quarter, and it showed the Tuskegee Airmen, and it showed two planes. Okay. So I assumed that was the back, and George Washington was still in the front.
Okay.
Well, all right. So I can retract my words and say we don't know how it's going to come out.
We don't know how, unless we look it up and we see both sides. I mean, we could look that up now. One of you gentlemen or both of you could look up both sides of the quarter. I'm not looking for that specifically.
You know what? Hey, I got it. Yeah. I had under what the hell is this Uncle Tom thinking? I have it's actually a YouTube video, not an article, but it's a guy we need to look up. Okay. And he's a Nigerian immigrant. Austin Chingy vows to end Black History Month if elected governor of Michigan. So and he's a Republican, by the way. So he's a Nigerian immigrant, and his name is Austin, Chenge, Austin Chingy. So Austin's a real popular name in Nigeria. I don't know what it's
actually,
his name is Austin, and he's a Republican, and he's blacker than Clarence Thomas. And he says, if you elect him, he will see to it that there will be no more Black History Month.
Oh my God!
I hate Black history so much that I don't even want them talking about me. Yeah.
Oh.
Okay, so they do have the coin, and it's on the back of George Washington.
Oh, it is. Oh,
that
shit.
Is so fucked up. That's
just totally.
It's like they might as well say, well, yeah, nigger, we'll give you your own coin. But you're still going to be on the back.
Oh, shit.
That's exactly. I mean, come on. You're still going to be on the back of the bus.
Yes.
I mean, fucking. Fuck this country, man. I can say that. I can say that, and I'm not afraid. I mean, what? Some fucking Staten Islander is gonna say, "Oh, dare you? You got to keep for your own country."
Like I said, go on, Derek. What were you gonna say?
I want to see Douglas, if you can address Diamond Ford. Diamond Ford is the case that almost became another Breonna Taylor. She was in Florida, and the police were breaking in her home on a no-knock raid, and she shot, as they were taking off her screen, climbing through her window, she shot through her window. So she was there with her boyfriend, and after she shot through the window, she called the police and said, somebody's breaking in my house. And then finally, when they busted in downstairs of her house, they said, it's the police. And then while she was on the phone with 911, and she goes, oh my God, it's the police. So I actually heard the phone call on Black Talk Radio Network. So I heard her phone call, and the phone call is proof that she did not know it was the police. But she's sitting in jail right now, she's just sitting in jail rotting away for shooting at the police.
What is she in jail for? What is she in jail for?
Well, for
shooting at the police while they were breaking into her house doing the wrong raid. They got the wrong house.
Yeah.
And then they tried to they tried to still put marijuana charges on them, and they didn't even have marijuana in the house. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, if the police break into your house and it's the wrong house, they got to arrest you for something.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. This is how they reason. Well, they have her in jail for shooting an officer. Now, hopefully, she gets out of this. that an attorney turns it around and they sue the police, after they get her out of the situation.
They had to sue this fucking shit out of them.
I pray.
I mean,
yes.
Yeah.
And so honestly,
then again, it's North Carolina. That's the South. I mean, yeah. What do you expect?
It's Florida, the land of George Zimmerman.
Yeah.
Never mind. That's
George Zimmerman George Zimmerman got rich after killing Trayvon Martin.
Well, I mean, he's.
He's GoFundMe almost put him on the Forbes top 100 richest men on the fucking planet.
Yeah,
that's how much white people believe in shooting young blacks.
Yes, it's beyond disgusting. It is unspeakable. Florida's horrible. I mean, we all know that though, but everyone knows that. I mean, there's it's oh God, what can I say? I mean, in her case,
Florida is where you go to die.
Yeah, yes, that's where all the
It's
Jews go to
early
die.
when you
Yes.
go to die.
Yeah.
You go to die or fall into a fucking sinkhole.
Yes.
Or some shit.
Yes.
Or get washed away. I mean, you've got no way of surviving if you're down there.
Yeah.
And if you're one of the people who do have a means to survive because the cops aren't breaking into your home and arresting you just for being brown, then you probably deserve to die.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm being too harsh.
Yeah.
I take that. I have to tone it down a little bit. I realize that. For any of our listeners who are Floridians, I'm not aiming it at you. It's just it's just the system that is keeping this shit going. That's frustrating.
Yes, and in terms of this young lady, honestly, all we can do is pray for her, maintain her in thought and prayer. What's her full name again, Derek Talley?
Diamond Ford.
Diamond Ford, which is an interesting name, but
that's the first thing that struck me as peculiar. Her name, and I think that there's a pattern. There seems to be a pattern with I don't know. Maybe it's just me. And I'm just too fucking stoned and it's late, whatever. But hear me out on this. But there seems to be a pattern of women with black women with exotic names just getting destroyed.
Well, many black women have exotic names by conventional standards. So that's not too unusual in that regard. I'm not surprised by that. So it's not like they're seeking.
I'll acknowledge that. I'm a bit fried.
There you go. Yes, there you go. As a matter of fact, that would be your typical American would say. I heard actually a commercial. It was one of those government awareness commercials where they were trying to enhance awareness of racism, and some of these government commercials on racism, trying with the best of intentions to enhance awareness on racism, can be quite awkward. I'm sorry, what? Well, they're cringeworthy. They're cringeworthy. And so and I heard one where one white woman was calling another white woman and basically saying, "Oh God, they all have those names, don't you know what I mean?" Well, of course, we all know what she means, and of course, it has to do with a sense of identity. I mean, there's a real need to provide identity that is separate from slave names. And that's
especially if your name is George Washington Carver.
Yeah, thank you.
The problem is the fact that Americans are obsessed with fucking herd identity. What about individual identity?
Well, that's what black naming has a lot to do with. There was this one security enforcement agent I worked with who was black, who was named Roosevelt, Carolina.
Holy shit.
Which was like, he had the first name of this horrible president, and the last name was whatever state the slave owner was in, apparently, whatever state he was purchased in. It was just it was just horribly funny. And there was another one I worked with whose name was Blackman, that he was Jamaican. His name was Blackman, and we know the Brits just gave him that name like, oh, Blackman. It was just like, you know, whenever they shipped his family over, and it was just horrible when it came to dispatch or even the records. It was, I remember, and I was dealing with, of course, most of the security enforcement agents I was dealing with in the projects were black. It was one of the reasons they hired me was based on my name before they even met me was Douglas Dietrich, and they thought it was black. And, you know, like Frederick Douglass and, you know, and they just thought Douglas Duane Dietrich, I mean, Douglas Duane, right? They said, you know, and so when I came in the office, they said, who are you? And I said, I'm Douglas Duane Dietrich. And they, you're not black. And no, I'm not black, but I got hired. And, but many of the people I worked with were black. And then one of the communications problems was concerning black men when I was saying, they were asking me, one of the superiors at one point was asking me who did this, and I said Blackman did it, and they said which black man, and you know, so it turned in, it was like a running joke, except it wasn't, no one was intending to be. Yeah, yeah. Who's on first with Bud Abbott and Lou Costello? If anyone is old enough to remember that, or has seen a lot of black and white TV. But
my father seemed to like that.
Did he? Oh yes, yes. I mean, I always enjoyed that when I was a child. Most of these comedians had really sad endings. I understand that. That team was one of them, but aside from all of that, so there we have that. Anyhow, moving right along as much as possible. So Derek,
under the category of I didn't know you could monetize this, but I'll give it a try. Have you ever heard of muscle car therapy?
No.
What?
No.
Muscle car therapy.
No. What about it?
Okay, so you know you can go to YouTube at night and you can find sleep music, and you find all this different sleep music, this new age music, and it's got clouds going, and you put it on and you go to sleep, and helps you go to sleep. Well, muscle car therapy, one of my favorite YouTube channels that I go to, Maple Motors out of Hendersonville, Tennessee. I actually passed them a couple of times, you know, when I'm driving on my route. They sell old muscle cars there. Well, they decided to create muscle car therapy to where they have like an old Camaro. Like here, I posted one to my page. It's a 1969 Camaro DZ302 Z28 engine, and it's idling for 12 hours. So if you want some good muscle car therapy, you want to relax, get a massage, lay back, kick your feet up, and then press play and listen to a 1969 Chevrolet Camaro DZ302 Z28 just idling through the night.
Well, I can tell you why I think it's a bad idea. I can tell you why that's a very bad idea.
Why?
No, you don't do it in the garage.
People are going to associate like sleeping with driving.
Oh God, yeah, that's a thought, isn't it? Oh my God.
Yeah. And that 133 car pileup.
Derek's going to answer that. Derek, what's your answer to that?
You're in the passenger seat.
Okay.
So just lay back. Well, you know what? Damn it, this Facebook did it again. It just went back on its own without me pushing the back button.
Huh.
I don't know what's up, but yeah, you can just just sit back, relax, you know, get your little drink, and just press play and listen to that 69 Camaro with the DZ302 engine going.
Oh my fucking God.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but the passenger and driver hear the same thing, right?
It is what it is. I think there are certain motorheads like Derek that can find that relaxing, and yet the man also drives a truck which could be alarming, but that is, he seems to have a professional ability to stay awake. And, but yeah, and I often wonder about that. It's one of those things that, Derek, what is your secret to staying awake while on the road? Tell us about this. This is something that I think is important.
I told you before, and you were horrified, but I still do the same thing. No, I actually add something to it. Okay, so I drink. I only drink coffee when I go into work. So I go in, I get my coffee, and I put a tablespoon of extra virgin cold pressed coconut oil in there. But I also put a tablespoon of clarified butter in my coffee. No sugar, no cream, no flavor, just virgin coconut oil and then the clarified butter. And I put it in those two together. The oils from the coconut and the oils from the clarified butter work together for your brain to give you omega-3s and different omegas for your brain. And then it keeps me from getting hungry. So, I'm not hungry. I've been maintaining my weight real good since I've been back to work, and it gives me energy. I don't do energy drinks. I don't drink Monster or Rockstar or none of that stuff. I get my coffee and I put a tablespoon of the extra virgin cold pressed coconut oil and then a tablespoon of the clarified butter in my coffee every morning. And that's all I drink, just that one cup. It's a big cup, but I just drink the one cup, and then that's it. And that gets me throughout the day. And I've been working on the average about 400 miles a day. So even when I was in Hartford and I had to go almost 500 miles a day, that was still good for me. So, my only other secret is I got many playlists on my phone from different apps. So I got my music app queued up to listen to my music. I got my audio books app queued up to listen to that. I got my YouTube app queued up so I can listen to Douglas Dietrich. And I got a podcast app that I got queued up. So I'm always got something that's going to educate my mind that I'm listening to. And if it gets to the point to where I'm listening to some talking and I can't retain the words of what they're saying, that's letting me know ahead of time that I'm about to get sleepy. You know what I'm saying? So then I'll pull it over and switch it on over to music. Start listening to music. And I drink a lot of water after I drink my coffee. You know what I'm saying? I don't drink anything after that besides just water.
Right. Interesting. Oh, shit. My water turned upside down. I had the Voss bottle, and fortunately it's so well sealed that the water didn't all pour out. And it's been upside down for quite a while. So it just reminded me to look for it when you brought that up. Oh, there we are with that. Oh, thank God for that.
That's actually a wise. That's actually a very wise regimen you have there. With the because the body takes a while to break down oils and fats, so that's actually quite smart because you get that continuous energy.
Yes, that's right, and definitely appreciate your sharing that. And still, by the way, have you taken any photos recently? Because when I look on your Facebook timeline, I noticed that you have older photos there. I'm certain they were before you lost the equivalent of my entire body's worth of water weight, that those photos were taken. You haven't really been, they were prior your, getting diuresis to do that, right?
I don't know what photos you're talking about, but yeah, most of my photos were took before. So there's one with me in a blue shirt that I took after.
Well, let me go there now. Let me go to Derek Talley's timeline.
I'm standing next to the bear.
Well, I'm looking at the next to the bear where you look. I'm sorry. The first thing that comes to my mind with you in front of the bear like that is it's not that bad, but the cartoon Fat Albert does come to mind. I'm sorry.
Really?
Yeah.
I was that mad at him. And then you look at the next one. What my Mexican outfit?
I don't see that. The Mexican outfit? Well, it's let me see. Well, I see you with what looks like a family situation, or some other ones. I mean, these are what's thrown up by Facebook. Facebook is not putting them in order. I would have to enter the album to probably see them in order. So Facebook is just throwing up what it aggregates. Yeah. So, but definitely, is that you on the left next to the tree with these three kids? The kids are making the signs and there's one kid in the tree. There's a black person in the tree, a boy, I'm assuming, because all the other people are boys. Is that you on the left?
I'm trying to look at what
it says Myrtle Beach. You got a Myrtle Beach T-shirt, 1938. Myrtle Beach, established 1938. There's Cousin Derek.
I remember that.
That's Shanaria. Stemley, Madam Stemley put up Cousin Derek, Little Larry. That is you. Oh my fucking God. That is, yes. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. This, the Fat Albert theme keeps playing in my mind. Oh my God. Oh God. That is, oh my God. That's so archetypal. That's incredible. There you go. But that's so that is you. God, you're big. I mean, you were big. You're not that big now.
No.
Oh, thank God. Oh my God, you are frighteningly big. That is like, I mean, you alluded to it. You had hinted at it, but this was like, when was this taken? I mean, because your age is actually indeterminate. You don't look old. Okay, so that's one thing going in your favor. It's you don't you don't look old. So you look indeterminate in your age, and these are very young men. So was this like what was this? This was back in school, or what was this?
What was it? My son in there?
No. What is her name? Shanaria? Shanaria Stemley put this photograph up, and it says Cousin Derek, Lil Larry, Liefly, and Cousin Flexfly with Derek Talley, and she tagged you. So you must the photograph, and you're wearing Myrtle Beach, the T-shirt established 1938. That was, and you're going. I'm sorry. It just I had no control over that. Oh my God, you look like a cartoon, but that's fine. So again, you're not answering how old you were. You must remember, or was this like what? You don't remember the time, or? I mean, I forget times and places.
I'm trying to look for the picture.
Okay.
So, black couples. Let me see. I don't see the picture that you're talking about.
Well, I'll put a heart on it. There, I just put a heart on it. There we are.
Okay, so then I can go see if you...
There, you can look at it through the notification. There we are. Okay. You'll get the notification. Douglas Dietrich just hearted it, so there you are.
Am I tagged in it?
I hearted it. It should notify you that Douglas Dietrich just hearted it. It's... I don't know what could I do with it. I could share it to someplace, but I mean you'll find it eventually. Here, I know what to do. Let me go back to it. Here we are. Go back.
Share, then share my inbox.
Okay. No. Well. Here's what I can do is I can just grab.
Oh, here it is. I see it.
Yes.
Okay.
Here we are.
Gosh. Yeah. Okay. This was at the family reunion before I caught cancer. So this was. Yeah, so this was we had a little family reunion thing going on here. And well, this is after I moved back to Tennessee, and then I went back to Chicago.
Okay.
Because I wasn't even that big when I lived in Chicago. I moved to Tennessee and got even bigger. Yeah, you're right. So then I lost weight. So that's why when I go back to Chicago, they're not going to be alarmed at all the weight that I lost. Because I wasn't that big when I left Chicago.
Okay. But how old were you? You couldn't have been that much older. You were apparently a bit.
4 years ago.
That was only 4 years. So you were your age now. So you look young. Okay, so that's to your favor. You look very young, and hopefully the weight loss hasn't caused any kind of flabbing of the flesh, which can happen to some people when they lose too much weight too fast.
When the pool saved me on that, because then when I caught the cancer, all of a sudden when I got all the way down, I actually had not only flabbing of the fat flesh, but I had kind of like lymphedema spots, kind of like it was like some areas that I thought were like fibrotic, that were hanging down and kind of hard, like they had a ball in them. Man, I went and I ran in that pool for 2 hours a day, every day, and it tightened all up.
Great. That's wonderful. That's wonderful. That's incredible. Congratulations. I'm so proud of you. I'm very excited for you, and I'm excited for you in a number of ways, one of which I won't bring up because we promised to keep that private between ourselves. But Derek's very active these days, and socially as well as physically. So we all should take him as an example for inspiration in terms of exercise and motivation going through life. And very glad that the communique you read from your employer wasn't one terminating your employment because he was listening to Douglas Dietrich and hearing you talk about the THC gummies that you were imbibing or whatever they were.
Yeah, shoot. But yeah. So who knows? I don't even know. So my boss tells me I plan on being off tomorrow. So he didn't just come out and say, you are off tomorrow, because he always wants to leave it back. He always wants to leave it open in case he changes his mind. But he says, going to keep guys off the road tomorrow, unless for some reason it completely changes between tonight and the morning. Plan on staying home. You know what I'm saying? So that's the message he sent. So we don't salt the roads down here. If we were in Chicago, the weather would be a non-factor. Rain, sleet, hail, snow, we'd be out there on the road. But they don't salt these roads here in Tennessee, and you can get in an accident in slow motion. You can be sliding down the hill at 1 mile an hour, know you about to hit something and can't do shit about it. Just slide.
Well, speaking about that, we had another pileup yesterday. What would be at least here in New York yesterday on Sunday.
How many cars?
This is fiery pileup shuts I-44 in Oklahoma as Uri makes travel hazardous, knocks out power to tens of thousands.
Horrible. That's just awful. Maybe there's some other details you could provide so Derek could give us his professional opinion on what exactly was going on with that. By the way, Derek, did you provide a professional opinion on what happened in Texas with that many cars? Is that historical? Is it for that many cars, over 100, to pile up like that?
3, yeah.
Well, it's rare, but it's not. It's happened before. It's happened in Iowa. It's happened on I-80 a couple of times. It's happened in some severe fog situations in California. But from what we accessed, when me and JMO read the article, it turns out that Dallas, Texas uses an outside company to salt their roads. They use a contractor because, as you know, I guess it's not something that they do all year round. It's it's something that's unusual for them. Unlike Illinois, to where it's the state workers who do it, and the state workers in Illinois do it excellently. So I just want to take this time to give props to all the state workers in Illinois that keep those roads tight. You know what I'm saying? So in Chicago, we're not going to have the problems of a lot of these other people, but Dallas. They don't even have their own workers to clear the roads. So apparently this company says that they cleared the road, and apparently they didn't. So now an investigation has to be conducted to see whether they clear the road. But I think in the case of Illinois, their state workers have computers, GPSs, to where what road has been cleared and what's been sprayed on it. So yeah, Dallas has got to get it together, because they don't even know if the roads were even cleared, before that accident. Because apparently it looks like they hired an outside company to clear the road, and the outside company said, yeah, we cleared it. Then boom, 100 cars out to each other.
Yeah, that's because down south, Texas, they're just not used to this level of cold. It's the climate change is really hitting them. So different, people have to adapt. And these private company probably doesn't even have really the resources that a state would have to make a good job of it. So yeah, there you have that. So thank you. That's appreciated. And have you found out any other details on this other crash, Jameson?
It was just there were two semis and a car. Two semi-trailer tractors, a SUV, and another vehicle were involved, and that two of the semis caught fire. Several people were taken to the hospital. A reporter for KOKH tweeted. KWTV reported that firefighters were having difficulty getting equipment to the burning trucks because traffic was backed up so far. Holy fucking shit. I'm so glad I don't drive. Northbound I-35 was closed at the 225-mile marker because of a collision. Earlier Sunday afternoon in Mississippi, multiple accidents were reported on Interstate 55 as bridges began icing over north of Terry, according to the National Weather Service. Winter Storm Uri was bringing dangerous cold and hazardous driving conditions from the southern Rockies across the southern Central Plains and into the south on Sunday, forcing officials to open warming shelters, blah, blah, blah. Well, let's skip all that shit. It's just trivial stuff. But basically, this stuff it's moving. And granted, I had the privilege of enjoying the snow last time, and it left me with a injury, a ligament strain. So I'm not going out this time.
Again, this is just from walking, not even driving. Yeah.
Well, it's because when I walk, I get into this mindset where I'm like, I want to see if I could go faster and move much further than I did yesterday. And then, I feel the pain in my muscles and it's like really hurting. And I'm like, well, I don't care. I don't care that I'm in pain. I'm just going to keep moving against it. And all of a sudden, something happens and I'm like, oh, fuck. Did I break something?
Yeah.
Ooh. Yeah. So there's a lesson to be learned. Don't push past what your body says. If it hurts, stop it.
Yes. Pain is not gain. So yeah, get that out of your head, people.
Apparently, I'm one who's a little bit on the people like me who are highly energetic are somewhat on that sort of psychotic happiness where it's just like that's like sort of like that high is so great of moving that you just ignore it.
That's like the runner's high. Now, this is what runners would do is they'd risk, hitting the wall because they get that. We're aiming for that ever elusive runner's high, so to speak, that they would get. I'm sorry.
For me, it's not elusive. It happens all the time. I mean, I was able to enjoy walking today, even though I did not go anywhere near as far as I did yesterday.
Good.
Yesterday, I was able to make it up to 35th Street. So, maybe in the next 3 days, I could go back to 59th Street again. And maybe I should actually take more time.
Yeah. Let's be conservative about this. So it is 11 p.m. here. We're heading towards 11 p.m., which means it's going to be about 11 to 12 to 1 a.m. where Derek is. Derek, I must send you off to bed. So do retreat into the gentle night. Say good night to everyone, and I'll have Jameson take over for a bit. Okay.
All right. Well, good night, everyone. It's been a pleasure. I'll stay posted if you guys need me. Just say something.
Thank you. Love you dearly. You have a blessed night. And with that, we'll turn towards James and Reese, who I'll count on for a bit longer to help hold the stage while I get myself together. Let's go into the chat room first. Just take a look at what everybody's been saying. And hopefully people have been active. And it's always nice to check in. Let's see what's showing up on the conventional live stream as published, as opposed to the live stream that we have in the studio. So it ended with Maria Grigorich saying good night, everyone. And of course, we had lots of lovely ladies who were in with us tonight. Veronica Barrera saying happy Valentine's Day, Douglas. Hi, everyone. And of course, happy Valentine's Day to the lovely Senora Barrera. And of course, there was the wonderful Teresa Young, who said hi from Indiana and love to all. God bless her. Hello there, Teresa. And Vicki Johnson saying hi from Indiana with an HIGH like Daniel Arola. Happy New Year. And thank you so much, Vicki Johnson. Deeply appreciate it. And then we had, of course, Mr. Alan Jacobitz. Any comment on the relationship between the Kingdom of Hawaii and the Empire of Japan? Yes, I can go in depth into that, but we won't do that tonight. That's something I've gone into in the past, and at some depth, and will happily do so again in the future. Obviously, I usually do that around Pearl Harbor time, and but we don't need to wait till next year for that. We can go into that again sometime soon on an important date. Or a date that's relevant to that, but probably I'll get to it next maybe a little bit next transmission. It would probably be better to hit that next transmission, but not tonight. There's just too much going on at this point to cover with the Asian Lunar New Year, just in terms of what people are interested in, and just kind of covering what I can about the impeachment. And
apparently that asshole dodged the second bullet.
Yes, but we'll look at it in the most positive light possible. We'll certainly...
the positive light is that he'll die of COVID-19.
Well, he was actually much sicker than he was made out to be when he had COVID-19. People can look that up themselves, which is what I said anyway. Anybody who listens to me regularly will remember that I said that Donald Trump was much sicker than they let on, and so we now know that for a fact. And yes, so Bruce Dallas III, welcome aboard. He was saying he was telling us when Derek and Jameson were apparently talking over each other, which is what Maria was talking about, and that seemed to be like some kind of audio phenomena that was going on for a little while, but then stopped. Chris Collins says THC can be detectable in urine longer than most drugs, so be careful. One evening I'll drop some acid. No, that's Daniel saying that. One evening I'll drop some acid and ask to come on the show. Cool. Chris Collins was saying, Douglas, I think your mute is working. I don't think your mute is working. Oh, yeah, he probably heard me doing something. Yeah. Yes, that was earlier when I didn't turn the mute on. It wasn't that the mute wasn't working. I didn't turn it on when I was changing into a sweatshirt as the temperature dropped precipitously as it does in San Francisco. So Bruce Dallas III was saying, I'm in here on these cell phones. By the way, I hope that one didn't sound too awful when I was, shuffling around and rustling around. And he knew it was me. That's what's embarrassing. He knew it was me. Anyhow, Spartano Negative. I want to give a thank you to Spartano Negative for donating $4.44. Of course, a number of some meaning to myself in the occult. The death number in Asia, of course, and interestingly enough, so people do be cautious about this. And I need to talk to Our Lady Selena about this. Selena, if you're there, God, I wish you would come on. Even though I know why you don't want to, I haven't gotten a response from her as to whether or not to bring up her situation. So I'm not quite sure what to bring up concerning that. But she's unable to come on, and anyhow, maintain her in your thoughts and prayers. And that's something I'll ask of everyone without going into what happened. But she was going to investigate what happens with that money that was coming to us through the YouTube. We actually don't know where that money goes. I have no idea where that money goes. I would just say there's no real need to donate through the YouTube. I would encourage people to donate elsewhere. PayPal or any other venue other than YouTube. Until we find out where the fuck the money goes. Because I know one thing. I don't think I get any of it. And I don't know where it goes to. It could be just YouTube stealing it all, for all we know. So that needs some further investigation. We could try and test it out, but the only person who can accurately do so would be Selena. So hopefully she'll come on and give us some update on that at some point. And I'll talk to her about that. Definitely, it's something that I can't go into in the Asian Lunar New Year. Of course, when it comes to Spartan O Negative, I know he means well, but as much as attached as I am to that number, it's something you shouldn't do during Asian Lunar New Year. And for that reason, it's probably fortunate that we don't know where the money goes. So, in other words, even though people donate money during Asian Lunar New Year, they would never do so as $4.44. They would never do the 444 number, or $444 for that matter, because it's just not something that's done. It is considered the rudest of all things. I know Spartan doesn't mean it from that sense, but it's considered, that would be the equivalent of telling somebody that you want them to die. You may as well just write that out. It would be, I want you to die, or something of that nature.
You know what's funny? I have 444 in my cell phone number.
Yeah, so do I.
I'm not gonna get the rest of it out, but it's interesting how in the English gematria, if you use the English, version,
it's considered, the Western world is considered very fortunate. Go on, yeah. Go
yeah,
on.
you get you actually get the name Lucifer, which is good for me.
Yeah, there you go, and there you have that. It's same in here in my prefix to my cell phone number, and so there we have that. And so Jameson, now that we've brought you center stage, take that stage and hold it for for till the bottom of the hour at the longest.
All right. Well, I've grown an interest in Persepolis,
Holy shit.
Old, yeah.
Yeah, and of course you'll explain that to us. So go on.
This is an ancient capital of the kings of the Achaemenian dynasty of Iran, Persia, located about 30 miles northeast of Shiraz in the Fars region of southwestern Iran. Anyway, what's so interesting about it are the statues. They have like these bull-headed, they have like these bull-bodied with human head statues called I think they call them the Lamassu or something. And they're like supposed to guard some kind of gateway. So I mean, the minute they said gateway, I'm like, oh, I gotta check this shit out.
Right.
I don't know.
By the way, the name of the statues, Lamassu, is very similar to Lamashtu, which would be the evil version of Lilith. But go on, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know if there's any connection, but the etymology sounds very similar. But go on. Yes, I'm sorry to interrupt like that. I didn't mean to interrupt. Go on.
Well, they go into this whole historical feel, blah blah blah, the historical shit. Less interested in the history, more interested in like the fucking, the good shit, the occult shit. Unfortunately, Britannica sucks, so I can't really. Yeah. Well, I'm gonna have to do some of my own in-depth studies, which deal with more of the like I don't know. I'm interested in the belief systems that the people had there back in those times, and why they constructed what the hell they constructed, and what it probably means, because I suspect that might be one of the reasons. Well, among other things, that might also be one of the other reasons why there's an interest with America and Iran, aside from just the oil and the convenience of being able to, you know, take over that canal.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I don't know. I'm always thinking that there's some kind of occult technology or some shit that could be useful in the right hands.
Okay. At any rate, maybe what you can do is present to people, look up Bill Gates' daughter. Bill Gates' daughter is proud to have received her vaccination. So I think it would bear looking that up and relaying to people what she said officially as a statement. And I think that it's important.
Okay, this is according to CNET. Jennifer Gates, a medical student, notes that, sadly, the vaccine did not implant my genius father into my brain.
But I think that's not the most important thing to know. But when she goes into the conspiracy theories, I think it's more important. I mean, she is, of course, a medical student, and the conspiracy theorists will claim that she probably got a special shot that didn't have the microchip in it or something of that nature. But she goes into addressing that. So I think that that's important.
Bill Gates' daughter, Jennifer Gates, a medical student, received her first dose of the COVID-19 vaccine last week, and like many relieved recipients, shared a photo. But Gates also showed she's well aware of the false conspiracy theories about her dad. After expressing how thankful she was for the vaccine, she joked, "PPS, sadly, the vaccine, blah, blah, blah." Okay, that joke that I don't quite get. Gates' father, the Microsoft co-founder, has worked to research and promote vaccines worldwide for many years. Through the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, he has also become the subject of many truly weird and utterly baseless conspiracy theories, including one that falsely claims he's pushing COVID-19 vaccinations in order to inject people with a microchip that will track them. Are you fucking shitting me?
Oh, yeah. They've been saying that for years.
How much money it would take to construct a microchip that small that you can track someone with.
Thank you. You're
talking about an astronomical cost because of how, I mean, you'd have to use nanoscopic sized tools to create such a thing. Let alone, how would you be able to assemble something on a continuous level to put it in every single vaccine?
Yes.
There is no rational sense behind that.
Thank you. Not to mention that the vaccine
because Alex Jones said so. That's Alex. That's the whole Alex Jones.
Yes. Oh my God. Thank you, Derek. Thank you. Oh my God. This is the world we live in. And
I have no words for the level of stupid that we are at now.
Yes.
People might have had less convenient technologies in the past, but they were a hell of a lot smarter than they are today.
Yes. Yeah.
I'm in the wrong time. I'm starting to believe that there's an inverse relationship between human intelligence and time. Basically, as we move forward through time, human intelligence goes down.
Yes, so far it's been proven to do so. In our time, yeah.
Well, here's the important thing, though. Jennifer Gates, a second-year student at the Icahn School of Medicine at Mount Sinai in New York City, also noted in her post, "I'll still be wearing my mask or two after receiving my second dose. Hope that's self-explanatory." Yes, I've been seeing that for a long time. Well, we've both been saying that.
Yes.
Everybody's been saying that. Everybody who has brains has been saying that. Unfortunately, Staten Island, there are no brains out there. Yeah, something's wrong with the water, I think. I drink, but then again, I drink the water all the time. I drink the tap water because I don't have the money to, I mean, yeah, when I have food stamps, I could go splurging on Voss waters and all these other good fucking waters and shit. But, most of the time I'm drinking tap water. So I don't think it's the drinking water. There's something else going on. People are just batshit dumb out here. Dr. Anthony Fauci, chief medical advisor to President Joe Biden, recently endorsed the wearing of a cloth mask on top of a surgical mask, which the CDC says improves the fit of the surgical mask and thus offers better protection against the coronavirus. Jennifer, 24, is the oldest of Bill and Melinda Gates' 3 children. Bill Gates receives his first shot of the corona. Okay, we don't care about Bill. He gets way too much attention anyway, and he's very smart as a careersman, but I don't think that he's like incredibly as brilliant as people think he is.
No, he's not. But
because I mean, having heard him on like the documentary about him, he seems like he's sort of like on the autism spectrum.
Yeah. Yes, I agree.
That's what I was able to get from him. So yeah. It's not that he's not smart. It's just that he seems sort of out of touch with people on a emotional level, which is okay because you don't want to be in touch with people on an emotional level. Save you a lot of heartache. If you're not in touch with people on an emotional level, you won't wind up like me, trying to, drug yourself into autism.
Yes, I get it. I so totally get it. It's definitely Bill Gates is, as I've said before, he's not somebody who's a brilliant software programmer or some kind of computer genius. He's a very clever copyright thief. And that's essentially what made him. But when they go further in that same article about his daughter, who seems nice enough, that she seems like a wonderful person. But in terms of he himself, they go further into the fact that he's been very concerned with vaccinating that much of the world in the third world that doesn't have access to vaccines. And there's several reasons for this. One of them is on a personal level. Bill Gates, and this is not to sell Bill Gates. I mean, Bill Gates is not a likable person. Just to reemphasize that, there's nothing to really personally like about Bill Gates. But he was influenced by this old Jewish guy who wrote the book Guns, Germs, and Steel. And it is just a piece of work that is not even really I have a lot against it myself on the basis that I find it incredibly racist. And of course it's very Eurocentric, like so much of what I speak of. The primary Eurocentricity of that book is expressed by basically saying Africa is fucked. And the way that the Jewish author describes it is he basically says Africa is fucked by geography, and therefore their situation is inescapable. That's how he essentially presents it. And that so when he's talking about geography and then he brings up guns, germs, and steel, he's talking about the confluence of violence and, of course, plagues and how they've impacted world history. Now, I've gone into this same subject before, but it impressed Bill Gates so incredibly. He was so impressed with this work that he basically decided that he was going to dedicate his charity work to vaccinations. And there is a completely selfish reason for this.
Yes, it's called tax write-offs.
Well, beyond that. But I mean, from the aside from the immediate benefit,
Well, he decided that he would take on the mantle of the white man's burden of
there is
civilizing these savages.
There is that racist aspect. Yes, there's that racist aspect as well. But in terms of aside from all of that, with Bill Gates, and I'm trying to, how do I put this? And by the way, aside from the tax write-offs, there's a lot more than that going on. When it comes to all of the charities of Bill Gates in particular, but many people like him, their charities are kind of self-cycling. There's a lot of money that they're putting into projects that are really just their own projects. So it feeds back into itself. So, you know, he's putting this money into something and it turns out that it really just goes back to him. So they're donating to themselves in many cases. So I pointed this out as the scandalous aspect.
And that's because there's an occult side to money, which requires you to constantly have it in flow.
Yes.
To keep it.
Yes, that's right.
Because
that's right.
If your money sits stagnant, you lose it.
Yeah, yeah. So
you don't get it back.
Yes, yes. So so that
you want to keep it flowing. You want to keep it because money is movement. Money's movement. It's an exchange of energy. Yes, one of the demons, Clonic, explained that to me quite well.
There you go. So
and an exchange of energy, even an exchange of words between people, can be seen as a form of currency.
Yeah. Yes, there we are. So one of the things that Bill Gates is thinking of quite rationally, however, and this would be commendable, is for the most basis reasons of self-interest, the first world really needs to vaccinate all the rest of the world because all of those diseases emerge from that part of the world that then hits the developing world. So yes, so this is
immigration, migration, etc.
Right. Well, which is going to only get worse with climate change. So for that reason, Bill Gates is doing what he's doing for the sheer self-interest that his daughter and the world she inherits will not be so plague-ridden that she will have no world worth living in. So that there's a commendable aspect to what he's doing. And so I've already pointed out all the negative about Bill Gates, but even
covering your ass is a commendable thing. I mean, cover your assets, cover your ass. I mean, because that's all you got in this world.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. By the way, I shared a masterpiece with Jameson Reese, a music video that was it was so well done. It was just unbelievable.
Oh yeah, I enjoyed the ending of it.
Yeah, so tell us. So you can tell us a bit about that. That'll help you occupy the stage for a bit there.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of like I guess these guys abduct a woman and they were like
whoa, bank robbery. Okay, not just abduct a woman. They take a hostage. Okay, put it in a little more context. Context is everything.
And so the rest. So the rest of it is like a first-person shooter. Bang, bang, pew, 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 pew.
But you're really just right in it. You're right in it. Yes, and it's done so well. It's choreographed. This is the pornography of violence that is choreographed to a high art. So yes, so God, yeah.
I still think the Japanese do it better. That's because I'm like a manga anime freak, and I just like watching people like rip each other's guts out and regenerate just to beat the fuck out of each other brutally again and again and again. Because that's what anime is. Fun.
It can be. Okay, we don't want people to think that's all anime. So, but
well, no. Actually, it's well thought out. It's way well thought out. It's well, anyway, to get back to the thing, basically in the end, I guess there's like a shootout and this guy winds up getting himself impaled on like a shard of glass because the thing crashes and she gets off with all the money and she's like, peace, motherfuckers. And that's actually the smart thing to do. Take that money and run, because you can buy so many bags of white chocolate. It's not funny. You'll have diabetes for centuries.
Well, it's an interesting conundrum. First off, the young lady in question is at the end of the video, which is, you just have to see it to understand. I might put it up on the timeline. Certainly, Jameson is is welcome to share it on his timeline. If he does, make certain you tag mine as well. In terms of the end, the conundrum that it presents is, and people won't understand this until they review the video, but basically there's some aspects of the video. It's a beautifully choreographed narrative of violence that we're talking about 5 minutes. And within 5 minutes, you basically see your life flash before your eyes with these people. And it takes watching and rewatching. You have to actually go through it several times before you really understand the subtlety and nuances of much of what is happening. So I would admit that I watched it more than once in order to really appreciate the nuances of what was going on. There is an unreality to it. The unreality, obviously, is that it's highly choreographed violence, and all highly choreographed violence is, in a sense, unreal. But what is unreal about it would be that the cops seem to be waiting outside of the bank, which is being robbed, in ambush, which is sensible to degree. It's sensible to degree that they're waiting outside in ambush, but they're going after these men with this. You would almost think, the first thing I thought was that it was a foreign country. And I'll admit that the reason I found this video was a pirated Russian edition, where the entire thing had been redone with a Russian soundtrack. So it made sense from a Russian perspective because I thought these were Russian police. And Russian police do kind of have that look where they're kind of like that kind of shade of blue, which is kind of like other countries. They're not like America. Their police can look, depending on the country, most nations, their police look kind of dorky. Their police are just kind of like light-ass color uniforms, which are almost like what you would consider to be security guards in a skyscraper in the United States. In the United States, their police are usually wearing darker uniforms, black uniforms. You don't often see that in other countries. So when you go to other countries, the police are not that intimidating to Americans, and yet, like I said, they're usually armed to the teeth. And unlike America, we usually have machine guns or the like, but they'll look very different. Some of them can look more militant, but police in America, you tend to think of combat police. And you tend to think, God, they look like they're wearing arms and armor. And but this, of course, is not your normal street cop, but your normal street cop is usually wearing a black uniform. So there's more of an intimidation factor to American police simply by the black uniform, simply by the color. None of these police in that video are wearing black. They're wearing this kind of lighter shade of blue, which is unusual. And that it just doesn't look very American. You don't see that. If you're going towards some parts of America, then what you see is they're wearing tan or kind of like a highway patrol kind of uniform. So that can look like equally
a khaki color.
Yeah, more of a khaki must. Yeah, but here they looked like foreign uniforms. So I thought this was a Russian video because the Russians had ripped it off, and that was my first exposure to it. And so it made perfect sense that the police would be that vicious. Because in Russia, of course, that's what they would be, and they wouldn't give a shit about hostages. Like an example was when the terrorists took over the Bolshoi, which is the Russian ballet theater. And when you had a bunch of Chechnyan terrorists take over the Bolshoi and they were holding all these hostages, the Russians just pumped in extraordinarily powerful gas that I forget the name for it, really. It's not a tear gas. It's not a lethal gas. But it's a very...
It was
Thank you. Appreciate that. Yeah, it was powerful enough where the chances of it killing a number of people was very high. And so and of course a number of people died who were innocent hostages.
Didn't they kill everybody?
No. But it wouldn't surprise you if they did. But no, because it's Russia. But they didn't.
All right. Maybe. All right. I have to admit that might be another one of those Mandela effect moments.
Yes. Understood.
Because in the universe I came from, they killed everyone.
Okay. Yeah. That's not what happened in this timeline. There are probably situations where that did happen involving the Russians, which would sound like a Russian as hell thing to do. But here in this situation, that's not what happened. They rescued the majority of the hostages, but the survivors were all young or in good health. Older people, they just died. So this is like what the Russians will do. I mean, they really just don't give a shit. It's like, if they manage to rescue some hostages, that's fine. Otherwise, tough shit. You're taken hostage. It's like, they'll fire right through you. And that is the attitude they all have in this video. It's like the bank robbers take a blonde female hostage. They, of course, take the most attractive young lady they can find, which is, by the way, not unrealistic at all. This is what you would do. You would grab a breeding age female as a hostage in the hopes that people would not take action that would result in her dying, if for no other reason than the optics are terrible.
Well, it's a good thing that we all wear masks these days.
And yeah, there's that. Yeah, there you go with that. But so in terms of and since Derek's still awake, I'll just hand him I'll just hand him the link to the video so he can see this on his own. But since it involves driving, he can probably appreciate the difficulty of making this video. The traffic alone being taken into account is part of what makes this video so masterful. I mean, there's something you don't often see in such things as a bank robbery reconstruction. So they take the young breeding age female and they have her with them, and they're using her effect basically as a bullet shield. But the cops just don't fucking give a shit. I mean, it's like the moment they walk out the door, a sniper takes out one of them, just blows his brains out, and he's the guy with the girl in front of them. Now that can happen, and that's almost...
Well, that's actually quite realistic, because in American culture, males don't seem to give a shit about women, especially
there's that. And snipers are also very confident. Snipers are confident to the point where a person can walk out holding a child across their chest, and your average sniper would probably take that on. They would probably take the guy out by the head because they're just confident that, you blow the guy's head off, the child will be dropped, but the child's going to be safe. And so your average sniper would take that on. So when they do what they do and what happens, then you believe that part. That part's believable. But then after that, they just keep coming. The police, they just don't give a shit. They just keep coming. And just the fact that, they're going after them with everything they got, that you begin to wonder, okay, that's why I thought it was a foreign situation. But then that turns out that it's not the case. They're Americans. You realize this at the end, that because the person who kills himself in the end is the bank robber who's left and is basically dying anyway, but he could conceivably be rescued, and that's what he doesn't want. Of course, he's not going to want to go to jail. So he just blows his own brains out, but he's obviously black. So that's what gives it away. And also, one of the original bank robbers who's hit in the back, the first one to try and get in the armored car, is also black. He's also colored. So everyone else, however, is basically white. So it's those things that kind of throw you off. Because there's very few black Russians. They do exist because in the old Soviet days, they would bring people from Africa over to the Soviet Union, and that was because they were trying to look like they were a post-ethnic society, that everyone was no longer white or black, or they were all Soviet, they were all collective. That was the propaganda. So there are blacks in Russia, but they're very rare. So there we have that. It was an American video, and the guy who did it is the guy who's basically killing himself at the end. That's the director. That's the producer of the video. But yes, he was masterful in everything and the way that was produced. So that is something they should have shown at halftime during the Super Bowl. That deserves Super Bowl.
What did they show during halftime at the Super Bowl?
From what Peter Moon told us, it was nothing worth seeing. He couldn't even remember it. He was so bored. And by the way, so people understand this, Super Bowl is famous for having the best commercials. Commercials so good that you stay to watch them. That they're supposed to be the best of the best when it comes to marketing.
Yeah, they're only aired once.
Yeah.
Specifically for the Super Bowl, usually.
Yeah, something like that. And something like this, of course, would have been too much for the audience, probably. It's that good. It's just too much for the audience. So there we have that. And, you know, it looks like these guys got everything together. I mean, they got drones. They've got, you know, everything prepared, and still everything fucks up. And it's just, of course, and you can see how that could happen. And it's mostly due to, if it's not the police, it's just simply the traffic is going against them. I mean, like, not like it's slowing them down. I mean, it's like literally they're crashing. So there you have that.
Well, seriously, that there is something realistic about the incompetence aspect.
On the side of everyone, the bank robbers and the cops, or both, or one or the other, or just
both.
Yeah. Do you think it's realistic that the cops would be that aggressive? I mean, it's no.
Yeah,
no, I thought that was a bit off. It was just,
I don't think
in America. I mean, in America.
I mean, look. All right. I've known some people who are cops who are really good cops, really good people. I've seen people out there nowadays who are just like, well, all right, I'm not gonna go there. I'm sorry. It's my understanding that you need to pass a physical exam, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Supposedly. Well, I mean, theoretically. And of course, there's a lot of fat cops is what you're going to bring up. I mean, you know, when they responded to the shooting, who was that Asian guy at Michigan? Was it Michigan Tech? What was it? The Asian guy who was shooting everybody. I forget which tech school that was. But it was, let me see, Asian shooter, Michigan Tech or something. I forget. Asian shooter, technical school, tech school. And let's see if he comes up. Virginia Tech. It was Virginia Tech, the Asian guy. Swing-Wee Cho. South Korean. He was South Korean. And he was born in South Korea. And yeah, he killed 32 people. Yes, it's still...
Holy shit.
Yeah, killed 32 people at Virginia Tech. When they answered to Virginia Tech, and this was a South Korean here in the U.S. as a resident alien. There's your killer aliens for you. And but when the cops responded, the first thing that... And I brought this up in New York, because that was shortly before I had to take, rendezvous in New York with my dead father's body to see to it that he was buried. So it was very shortly after that shooting that I did that. And when I asked some of the people who were his relatives, I said, did you notice that all of the cops who responded, all the first responders, were unbelievably fat? And they said, yeah, I noticed that. I mean, to give people an idea of how fat these bastards were, it was beyond laughable. They had.
I'm looking at the photograph.
Yeah, bulletproof vests. Bulletproof vests that were so small compared to their body size that the bulletproof vests are covering only their fucking tits, baby. Like they're wearing like a bib, like they're wearing bibs, like a front and back bib, as if they were sitting down to eat, and this bib was to prevent them from slopping on all the barbecue sauce onto their upper t-shirt. This is how fat these bastards were, and they were all like that. I mean, none of them could even enter the building through the windows because, they weren't going to go in through the doors, but they couldn't enter through the windows. So all they could do was surround the place and wait until SWAT showed up, so that guys who were more fit than the National Guard or SWAT or both, whatever eventually showed, could do the job. All they could do was contain it. All they could do was contain the site and then wait for other people to respond. This was beyond pathetic. So yeah, there's obviously, I mean, the joke my gang brother Beaver made one time when I dragged him with me, and we have a tendency to do this to each other. I remember one time that motherfucker brought me into the DMV, and that was like, just to keep himself company, like a son of a bitch. So I was standing in line with him suffering through the DMV. And another time, I brought him down to Social Security with me, and that was so he could act as a witness for some shit I was doing at Social Security. But one of the things we noticed was there was this fat Chinese guy who was one of the police over there. By the way, Social Security is guarded by federal police that are actual sworn officers. But whatever's going on, they don't do no physicals, because, you know, the Chinese fat guy was in the uniform there, and he was sitting at the desk, and he was telling somebody, hey, you can bring that sandwich in here, but you can't eat it. You can't eat it in here. And the Beaver says to me, yeah, he can't bear to watch. And then his relief showed up, and it was this fat white chick. Fat-ass white woman came to replace him, and that's when my game brother says, I guess if you pass a certain weight requirement, you're hired and shit. Like, you got to stand on the weight scale, and you got to tip it, you know, to the degree where the springs come out and shit, and then they'll say, oh, you're hired and shit. But, you know, that's what looked like it was going on in Virginia Tech was, you know, they got a weight requirement where you have to be over 600 pounds or some shit. But this is just disgraceful. I mean, it's, you know, no, the people like this should not be allowed in law enforcement. What can they do? I mean, what can
the only thing they could do is shoot.
Yeah, thank you.
So this is why everyone's getting killed left and right, because the people just are like, just, you know, I mean, I walked past a like I think these were traffic control officers or whatnot. Anyway, everyone in the car was texting. Four of them. And the thing is, like, I have my mask on, and I'm like laughing to myself, and I'm like, I've got to be the lucky bastard who gets to see this shit.
Oh, that's funny as fuck. It's, you know, I could go on about that, you know, different things I've seen and what my dad and I used to see in terms of police. It's just you know, but I think people already know. Basically, it's a situation where, you know, it's just there's a lot of things that need reformation. We just need a lot of reformation. The system is broken. There's a lot of systemic just. You know what that is? That's a form of corruption. That overweight policemen and women are a form of corruption. That's a form of police corruption. No one should abide by that. That's not, you know, these people are supposed to be protecting us. You can't do that like that. It's not, and if somebody comes up and says that's a form of discrimination, like, you know, fat people's rights or something, I mean, eat it. Eat it. I hate to say it. I mean, eat it, fucker. I mean, Jesus Christ.
Well, this is the whole point, is if you're someone who's enforcing the law, you need discipline.
Yeah, thank you.
And if it's apparent that discipline is lacking, then what fucking hope do we have?
Yeah, thank you. And so
this is something that this is the reason why you know, America is fucked up, because everyone either lacks restraint or discipline. You know, I was in a store the other day, and this guy just starts yelling. He almost gets into a fight. And, you know, the thing is, like, for a moment there, I'm watching this guy because he's starting to get aggressive. And the guy's like, the guy's standing there, and he looks at me, and he starts to posture like, what? And I'm like, well, there's a line. He's like, well, I was going to let you go in front of me. I was like, okay, well, you could go and do your lotto ticket thing, and I'll just wait. And then the guy's like he starts to yell at me. And I'm like, okay, well, whatever. And so the guy behind the counter, you know, says, I don't want to fight in here. And the guy starts yelling at the top of his lungs. This dude's going crazy, you know. And then he goes outside. He brings his son in because he's like trying to, you know, intimidate and all this other shit. And I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? It was just like it was just the most pathetic shit I've ever seen. And he was like, I got a son your age, and he's like bringing his son up in there. I'm like, who the fuck cares, dude?
Well, at that point, you know you've won. It's almost like he's seeking a way out or something. It's almost, you know.
And then he comes back, and I don't know. I guess his son was like wearing all red, and he was all decked out and everything. And I don't know if she's trying to intimidate, like, oh, my son's, you know, a blood or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
Who fucking cares?
Yeah.
I mean, everyone's a blood up here in New York. But seriously, you know, the thing is, this is a grown man who's older than I am. And he can't show any restraint in the situation because he misinterprets something I said as if I'm having an attitude with him. I'm not having an attitude with him. And so you see, so he spirals out of control, and he's like, he's like, now instead of getting into a fight with me, which I was about to fucking kick his ass because I'm like, is this guy gonna fucking move on me or some shit? Because of the way he's gesturing, you know. If someone's standing there and they're starting to move erratically, I'm thinking, okay, this motherfucker is gonna try to move on me. I gotta fucking knock this guy down. If I'm gonna knock this guy down, I'm gonna go for the knees and I'm gonna cripple this motherfucker for life. This way, he can't come back after me. But you know, luckily, he eventually he decides he's gonna bark at the other guy behind the counter who has nothing to do with anything. The guy's just saying, "Look, this is establishment. We don't want to have anyone fighting in here." And he's getting into a fight with the guy who's saying, we don't want to fight in an establishment." I mean, how fucking stupid are people?
Yeah, that's it. They're just plain stupid. I remember when I was with my gang brother and we were going to various places like, I don't know, places that, like Radio Shack, or places where there would be line disputes, and or even like these like Walgreens types of fairs or Lucky Stores or something, where what was interesting was most of the people would turn their attention to him instead of me, even though I would be the person to protest. Which was interesting. It could be simply because maybe I was viewed as like the feminine half of something. Maybe we were identified as a couple or something, and maybe they just thought that he was the male half and that he was the person to vent their anger on or something. But whatever it was, they would turn their attention and their ire towards him. Of course, that never went anywhere because he was never going to back down or even be intimidated by that. But there you have that. So by all means, anything else you can think to bring up, go ahead and bring it up. Take us to the top of the hour, and then I'll start monologuing, or very shortly thereafter, I'll start monologuing. I might, as a matter of fact, I might go mute.
Well, there's an interesting development in Russia.
Among many, aside from Navalny and the mistakes that Putin is making in that case, what else is going on?
Oh yeah. Well, I was just going to go into the Navalny thing.
By all means, please. Yeah, please do.
Yeah, supporters of imprisoned Russian opposition leader Alexei Navalny came out to residential courtyards and shined their cell phone flashlights on Sunday in display of unity, despite efforts by Russian authorities to extinguish the illuminated protests. Oh man, because those cell phones are so scary, man. No arrests were immediately reported. However, police detained 9 people at a daytime demonstration in the city of Kazan, calling for the release of political prisoners, according to OVD Info, a human rights group that monitors political arrests. The group said security guards at Moscow State University recorded the names of people leaving a dormitory to take part in a flashlight rally there. When Navalny's first team urged people to come out to the cell phone protests, many responded with jokes and skepticism. After 2 weekends of nationwide demonstrations, the new protest format looked like something like a retreat. Yet Russian officials spent days trying to blacken the protests. Officials accused Navalny's allies of acting on NATO's instructions. Kremlin-backed TV channels warned that flashlight rallies were a part of major uprisings around the world. You know, this sort of parallels someone. This parallels our last president. Mm-hmm. The way he just blew everything out of proportion. State news agencies cited unnamed sources as saying a terrorist group was plotting attacks during unapproved mass protests. The suppression attempts represent a change of tactics for Russian authorities, who used to ignore Navalny. Where's the two? my gosh. Oh man, this is just like that movie where everyone's just getting where this guy who's like super stupid is like the president of the world because everyone else is dumber than him.
Yeah, idiocracy. Idiocracy.
Oh my god. That's what planet I seem to have like woken up on today. Kremlin-controlled TV channels used to not report about protests called by Navalny. Russian President Vladimir Putin has never mentioned his most prominent critic by name. State news agencies referred to the anti-corruption investigator as a blogger in rare stories when they did mention him. Again, another typo, when they did mentioning him. How do you do something in present past tense simultaneously?
Anyhow, if you hear a delay in my cackling, it's because I'm staying mute while I chew a candy bar so I can have enough calories to last throughout the night, just so people know. So I'll go back on mute with that.
Navalny went from a person whose name is not allowed to be mentioned to the main subject of discussion on state TV, said Maria Chick, I can't even say it, head of investigations at Navalny's Foundations for Fighting Corruption. Wait, what? Oh, okay, wait. I said that the wrong way. Navalny went from a person whose name is not allowed to be mentioned to the main subject of discussion. Okay, I had to put that into context. My brain just farted.
No worries.
Pevchik credited Navalny's latest expose for the sudden surge of attention. His foundation's 2-hour video alleging that a lavish palace on the Black Sea was built for Putin through corruption has been watched over 101 million times on YouTube since January 19th. The video went up 2 days after Navalny was arrested upon returning to Russia from Germany, where he spent 5 months recovering from a nerve agent poisoning that he blames on the Kremlin. The Russian government denies involvement and claims it had no evidence that Navalny was poisoned. Oh, that's hilarious.
Yes.
Yeah, because they poison everyone, and like they did with that guy in oh my god, the UK.
Yeah, yes, Novichok, and I forget who it was. Oh God, I said his name a number of times in the past, but it's after a while it just becomes, it just becomes passé. Go on.
While the high-profile arrests and subsequent expose were a double blow to authorities, political analyst and former Kremlin speechwriter Abbas Galimov says that keeping Navalny and his protests off the airwaves to deprive him of additional publicity no longer makes sense. Mm-hmm. The fact that this strategy has changed suggests that the pro-government television audience is somehow receiving information about Navalny's activities through other channels. Recognizes him is intention.
By the way, I'm sorry. Go on. I was just going to answer some people in the chat room. I'm so glad that so many people are participating now, and I want to thank them all for it. And they were responding to some of what we were talking about earlier. So I'll bring that up as soon as you're done. Take your time. Just wrap that up. There's no rush to get to it.
There's no rush, or
there's no rush to get back to the chat room. I mean, we'll get to them whenever you finish wrapping up. What you're talking about. Yeah.
Okay. The weekend protests in scores of Russian cities over the last month of Navalny's detention represented the largest outpouring of popular discontent in years and appeared to have rattled the Kremlin. Police reportedly arrested around 10,000 people. God damn. And many demonstrators were beaten while the state media sought to downplay the scale of the protest. And while everyone in America is like, oh, Putin's such a manly man, I want to be like Putin. Yeah, I tell them to go to fucking Russia. Do us all a favor.
Yes, hopefully he does that. Let me see. I got another incoming message, and this is Lindsey Graham issues shameless threat against Kamala Harris. Derek, can you come on and tell us about this? I mean, otherwise we're going to forget about this till next week or until Wednesday. Since you're up, do tell us.
Oh, that actually sounds more interesting than this thing with Navalny. So I'll just jump to that.
Okay. Did he send you this as well?
No. If you could send me that link, check it out.
I sent that same video to.
Okay. All right. I see it. Yeah, Lindsey Graham issues. Okay. Oh wait, that's on YouTube.
So it's a YouTube video. Okay, so
it's not an article. I actually have to brush up on it, but I figured, before I go to bed, I figured you guys want to know about this. So
well, here's a little hint. Sometimes on YouTube, what they have is like a synopsis. So what you can do is you can press the show more, and sometimes they will talk about what's the contents are, but it looks like they don't do that here. So
okay.
What you can do is you can go mute and review it, and then tell us what they're saying. I'm saying that to Jameson, since Derek really needs to go to bed at some point.
According to the Daily Beast, Yahoo News, Lindsey Graham predicts Kamala Harris impeachment if GOP retakes House. She's not president. How the fuck are they going to impeach her?
Well, theoretically, other people in other positions can be impeached. Anyone who has a position of government responsibility theoretically can be impeached. But still, it's so stupid. And
this guy looks like his fucking face is melting off his fucking skull.
Yeah, well, it probably is. I mean, honestly, that guy's probably needs constant plastic surgery just to stitch it back on. His face probably falls off every time he lies. These people are disgusting. And by these people, I mean Republicans. It's honestly, at this point, just forget any sense of reconciliation. There's none to be had.
All right, so he predicted on Sunday that Vice President Kamala Harris will be the target of impeachment effort if Republicans take control of the House of Representatives in 2022, because she tweeted support for a bail fund for Black Lives Matter protesters. During an appearance on Fox News Sunday, Graham first pointed out that former President Donald Trump told him while he's ready to move on to the Republican Party following his second impeachment acquittal, he's also mad at some folks in the party. I think Senator McConnell's speech, he got a load off his chest, obviously, but unfortunately, he put a load on the back of the... What? Oh, my God. Wait a minute. Oh, wait. No, never mind. That's Graham speaking, which is just as well. He sounds as equally absurd as Trump. Yes. Unfortunately, he put a load on the back of Republicans. That speech you see in the 2022 campaigns, Graham declared, referencing the senator minority leader's denunciation of Trump's dereliction of duty in inciting an insurrection. Graham, a loyal Trump defender who advised the president's impeachment legal team, went on to decry the impeachment sequel as unconstitutional and affront to the rule of law, before warning Republicans will be looking for payback in the near future. And if you use this model, I don't know how the doesn't get impeached if the Republicans take over the House, Graham said. The likelihood they will take over the House, I don't think it's very likely at all. Because she actually bailed out rioters, and one of the rioters went back to the streets and broke somebody's head open. So we've opened Pandora's box here, and I'm sad for the country. Yes, and those, countless hordes of just childish fucking incels stormed the Capitol, and 3 people were killed. And none of them are arrested?
Yeah, five people killed, and then one person committed suicide.
Shit,
yes, that's right.
Well, there we go. A whole fucking South Park death fest,
Yes.
and like, yeah,
Yes.
nothing.
Yes.
All right.
Well,
yeah, go fuck yourself, Lindsey Graham.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, pretty much. That's what it
Got
comes.
a curse jar with his name on it. But goes without saying, because she actually bailed out rioters and right, I read that already. While Harris tweeted support of the Minnesota Freedom Fund in June, there is no evidence that she bailed anyone out. In addition, Graham dangled the idea of impeachment for Harris because of her tweet. He insisted that Trump bore no responsibility for his actions on January 6th that led to a mob storm of the U.S. Capitol to stop certification of President Joe Biden's election victory. He bears responsibility of pushing narratives about the election I think are not sound and true, but this was politically protected speech, he said. Politically protected? My ass. Politically protected that was actually going to leave a few politicians dead. Graham also dismissed, well, actually that wouldn't have necessarily been a bad thing, but Graham also dismissed all evidence that Joe Trump refused to act as the riot raged on, even though the former president spoke to several Republican lawmakers and was well aware of the danger they faced and the threat to Vice President Mike Pence's life. Mike Pence, if I was you, I would try to get that motherfucker rubbed out.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Yeah.
Whisper.
I think that's a valid point. We have a few minutes to midnight here on the West. I will start my monologue at that time, and I guess I'd better finish chewing this candy bar so I can have the calories to do it. So please continue. Go on.
It doesn't tell me a whole lot because it's all hearsay, Graham shrugged. Could the president have done more? Yeah. Did he incite riot by his speech? Absolutely not. Come on, why'd you have to put the not in there, dumbass? Wallace would eventually corner Graham over remarks the approach. You know what? Actually, let me just interject something right now. I find it interesting because a lot of people in the community of the occult, within the satanic community, there's a good chunk of them that do consider themselves anarchists. And I find it interesting. Why would an anarchist be in support of a conservative? Do the math. A Republican conservative is really more or less going to destroy any rights you have to do anything. So why would an anarchist be supporting? Because it's obvious that the Republicans were meant to tear down this country by doing it.
Thank you. In other words, they're serving chaos. The Republicans are the forces of anarchy. This is, of course, the tremendous irony here, and it cannot be overemphasized. So, in terms of go on.
And the funny thing is, if you try to call any one of them out on it, especially those who are in the satanic occult, they'll be like, oh, well, that's not true. That's all lies. It's fake news. Or they'll either say some shit like that, or they won't say anything at all. And silence actually speaks a lot.
Volumes, yes. Definitely, by the way, when I'll go into the solicitation first, and then I'll bring up what's happening with Pac 1, which is, I'm sorry, it's awful what's happening with Pac 1, and why he was unable to come on. So go on. We're gonna finish up with what you're talking about.
All right. Well, yeah, I was just basically pointing out the hypocrisy of. But then again, it seems like there's nothing more to be said about that.
Okay. So in terms of Pac 1's situation, oh my God, it's just He he had an abscessed tooth apparently, and so it's basically he spent all day the other day in the emergency room not too long ago, and so the abscess got his he says fave, which I'm not quite sure which tooth that refers to, what one's favorite tooth is, but oh, his face got his face all swollen all the way back into his eye and spread into his sinus. And so he kept sending me he kept sending me pictures of himself, which is, I'm sorry to say, his face looks kind of like a comical caricature too. How do I compare his face? It's kind of like, well, in its current condition, it looks kind of like a moon with a beard. So if you can imagine the moon with a beard, then you can imagine Pac-1 right now, because he doesn't have hair on the top of his head. He's got it all on the bottom of his head, the chin area, and all of that is swollen up very painfully, the whole face, the whole deal. And he says they stabbed the back of my gums, immediately releasing pressure, gave me antibiotics, Vicodin, and an antiseptic mouthwash. It hurts too much to talk. He's still very swollen. Fucking hospital only gave me 8 Norco 500s and 0 Motrin. Between the eye pressure and swelling on my gums, I can't really do shit. So I have been given permission to bring his situation to public attention, and ask that you all let your prayers ascend. Thoughts and prayers for Pac-1 Mireles. And he says, I definitely need them. He says, also relay a big fuck you to the San Diego Marine Corps Depot. All the teeth they touched back in 2003 are the only teeth I've ever had worked on, and all of which have abscessed and fallen apart throughout the years. I should have brought this on while Derek was still with us, so we'll bring that up again on Wednesday. Remind me to bring that up on Wednesday so Derek can hear this, because then we'll all have a laugh at it.
I do want to say something.
Oh, yeah? Yes?
I want to say something.
Sure.
Remember, this is what happened to me back in December of 2019 when I had cancer.
Yeah.
And, they sent me to Illinois for a couple of weeks, for about a month. And the first week, everything was fine. And I had to take a 34-hour reset. Then the second week, I started to feel my toothache, and it was getting worse and worse.
Uh-huh.
So it just so happened that I was able to take my 34-hour reset in Matteson, Illinois, which is South Chicago suburb. But being that I'm from Chicago, I said, okay, well, this is perfect. I'll come here, I'll check in for my 34-hour reset, park my truck at my hotel, get my room, and I'll take an Uber to the hospital, and maybe they'll give me some antibiotics and send me on my way, whatever, that I can get my tooth pulled when I get back to Tennessee, or, if it was bad enough, I'd have to get it pulled there in Illinois. But they did a CAT scan on me, and they said, we don't think this is your tooth. It looks like you may have something else going on. It looks like you might have cancer.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? But they didn't know. And then that's when they shipped me to the Rush University Medical Center down there in the west side of Chicago, and did some more tests on me. And they wanted to keep me over the weekend. And I said, well, you guys don't understand. I got a loaded oxygen truck sitting at the hotel. I'm paying for a hotel room. I can't just stay in the hospital all weekend. And so I promised them, if they release me, they said, we can't force you to stay, but I told them, if you release me, I'll get back to Tennessee, back home, and then I'll get this looked at. So I actually finished up my week, and my tooth was getting worse and worse, because I thought it was a tooth, but it wasn't my tooth at all. It was that I had developed face and neck cancer.
Well, I'm certain that's not what's going on with Pac-1, but certainly your story is relevant.
They actually treating him and giving him antibiotics. Yeah. So it was his truth. Yeah. But see, that's what I thought was going to happen with me, that they were just going to give me some antibiotics and stuff. And that, in my case, it was similar, except for, when they did that CAT scan on me, they said, uh-oh, we don't think this is your tooth, And that's when I had the test done when I came back here to Tennessee, and they called me like around December 31st and said, you have cancer.
That's awful. Yeah, that's awful. That's when you told me about it, and that's when I responded and asked, what kind and what stage, and we got down to business of sharing that with the public, and I think it was an educational experience for all of us. So very glad that you overcame that. I was talking to Peter Moon about that the other day, and he says, yes, you've been through quite a bit. So definitely.
Before I go to bed,
yeah.
I did post one more article to my page. You want to jump on it, Jemison. 24-year-old single mom arrested for going to work. And then her GoFundMe pages raised a couple $1,000s for her. So I didn't even read the story yet. I just got a hold of the story and I posted it. So you guys can look into that. So
yeah,
I'm going to bed now. Good night.
Okay, good night. We love you dearly. Yes, God.
Good night, man. Oh, wow, that's gonna make me not want to consider going outside for a long time. Yeah, do not take someone who's fair oriented and give them something to be afraid of.
Yeah. Yes.
Holy shit.
Or shoot, you should. I figured the GoFundMe part would catch your attention. Like, if I go for a walk, and then you can post on your Facebook page. These motherfuckers arrest me just for going for a fucking walk, man. Y'all need to hit up my GoFundMe page and get me out of this shit.
Yeah. No, I'm not going to spoof like that. That's not something I do. I'm too authentic for that, man.
Yes.
I mean,
yes.
It's a tempting opportunity. A 24-year-old Ohio mother was arrested and charged with child endangerment after police told MTO News that they found her two daughters alone at a Motel 6 near Youngstown, Ohio. According to acting on a tip, police said they found a 10-year-old girl and her 2-year-old sister in a room at a Motel 6 after 6 p.m. The older child told officers her mother was at work and expected her to be back by 10 p.m. The mom, 24-year-old Shayanna Bell, who was found working at a pizza shop, told officers that she had to work to feed her children. She told the officers that she usually has someone check in on her children every hour while she is at work, but police didn't care. Shayanna was booked into the county jail on 2 counts of child endangerment, and the children were turned over to their father. Here's a picture the man social media claims is the father, James Brown, from a previous arrest. Okay. Wow. It's obvious that they arrested her because they can.
Yeah, it's awful.
And she's of color, and that's about it.
This is something that Lena Shea had brought up once about a black woman who had been who was given a whole bunch of shit by Dr. Phil, of all people. And this was a woman who basically had to leave her child unattended to go in for a job interview. And this is what we have a problem with single mothers who are trying to get jobs and they're stuck. The costs of daycare are more than you make working full time. It takes a couple to afford daycare. You need both parents working to afford daycare. It's otherwise just something that a couple simply cannot afford. So it's nightmarish. And for single mothers, they just don't take into account, like in the case of that black woman who was given such shit by Dr. Phil. She was trying to say that when she went in for the job interview, they said, we want you to go through the full range of tests that we're going to put you through now for, just to see if you qualify for the job. And they put her through a full range of employment tests. And by the time that she was done, she walked out to find her child was in the custody of officials or something like that. Somebody had reported her as unattended, and she was forced to do jail time for the same reason, which then, of course, totally separates her from her child, which then puts...
And does more damage to the fucking kids.
Yeah.
Philip.
Yeah.
And puts them into the whole fucking prison rape culture of who the fuck knows what.
Yeah. The whole system that just chews them up alive.
That's. I mean, I've said it before. I'll say it again. Fuck this country.
Yes, there is. We need to take into account that that women need to be provided with. Well, for one thing, daycare has to be universal and free. I mean, that should be a given.
Yeah.
So that's the best starting point. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to start the solicitation and then go into monologue. And I want to thank everybody for getting me to this point. And all of you, this couldn't have been done without all of you. And I want to remind everybody, of course, this is the President's Day weekend. We are into President's Day now. Valentine's Day just ended with all that is, all that entails. And so everyone, if it's too late to put out a warning like I did last year, which was last year I put out a warning for people not to be victimized by scams during Valentine's that people usually get on social media, where the lovelorn are preyed upon by all kinds of predators who come in and just pretend to be in love with you, or pretend to be open to loving you. And this is what leads many people to sending money to these people they ask for money. So it's just something to watch out for at times like these. And doubtless those scams will continue through the President's Day weekend. So be aware of that. People are victimized by the hundreds of thousands in regards to that. And of course, in terms of the Valentine's Day this year, it coincidentally fell on what in the New Year's day spectrum of special days in Asia, as it takes weeks to transition in through the Lunar New Year. Today's Valentine's Day fell on what is known as SHහැ-Рީ, or the Day of the Rat, SHහැ-Рީ. And according to folk tales, this is the day, or yesterday was the day, until minutes agone, until midnight, it was the day rats marry. And so, of course, it's the day you spend visiting relatives and friends. What people also do is they leave some grains and crackers in corners to share their harvest with the rats. And then they'll go to sleep early in order to not disturb the wedding of the rats. And this way, the rats will not disturb them during the year either. So that's the rationale developed by millennia, thousands of years of living with the rats. And the rats are, of course, they're man's allies, because during times of extreme starvation or famine, you can eat them. And so that's the Chinese experience, and that's one reason you treat them well. And of course, at home and in the streets, you would have visiting friends and relatives in the city, or friends and family in nearby villages ongoing. The transport would be locally busy, otherwise okay, throughout China. And there would be limited government bank services. Only the big malls would be open. So, but that's what Valentine's Day was in the Asian world. Just coincidental. This is not always that this happens, but this year, ̔'(Zhu-Ri), the Day of the Rat, fell on St. Valentine's Day. And in case you didn't know, a little history about Valentine's Day, because unfortunately most of you don't know this, and it's just plain fucking sad that people don't know this. When you were growing up and you were in school and you were all kind of giving Valentine's Day cards to each other, where it was just kind of like this childlike innocence of be my Valentine, and these silly little cards. At least that's what we used to do growing up in public school. If any of you have a memory like that, that's actually what Valentine's Day is for. That's really what Valentine's Day is for. I said I'd go a little bit into the spirit of Valentine's Day. Valentine's Day is not for adult love, or if it is for adult love, it's of adult love of a very medievalist understanding, which is that of the chaste lovers. That is what the sainted IRO or Hieromartyr, the sainted martyr, Valentinius of Terni in Italia, Il-PRESBYTER-DI-RжооMa, or the Prester of Rome, and the Bishop of INTERAMNA. That was his day of martyrdom. So it's a death day. It's not even this man's birthday, rather the day on which he was executed, most horribly, drawn and quartered. That means that they tied each one of his limbs to a horse and ordered the horses to go off in 4 directions by beating the horses until the horses ran off in 4 directions and ripped him asunder, leaving only his torso intact with his head on it, so that the brain would be aware of all 4 of your limbs being torn off at once, at which point you would die of shock. Your limbs having been torn off, you'd bleed out. You'd bleed out and die of shock. It's just horrific. Just a horrible way to die. That was how Saint Valentine died. He was martyred in the most horrific one, just a very bad way. And so his death day is what we use to celebrate or to honor and respect and the chaste love between lovers who can never physically consummate, or who will never, who of their own volition may never wish to physically consummate, but do truly love each other. So that's what his love represents. That's what his day honors, is chaste lovers. So it'd either be like children exchanging those cards who are not really thinking in adult terms of love, and it would be for, say, for instance, in particular would come to mind in the medievalist sense, the bard. The bards would travel all over Europe singing. The minstrels, the traveling minstrels would sing and sing ballades, and they could go from kingdom to kingdom, and they would often sing to the ladies in the towers. That means the ladies whose husbands went off to war or crusade or campaign, kings or knights, the nobles, ladies who they would keep chaste, make certain that they wouldn't be fucking anyone else while they were gone by imposing upon them a chastity belt, which is a horrific form of torture all its own, so that men could not have sex with these women, which would lead to infections and everything else. Just horrific. And so just another imposition on a woman, just another abuse of woman would be the chastity belt. But beyond that, they would often lock them in the towers so that the woman would physically be separated from men, and they would be tended to by their own maidens, who would tend to the noble woman and her needs. But other than that, none of them would have the key to her chastity belt. If her husband died in battle, she might never get out of that chastity belt. I mean, this is just horrific, the sort of lifestyle of the Middle Ages. And so in terms of these women, they would often be sung to by passing bards who would develop chaste romances with them. They would love them and get to know their names, all of their intimate details and secrets. So they would go from place to place and have all kinds of noble ladies that the bards would love, and chastely, unable to physically consummate their relationship. So that would be an example of the love that the sainted Valentine would be the patron saint of. And it was not considered sinful even by medieval standards, because it was not adultery. It was strictly by force of circumstance, platonic. So this is really the love that Saint Valentine represents. It has nothing to do with you or your physical intimate. And what happened was, like with Halloween, the adults stole the holiday. Mostly it would be children, like Halloween would cater to, and then somewhere along the lines, the adults took over Halloween and they turned it into an adult sex and party kind of day, and this is what adults somewhere along the line, long before Halloween, did with Valentine's, and they turned it into kind of an adult holiday of actual physical intimates. And there is a day for that already, and it is Happy Sweetest Day. And Happy Sweetest Day is something you can look up, and it's more nebulous, but it does exist and has been around for years, and that's supposed to be when a woman can ask a man out. But it's really about more of a lustful, physically intimate relationship, and that is when adults were supposed to be able to basically give each other sex toys as presents and shit, dildos or condoms or whatever would be affiliated with adult romance. It's as opposed to Valentine's Day. So Valentine's Day has really changed, but hopefully people understand the real spirit of it. Obviously, I wasn't myself honoring the real spirit of Valentine's Day, but that's me. And aside from all of that, and hopefully that puts it into perspective for people, we have everything. I guess I just covered it all. The President's Day, there's nothing to cover there. Of course, except for the fact that it's apropos that I will be addressing the impeachment on President's Day. And of course, Vladimir Putin considers himself a fucking president. And that's what I guess I could start with would be Vladimir Putin, go a bit into the Trump impeachment, and then kind of go over towards the Asian Lunar New Year and provide everybody all of those forecasts they were all asking for. So just before I go into all of that, I might as well go into solicitation. So, this is Mein Kampf, my struggle, and my struggle be thine own. Contribute to the struggle at paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich, where we now be accepting contributions via PayPal Holdings Incorporated at DouglasDietrich.com. And in all due acknowledgement unto our own personal hero, we ask it of everyone moral and our fiscal support on behalf of our dearest English brother in battle, John Henry McMills Warrington, who you can friend and follow via his Facebook timeline, facebook.com/John.War, as well as subscribe to his YouTube channel, the Maggot channel, at youtube.com/C/Magateur, which be spelled MAGGOTAUR. He being the property manager thereof, who also serves as Team Thrax, Dietrich's Our Dragon's ultimate post-episodic producer, and our final productions archivist at DouglasDietrich.com. For were it no for he, nigh all videographic works of the internationally recognized renegade military historian would have been lost. So, if financial aid no be prohibitive per budgetary constraints, electronically relay monetary assistance via PayPal, where you can donate to the Maggot Man, aka John Warrington, by clicking send on your PayPal account page, and then entering his email address, john_war@hotmail.com, and you can PayPal him directly at paypal.me/Magateur, which be spelled MAGGOTAUR. Because he was, after all, the man who took it upon his own initiative to download into his private hard drives most of what I had published on YouTube, and therefrom we could reconstruct my legacy online after it had been scrubbed from the internet no less than thrice, which would mean 3 times. And if I, in this sense, he acted, John Warrington did, the Maggot Man, as the bridge between the Akashic Records and the data matrix in which my virtual personality interacts with yourselves in the material realm. And in that sense, he is my creator. So now you, too, can do your part to help in the fight against total annihilation, whether myself and my legacy online or in the material plane, or the eradication of all life from the surface of the earth, which be the ultimate objective of the cult of the kings of Edom, the Herodians, who are the same heir to the tradition, if you will, are the ultimate mission objective of killing your God, which they failed to do when he manifested on earth in the form of the Christ child, and failed again in terms of many of their attempts, yet succeeding, according to their own claims, with the Messiah in Mongolia as identified by Franklin Delano Roosevelt, or rather identified by others, but a manifestation which Franklin Delano Roosevelt responded to by dispatching Henry Wallace, who was his vice president, to participate in the mission to murder the Messiah, as manifest just before the Second World War, or sometime in the middle of it, depending on how you classify World War II as having started, which it already had in Asia. So, with all of that in mind, spread the word about Douglas Dietrich, that he, the biological son of Adolphus Jacob Hitler, which you can find out more about at douglasdietrich.com/2019/05/08/ Douglas Dietrich, son of Adolf Hitler, fighting against white supremacist neo-Nazis, and confer while there on the homepage of SHHOWSDD.com. A footnote on my bio, sire, where you'll find out the meaning behind my biological father's name, the name what made the man. Once you've absorbed that information, take it upon yourself to spread the word far and wide to all and sundry that the scion of Adolf Hitler, Douglas Dietrich, be alive and well and resident in the city and county of San Francisco. And, if at all possible, encourage those others to relay their own contributions at paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich, indicating thereon myself as either friend or relation, so that their contributions will not be cut by Peter Thiel, because otherwise that faggot steps in to take his pound of flesh. In other words, your donations will be cut into so that Peter Thiel can extract his blood money from the PayPal he created. And the only way to prevent that is to indicate myself as friend or relation, which no one should have a problem with, because we're all friends here, or you wouldn't be sponsoring myself, or we're all extended electronic family, which of course is very much the case with so many of us providing support for each other, as we do when we get sick, or people make a prayer request, or we fall ill or fall victim to injury or misfortune, etc. So with all of that in mind, of course, there are even people who help each other financially in times of distress through our extended family. And in that sense, there should be no protest with indicating myself as friend or relation. You can't say one or the other. You're counted as both via PayPal's reckoning. So you just make certain to look for that box and check it, so that your even-numbered contribution will not be turned into some bizarre number with a decimal point separating the dollars from the cents. And of course, these contributions can be justified to those you spread the word on to about my existence, since people are forever asking Renegatus Humanus Arma Amaza Erudicio, the renegade human weapon of mass instruction, what they could do to fight the pedopathophilocracy, such being our present Slavo-Western government by patriarchy of pathological pedophiles. You can all help spread awareness by supporting myself. We have a new contribution page on douglasdietrich.com where you can make a donation online using either thy credit or debit card, should you find it distasteful to indicate myself as friend or relation via the demands of PayPal. At the red button that you can push at douglasdietrich.com, when you simply go as to douglasdietrich.com and press that red button, you can use anything other than PayPal, credit or debit card, to provide your contribution without having to indicate myself as anything. And of course, thereafter, either case, you'll have to press the yellow donate button, because that's how you will reward yourself by registering into the archives, so you can thereafter log into them at your leisure. All sponsors will be granted exclusive electronic access to both my videographic and audio recorded archives through to this year, from the 2011th year in our Lord, the very year mine own late and sainted matriarch, the Grandma Dame Diana Linzujin Takabayashi Hideko Dietrich, was murdered, assassinated nigh immediately aftermath Sanjuichi Sensemi, or the 3/11 terror attack against the Fukushima Daiichi, or Big One cluster of nuclear power plant facilities on site, the 7,000 isles of the greater Japanese empire, when 'twas deemed by much Native American cosmological reckoning that the first rays of the dawning of the sixth world broke upon us, so that magics could again be worked conjointly with Mother Earth to redeem the folk upon her. They're not on YouTube anymore, whereon the intra-global crises analyst Douglas Duane Dietrich long ago established his high-profile visibility platform per rationale of personal security by way of public promotion. Only on contribution will thy membership be processed within 48 through 72 hours, between 2 to 3 days, for full access to all mine archives, meaning all those videos that John Warrington saved, aside those on the Maggot Douglas Dietrich channel, and the YouTube channel named Taboo Bros 2, which is spelled TABOO space BROS space Roman numeral 2, as managed by mixed martial arts maestro Daniel Arola, whom you can visit at facebook.com/Daniel.Arola.3 of Damage, DAMAG, Daniel Arola Martial Arts Group Incorporated, Cali Combatives. Optionally mail either checks or money orders, never cash, to the personal residential address of the Mr. Douglas Dietrich, which itself be listed on douglasdietrich.com/donate-2. The most important thing being that people regularly donate what they can within their means. Foremost among Axis Daddy D's donors, aside his mistress and manageress Selina Khan, be our most beloved greater British brother in battle, the Team Drax, Dietrich's or Dragons heavyweight lifting, keeper of the spirits, and YouTube Bizarre HD channel managing mixologist, George Edward Knight, whom you can friend at facebook.com/george.e.knight.7. Subscribe to his channel at youtube.com/user/bizarre HD, which itself be spelled BIZAREHD. He being my known personal hero who has substantially delivered towards my salvation from the streets, and whose self-produced videos entitled How the United States Won World War I and Why We Are Still Legally at War with the Third Reich both be factually substantiated per my known expositions. You will also find trailered there his video currently in production, The 1,000-Year Reich in Exile, which is subtitled The Third Reich's Flügelrad and Hannibal Technology. Indeed, the last Dietrich son of Dietrich's or son of a dragon's, Anglo-corrupted as Dracula's expositions via YouTube would not be possible, sans generous benefactions from my listeners on a monthly basis. The Amerasian agent of the Peacock Angel, Tavush Meliek, be the only person on the surface of this world with the insider knowledge and experience necessary to lead thy resistance against the Russo sub-satanic occupation and anti-godly insurgency, it bearing no end of emphasis that Judy, Anglo-corrupted as Jedi, literally Master D, or the Master of Enlightenment myself, is not paid to articulate mine expositions, and have never once been remunerated for my services rendered unto thyself and all thy holdest dear, at incomparable sacrifices to myself, most tragically of all mine loved ones, in my most singular and quite unenviable role as the ultimate public informant at personal risk, still at large. Your taxation cannot support myself, as I be denied access to the United States Department of Veterans Affairs benefits and or services due dishonorable discharge. So again, go to paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich and enter mine remunerative compensation, indicating myself as friend or relation, so that the blood money isn't extracted or excised by that faggot Peter Thiel, the boyfriend of Jared Kushner. The very survival of the human species be at stake, and I am not exaggerating. Do not wait. Donate now. It'd be appreciated beyond my ability to express in any language. As well, forget not to subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/C/Douglas Dietrich, and click that notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams has started. Even if you be subscribed, you will only receive notifications if you select all in notifications. To reemphasize, subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/C/Douglas Dietrich. And thereafter, tune in at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That's 5 p.m. Pacific Standard Time every Sunday and Wednesday. And click that notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams has started. Finally, most importantly, subscribe and support at douglasdietrich.com, and above all else, donate at paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich, indicating myself as friend or relation, so that the full amount of your contribution will be received. Sponsors will be granted exclusive access to the online archives by pressing the yellow button thereafter, which you will do anyway if you're using PayPal. but you will push after pressing the red button if you're donating via any other method, via douglasdietrich.com, so that you can reward yourself by registering into the archives, so that you can access all of the archival video and MP3 recordings of Douglas Dietrich from 2011 through to the present thereafter, by logging in, as well as everything else that I've mentioned, and all the people we want to pray for. Pac-1 Morales, because of his dental infection caused by the malpractices of the San Diego Marine Corps Recruit Depot, and Selena Khan, for reasons I will not mention until I get her permission to do so, and of course for the family of Linda Garu, her husband, and her twin daughters, who are her survivors. Dear friend, throughout the lifetime of the grandma de Michaela, Maria Gregorich, and of course always prayers for Michaela Anastasia, a wonderful woman who always deserves such prayers, because she's a wonderful human being and could always use them. Maria Michaela Gregorich had this wonderful friend for much of her life, Linda Garu, and the family that survives her is her husband Andre Garu, and their 21-year-old twin daughters Alex and Nikki Garu. I would very much like to see them. So let me see if Linda Garu had any Facebook timeline. It turns out she did. It turns out she was a friend of mine on Facebook. Good Lord. Now I'm weeping. This is terrible to find that out, and so sorry that I did not know her better. And she does have a picture of her husband, I believe, and her twin daughters here, and there they are, lovely young ladies. And so the Garu twins, there we are. Double the fun or something is what the balloon says. They're holding up they're the banner. As a matter of fact, her twin daughters are her banner on her Facebook timeline, Linda Garu. So let's see what they've said here. She had updated her profile picture on December 15th of yesteryear, so that was shortly before she passed. And I'm not seeing any updates on her passing. But my sadness that she has, and I'm surprised her family hasn't put anything up on that, but they're probably going through too much pain right now. That poor dear. Okay, with that, of course, my thanks to the lovely Maria Michaela Grigorich for bringing this to our attention. And other than that, let us get back into the task at hand. Let's return to arc of narrative. And I guess what we can do is we can... how do I do this? We can start with the Russians. And let's start by, first off, going to the live stream and checking into how much time we have left. We've got 8 hours have passed at this point. So we've got, if 8 hours have passed, 8 to 9, 9 to 10, 10 to 11, we got 4 hours left, which isn't much time at all. So we don't really need to do that much. Anyhow, jailing Navalny may be Putin's biggest mistake. We could say that quite readily. During his 21 years in power, President Vladimir Putin has made a number of strategic missteps. He makes himself out as a master chessman. He's just shit. And of all the strategic missteps he's made, few will likely prove more consequential for him, his inner circle, or indeed for Russia itself, than the jailing so recently of the anti-corruption crusader Alexei Navalny. And as evidenced by wave after wave of protests across Russia since Navalny's arrest upon his return to Moscow yesterday, last month, the Kremlin's over-response, their overkill, has only provoked more Russians to take to the streets. It has also united the United States and its NATO allies after years of policy disarray on dealing with Moscow. Yet even now that minds in Washington and Brussels appear to be focused on imposing new costs on Russia, government officials and experts on both sides of the Atlantic are having trouble identifying pain points that will effectively put the squeeze on Putin's autocracy. There's little doubt that more sanctions are in the offing, but can they bring about a change in the Kremlin's behavior? Navalny and his team are at the courageous Anti-Corruption Foundation in Moscow last week, or was it at this point? It was about about 2 weeks ago by now. At the most half a month ago, 2.5 weeks, proffered a new set of potential sanctions targets, naming 35 individuals who aid and abet Putin's regime, and several sharp American observers, and also, not to be discounted in the least, European analysts. They all agreed that, at a minimum, sanctions against Russia should be expanded, and most importantly applied to those implicated in Navalny's poisoning last August with the chemical nerve agent Novichok. There is also debate about a so-called nuclear option. In other words, the U.S. sanctions that would bar Western financial institutions from trading or holding Russia's ruble-dominated government bonds, which I think they should launch immediately. That action. But solutions to the complex calculus surrounding a more effective sanctions regime depend, in part, on other questions that few have either asked or ever answered with any satisfaction to date. The first one is, what will it take for President Joe Biden and his team to convince leaders in Europe, but especially Die Neue Vereinigte Deutschland, the new United Germany, to finally walk away from Nord Stream 2? That's the major expansion, or rather a major expansion of the existing pipeline under the Baltic Sea, bringing Russian gas directly to United Germany, which has already been delayed by U.S. sanctions on Gazprom, the Russian energy giant that is leading the pipeline's development. The second question is whether there are other ways to target Russian wealth and currency reserves beyond that nuclear option, which could carry other costs throughout the global financial system. The third is what kind of guardrails can be put in place to ensure that sanctions can be lifted if and when Moscow shows signs of positive change in its behavior, which under Putin may be impossible. And the last and most difficult question, perhaps, is what options are available to the European Union and the United States to manage the potential political and economic fallout at home from new Russia sanctions, as well as covert Russian retribution that will inevitably ensue with Putin still in power. The United States has two clear mechanisms for levying new sanctions on Russia in response to Navalny's case, as well as to the brutal suppression of democratic protests and other nefarious activities, such as the massive solar winds hack that I've gone into in some depth in the past, the Global Magnitsky Act, which was passed circa 2016, allows Washington to sanction individuals or entities implicated in human rights violations or corruption. A raft of Russian companies and individuals have already been sanctioned under the 2017 law known as the Countering America's Adversaries Through Sanctions Act, or CAATSA, C-A-A-T-S-A, including several linked to Nord Stream 2. The opening gambit is convincing Die Vaterland, or the fatherland of United Germany, and European companies to fully pull out of the $11 billion Nord Stream 2 deal. The U.S. has progressively increased pressure on Deutschen, that would be German, Dutch, Austrian, and Swiss companies. These are all Germanic peoples. The Dutch, of course, are simply swamp Germans. Of course, they would claim that Germans are mountain Dutch, but such as it is. Austrians, of course, are just German hillbillies. That's your mountain Germans. And the Swiss, of course, speak German as the national language. These are all Germanic companies involved in supporting, financing, construction, and operation of said pipeline following congressional action last year is what we've got to build upon to get them to pull out. In early January, the State Department subsequently pressed several companies reportedly linked to the project for more information about their dealings with Gazprom, including a $13 billion sister project known as Turkstream to bring Russian gas to southern Europe through Turkey. North or south, this shit's got to stop. But the EU's dependency on Russia for gas is a structural obstacle. And before protests broke out across Russia, a fortnight, 14 nights ago, there was some speculation that Biden might be preparing to loosen sanctions against Deutschen, or United German companies, TERNI-Deutschen companies linked to Nord Stream 2. So it may be that a little more carrot is needed to go with the stick and a shift to a different playbook for the long game. The most viable patch-up for the problem of the EU's dependency on Russian gas may lie in greater American investment and collaboration with Europe to expand renewable energy. Washington could bulk up its support for efforts like the Three Seas Initiative, which is a 12-country pact between European neighbors on the Baltic and Black Seas, which could see major growth in wind energy. More renewables equal less gas and oil, and more leverage against Putin's regime. Whether the United States should deploy the nuclear option to blow up the market for Russian bonds will likely be debated for some time. The argument against such a maneuver is that it could shake global markets severely and might have unforeseen economic consequences. Given the poor state of the pandemic-depressed global economy, that hardly seems an attractive option. Targeting Russian currency and sovereign wealth, meanwhile, would likely invite outcries from American and European plutocrats and place more pressure on the White House than it's worth. Plutocrats are, of course, those who govern by secret monies. There are, however, other potential ways of targeting the Russian oligarchy that backs Putin. Navalny's own film, entitled Putin's Palace, is what it was called. I was thinking Peyton Place, the old soap opera drama. All white people, of course. Peyton Place. Welcome. Return to Peyton Place. Putin's Palace. Yeah, that's no Peyton's Place. But Navalny's film, his documentary, cinematic documentary, Putin's Palace, that details an opulent Black Sea mansion that, well, it cost more than 1.3 billion United States dollars to build for Vladimir Putin, all using illicit funds, mind ye. And that hints at other soft targets that could be sanctioned. Top among them is Russia's leading high-risk insurer, Sogaz, and the Russian state-owned shipping giant Sovcomflot, left over from the Soviet days, that's been nationalized and privatized. In other words, directly owned by Vladimir Putin, who just took ownership of fucking everything. Targeted sanctions against both companies that I've articulated already and a number of their subsidiaries would deal a major blow to virtually all of Putin's primary piggy banks in Gazprom, the Rosneft, Tatneft, and the state-run energy construction company Stroytransgaz, or STG. They would also send an important signal to Russia's traditional partners in the multi-billion-dollar reinsurance and the shipping sectors as well. A former Gazprom subsidiary, led by members of Putin's inner circle, Shogaj is the go-to guarantor for the delivery of energy-related goods and services under STG's purview, as well as weapons sold by state-run Rostec to countries like Libya and Syria. Not coincidentally, Sogaz is listed as one of the leading partners of the Moran Security Group, a chief purveyor of Russian mercenaries that also owns its own ships, which operate as floating armories. That was something I sourced from C4 ads, literally C numeric 4 ADS. C4 ads, that's a Washington-based think tank. SOVCOMFLOT, meanwhile, is the primary transport partner of choice for virtually every state-run enterprise in Russia, including STG, Gazprom, Rosneft, Transneft, and Rostec. The devil, of course, would be in the details. But with careful analysis of potential second and third order effects, targeting Russia's shipping and insurance industry could cause Putin's inner circle to think twice about doing any further harm to Navalny himself or the thousands of courageous Russians who have so bravely taken to the streets. Any and all these moves could trigger sharp and potentially dangerous responses from Putin himself, which Biden and his European Union counterparts must anticipate and plan for in whatever move they make. Retaliation by Russian proxies in cyberspace and potentially in the real world are not outside the realm of possibility. As with any threat assessment, the White House will have to figure out what it most needs to protect and how to protect it. The only option not on the table this time is another Russian reset. So, in terms of concern, which is valid, the United States is very concerned that Putin will provoke foreign crisis to quell all the pro-Navalny unrest. Russia, under President Vladimir Putin, has a history of exploiting foreign conflicts to distract from domestic concerns. Alexei Navalny's imprisonment has sparked new fears thereof. The top U.S. military official for Europe on, this was not too long ago. It was just as February was kicking in. If I remember correctly, it was Wednesday the 3rd of February, midweek, the first full week of this month, was when, as I said, the top U.S. military official for Europe expressed concern that Russian dictator Vladimir Putin may attempt to spur another crisis abroad as a way to distract from the mounting political pressure at home. And that's a fear analysts concur has become all the more potent as supporters of the now imprisoned dissident Alexei Navalny set their sights on the Russian leader's control over all the levers of power. So, Air Force General Todd Walters, who's the chief of the United States European Command, said on that Wednesday, as dated the 3rd of this month, that this adventures abroad is something that we pay close attention to. And obviously, with what is unfolding, as we speak with respect to the Navalny case, we're very concerned about that. Russia has some tendencies to be a little adventurous in times like this, and at other times, they have tendencies not to. Now, Russia invaded northern Georgia in 2008 as it faced an economic recession at home. Amid another financial crisis beginning in 2014, Putin's government again focused abroad, first in Ukraine and later in Syria. Analysts agree Putin saw the moves as a way to secure what he considered to be Russia's position as a global decision maker, while also bearing out his vision for his own empire, one with a military rebuilt to its former Soviet glory and fueled by prideful Russian nationalism. But the interventions have, more importantly, helped Putin distract the Russian people from dramatic federal measures, including painful cuts to pension benefits, among other hardships Russians have had to endure in recent years. Now, mobs of federal riot police have mobilized to shut down city streets in Moscow. And it was late Tuesday as dated the 2nd day of this month, that I remember they had to protect the Kremlin itself from a swell of Navalny supporters moments after the Russian court sentenced the man to years in a prison camp on what his legal team considered trumped-up charges. The protests, they came after thousands were arrested in sweeping unrest across the country in support of Navalny's attempts to expose the corruption of Putin and his oligarch allies. And they differ. Even then, a fortnight ago, they differed from prior cries for government reform in that they targeted the power of Putin himself. So Ivan Kurila, a professor at the European University at St. Petersburg, told U.S. News that there are some worries, and here he was citing the troubling rhetoric that Tuesday that was sourcing from Dmitry Medvedev, who is a close ally of the Russian leader, in which Dmitry Medvedev, who's basically the man in charge of foreign affairs for the Russian Empire, called for, quote-unquote, further integration with Belarus. That's the former Soviet state that Russia has sharply warned against attempts to further ally itself with the West. And as Professor Kuria has said, that may mean nothing, but people did discuss the possibility of Russian-Belarusian unification, quote-unquote, previously, either as a tool to keep Putin in power in the new state or as a way to suppress the Belarusian protests. Kuria himself did not see any preparations for a foreign intervention at the time, a few weeks ago, but he noted even then, prior operations largely began after the acute phase of the home unrest was over. So he went on record to say nothing will happen before Putin will ensure his power again. Putin himself appears to consider the potency of his power as linked to popular support for Navalny and his exposés. Most recently, Navalny exposed Putin of commissioning that $1.4 billion US palace on the Black Sea coast that the Kremlin even acknowledged, but thereafter claimed belonged to an oligarch that it originally refused to name, in disambiguation from the Russian dictator Vladimir Putin himself, although a billionaire friend of Vlad's later stepped up to claim the honor, or the dishonor, such as the case may be. And before he even did that, Vladimir Putin confirmed that the complex sits below a federal no-fly zone. And the Russian dictator still faces fresh challenges ahead of Russian parliamentary elections in September, at a time that public opinion polls betray Putin's popularity is waning. So, James Lamont, an expert on Russian relations at the think tank Center for American Progress, has himself observed that Putin's control over the levers of power remains strong, but it's important to remember that Navalny rose to prominence during the large national protests following the 2011 through 2012 elections, and the exposure to widespread fraud in those elections. Putin's current calculation that his regime is safer and stronger if Navalny is either dead or in prison than free to speak his mind says a lot about the view from the Kremlin itself, especially ahead of legislative actions later this year. So, in terms of, there are other people that have gone on record about the situation in Russia that I've been sourcing. I think it's probably best to go back to, of course, that Air Force General Todd Walters, the chief of the U.S. European Command. He himself, being on the front line, so to speak, has publicly stated that Putin does not appear poised for an imminent invasion abroad or other foreign meddling. But he told reporters on a call from his headquarters earlier this month that We see no symptoms of adventurism on behalf of Russia as a result of the turmoil that they're going through with respect to the Navalny incident. And, of course, others would be quick to agree, but they point to the troubling circumstances in which Putin finds himself now, with no clear path towards lowering tensions among his own people or with his greatest foreign competitors, now led by President Joseph Biden, as they themselves find ways to avoid the dangerous pitfalls that have plagued the recent history of Western relations with Moscow. Michael O'Hanlon, who's the director of research at the Brookings Institution, has concluded that, well, he pretty much said, "I'm glad that General Walters is vigilant, but I don't expect a new crisis myself. That said, Putin should worry about Russia's weakening economy and demographics, and he should want to solve some of the key underlying problems that the West, that preclude a happier future for Russia at present." And he went on to say that this is a challenge for the Biden team as they think about ways to engage Russia, even if not with the same trust and friendliness that then President Barack Obama attempted with the reset. And that's what I was referencing with my earlier allusion to the last thing Russia needs is another fucking reset, is fuck Glasnost, fuck Détente. This is really the time to put the nails in the coffin and bury Vladimir Putin alive. I mean, fuck this bullshit about helping him along so that he can continue with his tyranny. These days have got to end, and we've got to put an end to this fucker's regime. We're trying to institute regime change. Now, of course, that brings us back across the Atlantic to the purpose of impeachment here. Now, I'm going to confirm with our man Jameson if he's returned or not. He said he'd be right back. I don't think he ever indicated that he came back. That's fine. I myself thought impeaching the U.S. president, former President Donald Trump, would be a waste of time. I'll be the first to tell you that. It's not that I didn't agree his conduct on the 6th of January was impeachable, just that the outcome was preordained. I mean, with little chance of finding 17 Republican senators willing to convict their Generalissimo, the process seemed at best a distraction from President Joseph Biden's agenda, and at worst, another cause for Trump's cultists to rally around. But all the events of last week changed my mind. The outcome isn't any more in doubt, but I have been reminded of the power of bearing witness. We may have thought we knew what happened on January 6th, but the House impeachment managers assembled the fragments from the myriad accounts and videos of that day into a coherent whole that explained, contextualized, and fully revealed all the ghastly details. And that account wasn't delivered in a dry congressional report or PBS or Public Broadcasting Service documentary released years from now, but live on the floor of the Senate scant weeks after it had happened. Many Republican senators, no doubt, would be happy to skip to the end. Most of them signaled from the beginning they had no interest in the affair, twice voting it unconstitutional, although notably Senator Bill Cassidy of Louisiana was persuaded to change his vote. But they can't cast their inevitable votes to acquit, couldn't, without first having to sit through the presentation of evidence. And none will ever be able to claim they didn't know how bad it was. And history will take its note. Though this impeachment was destined, fated to fail, not all failed efforts are wasted efforts. Dred Scott lost his case, but the Supreme Court ruling that even free black people were not U.S. citizens helped catalyze the anti-abolition movement. The Arab Spring didn't overthrow oppressive governments in Egypt or Syria, but gave voice to millions. And Rocky lost, meaning the dictator of Egypt. We may not learn the impact of Trump's second trial and second acquittal for years or even decades. In the short term, it may have little impact. The trial certainly doesn't seem to be cooling his cultists' ardor or leading any Republican senators to find their political spines other than the one man I've mentioned and many Republican women of note. But the experience will tell future generations that we, the people, and our duly legally elected representatives were horrified by what happened on the 6th of January, and that we cared enough to do something about it. For now, the impeachment takeaways in the most immediate sense are that Trump was acquitted for the second time following the historic Senate impeachment trial, and that Mitch McConnell, blames Trump but voted not guilty anyway. There is the fact that Trump has privately voiced concern about being charged related to January 6th and its riot, its insurrection. And of course, there have emerged new details about the Trump-McCarthy shouting match, proving Trump refused to call off the rioters. Nevertheless, most immediately in the negative sense, Donald Trump got away with it again. Although 7 Republican senators voted their conscience and declared the ex-president guilty, the political equation that sustained his presidency remains. No Republican cultic lawmaker wants a future, no Republican Russo collaborationist lawmaker who wants a future can afford to anger Trump's most fervent cultists. Now, Jameson Reese is back with us now, and hoping all went well with him. Letting him know, acknowledging his return. Let me grab myself some refreshment. Now, prosecutors in Trump's impeachment trial fell 10 votes short of the majority needed to convict him over last month's Capitol insurrection. The political calculations on display were fascinating in their own right. Presidential hopefuls like Senator Marco Rubio of Florida and Senator Ted Cruz of Texas clearly decided long ago that appeasing their former rival was the only option. Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell voted to acquit, but later slammed Trump in a fierce speech. The Kentucky Republican was a test case of how political expediency squelched principle. McConnell needs Trump voters to reclaim the Senate in 2022. Of the Republicans who voted to convict, 2 are predictably retiring. Only 1 faces voters next year. Senatoress Lisa Murkowski, who has a unique power base in Alaska and has previously won her seat after flouting the Republican cult radicals. One surprise vote to convict, as I mentioned, was Senator Bill Cassidy of Louisiana, who may have reasoned that memories of Trump will fade by the time he runs again in 2026. Trump is taking evidence of his impunity as a victory, of course. He says his Make America Great Again movement is only just beginning, hinting at a revenge tour during the midterm primary season. But while his support with the Republican cult base remains strong, some potential 2024 contenders like Nikki Haley, the former U.S. ambassadoress to the United Nations, are already making noises about the need for a fresh start. Even if Trump were to be nominated as the Republican presidential candidate for 2024, it's hard to see him as a viable general election candidate given horrific footage of rioting after he raised a mob and told them to fight like hell. Meanwhile, the last few months have been disastrous for America's reputation abroad. An outgoing president escaped punishment after attempting to steal an election and inciting revolt against his own government. American rebukes to autocratic governments may never carry the same moral weight again. So Donald Trump avoided conviction by a vote of 57 to 43, but the Democratic impeachment managers presented overwhelming evidence of his culpability. Take it from America's top impeachment expert, Ross Garber. The House prosecutors who were trying Donald Trump could not have been doing any better job. The second day of the ex-president's second Senate trial was harrowing, as Democratic impeachment managers recreated the terror of the Capitol insurrection. It was also clarifying as they constructed a timeline showing a long-term effort by Trump to prime supporters to reject his election loss. Lead House impeachment manager, Representative Jamie Raskin, on Wednesday midweek last, said when his mob overran and occupied the Senate and attacked the House and assaulted law enforcement, Trump watched it on TV like a reality show. He reveled in it, and he did nothing to help us as commander-in-chief. Instead, he served as the inciter-in-chief, sending tweets that only further incited the rampaging mob. Now, Raskin's team took senators on a journey back to January 6th, using previously unseen security footage of the frenzied MAGA mob invading Congress. In remarkable scenes, then Vice President Mike Pence was seen being hustled to safety only yards away from rioters who wanted to hang him. Utah's Mitt Romney, the only Republican senator to vote to convict Trump during his first impeachment trial, was saved from running directly into the mob by a Capitol police officer. Many of the watching senators looked deeply shocked, including Republicans who had spent years abetting Trump's abuses of power. It's hard to believe any open-minded senator could have watched such scenes and forgiven the instigator. But everyone knew how this would end. Short of the two-thirds majority needed to convict Trump and bar him from future office, as Raskin said, America was facing its moment of truth. House impeachment managers laid out their case against the former president with graphic footage and his own tweeted words, images that will forever shape Trump's legacy. This will be all he will ever be remembered for. Conviction was known to be unlikely, so Democrats were working instead to redefine success. The House impeachment managers, they laid out their case against the former President Trump on Wednesday midweek last with graphic footage on the January 6th attack on our Capitol and repeated use of Trump's own words, proving him of a deliberate, planned, and premeditated effort to incite a mob to attack Congress with lethal intent. The previously unseen security and body camera footage proved just how close the mob had come to members of Congress. In one, the Senate Democratic leader Charles E. Schumer and his security detail evacuated up a hallway, then scrambled the other way after officers realized they were heading toward the mob. In another, a Capitol police officer, moments before he now famously diverted rioters. That was, of course, Eugene Goodman, the black officer, and the hero of the day stopped Senator Mitt Romney as he ran the wrong way toward them, too. The day's arguments, and the video in particular, served two purposes. reminding senators of how much Trump's incitement of the mob put them and their staffs in danger, and shaping how the wider public sees the dramatic events. In the Senate, the video clearly had an impact. It may not have persuaded enough Republican senators to convict Trump. But whether he ever was convicted or not, Senatoress Lisa Murkowski herself said the effect on public opinion will be strong. Indeed, of course, the convictions were always known to be unlikely. So the Democrats worked toward a different definition of success. This meant doing the most damage possible to Trump's chances of ever holding office again, tying all the Republicans to him and his actions, and then moving on, as advised by all impeachment experts and Democratic strategists, so that Joseph Biden could get back to doing his job. As for the Republicans, this was a case of violating their oaths of office. Trump was acquitted by elite Republican careerists who betrayed America by putting their careers over duty, honor, and the Constitution itself. Trump's acquittal proved with final certitude that Republicans are driven only by ambition, comfort, and self-interest, and the Constitution be damned. The second Senate trial of Donald Trump is now over. Trump has been acquitted of betraying his oath and his country. He was guilty of these charges, and so is all the Republican Party, despite the handful of exceptions in a 57-43 vote that allowed Trump to escape conviction and a permanent ban on holding federal office ever again. The Democratic House managers did a magnificent job, marshaling elegant rhetoric and ironclad logic far beyond what Trump's obvious guilt even required. Their case will stand for years as an example of civic virtue. Trump's defense team, composed of personal injury attorneys and a few other non-entities, was incompetent and whined like Trump himself about Democrat managers and cancel culture. They managed to make ambulance chasing seem noble by comparison. And none of it mattered. The outcome was foreordained. On a weekend we once reserved, this weekend that we once reserved for honoring the births of Abraham Lincoln and George Washington, flawed those white men were. So-called constitutionalists like Senator Mike Lee of Utah gleefully betrayed everything for which Lincoln lived and for which he was murdered in cold blood. Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell, barely able to contain his smirking, made the case within minutes of Trump's acquittal that the former president was completely guilty anyway. But hey, maybe someone else can take him to court, just somewhere other than the Senate. All bending a knee to the cult of Trump. It is long past time to put aside rationalizations about ideology and party loyalty and tribalism. The voters back home in those Republican states and districts might be drunk on the vile moonshine brewed by Fox News, One America News Network, and other right-wing outfits, but McConnell and the Republican members of Congress are, with the obvious exception of kooks like Republicans, the Representatives Lauren Boebert of Colorado or Marjorie Taylor Greene of Georgia, not even ladies, but true cunts. Educated men and women who know us better comprise the remainder of the Republican insurgency on our shores. They know exactly what they are doing and why. The acquittal of Donald Trump proved with definitive finality that the Republicans are driven only by raw ambition, satiation, and self-interest. That the Constitution they so claim to revere be but asswipe in their hands for all their complaints about the swamp. These Republican cult careerists are creatures of Washington. No matter where they were born, they are now the squires of Northern Virginia and Georgetown, and they are never going back. For all their populist bravado about how the elites hate the real Americans, no one is more elitist and hates real America, including their own constituents, as much as the Republicans who will do anything rather than risk being sent home to live among them. Arkansas Senator Tom Cotton and the House's dreadful Elise Stefanik from New York's Adirondacks did not both go to Harvard just to end up as the mayor of Fayetteville or relegated to a city council in Plattsburgh. Missouri Senator Josh Hawley didn't make it to Stanford and Yale just to hang out a shingle probating wills and handling divorces in Sedalia. These opportunists will never do anything that might incur even so much as the remote risk of a primary challenge. They have made it, and they are staying where they are. Exile from the District of Columbia is not for them. If bending the knee yet one more time to the cult of Trump keeps them motoring along the Rock Creek Parkway while taking in the vista of the Potomac River, it is a price they will gladly pay. And so will all of us pay, too, as democracy settles into trench warfare between a shrinking but powerful claque of ruthless frauds and the rest of America. There'll be a few noble exceptions among the Republicans, but never enough to matter. Illinois Representative Adam Kinzinger, for one, has said point blank that he's willing to lose his job if that is the price for telling the truth, and if it happens, if it does happen, he will be at peace. But others, such as Senators Rand Paul, himself the son of a long-serving congressman, or Ted Cruz, a man known for his legendary and insufferable ambition since college, and who probably ran for class leader in his newborn ward in the hospital, will risk no such sacrifice. They, you see, were bred for better things far from Kentucky and Texas. And if that means aligning themselves with the worst and most partisan elements in America rather than with the Constitution, so be it. Cynical in the face of history. The Republicans have repeatedly betrayed both Lincoln and the Union. The party whose first president died as a martyr at the hands of an insurrectionist is now controlled by empty, hollow people who rolled their eyes and lazed their way through the trial of a president who was manifestly guilty of inciting an insurrection. If nothing else, perhaps this disgusting dishonoring of the memory of our 16th president should persuade the rest of us to bring back the actual February 12th and February 22nd birthdays of Presidents Lincoln and Washington as national holidays for no other reason than we do not confuse what their mythology stands for in terms of an aspired nobility on our part with the cult of personality practiced by modern Republicans. President's Day was always a sham. That be upon us this day today. Americans once knew that we should not worship an abstract office. We honor instead the best among us who have sat in that office, and therefore should ultimately replace any concept of Lincoln's birthday or Washington's birthday with that of John Fitzgerald Kennedy or Barack Obama. The twain of they instead. It was never sensible to allow us, say, both Warren Harding and Franklin Roosevelt to be fated on the same day. But this final obscenity, this last rebuke to the memory of Lincoln, precedent the President's Day weekend, should inspire us never to allow the chance that Trump is remembered on the same day as the man who saved the Union. whatever his faults as a man. The Republicans who voted to acquit Trump acted with selfishness, cynicism, and above all that, or rather beneath it, malice. They have smeared their betrayal of the Constitution all over their careers, the same way the January insurrectionists smeared their own fecal excrement on the walls of the Congress itself. At least, human waste can be washed away. What the Republicans did on February 13th into President's Day weekend of 2021 will never be expunged from the history of these United States. History itself will find Trump guilty. On January 18th, 48 hours, but 2 days before relinquishing power and flying off to his tropical exile, Donald Trump did what tyrants love to do. He attempted to rewrite the history of his nation. His instrument was the 1776 Commission, a motley assemblage of right-wing academics, activists, and Pauls who called for patriotic education in the schools and the construction of a national garden of American heroes. That was their term for a kind of right-wing Disneyland they envisioned that would reflect the awesome splendor of our country's timeless exceptionalism. The garden would feature statues of Bogart and Bacall, Alex Trebek, and Hannah Arendt, the Jewess who spracketh against totalitarianism, of all people. The era of Trump would be recalled for its authoritarian politics, its lawless compulsions, and its hallucinogenic properties. It is not difficult to imagine how the members of the 1776 Commission would evaluate Trump's second impeachment trial. They, like the great majority of Republicans in the Senate, would vote for acquittal. Trump avoided conviction by a vote of 57 to 43, but yesterday, yet history as it is assembled through the rigorous accumulation and analysis of fact, will not be so forgiving. Throughout the trial, the Democratic impeachment managers presented overwhelming evidence of Trump's criminal culpability, his incitement of the January 6th assault on our American Capitol. Their case was clear. For months, Trump sought to undermine, then reverse, a national election, and when he ran out of options after he was thwarted by various state election officials and the courts, he proved willing to see the lives of his own vice president, the Speaker of the House, and other members of Congress endangered so that he might retain all power. There is a long history of violence against democratic processes and voters in America. In the 1850s, nativist gangs like the Plug Uglies set out to intimidate immigrant voters. In the 1870s, white Southerners formed rifle clubs, the precursor to the NRA, and attacked black voters to hasten the end of Reconstruction. But this event, yestermensis, last month was unique in all American history. This mob was inspired by a sitting president. After final arguments on the floor of the Senate on Friday night, Jamie Raskin, the Democrat who represents Maryland's 8th Congressional District and who was the lead impeachment manager for Trump's trial, went on record to share a few insights about the proceedings, in which Raskin cut himself off for a moment, saying that he needed to collect his thoughts. Finally, confessing, I have to admit, I'm exhausted. For Raskin, the trial was the least of it. On the day before the assault on the Capitol, Raskin and his family had buried his son Tommy, a brilliant young man who was suffering from depression and took his own life on New Year's Eve. And yet, despite the weight of that unspeakable tragedy, Raskin guided the prosecution of Trump in the Senate chamber with a grace and unadorned eloquence rarely, if ever, witnessed in our degraded civic life today. So Raskin paused in an interview that he granted to say, look, Trump's motivation was clear. He wanted to prolong and delay the certification of the Electoral College votes in hopes of putting so much pressure on the Vice President and Congress that we would cave. And then the President would try to force the election into the House of Representatives, where each state delegation would have one vote and the Republicans have a majority of the states. All of his concentration was on thwarting the count so that the vice president would be forced to say there's a need for a contingent election. That is what the president had in mind, and he came dangerously close to succeeding. And at that point, he could also have decried the chaos and declared martial law. In recent weeks, the impeachment managers assembled voluminous evidence, not least visual evidence from inside and outside the Capitol building on the day of the violent uprising. Watching images of the mob swarming through the marble halls of the Capitol and baying for vengeance, as I did when they played those for all of us to see, the as yet unseen footage that I am happy to say is now being used to launch investigations by our federal authorities against other insurrectionists even they were unaware of. I myself was startled to realize the true nature of the event, the degree of its violence and bloody-mindedness, the calls to capture and assassinate leading figures in our United States government was not fully known to the American people in real time. It was sickening to watch men and women lugging Confederate symbols and shouting deranged slogans, 1776! Pound on the doors of members of Congress, eager for the kill. It's no less sickening to imagine the cynicism required of Ted Cruz, Josh Hawley, Marco Rubio, Rand Paul, Ron Johnson, Lindsey Graham, and so many other Republican senators to dismiss the case as outside the bounds of the Constitution or as an instance of political opportunism. Joaquin Castro, a Texas congressman who spoke with clarity and passion as an impeachment manager, has gone on record to say that during the long hours of the trial, it seemed to him that Republican senators were attentive as they watched film and listened to descriptions of the insurrectionist violence, saying there was a lot of evidence they hadn't seen, and recalling how close the raging mobs had come to descending on Mike Pence, Nancy Pelosi, and others, and how viciously they attacked officers of the Capitol Police. The impeachment managers recited the number of the dead, the wounded, the suicides in the days thereafter, with Castro saying there were times when they were clearly moved by what they were seeing and hearing. But then later I'd read reports at the end of the day that nothing had changed. The very idea that the evidence was horrific and the events themselves so tragic, it wasn't even getting through. It wasn't getting through enough. What's become evident is that Republican members of Congress fear not only the indignity of losing a primary, some have come to fear the very guaranteed potential for violence among their own constituents. Rather than persuade, resist, or prosecute such people, they placate them. To do so, they bow in the direction of Palm Beach, their mecca of their filthy anti-religion. On Friday night, the CNN reporter Jamie Gangel issued a startling report that the Republican House leader, Kevin McCarthy, had phoned Trump during the riot and pleaded with him to call off the mob. Trump told McCarthy that the rioters were Antifa, the nebulous, mysterious anti-fascist movement that doesn't seem to physically exist, yet teleports to manifest wherever they be needed. According to Gangel's congressional sources, McCarthy told Trump that, no, they are your people. Well, Kevin, I guess these people are more upset about the election than you are, Trump replied. And McCarthy responded, who the fuck do you think you are talking to? Gangel's account made plain Trump's colossal disregard for the lives of his own vice president and the members of Congress. His only interest was to foment maximal chaos, with the hopes of overturning an election he had lost by the widest of margins in all American history. McCarthy's courage proved as fleeting as a spring shower. A week after Joe Biden's inauguration, McCarthy flew to Palm Beach and showed his fealty to the disgraced former president. Trump's persisting capacity to raise funds for the Republican Party can never be ignored. How could McCarthy stand for principle if circumstances would soon demand Trump's appearance at a chicken dinner? In one of the overstuffed parlors of Mar-a-Lago, McCarthy and Trump posed for a photographer together. McCarthy managed a pained smile, the rictus grin of a cadaver, and issued a tortured statement on the fruits of his journey, saying, today President Trump committed to helping elect Republicans in the House and Senate in 2022. For the sake of our country, the radical Democrat agenda must be stopped. Yeah, so radical. It's not Democrats that are raiding our Capitol, you white trash piece of shit. Mitch McConnell, the Senate Minority Leader, also proved to be in only temporary possession of a spine. After sending moralistic signals to reporters and colleagues that he was repelled by Trump's behavior, he declared himself yesterday morning ready to forgive and forget. And in an email to his Republican colleagues, sent en masse to them all, said he would vote to acquit, adding, while a close call, I am persuaded that impeachments are a tool primarily of removal, and we therefore lack jurisdiction. McConnell's note ensured that there would be no last-minute mass turn against Donald Trump. It was, of course, McConnell who had scheduled the trial to take place after Trump was out of office, which must never be forgotten. No less incredibly, or predictably, Mike Pence could not bring himself to denounce Trump either, even though you can see him on the films running for his very life. The impeachment managers recalled during the trial that at 2:24 p.m. on the day of the insurrection, only 11 minutes after Pence had been hustled out of the Senate chamber, Trump tweeted that his vice president lacked the courage to forestall certification. Trump knew from talking to Senator Tommy Tuberville of Alabama that Pence's very life and that of his entire family was in danger. Tuberville told reporters, I said, Mr. President, they just took our vice president out. They're getting ready to drag me out of here. I've got to go. 5 days after the insurrection, Pence met with Trump in the Oval Office. The meeting was described by White House sources as awkward. Pence was encountering a president who had literally left him for dead. And yet he repressed any sign of resentment or worse. The Washington Post reported, through vice presidential sources, that Pence was frustrated with Trump, but that he did not share the animus or fury that some of his former aides have for the president. Trump, Pence told his allies, was merely getting bad advice from his senior staff about the election. And sensing opportunity in the Republican Party's moral positioning sweepstakes for 2024, Nikki Haley, who served the Trump administration as United Nations ambassadoress, told a reporter for Politico that she was disgusted by Trump's behavior. At first, when Trump was merely spinning a conspiracy theory about the election and embedding it in the party's consciousness, Haley had been dismissive of a second impeachment. She had said, at some point, give the man a break. Move on. But things have changed. I don't think he's going to be in the picture. So Haley said of Trump's potential role in the next electoral cycle. I don't think he can. He's fallen so far. You know, the student is the master now. That's what they say on the dark side, right? Back in the reality-based community, the impeachment managers repressed their knowledge that they would not likely win the 67 votes needed for a conviction. They methodically made their case that Trump's incitement was not a matter of a single speech at the ellipse before the march to the Capitol. It was a long accumulation of rhetoric and action, of calls to violence, of incendiary tweets and retweets, of encouraging and yes, applauding violent action in Charlottesville, in Michigan, on I-35 in Texas, on the debate stage, when he told his Proud Boys, my Proud Boys, stand back and stand by. The most dangerous conspiracy theory in the land had nothing to do with Jewish space lasers or child molestation rings. Trump's story of his election victory, a theory conceived months before the ballot, was the source material of a nativist insurrection that could easily have ended not with 5 dead, but with many dozens executed. Joaquin Castro said during one of his trial speeches, he truly made his base believe that the only way he could lose was if the election was rigged. And, senators, all of us know and all of us understand how dangerous that is for our country. Because the most combustible thing you can do in a democracy is convince people an election doesn't count, that their voice and their vote don't count, and that it's all been stolen, especially if what you are saying are lies. The trial ended in its sour acquittal. A shamed ex-president inevitably declared victory. But it is no victory at all. Within hours of his inauguration, Joe Biden canceled the plans of the 1776 Commission. Propaganda has not become the law of our land. In his closing argument, Raskin quoted a black Capitol police officer who, after being called nigger repeatedly, after his fellow officers were beaten, abused, bashed with flagpoles, and sprayed with bear repellent, asked, "Is this America?" History will judge Donald Trump severely for his crimes against these United States. Real American democracy is just half a fucking century old. Real American democracy came into manifestation but 55 years ago with the Voting Rights Act. And it's hanging by a thread. In the case of Donald Trump versus democracy, acquittal proves the depth and danger of the Trumpism pandemic right now. And it shows the courage of their conviction on the part of the Democrats. Because by making a bipartisan appeal, Democrats were saying, it's okay, voting to convict Trump doesn't make you a bad Republican, it makes you a responsible American. Of the 100 Senate jurors who heard Donald Trump's impeachment case, over 15 senators were more co-conspirators than independent judges. The fact that the Senate acquitted former President Donald Trump of inciting insurrection is a stain on America's most prestigious legislative body. The facts were plain. but more than a stain. The Senate has a sickness as well, a stain and a sickness. Of the 100 jurors who heard Trump's impeachment case, at least 16 were more co-conspirators in Trump's efforts to overturn a free and fair election than they were independent judges. 8 voted last month to overturn Joe Biden's election victory, the precise outcome the Trump-inspired insurrectionists sought when they left his rally and marched to the U.S. Capitol on January 6th. Republican Senators Ted Cruz of Texas, Josh Hawley of Missouri, Cindy Hyde-Smith of Mississippi, John Neely Kennedy of Louisiana, Cynthia Lummis of Wyoming, Roger Marshall of Kansas, Rick Scott of Florida, and Tommy Tuberville of Alabama attempted to derail America's centuries-old experiment in democracy before it fully flowered but 55 years ago through the Voting Rights Act. All violating constitutional oaths. 5 of the same members and 6 more signed on to Cruz's letter urging an emergency investigation of Trump's false allegations, after which states would be allowed to change their electoral college votes, a maneuver that would have discarded the views of millions of Americans. Republican Senators Ron Johnson of Wisconsin, Steve Daines of Montana, James Lankford of Oklahoma, Marsha Blackburn of Tennessee, Mike Braun of Indiana, and Bill Hagerty, also of Tennessee, were fine with stripping millions of Americans of the right to vote based on false allegations that had already been dismissed in more than 60 court rulings, many of which came from judges whom Trump himself had appointed. Others spread Trump's big lie that the election was stolen through their actions or words. Senator Rand Paul of Kentucky said plainly in a congressional hearing that the election in many ways was stolen. Senator Lindsey Graham of South Carolina called Georgia Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger and pressured him to change votes in the state that Biden narrowly won, a call state officials are now looking into. Together they helped build the delusional belief among the insurrectionists that Trump was the legitimate winner, a cause for which they were willing to assault lines of police and threaten the very lives of Congress members and then Vice President Michael Pence. These 16 jurors, who most certainly were not impartial, are guilty of violating their constitutional oaths and attempting to take the nation down a dictatorial path with an unelected president. All of them voted to acquit Trump of attempting to derail a peaceful transference of power, an act of treason in which they all played a role, and for thus should legally be executed. But that brings us to the entire Senate's authoritarian caucus. While yesterday's disappointing 57-43 vote on impeachment leaves Trump free to play a part in America's politics in the future, he is out of office and silenced on social media, so his opportunities for perfidy be limited. That's not true for the Senate's authoritarian caucus and for a similar group of more than 100 members in the House of Representatives. Both maintain significant power in a closely divided Congress as President Biden works to restore constitutional guardrails dismantled during the Trump administration. An authoritarian sickness remains at the center of the nation's politics, even in Trump's elective absence. The fact that such a large share of the legislative branch is opposed to America's democratic form of government is a shocking disgrace, but it is also a direct threat. Trump is out of office, but as the vote itself shows, the United States is not free of Trumpism. No conviction, but the Trump Senate trial left an accountability roadmap by providing valuable evidence for possible prosecutions, even if in the private realm. Democrats won the impeachment witness fight when Trump's team agreed to enter evidence of the call showing his dereliction of duty in the Capitol attack. Despite the shameful failure of 43 senators to honor their oaths, the outcome of the Senate impeachment trial offered hope for the cause of accountability for former President Donald Trump and others who backed the big lie that gave us the January 6th insurrection, that the 2020 election was stolen. The denouement was by far the largest number of Republicans ever to cross party lines to convict a president of their own party in any impeachment trial. 7 did so, as opposed to the single such vote in Trump's prior impeachment. When the trial resumed Saturday morning, it was expected that there would be no witnesses. Then a bipartisan 55-45 vote opened the door to the testimony from at least one person. Representative Jaime Herrera Beutler, the Republican from Washington. She had information about a phone conversation in the middle of the insurrection in which Trump seemed to welcome the violent chaos, revealing his impeachable intent to incite the mob. Negotiations then led to a compromise, a stipulation, or agreement by both sides, that her statement about Trump's bad intent would be admitted into the record. You see, Trump could have saved lives. Not just with COVID-19, had he ever responded to such, but on the spot. Some have expressed disappointment that the Democratic House impeachment managers did not haul Herrera Beutler before the full Senate and put her on the witness stand. But I think the managers made the right series of calls here, calls that paved the way for the 7 Republican votes to convict. One objection is that if the managers were not prepared to follow through with live witness testimony, they should not have included this possibility in the organizing resolution or pressed the issue yesterday. That is well-intentioned, but wrong. There had to be an option for witnesses in the organizing resolution because no one knew how the trial would go. And in fact, Trump's defense opened the door to witnesses. Instead of simply standing on the constitutional issue that there should not be a trial at all, his bumbling fuck attorneys argued that Trump's intent was benign and that there had not been due process, in part because there had not been witnesses. By the time they rested on Friday into this President's Day weekend, the witness issue was queued up. Then the full details broke of Trump's conversation with House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy, which he had described to Herrera Beutler and other lawmakers. Trump's response to McCarthy's desperate pleas for help during the middle of the riot was, "I guess these people are more upset about the election than you are." That callous indifference to the deadly destruction of January 6th is shocking, even by Trumpian standards. A different answer from Trump in that moment would have saved lives. Coming on top of his words of insurrection to supporters at a rally earlier that day, these words make him an accomplice in the attack itself. Herrera Beutler and other reporting also revealed that Trump first tried to blame the far-left Antifa extremists in the conversation, which McCarthy dismissed with an expletive before Trump revealed his damning view of the violence at the Capitol. All this had to be put into evidence. By demanding and winning a vote on witnesses, the managers made that point. And they made Trump's intent the focus of the last day of the trial for today and for all posterity. When they won the witness battle, Democrats capitalized on it to secure the substance of the evidence that the Congresswoman would have presented if called. Trump's counsel was forced to stand up and stipulate as to the president's impeachable and quite obviously criminal dereliction of duty. They got the same content as they would have secured with live witness testimony, and they did it without facing the potential risks that come with a cross-examination. You see, the witnesses posed risks for Democrats. Those who say that it would have been more valuable to have Herrera-Beutler's live testimony might not recall the last time we had witnesses in a presidential impeachment trial, President Bill Clinton's, back in 1999. The last year of the second Christian millennium on the calendar. Back then, the attorneys simply took depositions during the trial hiatus and then played video excerpts of the depositions on the Senate floor. The stipulation on Saturday achieves the same purpose. The outcome also spared the impeachment managers other risks: a debate over reciprocal one-for-one witness trade, a fight over testimony from the likes of House Speaker Nancy Pelosi or Vice President-elect Kamala Harris. And while that played out, the potential erosion of Republican votes for witnesses or even for conviction. The compromise offered one final advantage, perhaps the most important one of all. The fact that Trump's team agreed to enter evidence of Trump's conversation with McCarthy into the trial record will inform possible future civil and criminal proceedings turning on Trump's intent and so his culpability. Just this week, we learned new details of a criminal investigation into Trump's efforts to foster his big lie in Georgia, including his infamous request to Georgia Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger to find 11,780 votes. This is an self-evident violation of Georgia criminal law, including for soliciting election fraud. So, Saturday's stipulation on the Herrera-Beutler statement and every other piece of evidence in the trial will be important to the Georgia investigation and other possible criminal and civil accountability measures pursued by states and the federal government itself. Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell highlighted that in his extraordinary remarks after the vote encouraging civil and criminal scrutiny of Trump's acts. The House impeachment managers have made the case for Trump's culpability and preserved a mountain of evidence for future actions. Now, the push for accountability itself continues. So Joseph Biden can move on to do his job, while others in government at the state level, and the federal level, in government and without, can continue to pursue the cause of making Trump pay, ultimately perhaps with imprisonment. Now, I did neglect to go into the chat room, and we have a lot of people that I need to give credit to there, including George Knight, who just entered and said, "Much love, Douglas." Much love in return, George Knight. And after Maria Gregorich said good night to everyone, Tomo Suzuki came in and said, "George Noory," or should I say George Snoory, as with the snore face he put on there, the Z's emerging from the sleeping face's mouth. George Snorri, of course, is what everyone calls George Noory, a running joke about how he causes you to snore. He says he has not. He has been on his show every night telling his listeners to not get the vaccine. It is very upsetting to hear a walking cadaver. Have you ever seen George Noy? Oh, yes, he's a walking cadaver. He's an ambulatory corpse giving awful medical advice. Douglas, I wish you would take over his show. Heart. Thank you, Tomo Suzuki. Bless you. I don't know your gender. A kiss if you're a lady, a hug if you're a man. Tomo is a rather gender-neutral name, or can be. Kind of like Tommy could also be the name of a girl. And, of course, Bill Lyons was talking about the brown uniforms. We were mentioning Chip's uniforms. And he said Scientology had a Super Bowl ad this year. And so that was, that's interesting. And that still didn't get Peter Moon's attention. I'll have to tell him about that. And Gracie Aguilar said good night to all. Said good night to her. Lovely lady. And Bill Lyons said, watching Salisbury poisoning on AMC, the American Movie Channel. Daniel posted Douglas is roasting Richard Dolan on Peter Moon's Facebook post today. Yeah, thank you, sir. And he put a flame after that to basically remind us that after that, you never really heard from Richard Dolan anymore. He pretty much did die after that. His career died. Whatever he put out there after, really, it didn't amount to anything. His life has pretty much no longer been cited as the ideal ufologist. He killed himself that day by taking on Douglas Dietrich. Bill Lyons has gone on to say, children at my son's school still exchange Valentine's cards and makes crafts, which I was talking about as the true spirit of Valentine's. And so I thank him for reaffirming that. God bless him. God bless you, Bill Lyons. And, of course, all of you who are in there in my support. Thanks so much for all of you for joining us tonight. And with that, of course, let's get back to how much time do we have left? We've got approximately, let's see, we've been on for almost 9.5 hours. So, oh, yes, here's the easy way to do that. And, of course, remind myself to do this. And so we got 2.5 hours left. Got plenty of time in a certain sense. And let's see what my other message is that's incoming. George Knight reacting to my promotional banners. And let me get back off this page that I had gone to out of curiosity after checking out Linda Garu's timeline. And, of course, let me get back here now to check some of the other timelines. And always have to do this, kind of keep myself up to date on what's going on in the on the internet as regards to the show itself, what kind of communications are coming in. So, basically, we already know then what I've said in terms of a positive was much more than what Jameson heard. He'll have to review what I've said while he was gone later. And it's understandable, of course, he has much to tend to at home. But just a reminder to you, Jameson, to catch up and review what you missed, because there was plenty of points I brought up that I think you'll find relevant. In the meantime, we all know that the Republicans surrendered to the extremist cause. The question would be if the Republican cult's extremist wing, what was once called the Taliban wing of the Republican Party, whether that's now too big to fail. You see, the congressional Republicans have crystallized an ominous question by rejecting consequences for Donald Trump over the January 6th riot in his impeachment trial and welcoming conspiracy theorist Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene of Georgia into their conference, which is basically has the extremist wing of the Republican insurgent coalition grown too big for the party to confront. To try and put this into some context for you, there's nothing fun or funny about Marjorie Taylor Greene. QAnon and space lasers might be ludicrous, it is laughably ridiculous, but they are also gateways to far more dangerous ideas. The day after she was stripped of her committee assignments in the United States House of Representatives, Marjorie Taylor Greene said that she found the whole thing very funny. As a matter of fact, on Friday of, well, last weekend, was it? Not this weekend, but Friday into last weekend, the Congresswoman, well, in reference to the lawmakers, the Congresswoman from Georgia tweeted, "I woke up early this morning literally laughing, thinking about what a bunch of morons the Democrats," and in parentheses she put +11, "are giving someone like me free time. Are for giving someone like me free time." Of course, it's hard to read her writing, and she misspelled someone as 2 words instead of 1. But the +11 she's referencing in parentheses are fellow Republicans who voted to penalize her for endorsing baseless conspiracy theories that fueled the insurrection at the Capitol. The replies to her post were swift and plentiful, and the gist of all too many of them was all too simple. We're the ones laughing at you. Now, one commenter declared, "Looney Tune!" with an exclamation mark, and another shared an illustration of Green in circus makeup and labeled her a clown, spelled with a Q, Q-lown. That's a reference, of course, to her endorsement of QAnon. One meme listed other conspiracy theories that Green had promulgated. Barack Obama is a secret Muslim. Sandy Hook and the Las Vegas massacre were staged. California wildfires were started by space lasers. Emblazoned in red lettering next to a photograph of her face were the words, "Crazy Marjorie." Now, crazy is a word often attached to Green. But although the ideas she endorsed as she shot to national prominence are ludicrous, they didn't come out of nowhere, which is to say that they make a perverse kind of sense. Pull back the absurdist veil, and you'll find fears and bigotry so familiar, they're downright American. All American as apple pie, as Peter Moon would allude. And even the most outlandish conspiracy theories can be stepping stones to dangerous extremism. None of us should be laughing. Conspiracy theorists aren't just cranks in tinfoil hats, drifting around the margins of society. A December poll found that fewer than half of Americans would say that the core idea of QAnon, a group of Satan-worshipping elites who run a child sex ring, are trying to control our politics and media, is definitively false. Nearly 40% believe that QAnon, the QAnon tenet, that the deep state is out to get Donald Trump, well, 40% believe that to be true. Almost half agree with the lie that the majority of the summer's Black Lives Matter protests were violent. And 1/3 believe that voter fraud helped Joe Biden win the 2020 election. Who constitutes these fractions matters just as much as how big they are. People tend to embrace conspiracy theories because they're experiencing fear, ostracism, or a sense of losing control. They seek stories to explain what's happening in a way that suits their needs and convictions, and those narratives become sources of power, validation, actually superiority. Perhaps then, given the country's diversifying demographics and liberal mores, it's no surprise who is flocking to conspiracy theories. People like Green, who are white and on the right. Despite their enduring privilege, many white Americans feel left out or left behind. A sprawling disinformation ecosystem, including Fox News, Breitbart News, YouTube channels, and Facebook groups, reinforces their grievances ad nauseum. What the data on conspiracy theories don't always reveal, however, is the DNA, the deoxyribonucleic acid of the lies plaguing America. Today's most prominent falsehoods are really just variations on old themes. Embedded in QAnon's depiction of a conniving global cabal, for instance, is ZOG, Z-O-G, Zionist-Occupied Government, or the Zionist Occupation Government, a white supremacist fantasy dating back to the 1970s in which powerful Jews are conspiring to run the world. ZOG draws from the same wells of prejudice that neo-Nazism does. And those waters run centuries, even millennia deep. The space laser theory endorsed by Green, which elicited so many laugh-out-louds, the LOLs online, has shades of Zog in its claim that a secretive corporate league, including Rothschild Incorporated, controls these imaginary machines. QAnon's mandate to hashtag save the children may seem benign on its face, but then so do the 14 words of the American neo-Nazis. We must secure the existence of our people and a future for white children. That influential white supremacist slogan, coined in the late 20th century, is a perversion of a passage from Mein Kampf. What we must fight for is to safeguard the existence and reproduction of our race and our people, the sustenance of our children. Or rather, the sustenance of our children would be the correct pronunciation in that context. Similarly, the Ku Klux Klan pledged in its founding principles, first, to protect the weak, the innocent, and the defenseless, including white children. Meanwhile, the notion that the election was stolen from Trump and thus from MAGA believers has echoes of the lost cause, power and purpose unjustly ripped from the lives of good, God-fearing white Americans. Never mind that a cataclysmic war was fought over those Americans' right to hold fellow human beings in bondage, or that Trump's administration, by turns cruel and incompetent, inspired a record-breaking number of people to go to the polls to remove him from office. Why face reality when you can take his comfort in a lie? Conspiracy theories' shared DNA not only points to the racism, Judeophobia, and other bigotry that begat so many of today's falsehoods, I mean to say in the plural, it also shows the dark places where ideas dismissed as crazy can lead. Conspiracy theories are gateways. Belief in one elaborate lie ultimately leads a person to believe another, and another, in a race to the ideological bottom. The internet is full of stories of people radicalized in this manner, some high profile, others not. Andrew Anglin, a neo-Nazi troll who founded the website The Daily Stormer, became a white supremacist by way of InfoWars, with Anglin himself once confessing in an interview, to quote as T, "I grew up with a pretty serious sense of personal alienation in the modern Jewified society. I went and looked for answers of why this was happening. Nothing really felt right about the way the world worked. It was a process. The first thing I came across was Alex Jones." Well, there you have it. Anglin isn't alone. David Neuwirth, a reporter who has covered the far right for many years, told Reveal magazine that extremists now functionally live in the same alternative universe, the epistemological bubble, concocted and controlled by a mini-media industry of conspiracy theorists, and the number one purveyor in all this, the man who took the marketing of his bubble mainstream, as promoted by George Norrie, and in the process ruined millions of people's lives, is Alex Jones. That means the person who promoted him and made him mainstream is the truly responsible party, George Norrie, who's now campaigning against vaccines. And since most of his leaders are elderly, that just means the elderly will die off sooner, so no great loss. Other examples of radicalization via conspiracy theorizing are Lana Lochtef and Henrik Palmgren, who once interviewed myself so that he could conduct an after-interview ambush. Lame enough to be forgotten. They be, of course, the proprietors of the alt-media platform Red Ice. The married couple, Lana Lochtef being the person who truly radicalized Henrik Palmgren, started out broadcasting shows about UFOs and secret societies before going full white supremacist. They now peddle conspiracy theories such as white genocide, which asserts that enemies of the white race are attempting to eradicate it. And they feature guests who tell racist lies, including a shock jock who said that Dylan Roof's massacre of black church parishioners in Charleston, South Carolina, bore the telltale signs of stagecraft. Some of the conspiratorial ideas that Red Ice has been promoting since at least 2014 found their way into the conservative mainstream during the Trump era, propagated by Republican lawmakers and highlighted on Fox News. Now, Lana Lochtef herself is well aware of how people wind up on Red Ice. They search around online. She told myself, they'll find some of the bait and some of the memes out there and kind of go down this little rabbit hole and they find us. Well, those who go down the rabbit hole and eat all that rabbit shit might begin by wondering why there are a growing number of Spanish-language TV channels, why public schools let Muslim students wear hijabs, or why white women are having so few children, and then ask themselves if something bigger is going on, something nefarious, something that people in positions of power don't want everyone else to see. Red Ice gives them the answers that they crave. If a person is already primed to accept conspiracy theories, the descent from strange beliefs to overtly hateful ones can happen particularly fast, which is why the post-inauguration period is so scary. QAnon's many followers thought that a storm was coming, a reckoning that would destroy the pedophile cabal once and for all. When that didn't happen on January 20th, acolytes were left asking why. Some realized their grievous error in judgment, others doubled down in their zealotry. Another cohort was left to seek a new dogma. They are easy prey for extremist hucksters eager to sell them a new lie. Already, Q researchers are noting chatter among white supremacists geared toward recruiting QAnon's low-hanging, disillusioned fruit. In her February 4th remarks on the House floor, protesting her pending removal from legislative committees, Marjorie Taylor Greene said that she regretted being allowed to believe things that weren't true, including QAnon. Make us no mistake, she chose to believe them and endorse them. Even people prone to conspiratorial thinking have agency. So please, 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 don't laugh at Greene. Be angry at her choice. Be angry that she encouraged violence against her Democratic colleagues. Be angry that so many Americans agree with her. There is nothing funny about who Greene is, what she stands for, or what she and other conspiracists are capable of. On that Black Friday, Greene tweeted, "In this democratic tyrannical government, conservative Republicans have no say on committees anyway. Oh, this is going to be fun." Sanctioning Trump or Greene offered the Red Republican Party an opportunity to draw a bright line against extremist groups and violence as a means of advancing political goals, but the vast majority of congressional Republicans conspicuously rejected that opportunity. Those opportunities to construct such a barrier through their decisions to oppose impeachment or conviction for Trump over his role in the U.S. Capitol attack and to support Greene during the recent Democratic effort to strip her of her committee assignments. Those choices unfolded against a backdrop of recent polls that found a stunningly high percentage of rank-and-file Republican voters endorsing anti-small d Democratic sentiments. including the belief that the traditional American way of life is disappearing so fast that we may have to use force to save it. That's an actual statement that was conveyed in a survey released last week by the Conservative American Enterprise Institute, in which not only did a majority of Republican voters, cultists, endorse that statement, but nearly 1/3 of them also embraced the convoluted QAnon conspiracy theory Green has espoused, alleging that Trump is defending our nation against a global ring of influential child sex traffickers. The only person who has ever done damage to such being myself. Voters sympathetic to these conspiracy theories and the use or threat of violence as a political tool have become, as Daniel Cox, a research fellow at the American Enterprise Institute, who supervised that very poll that I've sourced just now, he said they've become a really important faction that the Republican Party is going to have to address. There is a part of the Republican Russo collaborationist insurgency that is really buying into this stuff. While Senate Republican leader Mitch McConnell has called conspiracy theorists like Green a cancer on the party and denounced Trump's role in the riot, the recent decision by House Republicans to accept the Georgia Republican into the conference, and the overwhelming refusal by House or Senate Republicans, including McConnell, to sanction Trump, suggests the party has very limited appetite at this point for any serious effort to excise that disease, and that could provide more oxygen to the white nationalist extremist groups that have viewed Trump as a galvanizing figure and already gained strength during his presidency. Through their inactions on Trump and Green, Republicans are, as Elizabeth Neumann, a former assistant secretary for threat prevention in the Department of Homeland Security for Trump who resigned and opposed his re-election, has said, Republicans are normalizing them. They are mainstreaming what counterterrorism experts would say is violent extremism, that it is acceptable to use inflammatory rhetoric and encourage violence to achieve your ends, and it is acceptable to engage in public life through conspiracy theories. The fact that threats from Senate Republicans to tie up legislative business helped persuade Democrats to withdraw their demands for witnesses at Trump's trial only underscores how difficult it will be to resist the infiltration of extremist ideas and tactics into the political system so long as the Republican insurgency is determined to avoid confronting it. Longtime Republican consultant Michael Madrid, who became a staunch Trump critic over the past 4 years, has concluded that difference inside the Republican Party is a sign, a recognition that this ideology, this belief, this tribalism is the ascendant part of the Republican coalition. He's gone on to say that the elected Republicans, bowing to Trump and Green, are feeding the beast of the growing party faction drawn to extremist beliefs and tactics. And he's concluded that, I don't think most of them believe it, but they know that's where the party is at. They have fed the monster for so long that even when it turns on them, when the barbarians are literally at the gate, when they themselves were the targets and they were the prey, they still will never turn on it. That's how dangerous is the societal threat that we be facing. I'll return to the subject inescapably, I'm sure, on Wednesday. No point in dignifying it tonight with any more of our attention. Bear in mind that one of the creepiest true crimes tours in America is the Tucson Murders' True Crime Tours. The Tucson Murders True Crime Tours provide us historic crime investigation into forgotten lost crimes in Tucson, Arizona. These small private tours are hosted by the Mr. Ben Baron Estenius, a true crime researcher and enthusiast, who will personally take us to real historic crime locations related to these crimes in Tucson. relive these events, and hear the untold stories behind the stories. The Baron Ben specializes in the seemingly ever-developing case of the late serial rape killer Charles Howard Smitty Schmid Jr., alias the Pied Piper of Tucson, an aftermath tour. See theunfinishedman.com, or whereon you can read excerpts from the yet-to-be-published book entitled The Unfinished Man, and of course you can review scenes from cinematic documentaries in production, again at theunfinishedman.com, but other cases such as the strange case of Morris Brady, the Dr. George Marvin Tejardine case, and the Red Rapist are also within his repertoire, as in fact are all the crimes that shocked the Southwest throughout the 1960s, the very decade I myself entered this vale of tears. These devastating crimes stained a city so deeply they may never be removed. For tour information, contact the TucsonMurders.com. That's Tucson spelled as Tucson, Tucson. Put the word "the" in front of it. The TucsonMurders.com, our telephone Ben Astenius, the Baron Ben Astenius himself personally, to privately guide your tour at 1-520-323-3406. That's 1520-323-3406. I'll repeat that, 520 area code 323-3406. And forget not to subscribe to the Man of the Soil YouTube channel. You'll know you're in the right place when you go to YouTube, look up Man of the Soil, and find yourself looking at a young blonde chick with a perky set of tits behind a green t-shirt that says Ace Hardware, after which you can regale yourself with watching Ben Astenius in his racing one-piece, taking his sprint car across a lawn of AstroTurf, which he recommends as the lawn you never have to mow or water. And thereafter you can watch the aerial drone footage of his bringing the men in brown from across that southern border without that wall to preempt them, so that he can take their work to your own backyard or front yard, as the case may be, or property all around, to provide yourself the greatest show on dirt. Yes, the men in brown will do what the white man can't, because he'd die of sunstroke, working for hours in your yard, so you can make it, better viewing for all throughout the rest of the year. And since you're stuck all year looking at it with COVID quarantine, it's probably the best thing you can do for yourself right now. And with that, we turn to Jameson for a short break while I grab some refreshments, my being out of liquid. So, Jameson, you there, good sir?
Yeah.
Excellent. I'll count on you to hold the stage. I'll go mute, and I should be back in a matter of minutes. But thanks so much for being here. Deeply appreciate it. When we return, I'll cover the forecasts everyone wants for the Lunar New Year. And, of course, I won't be able to resist going a bit into the back culture and a bit about why it's a Pan-Asian affair. In the meantime, we'll leave the stage to Jameson. Thank you so much.
All right. Okay. Let me see what I have here for you folks. Hopefully I'm audible. Should be fine. Okay. There was all right. There was one article I found interesting. And this was about 37 women who've upended science, tech, and engineering for the better. Since 1980, this is Popular Mechanics that I'm reading. Since 1987, we've been celebrating the many accolades and triumphs that women have contributed to the scientific discourse as we know it today. Women's History Month runs all through March. So, well, it's not March yet, but so let's take a moment to honor some of the women who have bestowed indelible breakthroughs to our understanding of the world. These women continue to inspire people of every gender, race, and ability, achieving in the face of ever-daunting odds. And now more than ever, their successes are beginning to receive their well-deserved time in the spotlight. with popular culture, even depicting the recent deceased Katherine Johnson, who inspired the 2016 film Hidden Figures. While 1 month isn't enough time to cover all these ingenious women, it's actually quite sad that there's actually a month for women, as if, like, what happened to the rest of the year? It's like, holy shit. Well, that's the West for you. But starting the list is Aglaonis, ancient astronomer from the 1st or 2nd century BC, widely considered the first female astronomer in ancient Greece. Aglaonis focused her studies on the moon's cyclical patterns. Her lunar eclipse predictions were so accurate that many claim she was a sorceress who had the power to hide the moon and make it appear at her whim. Due to her so-called magical reputation, Aglaonis became known as the leader of a group of female astronomers called the Witches of Thessaly. There is a crater on Venus named after her that measures 38.9 miles in diameter. We have Margaret E. Knight, the brown paper, who was responsible for the brown paper bag in 1868. Knight invented a machine that folded and glued paper into a flat-bottomed paper bag, still ubiquitous today. A man named Charles Annan stole her design and patented it, but Knight sued him for patent interference. She secured her patent in 1871 and went on to establish the Eastern Paper Bag Company. It's so lame that guys, come on, it's so lame that men are like stealing shit from women. That's pretty, well, that's all men are good at. It's pretty sad. Anyway, we have Mary Anderson in 1903, who invented windshield wipers. Anderson was an established real estate developer, rancher, and wine grower. On a visit to New York City in 1902, she noticed a trolley operator driving with the front windshield open because the sleet kept icing it over. A year later, Anderson patented her design for the first spring-loaded windshield wiper. Car manufacturers spent 2 decades balking at the idea until Cadillac adopted it, and the rest is history. We have Elizabeth Magie, who created the game called Monopoly in 1904. Inspired by writings of economist and social reforming reformer Henry George, Magie created the landlord's game, the precursor to Monopoly, to demonstrate the negative effects of land monopolism. It was patented in 1904, then revised and repatented in 1924. Unfortunately, her status as the game's inventor was not uncovered during her lifetime. We have Carice Crosby, aka Mary Phelps Jacob, who created the modern bra in 1914. Fed up with the restrictive armor of whalebone corsets while getting ready for a ball, Crosby used 2 silk pocket handkerchiefs, pink ribbon, and some thread to fashion a simple bra, which would become the model for her backless brassiere, patented in 1914. Lightweight, soft, and comfortable, Crosby's design brought an end to the dreaded monobosom. We have Alice Ball in 1915, who created a leprosy treatment. At the age of 23, this African-American chemist developed the most effective treatment of leprosy during the 20th century. She figured out how to make the oil of Chalmugra, pre-injectable and absorbable by the body. Her untimely death at age 24 resulted in another chemist, Arthur Dean, taking credit for her work. He was eventually outed by Boyle's advisor and mentor, Dr. Harry T. Holman. We have Emmy Noether, who created Noether's theorem in 1920. Described by Albert Einstein as the most important woman in the history of mathematics, Noether developed a mathematical principle that explains the connection between symmetry and conservation laws. Noether's theorem became the foundation of quantum physics and helped Einstein formulate his general theory of relativity. We have Cecilia Payne Gaposchkin, who is responsible for the composition of stars in 1925. In her doctoral thesis at Radcliffe, the astronomer and astrophysicist proposed that stars were composed of hydrogen and helium, a radical notion at the time, which was supposedly rejected by those believing that the sun and earth were composed of the same elements. She was also the first to connect spectral classes of stars to their temperatures.
There we are. Spectral classes of stars to the temperatures. That's all I heard now that I've gotten back on with yourself. And thank you for bringing up whatever you were bringing up. What was the subject?
I was talking about 37 women who changed life as we know it from Popular Mechanics.
Oh, cool. Oh, cool. That's wonderful. And very glad to, of course, always give credit to the females of the species. And it's something that, isn't done enough. So definitely I see you're taking up the slack on that. By the way, that this is one of those few, the live stream thumbnail, Selena Khan used a program to render that in 3 dimensions, and that's one of the few where it really worked. So that's pretty. Sometimes the 3-dimensional rendering it doesn't do well with the image. This one, it actually worked quite well. So again, people are very much invited to go to the Sora Aoi timeline so they can see that. You'll only find it on the Sora Aoi timeline. Some of the places like the DDD timeline might be more accessible, but the Sora Aoi timeline, that might be hard to find. But remarkably, we were able to get away with something that nobody else could. You can find the Sora Aoi timeline at facebook.com/Douglas D. Dietrich with all the D's in the uppercase. It should take you there. That's pretty fucking remarkable. That was not the original Sora timeline number. It actually had a whole series, a mile long, of numbers that would you just would have to cut and paste in order to have any hope of getting there. That's no longer the case. If you want to access the Sora Aoi timeline, which is mine, I can never seem to get out of drag, then you go to facebook.com/Douglas D. Dietrich with all the D's in caps, and that will take you there. By the way, there's a story behind that I'm just not going to go into, but it's remarkable. And it really has to do with the Dietrich Artelect. It was none of us who were responsible for that. So with that, we turn towards James suggests to, I guess I can take over from now, and everything's all right with, is there anything you want to get out before I go back into monologue about the Asian Lunar New Year and what it might hold for everyone who's listening? Well, or at least the nation, or the world in general.
No. You can go on. You can continue.
Fabulous. Thank you so much. Love you dearly, Jameson. Thank you. And do say goodnight to everyone. You may not speak again until we say goodbye, in about 2 hours. You have no appointments tomorrow then, right? Yeah, today's...
Nope.
Oh, good. Today, I mean to say. Okay. Thank you so much. And with that, we will go back into monologue. So the Chinese New Year, as it's known commonly in the West, and that's not really the way it should be referenced. It should be referenced as the Asian Lunar New Year because so many other cultures in Asia celebrate it. Chinese is rather, it's rather, how would I say it? In its own way, it just doesn't do it. This is, of course, the year of the oxen. And of course, you want to know about luck and why you should avoid medicine and laundry and crying children, which I'll get into at some point in narrative in the next 2 hours so that you can understand why I brought that up. Or at least I'll try and make that somewhat coherent. God, let me get started. And I'll try and get myself into the zone with it. First off, say goodbye to the year of the rat and hello to the year of the ox. And that means that we have to say the hearty Gong Si Fa Cai, which of course in the Cantonese language more familiar to Westerners because of the Chinese diaspora, traditionally for hundreds of years being Cantonese speaking in the main, it would be Gong Hei Fat Choi, which is, very Cantonese, as opposed to the language or the dialect I speak of Chinese, which would be Mandarin Chinese, which would be, of course, the much more euphonic as far as I'm concerned, Gong Si Fa Cai. Now, Wednesday of midweek last was the long-awaited call between Joe Biden and communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping. That was the opening move in a pan-Pacific tussle that will dominate the tenures of both presidents. The timing was impeccable and monumentally important. First, it came on the eve of the Asian Lunar New Year, enabling Biden to show understanding of the importance of cultural gestures in the world's most important relationship. Bear that in mind. But the call also followed Biden's trip to the Pentagon to announce a China task force as military tensions are building between the two superpowers. Now, official media in Beijing played up the call as a show of respect for Xi Jinping, underscoring the domestic political dimension of U.S. relations. The Global Times of China hoped for more communication channels than under Donald Trump, which was a swipe at the erratic Twitter diplomacy that damaged U.S. standing in all of Asia. It also warned that American elites who back a tougher stance against the communist Chinese empire will bring strategic risks that the U.S. cannot bear. A comment ringing with Beijing's self-confidence and conviction that the United States is permanently and irretrievably weakened. For domestic and strategic reasons, Biden is carving out a brusque persona when it comes to Red China. The White House says he told Xi Jinping his priority was America's well-being, and he broached fundamental concerns over China's coercive and unfair economic practices, crackdown in Hong Kong, human rights abuses in Xinjiang, that would be northwest China, or what historically has been Eastern Turkestan, and increasingly assertive actions, including toward my own true homeland and heartland of Taiwan. He notably did not promise to work towards any mutual benefit, but to push the interests of the United States and its allies. It sounds like a tough conversation, and yet Biden said Thursday that the call lasted 2 hours. Now, even accounting for translation, that's a good chunk of time. And it reveals something else important about the call. Hard-headed as it may be, the two men have a relationship. With United States and Chinese planes and aircraft carriers at close quarters in the South China Sea, that's important. Their understanding won't stop flashpoints, given the intense economic, military, and diplomatic competition. But it could prevent a new Cold War, which we're now in, from turning hot. The past 4 years have damaged U.S. authority abroad irreparably, as Beijing is making clear. In statement responding to the Biden administration's call for China to provide the World Health Organization researchers with earlier data on the spread of COVID-19, the Chinese embassy in Washington said, "What the U.S. has done in recent years has severely undermined multilateral institutions, including the WHO, and gravely damaged international cooperation on COVID-19. But the U.S., acting as if none of this had ever happened, is pointing fingers at other countries who have been faithfully supporting the WHO and at the WHO itself." Of course, we all know the WHO investigation into Communist China was meant to fail. They're in the hip pocket of the Communist Chinese, and for that reason, Trump was white. Well, right as well as white. He's always white, but he's seldom right. But in this case, he was right to pull the United States out, at least as a statement. Getting us back in is the right thing to do as well, but on our own terms, as Biden is so doing it. Now, in terms of the new year for the rest of us, also known as the Spring Festival by communist standards, it began in earnest on Friday into this weekend, ushering in the second animal on the zodiac with the second new moon after the winter solstice. And though the occasion is meant to be spent with family and friends, the coronavirus pandemic means that celebrations around the world, from the United States to Britain to China itself, are looking different this year for the 1.5 billion people who observe this occasion. And that's only those of Chinese ethnicity, not even counting the other Asians yet. So, in terms of the holiday itself, and what changes with COVID-19, I feel it's imperative to go into that before any forecasts. Just remember that when it comes to what the Lunar New Year signifies, the New Year is a chance to start fresh, to see loved ones, and share in the hope of good things to come. Now, Vicky Lee is, of course, someone who, as a San Franciscan, I'd be familiar with. She's the authoress of the children's book entitled Ruby's Chinese New Year. And she was very good at kind of simplifying the issue for Americans to understand. So I think it's kind of good to start with what she said because it's so simple. And what she said was something along the lines, if I can remember, as I said, coming down from the hangover that I had earlier throughout the majority of tonight's program, that it's simply to be remembered as the most important and the most popular holiday for Chinese people and in the Chinese culture. It's a very joyful holiday when you're supposed to go home, see your family. And in China, they celebrate it for the full 2 weeks. And people actually travel home, and from far, far away, from all across the globe, no matter where they are. Now, Zhao Jinjing, who's a professor of East Asian history at the University of Pittsburgh, has compared the occasion to Thanksgiving in America by emphasizing the importance of time spent with family. But because the holiday is tied to the year's first new moon, The timing always varies, of course. It can fall in January or early February. In China, of course, the festival lasts at least 15 days, starting with the feast the night of New Year's Eve that I've already attended, and ending this year with the Spring Lantern Festival on February 26th. Now, Vietnam's Tết Nguyên Đán goes for up to a week, and the Lunar New Year in South Korea, known as Seollal, runs for about 3 days. And, of course, as those of you who might be familiar with what I've said before concerning the Lunar New Year falling on different days, there are differences between the solar lunar, or rather, the correct term, astronomically, for the Chinese calendar, and the Pan-Asian agrarian calendars in general is what you would call lunisolar. And that means both lunar and solar elements, as completely different from the Gregorian calendar, which the United States follows. The Gregorian calendar is strictly solar, based on the Earth's cycle orbiting the sun. And it is Christian in the sense that Christians claim to be people of the light, and therefore only follow the sun, as opposed to the moon, which but reflects the glory of the sun. While the lunisolar calendar combines that solar cycle with the moon cycle orbiting the Earth. It's not strictly lunar, which would be presumably the Muslim calendar, which I'm far less familiar with. Now, in major American cities such as Los Angeles, New York City, and San Francisco, the events celebrating the New Year take place in the weeks before and after the first day of Lunar New Year, which typically falls between January 21st and February 20th. Next year, just so you know, so you can prepare in time, and there will probably be public celebrations then that we can all enjoy. That will begin on February 1st. So it'll be easy to remember. You can't forget it. The 1st of February next year will be Asian Lunar New Year for 2022. In terms of celebrating it, of course, as I've mentioned, in addition to cleaning one's home and adorning it with red banners, artwork, and flowers, there's a priority in preparing for the holiday by making meals. So this holiday, like so many holidays in other cultures, is centered around food. So there's several days of preparation where you're making very sort of symbolic dishes like a whole fish. As I've said, a whole fish symbolizes prosperity, and dumplings symbolizing wealth have to be present, along with noodles, which represent long life. Noodles represent longevity. Now, because the Asian Lunar New Year normally prompts 1.5 billion people around the world to celebrate with family and traditional foods who are ethnic Chinese, then you've got the customs varying between Asian cultures who are not Chinese, the holiday marking the beginning of a new year on the second moon after the winter solstice, with people of Chinese, Vietnamese, Korean descent, to name but a few. They often give their children money and honor their ancestors during the festivities of different lengths as well. As I've said, in China, with the Spring Festival lasting up to 15 days, it's the longest of them all, while Vietnam's Tết Nguyên Đán goes for up to a week. And as I said, the Lunar New Year in South Korea, known as Seollal, runs for about 72 hours, 3 days worth of time. And when it comes to the Lunar New Year money-giving tradition, I think that's present in all of those cultures, but the way it works might be different. Certainly, I'm most capable of speaking to the Chinese tradition, where, yes, those small red envelopes with cash inside, called li ji in Vietnamese, or hong bao in mine own Mandarin Chinese language, is where the adults give the packets to children in exchange for New Year's greetings. The children typically receive their envelopes from parents, grandparents, aunts, and uncles, but you can sometimes receive them from your parents' friends as well. In my case, of course, I'm a bachelor, and a bachelor is considered never to have grown up. So you're fully welcome to send a round envelope, your own red envelope to myself, which I do receive some from such friends, usually disparagingly as an irresponsible lout, someone who has never grown up. I still get the red envelopes. And in my case, of course, those who immediately know me consider it more of a delivery of an insult than anything else. But I certainly welcome that insult with the money that accompanies it. The lucky money inside one of those envelopes varies from $1, which is mostly what I get from those conveying the insult that I never grew up, to several hundred, and can reflect numbers of good fortune. So the colors of the envelope also bear significance. The abundance is associated with the idea of redness, and the amount of money doesn't have to be a lot. It's such a tremendous joy for children, and they use the money to buy candies because they don't indulge in them usually. If you have any familiarity with Asian culture, you would consider their diet to be dead, because the idea of sweets is just not nearly as extreme as in the West. Their flavors of their confectionaries are far more subtle to the tongue. In South Korea, the parents give children New Year's money called sebaedan. After the children perform a traditional bow and wish them good fortune, the money is often put in silk or cotton pouches embroidered with designs, if I know enough about it. But as for the Vietnamese families and the foods that are popular, the rice cakes called bánh chung and bánh đê, they symbolize material and spiritual, or both the material and the spiritual. And basically, I got this from Nguyen Di Truc Bui, who's a Vietnamese professor at UCLA, who emphasized the fact that they are wrapped in dong, or banana leaves is what they're wrapped in. And they contain sticky rice with meat or bean fillings. I mean, I always considered this to be wonderful stuff. And according to Eastern philosophy, the circle represents heaven and the square represents earth. So bánh đê, the round cake, symbolizes heaven, and the bánh chung, or the square shape within it, symbolizes the earth. And or you can have square cakes as well. So the two cakes together, the heaven and earth, they represent the entire universe. And so the Vietnamese women make bánh chung, or rice cakes, in the preparations for the Lunar New Year, which they call Tet. Bánh chung is considered as an irreplaceable traditional food during Tet holiday in Vietnam, made from the glutinous rice, the green bean, pork, and other ingredients. And I've always enjoyed it myself. The other Tet festival foods include roasted watermelon seeds and dried candied fruits such as coconut meat jam. I dearly adore the Vietnamese. I love them and their foods. And the Chinese foods for Lunar New Year, of course, as I said, think of the longevity noodles for long life. The whole chicken represents family, togetherness. The sticky rice cake for prosperity. Some of the dishes feature the word play in Mandarin that you get the punnery, such as the rice cake being called Nian Gao, which sounds like high year, symbolizing higher income and success. I mean, if you transliterate it, it would be HIGH, so Daniel Arola would relate an entire year in which you're flying high. In Korean households, the rice cake soup is called chokguk. It's the New Year's Day special. And while it varies between regions, the broth is often made from beef, and it's garnished with egg, meat, dried seaweed, thinly sliced rice cakes. The white coin shape, the coin-like shape of the cakes, it symbolizes a prosperous year. So the traditional belief in Korea is that after eating the tteokguk, people turn 1 year older during Seolal. There's a kind of separate aging process that occurs with the cycle of the calendrical years, separate and distinct from your biological aging. And so when you compare the decorating customs practiced during Tet and the Spring Festival, the people of Vietnamese heritage believe rearranging and decorating before the new year eliminates the worries of the old year. The Vietnamese Americans in Orange County, California, which is the home to the largest Little Saigon in this nation, they practice the custom widely. Almost every family cleans their house clean and tidy to welcome guests in the first days of the year. Law officers and doctors' offices, as well as service offices, restaurants, and shops are all cleaning up in the hope that more customers will come in the new year and the business will be more successful. So to welcome spring into the home, the families also place peach blossoms, chrysanthemums, which is, of course, the imperial flower of the Japanese Empire, the symbol of the emperor himself, and Annō Intergerima, if I'm pronouncing that correctly. I only remember the Latin name of that particular flower because I've never heard anyone in English give it a common name. And it's one that only the Vietnamese seem to display. So if you look up Annō, which is, if I remember correctly, spelled O-C-H-N-A, Intergerima, or Integerima, kind of like a germanium. Integerima, that would be an Integerrima. That goes into the home. And these are all yellow, pink, and red colors that are displayed on it that symbolize joy. The Chinese families also decorate with red during the Spring Festival, of course, hanging up their red lanterns, banners, and signs, and displaying plates of golden citrus fruits, such as tangerines and oranges, are also believed to bring good fortune. On front doors, of course, as I've said, the people hang their scrolls with black or gold Chinese characters featuring poetry about renewal, luck, or success. In terms of honoring their ancestors, when it comes to the other cultures, like in Korean tradition, the families perform an ancestral rite called Charye. That's on the morning of New Year's Day. And that ceremony reflects filial piety and gives thanks to family members who came before them. Entire families gather in front of a table and set specific foods on it, such as chiakuk, the noodles and the grilled meat. And South Korean athletes, of course, they showed off during the Winter Olympics held at Pyeongchang. You might have remembered back on, 2018. It was some time ago by now, but that was when many of the athletes and staff members were bowing to respect for their ancestors while celebrating the New Year at that period during the Winter Olympics. So that was when each type of food gets placed in a specific order and direction, using feng shui, which the Koreans also use. That once set, the rite begins with deep bows as a greeting to the ancestor spirits who arrive, and proceeds with offerings and prayers before ending with bidding farewell to the spirits. And some families wear traditional clothes called hanbok for that rite, while others will dress in other formal attire, like suits and dresses. Now, as I said, and it's something that I can't overemphasize, the differences between the lunisolar and Gregorian calendars, they're based on the Earth's cycle orbiting the Sun for the Christians, whereas the lunisolar combines that of the Moon cycle orbiting the Earth. So it creates a dichotomy that I'm trying to remember what I was trying to emphasize about that I didn't earlier, but I'm sure it'll come up later. At any rate, like I said, in my Golden Gate at San Francisco and in New York and Los Angeles, those are the three biggest Chinatowns in all America. And that's when people used to attend the parades in any normal year outside of this pandemic. But the Lunar New Year we're in now, the Year of the Arcs, it started Friday. And this is where people are asking me to get to what the ox itself represents. So when I take a look at the time we have remaining, which is enough, I suppose, to go into this in some depth, the Friday, it marked the first day of Xin Chao, or the year of the metal ox, under the Lunar New Year sexagenary cycle. The sexagenary cycle means the 12 animals, of course. The Hong Kong-based Feng Shui master, Terry Chow, who consults with some of my gang members, feels that the ox is a hard-working zodiac sign that signifies movement. So she said, hopefully the world will be less static than last year and get moving again in the second half of the year. And she added that the metal element of the year represents an emphasis on metal industries in 2021, from jewelry to the needle of a syringe. So that brings us to the question of just how people are celebrating Chinese New Year in a pandemic, aside myself. So while the celebrations typically vary around the world, they will be especially different this year, as the pandemic forces people to stay at home. Now, in New Jersey, where Asian Americans account for 10% of the state's 8.9 million people, those who mark the day arranged everything from drive-through celebratory meals to Zoom performances to ensure that this year would be one to remember. Yoon Kim, the director of the Korean American Association of New Jersey, said that they were helping to bring normal to not a normal year. So that organization distributed food at a drive-by event and hosted a food drive they're hosting it throughout this President's Day weekend. And in Arizona, where Ben Estenius lives, the organizers of Phoenix, Arizona, the capital of that state, Phoenix's Chinese Week, they said last year that they would not go forward with any in-person celebrations for this year. They said that as last year was closing. Instead, the elements of the festival are all accessible online. And at bus and train stations in China, there's no sign visible from what we can see on available media of the annual Lunar New Year rush. The government has called on the public to avoid travel because of the new coronavirus outbreaks everywhere. The South China Morning Post reported that Hong Kong's annual Lunar New Year night parade will be replaced by an online shopping event. And despite all that, the government admits that people will make 1.7 billion trips during the holiday. But that is down 40% from yesteryear. As for, of course, people are asking me to get straight to the Chinese zodiac, what it means in the year of the ox. So we've got this host of traditions that dictate how the next 12 months will play out for each of us. Of course, to get myself into the zone of the forecast, let's go a little bit into that. We're washing clothes, using scissors and sweeping floors. These are some of the easier omens to sidestep. For you don't want to wash away your luck, etc., or sweep it away or cut it. Of course, parents are going to find it difficult to dodge crying children. And on the more extreme end of the scale, a woman might find it difficult to avoid leaving the house all day, which is what, quarantine or not, normally women are asked to do during certain days of the Asian Lunar New Year. And according to Chinese superstition, doing any of what I've just articulated, the scissors use, sweeping floors, washing clothes, doing any of that on Friday, the first day of this new year that's already passed, that would lead to bad luck for the entire coming year. Of course, it's not all doom and gloom. 2021 is the year of the ox, which is an animal that symbolizes strength and determination. So the year of the ox will be more lucky for some than others. And as I said, you've got the annual celebration beginning on the new moon that comes between January 21st and February 20th. So it started February 12th this year, but just remember, next year in 2022, it'll be February 1st. You should not be able to forget that. That's when the year of the tiger begins. And, of course, because I've said the date changes from year to year and the festivities start the day before the new year and continue until the Lantern Festival, the 15th day of the lunar calendrical new year, you've got the Chinese zodiac divided into what they call 12 blocks, or houses. They really use the term houses, a more correct translation, just as its Western counterpart, but with a major difference that each house has a time length of 1 year instead of a month. And each Chinese New Year characterized by one of the 12 animals that appear in the Chinese zodiac, last year being the year of the rat. Of course, you'd have to ascertain what year you were born in and affiliated with your animal. If you were born in 1972, that would be the year of the rat. 73, that of the ox. 62, that of the tiger. 63, that of the rabbit. The year of the cat in Vietnam. That's, of course, my sister was born in that year. The Dietrich Artelect was born in the year of the rabbit. And so that... and by born, I mean born, of course, of my mind, from which the Dietrich Artelect was ripped, or as they used the term, combed. Now, the years, of course, that I give out, they're just, I could go on and on, but it would just get boring. It's like a times table. I would just be matching years to animals. But bear in mind that if you were born in January or February, it may be slightly different because the new year moves between January 21st and February 20th. So you'd have to find out the day in which you were born if you were born in January or February to match it up with the animal, your totemic animal. The years allocated to each animal are in a very specific order. And according to the ancient Chinese folk story, the Jade Emperor called 13 animals to a meeting and announced that the years on the calendar would be named according to the order they arrived in, and this led to the Great Race, in which the rat traveled on the back of the ox, leaping from its back to nab first place, with the pig stopping for a snack and a nap and arriving last. And the cat was also in the race, but drowned during the competition, leading to there being only 12 animals in the zodiac. But of course, in Vietnam, it's the cat that's honored instead of the rabbit. But in terms of, okay, people are demanding now that you're all getting antsy, who should be on their guard this year? That's a straight demand that I'm getting a call for in terms of an answer. Bill Lyon says, I'm a water rat. Yes, congratulations. Thank you for sharing that. I deeply appreciate it. Okay, according to Chinese astrology, the year of your birth sign is believed to be one of the most unlucky years of your life. It is thought that people in their zodiac year offend Tai Sui, the god of age, and incur his curse. So, famous names who should be wary this year, having been born in the year of the ox, would include Heidi Klum and Noel Fielding, who were both born in 1973, as well as Lewis Hamilton, born in 1985, or Kylie Jenner, born in 1997, and Marcus Rashford, born in that same year. Barack Obama, who was born in 1961, was also born in the year of the ox, and George Clooney was born that year as well. And Jeremy Corbyn was born in 1949. And Jameson Reese joined us to say, shit, I'm fucked. Now, President Barack Obama was born in the year of the ox. So he's just as fucked as Jameson Reese. So you're not alone. Lucky signs for the ox, however. Lucky numbers for people born in the year of the ox are 1 and 4. the death number. And their lucky colors are white, green, and yellow. And their lucky flowers are tulips and peach blossoms. And their lucky directions are north and south. In terms of the personality of the ox, which is important for all of us this year, people born in the year of the ox, like Hitler and Napoleon Bonaparte, are characterized as diligent and hardworking, as you could see in Barack Obama as well. They're honest, strong, and dependable, with their ability to keep calm, making them great leaders. And while oxen are kind, they find it difficult to understand persuasion and never look to be the center of attention, which results in their talent being hidden. Their hard work and patience, however, helps them earn praise and successfully meet their goals. So their strengths are patience, persistence, and caution. With Jameson Reese says, damn, I ain't leading shit. Now the weaknesses of oxen are that they're stubborn, less talkative, and obstructive. Now, as for why the Chinese value the ox, as well as the Vietnamese, of course, the oxen are valued animals in Sinitic culture, which means Sino-Viet, because of their roles in agriculture and positive characteristics such as being honest and reliable. In terms of the yin and yang balance, they are the yang, masculine, and also represent the hours 1 to 3 in the morning and the earthly branch Chao. So a person born in the year of the rat, like Mao Zedong was, is thought to be trustworthy, kind, and gentle. And in particular, the men of that year are mature, logical, put their heart into everything they do, while women are calm, loyal, never surrender to fate. Oh, yes, I've just got that wrong. Mao was born in the year of the snake. That was it. But the rat is important because we're transitioning from the rat to the ox. And he was on my mind as being none of the traits I just mentioned. So I was reminded that he was, I was reminded myself that he was born in the year of the snake. Now, with 2021 being the year of the metal ox, the Chinese astrology specialists say it's a good year for giving birth as metal symbolizes stability and longevity. And those born in the year of the metal ox shall have plenty of great things in their lives. So we need to ascertain for Jameson if he was born in the year of the metal ox in particular. But in terms of what your Chinese zodiac means, let's cover a little bit of 85. Yeah, we'll look that year up. But in the meantime, more generally, I'll have to do that for Jameson privately later, sometime shortly after transmission, sometime in this New Year's period. But in terms of, let's go a little bit over what everyone's was. Since I fucked up with Mao, since he was born in the year of the snake, and I was talking about the year of the rat because we're transitioning out of it. The people in the year of the rat are thought to be trustworthy, kind, and gentle because rats love people. Rats will accept being petted by a human being. They'll take that over food. They will starve to death for the company of a human being. And so men born in that year in particular are mature and logical and put their heart into everything they do, while women are calm, loyal, and never surrender to fate. So all of that is part of it. But if you were to look at each one of the animals, which we should do just ever so briefly, with their unique characteristics, if you're born in the year of the rat, it's all about intelligence, adaptability, quick wit, charm, artistry, gregariousness. Rats have been proven time and again through tests that are applied to them and then to human beings. Rats have proven themselves consistently more cunning than man. In terms of the ox, it's all about loyalty, reliability, thoroughness, strength, reasonability, steadiness, determination. A tiger, it's all about enthusiasm, courage, ambition, leadership, confidence, charisma. If you're born in the year of the rabbit, or cat in Vietnamese, it's trustworthiness, empathy, modesty, diplomacy, sincerity, sociability. for the year of the dragon, you're all about luckiness, flexibility, eccentricity, imagination, artistry, spirituality, charisma. If you're born in the year of the snake, oh, he's a wood ox. Jameson looked it up himself. He's a wooden ox. Cool. If you're born in the year of the snake, like Mao Zedong, it's about being philosophical, organized, intelligent, intuitive, elegant, attentive, and decisive. For someone like myself, born in the year of the horse, the traits are being adaptable, loyal, courageous, ambitious, intelligent, adventurous, and strong. If you're born in the year of the sheep, like my late and sainted sire, George Joseph Henry Dietrich, the man who raised and guided me, it's about being tasteful, crafty, warm, elegant, charming, intuitive, sensitive, and calm. If you're born in the year of the monkey, it's being quick-witted, charming, lucky, adaptable, bright, versatile, lively, and smart. If you're born in the year of the cock, or the rooster, it's about being honest, energetic, intelligent, flamboyant, flexible, diverse, and confident. If you're born in the year of the dog, it's about being loyal, sociable, courageous, diligent, steady, lively, adaptable, and smart. And of course, if you're born in the year of the pig, as was my late and sainted Cyrus, my mother, who gave me birth, it's about being honorable, philanthropic, determined, optimistic, sincere, and sociable. Of course, don't forget the greetings. Very important if you want to get into the swing of the festivities but don't have the foggiest how to decipher Mandarin characters. Basically, you would say something along the lines of 新年挂历, or Happy New Year. 新年快乐. If you're trying to say 贵lu would be probably better. Depending on the dialect, there's some differences. In Cantonese, it would be 新年快樂. Of course, New Year goodness is another one. 新年好, 新年好. Or Cantonese would say it, 新年好. Or 恭喜发财, as I said, happiness and prosperity. That's where, of course, Gene Roddenberry got the Vulcan term live long and prosper, derivative of Confucianism, just as the Vulcans are derivative of free Chinese culture. And again, Mandarin, gong xi fa zai, that's the original live long and prosper. Cantonese, it's gong he fa choi, gong he fa choi. The steady rise to high places are on the up and up. That's in the Mandarin, bu bu gao xin. And Cantonese would be more like bo bo go xin. Now, again, some of these traditions, just so you do the right thing. Clean your homes, put up red decorations and lanterns, around this time of year. The days in which you shouldn't do that have already passed. The celebrations have officially kicked off with the New Year's Eve family dinner already. We've had our fish and dumplings being served to encourage prosperity. And the 宵岁, which translates as the after the New Year's Eve dinner, follows the traditional feast, where the families stay awake throughout the night and gather for fireworks at midnight to banish evil. We've done that. Still, there's going to be more fireworks throughout the new year, especially on the Night of the Lanterns festival. And, of course, the adults are typically giving their children the red packets containing money to help them avoid the evil and wish them good health. In terms of the taboos, there's many superstitions surrounding the transition between the years. And on the first day of the festival, just so you know, for next year, for February 1st, medicine. Taking medicine on the first day of the Lunar New Year means one will get ill for an entire year. So one avoids medicine on the first day. Avoid all medicine on February 1st next year, now that you know about it. Of course, if you have something that's keeping you alive, obviously you take that over the tradition. The porridge, of course, is considered... It's considered that only poor people have porridge for breakfast. So people don't want to start the year poor. That means in America, you'd avoid your oatmeal that day. Because Americans don't eat porridge that I know of. Now, in terms of laundry, people do not wash clothes on the first and second day of Asian Lunar New Year because those 2 days are celebrated as the birthday of Shui-Shen, the water god. And you don't want to dirty his water. And in terms of washing your hair, hair must never be washed on the first day of the Lunar New Year. In the Chinese language, hair has the same pronunciation and character as fa in fa zai, which means to become wealthy. Therefore, it's seen as not a good thing to wash one's fortune away at the beginning of the new year. And the sharp objects come in. The use of knives and scissors is to be avoided, as any accident is thought to lead to inauspicious things and the depletion of wealth. In terms of going out, a woman may not leave her house, otherwise she will be plagued with bad luck for the entire coming year. A married daughter is not allowed to visit the house of her parents, as this is believed to bring bad luck to the parents, causing economic hardship for the family. Okay, all the in-laws visiting, including the daughter visiting the in-laws, that comes a few days later, and then it's obligatory. So everything that's not forbidden is obliged, mandatory at one point or another. In terms of the broom, if you sweep on the first day of New Year, your wealth will be swept away too. The crying children come in because the cry of a child is believed to bring bad luck to the family. So parents do their best to keep children as happy as possible throughout the first day of the year. Another reason I would never have children. In terms of theft, having your pocket picked is believed to portend your entire wealth in the coming year will be stolen. In terms of debt, money should never be lent on New Year's Day, and all debts have to be paid by New Year's Eve. If someone owes you money, do not go to their home to demand it. Anyone who does so will be unlucky all year long. So you got to take what comes anyway. And probably one of the worst things to avoid is an empty rice jar. A depleted receptacle may cause grave anxiety, as the cessation of cooking during the New Year period is considered to be an ill omen. Damaged clothes, wearing threadbare garments can cause more bad luck for the year. Or killing things. Blood is considered an ill omen, which will cause misfortunes, such as a knife wound or a bloody disaster. Monochrome fashion is to be avoided. White or black clothes are barred, as those two colors are traditionally associated with funerary mourning. And, of course, the giving of certain gifts is forbidden. Clocks, scissors, and pears all have a bad meaning in Chinese culture. Now, where our friend George Knight is, across the Atlantic, along with John Warrington and our other friends in the United Kingdom, each year, the biggest celebrations outside Asia take place in London, with thousands of people making Chinese New Year across the capital. Different this year, of course, because of the pandemic, but normally you'd have colorful floats passing through the streets of the West End and Chinatown, along with dragon and lion dances as part of a vibrant Chinese New Year parade. We're going to see many more of those, ever increasing in the future, because the British are rightfully accepting millions of Chinese refugees from Hong Kong. In the past, London residents and tourists have been able to enjoy family-friendly entertainment in Leicester Square, cultural activities and traditional cuisine in Chinatown, and of course the live performances in Trafalgar Square. The visitors to London's Chinatown usually would have the opportunity to grab a selfie with one of the Chinese zodiac animals, kind of like Disneyland, but monochromatic in theme, or monofocal. And while in Manchester, the annual Dragon Parade usually would make its way through the city. This year, of course, Chinese New Year celebrations are unlikely to take place in their usual form due to the COVID-19 lockdown restrictions, which are expected to be in place until at least mid-February. Now, in terms of Feng Shui, which a lot of people are asking me about, everyone wants to know at the beginning of the Feng Shui New Year, will the ox be a lucky year? And it's a valid question considering everything I've already articulated. Now, to go through this as quickly as I can, and don't worry, we've got plenty of New Year ahead for what I missed tonight. Let's start in the current year where the reigning 7-star is doubled as it moves into 2021 and was a contributor to the pandemic we're in currently. You could say that the 7's energy was similar to tinnitus, which I suffer from. If you've ever had the buzzing and sound of electronic crickets in your ear, you know how you have to persevere despite the sound until it magically comes to an end. I've simply learned to live with it. So you could say that 2020 was similar to a year-long bout of tinnitus. You just had to bear with the non-stop whizzing sound and go on about your life, albeit with a mask on. It could have left you feeling tired, annoyed, and reeling. That was 2020. A non-stop buzzing and spinning as norms were cut down, day-to-day life was altered, and reality shifted, sometimes moment by moment. The year of the rat. But it's the qualities of the ox year, one governed by Earth, that will help us to create some sense of the past year and all we've gone through, help us ground ourselves again and regain our footing. The reigning 6-star of 2021 will ask us, well, it will find us asking bigger questions, putting our eyes on bigger sights, and a vision so far afield it's positively astronomical. That's because the 6th heaven star is marching in like Hannibal, astride his war elephants coming to restore order. There will be a bigger energy in town, a new sheriff, if you will, and it'll help create order out of the 7's chaos. What I'm consulting is the Lo Shu Square for the annual energies of 2021. Feng Shui has what you'd call like a checkerboard, more like a tic-tac-toe board. So you've got a simple tic-tac-toe hashtag with the southeast, south, southwest, north, northwest, northeast, east, center, west. Feng Shui, oftentimes the north would be towards the southern end, the south would be towards the top. So that brings us to the reigning 6-star in the center. The 6-star is the star of all things big and strong, like tanks, governments, laws, police, and military. This, of course, is because the numbers rearranged per the Feng Shui of the year. This year, those aspects of the 6-star, while still in play, will be tempered, however, by the yin energy, the feminine energy that is the metal influence in 2021. This will put more women into positions of power and authority. And as in all, the years pass in duality. There are 2 years of water, 1 yang and 1 yin, 2 years of wood, fire, earth, and metal, and on it goes for all the elements. In 2021, we will be in a yin metal year. Yin energy is not always thought of positively, but it should be in the year ahead. Yin is defined as the energy that goes inward. The 6-star is a star that's all-encompassing. When I think of those two things put together, the first thing that emerges in my mind is a vaccine being widely distributed for the coronavirus. The injection that uses that metal syringe to effect a firewall against COVID-19. A vaccine that's released in 2021 will have worldwide implications for our entire planet. That could be taken as the definition of all-encompassing in my book. But let's talk about the energies, our stars of 2021 now. The sixth reigning star, we always start with the reigning star because this is the star that will wield the greatest influence over our year. We saw the unfavorable influence of the seventh star in 2021, so the sixth coming to visit will be a welcome energy. In 2021, the theme will remain on the virus. The sixth star, like its little brother, the seven, also rules the lungs. Very important to myself, who's had multiple lung collapses and my lungs are stapled to my rib cage. Additionally, it affects the head and face. So wearing masks and being smart about health precautions to prevent your lungs from being infected will remain for the foreseeable future. The sixth star is one of the most favored and highly regarded of all the stars. This is a beautiful energy star that bestows favor and brings achievements, power, influence, authority, and perhaps the best of all its favors, windfalls, favors and opportunities spilling out at your feet. Better still, the sixth star lands in the center sector, the sector of health, wealth, and relationships, and represents a unification of heaven, the sixth star, and earth, the center sector. So, arriving in the center sector for 2021, the sixth star is like a big cosmic wheel of our life turning. So having this beneficent visit here makes it doubly welcome. By the way, just going to check some incoming notifications. The lovely lady Michaela Nastasia leaving some reactions on my posts. And the center sector of the Feng Shui tic-tac-toe hashtag, so to speak, represents all members of a household, meaning all members of the residence benefit from its heavenly influence. Keep the center portion of your home as open as possible so the benefits of the sixth star can flow throughout the house. The most important Feng Shui is always protective Feng Shui. Pay close attention to all the stars and where they fall in your home. They have the most effect on you if they fall in your bedroom or at your front door. For those of you who familiarize yourself with Feng Shui, this will have meaning. And that brings us to the misfortune stars. We've got the southeast corner of assets, investments, savings, the oldest daughter, 5 yellow. That's where the number 5 falls in the Feng Shui tic-tac-toe hashtag. When it comes to the stars that are problematic, we always look at the 5 yellow star first. It has the most potential to be damaging. Of all the stars, it's the 5 yellow that creates the most distress. It's an earth element star that's most at home in the center of your home or business. Its nickname, the Bone Breaker, gives you a clue to how difficult it can be. This year, the 5 yellow star gains more strength as it moves from the big wood in the east in 2020 and slips into the southeast corner of small wood in 2021. Again, I'm consulting a Feng Shui tic-tac-toe hashtag, so to speak, in which the numbers fall when you take the Feng Shui of the year 2021, or rather, what I'm using is the Lunar New Year numbers so that they get placed into the Feng Shui, but they are taking place in the Gregorian solar calendrical year of 2021. So you don't want to take 2021 and do what I'm doing. You would have to understand Feng Shui, and you would have to follow the lunar calendar in order to get the correct and proper year number for the year of the ox. And in terms of getting back to the point at hand, because if I get into calculating this would take an entire transmission to tell you how this is calculated. It's something you just don't want to go through right now. Maybe a future transmission. Most people would find it too technical. And just to finish some of my calculations here, and let me take a look at this in. There we are. Okay. All right. The readings. This is incredible. Some of what's coming to me, but I better concentrate on the negative right now. and just kind of tell you what to watch out for. So while I'm going through this very specific sign, this year the 5 yellow star, as I said, gains more strength. It's the southeast, however, is the corner that's in. That's also the wealth sector. And that's what should make some alarm bells go off financially. The southeast deals mainly with accumulated assets such as 401ks, stocks and bonds, and savings accounts. Because it's in the wealth corner, it's a good idea to watch your investments closely and avoid doing anything risky with your nest egg. This year, there could be bad news regarding 401ks and pensions in the year ahead. Take steps to ensure your investments and savings are secure. In terms of the number 2, of the numbers we take into account that fit into this, the black illness star is north of career, business, and income. The 2 star is the younger sister of 5 yellow and is regarded negatively in annual feng shui. It's the number associated with nagging health complaints, financial difficulties, and all manner of annoying problems. When the 2 star flies into your bedroom, for instance, you may find that you are beset with a chronic cough, or a bill suddenly becomes a problem, or in some cases, the problem gets worse. Bear in mind, this is feng shui. Everything is in relation to your home. This is all on a compass that takes into account the outlying feng shui or geomancy, the occult symbolism of every corner of your home based on compass points. And this applies to every home. So this could create arguments over money, problems with income, and difficulties on the job. The lesson here: pair up with co-workers to make work go smoother, and keep your resume handy in case of layoffs or opportunities. Avoid flames and fires here so that you don't activate the 2 star. The 3 jade argument star is in the southwest corner of woman of the house, marriage, and love. Woman will be juggling a different energy this year. It's the 3 jade argument star. Woman may also be uncharacteristically angry, squabble, or get into legal difficulties or have some involvement with a lawyer. There's a high potential for divorce this year because the energies for both men and women are ones that can cause anger, cutting off of relationships, and sadly, divorce. And another concern for woman: depression. When there is excess wood in an earth corner, like there is this year due to the 3 jade argument star moving into the southwest, it can cause women to feel defeated, tired, possibly depressed. This is the year women will want to pay close attention to their moods and mindsets. Keep relationships going strong. Please take extra care of your relationships and your mental health this year. Place extra lighting in the southwest to keep the sector of marriage and love a warm and cozy feeling. It helps everyone who lives in your household, as well as, most importantly, the woman of the household yourself if you're female. And of course, you've got a seed of growth. There is one small aspect to the 3 jade star visiting the southwest sector of woman, love, and romance, and that is the potential for growth and opportunity. The 3 will use the Earth's energy of the southwest. That woman or southwest-facing houses or bedrooms can turn into something that will grow. Now, what seeds would you like to plant in the coming year? Or plant, rather. This is a great year to get something that's been in the back of your mind going. You don't have to start big, you just have to start. The year will help you get something started that can take root and become bigger in the coming year. The 7 red violence star is in the northwest sector of the man of the house, breadwinner, and helpful people. In 2020, the 7 red star, as it's called, was in the center of the house, causing problems with everything, from finances to health and relationships. This was the star that created so many problems with COVID, and more specifically breathing, because it rules the mouth, how infectious coronavirus droplets are spread therefrom, and the lungs, where coronavirus attacks. Wherever the 7 star falls, the tendency to cut follows. This can be cutting relationships off, lopping off jobs, or losing members of our families. In 2021, the 7-star moves to the northwest corner of helpful people and the man or breadwinner of the family. In this corner, the 7-star grows bold because it's right at home with the big metal of the northwest corner. The northwest corner also rules the lungs and pulmonary system, as the west does. We will very likely see the 7-star do damage to the lungs and the global spread continue. The bright spot is that the 7 represents a hypodermic needle, and I am hopeful that the global aspect of the northwest corner means we'll have a vaccine in the coming year that can be rendered globally available. This corner also represents international interests, corporations, country heads, and figures. The concern is that there may be more problems with breathing and COVID, threats to heads of companies or heads of state, more knife attacks like those in France in the fall of 2020, and threats or betrayal for the breadwinner. Men will want to pay close attention to all promises and take no chances this year with their health, money, or their well-being. Vet and do due diligence on all offers and maintain good personal, financial, and household security. In fact, men and women will both want to keep close tabs on their mindsets and personal outlooks. With a long year of the pandemic in 2020, and with it still going on in 2021, the stress and strain can take a toll. My concern is the loss of and strain on relationships, depression, divorce, and continued loss that we can squarely pin on the pandemic. That's what brings us to the fortune stars themselves, those which change our fortune. The number one, the star of victory, flies to the south sector of success and recognition. This number is regarded extremely favorably in annual Feng Shui and in Feng Shui in general. The 1 star is associated with the north and with water and with generating income. This is the number that relates to income, opportunity, and the ability to triumph over the competition. Because it is positioned in the south, you may see your own star rise in prominence and enjoy greater success, especially if you have a south front door or spend time in a south corner room. The 1 star is also the winning star. If this is located in an important room in your house, be sure to compete, enter drawings, and buy a lottery ticket or two. Its positives include opportunity and generating wealth, as well as rising in prominence. The 1 sector is seen as a fortune star that's welcomed wherever it flies. When the 1 star flies to the south, the sector of reputation, fame, and social contacts, it's possible that this year you'll find money-making opportunities through friends and through your reputation. And the 8 prosperity star has flown to the west sector of children, as they're normally seen in a Chinese household and its layout. Everyone is always anxious to activate this star because it's the one for wealth. The 8 wealth star brings with it opportunities for financial gain and good fortune and makes this corner of your house the most fortunate. Wherever it flies is the best location for a front door, so those with a west-facing house will be in for some wonderful energies in 2021 and enhanced prosperity. This is the star of success and wealth and is also enormously auspicious when it flies to the bedroom, home office, and living room. The term flying means to say whatever the cartography of your home with its compass points is, find out which is north, south, and west and east in your home, and then as the year changes and the number stars fall into a different place in terms of the layout of your home, this is how the fortune changes per Feng Shui. So if the number 8 falls into your portion of the home where it's flown for all homes in this year, be sure to spend time in this room or portion of the house where opportunities for income and prosperity will be stimulated and the chance to grow and improve investments will rise throughout 2021. Again, just to articulate this for these people, for anybody listening who's not familiar with Feng Shui, I'm using a square that's like a tic-tac-toe board with the hashtag going to divide it into its 9 parts, essentially. And the 8 is basically in the West. It's basically in the West this year via the geomancy, and also the numeric magics of Feng Shui. And this is magic only in the occult sense. This is an occult science. So you can take it entirely and dismiss it, or you can listen and see if it works for you. Now, although this is thought of as a favorable star, even fortune stars can have their weaknesses. And this one involves children. The 8 star can portend problems with children, such as illnesses and accidents. Keep close tabs on your children's health and activities. Rough sports are not favored, or taking risks with health. And just never take COVID for granted. This is something that especially you have to be concerned concerning your children this year with the new variants coming out. Now 9 is the star of future prosperity, and it's flown to the northeast corner of education and wisdom. The 9 purple star is one of future prosperity this year. It's flown to the northeast where it can work its magic. The 9 is the developing energy of a new period of time that will arrive in 2024, the next presidential election. So its energy is growing stronger, luckier, and more fortunate as we move toward that year. As we enter 2021, the earth energy of the Northeast becomes fired up for the year of the ox. We could see more gains in education and watch as more young men strike it rich, as we've seen since 2004 when the period of 8 began. The ox and the number 8 rules young men, so having the 9 star visit this sector could be a boon. Just think of all the young men, like Mark Zuckerberg of Facebook, who have becomest billionaires in the past 20 years. Falling in the sector of wisdom and decision-making, the northeast corner should see increased learning as a focus in the year ahead and sharper decision-making. If your front door is located here, you may find that the opportunities you take this year will blossom into bigger financial gains in the future. And the number 4, the Death Star of romance and education, has flown to the east corner of health and the eldest son. In 2021, the number 4, flies to the east. And the 4, representing small wood in terms of the elements, is comfortable in the east, the sector of big wood. The 4 will bring romance and educational benefits to the entire family, but particularly to the eldest son. The 4 star can get a very bad rap in Feng Shui circles. It's a homophone for the word death in Mandarin, and it's frequently said that the Chinese avoid houses and anything that has a number 4 in it, as I myself have articulated so often. Because the word 4 in Mandarin sounds like death, it's understandable that the Chinese would avoid that number. It's also a number associated with sexual promiscuity and infidelity, which makes it a perfect fit for me. So there's another negative association otherwise. If there's a potential for infidelity, the 4 could bring that to fruition. So take as care with your relationship. If marital wandering isn't a problem, the 4 brings incredible benefits. The 4 star is a wonderful number associated with public relations, writing, blooming romance, and luck. The 4 is especially beneficial for writers, teachers, and students, and is associated with educational and scholastic luck. It will be a welcome wine and roses kind of feeling for those with an east-facing house or east bedroom. love luck will also be on the rise. So that brings us to personalize all of this, if we can, in this episode, in the time remaining. And what we don't cover tonight, we will cover on Wednesday. And this is what the 2021 Year of the Ox has in store for you. With everything I've just said, cutting down to the basics and getting down to earth, keep your head down. And avoid too much news, which is something Peter Moon has often said. Oh, my goodness. Crystal River has sent me a link, and this has to do with some areas experiencing outages as Texas power grid enters third emergency alert stage. One day after record-breaking energy use across the state of Texas, managers of the state's power grid placed the system into the third emergency alert state. So our prayers for Crystal River as well. I'm not quite sure what the hell, I'm trying to respond to that with the proper reaction, but I have no proper reactions available because of these Valentine's Day symbols that they've replaced everything with. I'll ask her, do you want to come on to talk about this? Let me ask her that and see how she responds. Do you want to come on about this? Oh God, shit, no power. Wait a second. How is she telling me that? How is she? How are you communicating? Using portable charges from my phone. Okay, got it. All right. So that means I give her like this, I guess. Okay, no power here, and I'm supposed to have no idea what to say to that with these silly little signs that they've given us. No, I can't, she says. Okay, so they said not enough power. Oh God. So just giving her different reactions. All of these reactions are all based on like romantic love. So the all of the normal reactions available on Skype have been replaced with all this hearts and kisses, and this is all it can toss out is hearts and kisses for everything she's saying. So I'll try to tell her I understand. Yes, and so, oh my God. Okay. Let me tell her I understand. I understand. Understand. Love. Okay. Oh my God. But wanted you to be able to report it. There we are. Okay. There we are. Okay. And so with that, I'll give her like there the heart there. Let me say to her, love you. There we are. And of course, I've been saying that through every reaction that I've given her, essentially. Anyhow, there's probably around half a dozen things to know about the Asian Lunar New Year, about your Lunar New Year, what to watch. So, of course, as I said, Friday into this President's Day weekend was when the Lunar New Year began, per the lunisolar calendars traditional in many Asian countries, including China, Vietnam, and South Korea. And the holiday of new beginnings, the reunion dinners with loved ones, the spring festival celebrations in China, they're all introducing the Year of the Metal Ox, marking the end of the Year of the Metal Rat, or what I like to call the stainless steel rat, based on the old science fiction novels I used to read. I can't even remember who, I think was it Harry Harryhausen who wrote those, or he wrote the Death World series, I guess. Stainless steel rat. All you need to do is look it up and we'll find it. Our man John Warrington would know, because he was a big follower of 2000 AD comics in Britain, which basically took the stainless steel rat and they rendered it on storyboard. Harry Harrison was the man who wrote the stainless steel rat, and so he was the man who cooperated with the British to put that into storyboard format, what Americans would call well, they'd call it comic books. And oh my God, she says it's snowing there also. Oh my God, it's snowing and the power might be out. Oh Jesus, stay warm, honey. So let me give her the proper, okay. Yes, there we are. So just put everything in on that. And so stay warm, stay warm, stay warm. Honey love. There we are. Okay. There we are. Okay. At any rate, so that aside, that bit of trivia, getting back to the business at hand, as much business I can get into with, a loved one potentially freezing over there in Texas. Obviously, those with an interest in Chinese zodiac animals may already know that some 2020 RAP predictions were just as unfortunate as the year turned out to be. And now the new question looming is, will this year of the ox be lucky? Now that can depend on a variety of individual factors. The compatibility of your personality with the traits of the ox is affected by your own zodiac animal. And 2021 is also impacted by the fact that it's a metal year. Metal is one of the 5 elements of the Chinese zodiac, of course. And also, you may want to nail down what lucky means to you. What is the goal? What are you trying to do? And does the energy of the ox match with your personality or your energy? Still, the year of the ox will impact us all in a few generally similar ways. So, in terms of a few predictions for what the year of the ox has in store, around contextualized within the meaning of the year of the ox, the first thing that comes to my mind to tell you right now, at the bottom of it all, first and foremost, keep your head down in the year of the ox. Now, as I said, my gang brothers will often deal with Hong Kong-based geomancers. One of them is Warwick Wong, and he practiced in his family Wong's style of Chinese geomancy has been passed down for generations, a form of divination and forecasting of the future that observes the astronomical movements and other atmospheric conditions, interpreting how these impact our lives down on Earth, because as above, so below. And their daily readings offer what's lucky or unlucky to undertake. February 12th itself, which was the last time I checked in specifically, was good for engagements or starting a business, but bad for rituals and paying out money. I knew that much. And what I can do, in turn, is provide a general trajectory for what a given year will be like based on what I know. Basically, as Daniel Arola would say, it's a holding pattern. Keep calm and carry on as best you can in 2021, but hold off on major moves if you're able. And a note worth taking, whether you believe in the zodiac or not, try not to be obsessive about following the news, because so much information is in the air. Essentially, preserve your energy and your spirit. Now, even to a skeptic, some of Wong's past predictions that consultations with my network have resulted in have proven eerily prescient. On the night before last year's Lunar New Year Eve, January 23rd of 2020, New York City's Museum of Chinese in America, the MOCA, the MOCA, welcomed some Feng Shui authors for their annual talk on what the metal rat year would bring. And the Mocha president, Nancy Yao Masbach, basically said that the prognosis was that by consensus it was going to be a horrible year. And that's when they had two pieces of advice to share. Don't be argumentative and try to change anyone's minds on matters, and find a safe place and hide. Now, given that the novel coronavirus had gripped Wuhan, China by late January, Masbach, again, the presidentress of the Museum of Chinese in America, realized that plenty of people in the Chinese American community were already casting a concerned eye toward how both the Lunar New Year and Gregorian calendar year would pan out in 2020. She remembers shaking the words off, saying, "I'm not superstitious, though I was growing up. I'm a God-fearing Christian woman, though it's such a Chinese thing that's in the back of my mind." And after the talk, Masbach, she joined some of these feng shui specialists for dinner 3 blocks from the museum, and barely an hour later, she got a phone call, and, well, you know, they just lost her, basically saying, oh my God, and running out. And certainly one of the feng shui people responding to that phone call responded that way. And Masbach threw the dinner money on the table and ran down the street in 3-inch heels, mind you, she recounts. And it turned out the Museum of the Chinese in America had been destroyed in a 5-alarm fire. And everyone was like, that's a harbinger. And then it just proceeded after that to be an insane year. That is because, of course, of the arson against the Museum of Chinese in America that was started because some motherfucker was already blaming the Chinese for all their problems. Because of the disease emerging out of communist China, all Chinese were being held responsible. Now, Crystal River lets us know that she's okay. She's got lots of blankets. She's going back offline to conserve charge. She says, good night to you and all the listeners. God bless you, honey. We love you. Yes, by all means, take care of yourself. Geez, I hope she saw my response in that regard. Oh my God. I had to, of course, continue on finishing what I was saying about the burning of the Chinese museum and get that out there. Honestly, you know, everybody maintain Crystal in your thoughts and prayers. We certainly don't want anything to happen to her. All right, let me get her a little something here. And hopefully she sees this. And we'll take it from there. All right, a little illustration for her too. If she acknowledges that, then I'll know that she saw it. Okay then. So, with that in mind, what I've just articulated, and it's not surprising that both, well, Masbach's account, you know, it's not surprising that after that she avoided feng shui consultations, any phone calls from specialists about their year of the ox predictions for a while. She didn't want to know about this year. Fortunately, it's set to be better than the last, or at least different, in this year's virtual Mocha Talk. Virtual not only because of the pandemic, but because the Museum of Chinese in America in New York no longer exists. Basically, feng shui experts asserted that planetary aspects have caused a murkiness in the universe that's clouding their ability to forecast more specifically. So that alone means 2021 is the year to be prudent. So from there, we have to ask if the ox is compatible with your zodiacal animal. And that would be the next logical question to bring us into how the year of the ox is going to treat yourself. How you'll feel about this steadfast year of the ox depends on how you relate to the ox energy. Hard work, duty, discipline, that's the ox. The theme of 2021's lunar year will be build, 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 following through on whatever projects you began in the rat year. Stick to routines and shy away from wild new methods and ideas. Now, as I said, my late and sainted sire, who raised and guided me, George Dietrich, was born in the year of the sheep. So he would be happy to be solid and stable, plow the field and work diligently. If you're a horse like myself, or a monkey, this isn't your kind of energy. Or if you're a tiger, you want to pounce on the new. And if you were born in the year of the ox, like Hitler and Napoleon and Barack Obama and Jameson Reese, know that some Chinese superstition holds that it's not a lucky year for you. It might not be the worst year, but it's not the best. Good things can happen with twice the intensity, and bad things will happen to you with twice the intensity as well. To attract good fortune, it's recommended that you wear red, traditionally considered a lucky color in China. Keep a plant in your room. And, of course, try to maintain a positive mindset. Oh, God. Yeah. Maybe Jameson's fucked after all. Anyhow, here's what the metal element means. 2021 is a metal year of the 5 Taoist elements: fire, earth, metal, water, and wood. In Feng Shui, the metal environment is clean, pristine, pared down, and shiny like metal. If you want to best prepare your home for the year of the metal ox, begin by cleaning your home, reducing clutter, and maintaining tidiness all year round. The main focus is on the bedroom, as hard-working oxen do best after a peaceful sleep. Notably, in traditional Chinese medicine, the metal element rules the lungs, a body part that's been particularly vulnerable during the COVID-19 pandemic that rose in the year of the metal rat. As such, I would advise all among you to take care of your lungs when making any decisions about health. That's what you should put in the foreground. By that I recommend quit smoking this year, if you partake. The big change for COVID will be on the new moon in Leo that begins Fire Monkey Lunar Month on August 8th. The months, all 12, are assigned the animals, as well as the 12 hours on the face of the clock, as well as the 12-year cycles. And get excited for the year of the tiger, cometh 2022. Overall, there's no bad news for the year of the ox. It's more like less than exciting news, given that I see it as a time to take care of yourself and stay drama-free. But know that 2022's Year of the Tiger may bear out predictions of a new roaring 20s, as in the 2020s, be on the way. Tiger Year is time to leap into the new. Until then, avoid impulsively pouncing on anything. Now, of course, I'll get to a few things reminding people of... Oh shit, I guess she didn't see what I had to say, poor dear. Fuck, well, she'll see it later. At any rate, we'll see how she responds tomorrow. By the time she wakes up, the power should be back on. God bless her. And with that, of course, getting back to the task at hand, so to speak, let's take a look at live stream. See, the time we have left is half an hour. And Amor Fati said, much love, Douglas. Much love, Amor. And WTF, Mr. What the Fuck himself says, good evening, Douglas and all. Yes, good evening. And so glad to see so many people being so supportive. And got a lot of the upvotes. And very grateful as always for that. And grateful to all of you. And people are writing how shocked they are at my physical size. As I said, I tend to look a lot smaller than I really am in some photographs, especially when I have a large Caucasian gripping me from, I guess, being too hyper animated on the high that I was on. And Sugar Daddy, or my son's husband, technically my father-in-law, felt some restraint was necessary to ground myself. Oh well, life is hard, and I guess we all need some restraint at different times in our lives. Now I'm restrained by the equipment that I have, so I'll read that wonderful little paragraph. Well, I guess you'd call it a testament or a blurb, written by Selina Khan, for whom English is a second language. And for whom I'm worried about considerably because the new year did not start off smoothly for her. So she's not of my culture, of course. But of course, she's not really part of the Muslim culture which produced her either. So she's kind of on her own here in America in so many ways. And for that reason, of course, I ask that we all maintain her in thought and prayer. And pray that, this year goes well for her. Because it started off pretty rocky. Now, she wrote this, and I paraphrase therefrom. Forever grateful I am to everyone for their donations and contributions. Words simply cannot describe my appreciation, my gratitude. But I just wanted to emphasize a little bit about my GoFundMe. As everyone knows by now, the cause of my GoFundMe campaign is that I do need and must change my current YouTube recording studio setting, as in the computer, the headset and recording devices, lighting fixtures, soundproofing my room, so on and so forth. Presenting 2 nights a week live transmission to you, all my beautiful lovers out there, her words, from my city to all around the world, is the only life that I have. And as always, here I roll my eyes and say, God forbid. And you are all my true motivation for my work. I would be no one without all of you by my side, from the closest to the farthest. However, many years of use, some would say abuse, all my studio equipments are beyond obsolete now. Therefore, I have created this GoFundMe fundraising account for donations to update my studio. And this campaign has a time limitation. In my case, my GoFundMe campaign, entitled Urgent Contribution, will expire in March. At this point, I urge everyone, please become a contributing member of my mission, my work that I do as a public informant to bring truth to this world, to those who are seeking truth. Again, to everyone, I am in dire need of my studio equipment. Please contribute. Donate between now and March. My blessings be unto all. And of course, from there, I just need to kind of scroll up in my exchange of messages between myself and the Cookie Monster Man, Idest, or aka also known as Jameson Reese, who once provided myself a link to the GoFundMe that is easier for me to reach than, say when I'm going on my timeline and scrolling down to find it, which was, forever and a day ago that I posted that GoFundMe, and we haven't really followed up on it since. So we're kind of like, how would I say it? It's far easier for me to find on in my messages with J-Mo Reese. Let me see if I can find it here. There's a horrible picture he provided of, what SpongeBob, and I forgot the starfish character's name. And let me see now. I seem to have still surpassed it. Maybe he can give me the link again. he's always able to find that easier than I can. Yes, Jameson, if you can provide me the link to my own GoFundMe account, that would be deeply appreciated. Otherwise, I can never find it on my own. Jesus Christ, where the hell is this thing? Continuing to scroll up, maybe I'll find it. Jesus, it used to be easier to find in our exchange. I can't believe we've exchanged that many fucking messages. Where did it go? Well, if you're there, Jameson, let me know. I know I missed it somehow. It should be in here. Oh, I know. I'm looking
for it.
Yeah, thank you. Oh, where did it go? I know it was in here. I'm looking in the wrong place. Here we are, I think. There we are. Okay. So I found it. Thank you, Jameson. I found it through your messages. And,
right, you can message me again. You can message me that so that
okay, good.
Next time,
next time it'll be
easier to find.
Yeah, it'll be easier to find. Thank you. I will do that. Impacted as I am by both mechanical and psychological injuries that be catastrophically chronic in nature, I am enrolled in the 250% Working Disabled program, wherein disabled individuals are required by law to work so long as our income is maintained at less than 250% of the federal poverty level, or above 250% above the federal poverty level, to thereby become eligible for Medi-Cal via paying monthly premiums based on net countable income. This enables myself to receive the constant medical care I conditionally require to functionally survive. I meet the 250% WDP, our Working Disabled Program requirements, in turn by hosting this bandwidth transmission program, Critical Omissions. So to continue my work, by which to literally maintain my very life, I must establish a professional-grade in-home studio with the latest equipment to meet technological quality standards that will be adaptable to emergent systems technologies as they comest online. Hence, the amount of money that we asked for, though any amount certainly helps. Of course, in the last few days of this open account, perhaps somebody will donate the full amount, which is always welcome. For those of you who that would break to do that, don't do it. This is only for somebody who has that level of discretionary income. With that in mind, we've covered that subject. And enter this here, and that will make that easier to find in the future. And Jameson Reese has since returned, which is definitely appreciated. Getting back to him and give him the closest thing that we have in the Valentine's Day weekend to a thumbs up. There we go with that. And aside from that, I guess what I can do is go through the solicitation once again, just to kind of close off the show. And end it just a few minutes earlier than I normally would. Just a few minutes earlier than I normally would. Because at this point in time, I'm fairly exhausted, as you can imagine. And just so glad to have been here at all tonight. And having been able to cover what I have. It's always a struggle. And Mein Kampf, my struggle be thine own. Contribute to the struggle at paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich, where we now be accepting contributions via PayPal Holdings Incorporated at DouglasDietrich.com, where you would acknowledge myself as a friend or relation per the option that's provided via PayPal, so as to avoid Peter Thiel stepping in to take his blood money therefrom and ruining the roundness of whatever round number you choose for your contribution and turning it into some decimal pointed monstrosity that has a totally different numerical value, changing it into dollars and cents, as it were. And in all due acknowledgement, under our own personal hero, we asketh of everyone moral and our fiscal support on behalf of our dearest English brother in battle, John Henry McMills Warrington, whom you can friend and follow via his Facebook Incorporated timeline at facebook.com/John.War. And of course, subscribe to his YouTube mega channel at youtube.com/C/Megator, which itself be spelled MAGGOTOR. TAUR, he being the property manager thereof, who be the team Thrax Dietrich's or Dragon's ultimate post-episodic producer and our final productions archivist at DouglasDietrich.com. For were it not for he, nigh all videographic works of the internationally recognized renegade military historian would have been lost. So financial aid no be prohibitive per budgetary constraints, electronically relay monetary assistance via PayPal, where you can donate to the Maggot Man, aka John Warrington, by clicking send on your PayPal account page and then entering his email address, john_war@hotmail.com. And you can PayPal him at PayPal directly at paypal.me/Maggotaur, which be spelled Maggotaur. He is, of course, the man who took it upon himself of his own initiative to download into his private hard drive all of, well, most of what I had published on YouTube, and therefore enabled us to reconstruct my legacy on YouTube, well, on the internet, when it was scrubbed therefrom no less than thrice, that is, 3 times, and in that sense he served as the bridge between the Akashic records and the data matrix of the material world in which my virtual persona interacts with yourself, thereby, in that sense, rendering him my creator. And now you, too, can do your part to help in the fight against total annihilation, whether of my virtual persona from the info spectrum, or of all life from the surface of the earth, which be the ultimate objective of the cult of the kings of Edom, the Herodians, and their anti-gods. Spread the word about Douglas Dietrich, the man who stands against them, that he, the biological son of Adolphus Jacob Hitler, which you can find out more about at douglasdietrich.com/29/05/08/ Douglas Dietrich, son of Adolf Hitler, fighting against white supremacist neo-Nazis, and confer a footnote on my biosire, which be on the homepage of SHŁ-RÍ, whereon you'll find the meaning of my biological father's name, the name what made the man. Having absorbed that information or availed yourself thereof, make certain to spread the word to all and sundry, far and wide, that the scion of Adolf Hitler, Douglas Dietrich, be alive and well and resident in the city and county of San Francisco, and that, if at all possible, they too can electronically relay their contributions at paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich. For people are forever asking, Renegadus Humanus Arma ab Masa Erudicio, the renegade human weapon of mass instruction, what they can do to fight the pedopathophyllocracy, such being our present Slavo-Western government by patriarchy of pathological pedophiles. You can all help spread awareness by supporting myself. We have a new contribution page on douglasdietrich.com where you can make a donation online using either thy credit or debit card. Simply go as to douglasdietrich.com and click the red donate button if you find it distasteful to indicate myself as friend or relation, and therefore using any method other than PayPal, you can render your contribution without intervention by any middleman. However, you'll still need to click the yellow donate button if you're paying by other means than PayPal, because the yellow donate button, which is essentially the PayPal button, is what you'll have to access to be taken to the homepage of SHŁ-RÍ.com, where you will thereafter reward yourself, whether you're donating by any other means or by PayPal. You'll avail yourself of the archives by pressing the yellow donate button to take you where you can register into the archives and thereafter access them simply by logging in from that point forward, because all sponsors will be granted exclusive electronic access to both my videographic and audio recorded archives through to this year, from the 2011th year in our Lord, the very year mine own late and sainted matriarch, the Grandma Dame Diana Lin-Zujin Takabayashi Hideko Dietrich, was murdered, assassinated in immediately aftermath Sanjuichi Sensemi, the 3/11 terror attack against the Fukushima Daiichi or Big One cluster of nuclear power plant facilities on site the 7,000 Isles of the Greater Japanese Empire when 'twas deemed by much Native American cosmological reckoning that the first rays of the dawning of the sixth world broke upon us, and magics could again be worked conjointly with Mother Earth to redeem the folk upon her. They're not on YouTube anymore, whereon the intra-global crises analyst Douglas Duane Dietrich long ago established his high-profile visibility platform per rationale of personal security by way of public promotion. Only on contribution will thy membership be processed within 48 through 72 hours, between 2 to 3 days, for full access to all mine archives, meaning all those videos that John Warrington saved, aside those on the Maggot Douglas Dietrich channel, and the YouTube channel named Taboo Bros 2, which itself be spelled TAB space BROS space Roman numeral 2 as managed by mixed martial arts maestro Daniel Arola, whom you can visit at facebook.com/Daniel.Arola.3 of Damage, DAMAG, Daniel Arola Martial Arts Group Incorporated, Cali Combatives. Optional email, either checks or money orders, never cash, to the personal residential address of the Mr. Douglas Dietrich, which itself be listed on douglasdietrich.com/donate-2. The most important thing being that people regularly donate what they can within their means. Foremost among Axis Daddy D's donors, aside his mistress and manager Selena Khan, be our most beloved greater British brother in battle, the Team Drax, Dietrich's or Dragon's heavyweight lifting, keeper of the spirits, and YouTube Bizarre HD channel managing mixologist George Edward Knight, whom you can visit at facebook.com/George.E.Knight.7, and of course subscribe to his channel at youtube.com/user/bizarrehd, which itself be spelled BIZAREAHD, he being my known personal hero who has substantially delivered towards my salvation from the streets, and whose self-produced videos entitled How the United States Won World War I and Why We Are Still Legally at War with the Third Reich both be factually substantiated per my known expositions as well. You'll find trailered there the the documentary currently in production, entitled The Thousand-Year Reich in Exile and subtitled The Third Reich's Flügelrad and Hanabu Technology. Indeed, the last Dietrich, son of Dietrich's or son of a dragon's, Anglo-corrupted as Dracula's expositions via YouTube would not be possible sans generous benefactions from my listeners on a monthly basis. The Amerasian agent of the Peacock Angel, Tavush Meliek, be the only person on the surface of this world with the insider knowledge and experience necessary to lead thy resistance against the Russo-sub-satanic occupation and anti-godly insurgency, it bearing no end of emphasis that Judy, Anglo-corrupted as Jedi, literally Master D or the Master of Enlightenment myself, is not paid to articulate mine expositions and have never once been remunerated for my services rendered unto thyself and all thy holdest dear at incomparable sacrifices to myself, most tragically of all mine loved ones, in my most singular and quite unenviable role as the ultimate public informant at personal risk, still at large. Your taxation cannot support me as I be denied access to the United States Department of Veterans Affairs, benefits and or services due dishonorable discharge. So again, go to paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich and enter mine remunerative compensation by indicating myself as friend or relation to avoid the faggot Peter Thiel, the man who's the gay lover of Jared Kushner, from taking his pound of flesh. Certainly he doesn't need any more money, and the very survival of the human species be at stake, and I am not exaggerating. Do not wait, donate now. It'd be appreciated beyond my ability to express in any language. As well, forget not to subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/C/Douglas Dietrich and click that notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams has started. Even if you be subscribed, you will only receive notifications if you select all in notifications. To reemphasize, subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/C/Douglas Dietrich and tune in thereafter at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That's 5 p.m. Pacific Standard Time every Sunday and Wednesday, and click that notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams has started. Finally, subscribe and support at DouglasDietrich.com. And above all else, donate at paypal.me/DouglasDietrich, indicating myself as friend or relation so the excise is not taken out by those who don't even need it. Of course, this is something that, as I've indicated, you should find no qualms in doing, because we're all friends here, or you would not be sponsoring myself, and we are also all extended family, electronic family, but family nonetheless. And should you find any of that distasteful to the point where you simply cannot abide, then use the red donate button to donate or contribute by other means, credit or debit card. Either way, you hit the yellow button thereafter to reward yourself by registering into the archives, because all sponsors will be granted exclusive access to the online archives, including all video and MP3 recordings of Douglas Dietrich from 2011 through to the present. And most importantly, above and beyond all else, remember that my Facebook timeline, from where you can access my promotional banners, is the Sora Aoi timeline that has the Facebook address of facebook.com/Douglas D. Dietrich, with all uppercase D's, everything else in lowercase. Facebook.com/Douglas D. Dietrich, with all the D's in uppercase, everything else in the lowercase. You'll find that timeline granted to myself by the most famous actress in Japan has got the address on it that renders it accessible to everyone in my name, Douglas D. Dietrich. My blessings be unto all who provide my self-support, including Bugman 4560, who leads us out tonight with many a prayer, a heart, and the positive clapping hands that are shouting out in support. And to all of you out there, as unto he, my love be unto all. And my blessings for a very happy Asian Lunar New Year. The advice I gave you all tonight is the most practical to give, and the most practical for you to follow through the coming months. We'll bring up some further forecasting, but for now, let that be the guiding light. And aside from all that, what I'll do now is prepare to cease live streaming